out of USA. Forrest, the 36-year-old, Kenjuru, the 46-year-old, and of course the mighty Mike Coots, an icon, an absolute stalwart of the adaptive surf community, an incredible photographer. I'm Sam Bleakley, joined in the commentary booth by Ben Way. And Ben, we've got great conditions, a little bit more overcast today, but still clean, smooth, silky waves, and a lot of energy and a lot of good excitement to kick off day 2.
Energy's high. The energy is high, and as we were checking out of our hotel room this morning, we thought the swell had kind of dropped. But as we came down here, I saw some amazing sets. We've seen some great conditions, a little bit of cloud cover, but luckily we don't have that little morning mist that was kind of getting in the way yesterday. So that's going to be great.
Oh, it's going to be a fantastic day, and you know, what a joy to see the mighty Mike Coots out there. He's just released a fantastic new book, a huge shark advocate there. His photography is mind-blowing, and if you Google Mike Coots, you'll see some of the most incredible point-of-view parasurfing shots on the planet, with him pulling into big, juicy barrels, often with that GoPro mounted on the tail of his board. And you can see that prosthetic on the back foot there. He has really been a trendsetter, an icon for parasports globally, as we can see Sean Brody, the team manager of Team USA. He's got Forrest Weinberg out there from Long Beach, California. He loves to surf Jacama in Peru, and he's in this parasurfing stand 2 division, which is any surfer who rides a wave in a standing position with a below-the-knee amputation or congenital or impairment equivalent, or a leg length difference. So some of these surfers, like we can see there on that beautiful graphic on your screen, might have that below-the-knee amputation, or they might have that leg length discrepancy. So Forrest Weinberg himself, a fantastic longboarder, a military veteran, a pilot. In 2016, graduated with a Bachelor's of Science degree in Network and Communication Management. You can follow Forrest on his Instagram account at 1YUUUUP. So that's 1YUUU, 3 U's P, and you can really follow this fantastic surfer who had a career in the Marine Corps. But someone you should also follow is the great Mike Coots. He's got 331,000 followers on his Instagram account. He's a huge global influencer. His photography is iconic and celebrated and widely published, and he really is going to be somebody who is going to be such an important performer here. So it's great to have him flying the flag here, and big thanks to the ISA for bringing us back to Huntington Beach. We've got 184 athletes, 122 men, 62 women, 121 team officials, so that's well over 300 attendees. We had a good day 1 yesterday, and we're going to really have some exciting action today. We're going to be having men's stand 2, women prone 2, men's stand 3. So follow us live on the website there, and also follow us on social media at ISAsurfing. Look for that hashtag ISA Worlds, and if you're in the neighborhood, come on down to Huntington Beach. We've got a lot of great things there. We've got Dry Robe, one of our supporting sponsors, of course, our presenting sports, so visit Huntington Beach. Dry Robe coming out with some fantastic new equipment for the adaptive surf community. And yesterday, we really saw a lot of the fans coming down to watch the action, and the action was strong, Ben.
Yeah, not to mention, I mean, it looked like a summer day, felt like a summer day. It was really, really hot out, beautiful watercolor, and we had a lot of swell. Still have that existing swell. We got this little cross, and it looks like we're going to have an opening ride.
Mike Coots having a little look. Doesn't get that wave. I saw Mike walking around this morning looking composed, looking cool. He's one cool character. As I said, a fantastic photographer, a shark advocate, passionate about documenting sharks, despite being in a shark incident, which was the reason he became an amputee. And it really is powerful what he's done for ecology, environmentalism, and our love and our connection with nature. And this guy absolutely shreds. So expect fireworks when he gets his first wave, but it looks like a little wave there popping up for Forrest Weinberg. He's not going to take that, but our surfer from Japan up and riding, nice left-hander off the bottom into that bowl section there, looking juicy in the pier bowl there, just comes out of that float, nearly hangs on, and you can hear the Japanese team. They're pretty excited about that first wave of the day. Day 2 kicked off in style.
Yeah, Kenjirito's a 2017 bronze winner, so he's got a lot of experience with us, and always a great, one of the biggest smiles on the beach with the Japanese team. And it's here's the conditions for today.
Yeah, it looks good. 2 to 4 feet there with that west swell, light winds. We've got that low tide around midday. We've had the high tide this morning, another high tide coming around 6 this evening there. That good warm water temperature. Of course, we're in Huntington Beach, Southern California. It is an iconic location, and it is one of the most, if not the most consistent beach break on the whole of the Pacific coast of the Americas.
It really is. Nearly 10 miles of beach. Here we have Forrest.
Up and riding Forrest on a smaller board than we used to see him riding there, really attacking that section there, off the bottom, re-entry, couple of weaves, a little bit of snaking action there. Good wave selection from Forrest. He'll like that. He's paddling back out for more.
Yeah, Forrest won the 2023 Costa Rica Open on one of my shapes, which was even smaller than this one.
Wow, that's exciting to see because I've seen him longboard. I know that he rides that longboard very well, as Mike Coots has another look there. So no waves yet for Mike Coots. A good score is going to drop for Forrest. You get the feeling Forrest might get the best of that first exchange between the surfer from the US and the surfer from Japan.
Yeah, I would have to agree because he got that solid turn, solid hit off the top, rode out with control. Had Blue stomp down that last maneuver, that could have been kind of a combination score, but we'll see what happens here. We're just getting things started. And always with these early heats, you've got the judges kind of creating their scale and not pushing it too far because they want to leave a high ceiling.
Mike Coots up and riding on the backside there, pulls into that section and just recognizes that he wasn't able to climb out up for the float or the re-entry, as he shows us his thruster there, little swallowtail thruster, nice small board. Mike Coots paddling back out for more. Forrest waiting for a score to drop. Kenjiro waiting for a score to drop. The Japanese surfer surfs at Ichijima Beach, Chiba, based there in Tokyo, of course. You know that region very well, Ben. You know, what's so exciting about the parasurf community out of Japan?
Well, you know what, like the leader of the crew is Masafumi Kobayashi in the Neil class. He is a big supporter. I've seen him at Ichinomiya Beach, bringing the competitors down to the beach, filming them between his sessions, and doing a little bit of video recap with the riders, and just trying to push everyone up in the team. Let's watch this one from Kenjiro. Off the bottom, gets a quick snap under the lip, and then really whips it up right there, and just got a little bit off balance. Of course, when you have that rear leg prosthesis, you don't have your toes, you don't have that movement in your ankles to really soften the blow. Here we have Forrest, finds his way off the bottom. That will be the first quick snap, gets another little one there.
And looking at those two exchanges there, who do you think is going to get the best out of those scores between Forrest and Kenjiro?
It's interesting because watching the replay, the different angle showed that Blue's turn was a little stronger than I thought it was.
Yeah, on instinct, on live action, I really favored Forrest, but then, you know, the opportunity to watch the video replay, for me, I get the vibe that Kenjiro might well get the edge, but he could be a little bit penalized, though, for lack of completion on that float at the end.
Definitely. Yeah, that last maneuver will be deemed incomplete, but definitely got out of that first turn with control.
Great call, Ben. Just as you predicted there, Kenjiro does get the edge. He gets a 4.83 for that opening ride, slightly higher than Forrest's 4.33. So, like you said, it was that degree of difficulty, a slightly more radical maneuver from Kenjiro.
Definitely. Yeah, it's amazing how the angle of how you look at the surfers laterally or from above, and it can take some of the excitement out of the turn, or it can add some excitement. So it's really good to have those two angles to check.
Live action, Kenjiro having a look there. None of the surfers able to get this set. Slightly smaller conditions from yesterday, but still a lot of great scoring waves there. We've got most of the surfers looking for the left here on this set at the Pier Bowl. Some will shift over to Middle Peak, but having a look at that wave, it's Forrest. He's in second position. Mike Coots drops a 1.83 for his opening ride. Forrest there in second, Kenjiro out there in first.
Joshy Bogle for Team Hawaii, getting charged up out there. He's excited to see Mike get some high-scoring rides. And as you were pointing out, Mike's board does look really small. It looks like a really light, small epoxy performance board, and he's a really tall guy.
And what we saw yesterday was a lot of the athletes really recognizing that Huntington is a fruity, juicy beach break. It has a steep takeoff. It's a lively wave. Yes, it can have slower sections on certain conditions, but I saw smaller equipment being ridden than I saw in Pismo for the 2022 ISA World Parasurfing Championship. And for me, that represented two things. A, recognizing the quality of the wave here, and B, also the progression. You know, surfers really training more, building their momentum, and really putting on a show, wanting equipment that allows increased maneuverability.
Definitely. We saw yesterday with the prone division that the people on the shorter boards were really fitting into these little nooks and crannies that the other guys couldn't, where we had turns in the pocket on the small boards, and we had turns kind of out in front of the whitewash on the longer boards.
So the ISA, of course, does so much for surfing, a fantastic organization there. Not only just these ISA World Parasurfing Championship, but the scholarship programs, the coaching programs, the opportunity to crown world champions in shortboard open, junior longboarding, SUP, the growing membership around the world, the Olympic movement, and of course the push for Paralympic inclusion for surfing in Los Angeles 2028, and this bringing together of nations, the opportunity for surfing to transcend barriers of wealth, status, gender and physical abilities, to bring people together. Founded way back in 1964, presidented by Fernando Aguirre since 1994, as we can see the Japanese flag flying with pride there, Ben.
Yeah, and just as you were saying that, that's so cool. We've got Katsan. He'll be in this division as well from Japan, next to Josh Bogle. Team USA just next to him with Sean Brody, and it's just everybody's buddies here. It's really, really cool, and everyone supports each other.
Live action, Mike Coots has a look at that, representing Hawaii, of course, 137 islands there in Hawaii, only 7 inhabited, you know, 8 of those major islands. If we include the 4 Midway Islands, it's a lot of islands, 137. You know, it's a really wonderful part of the world. They've got 7 men, 3 women in their team, 10 athletes, some big names in that Hawaiian team. We saw Eric Lazar looking incredible yesterday. That great heat with Jesse Ballauer. If you get the opportunity to go on the ISA website, you can watch the replay of that heat as we see Mike Coots paddling into this section there, not able to get that wave. So he won't add to his 1.83, and Kenjiro will stay out there in the lead then.
Yeah, it's interesting because we have this high tide conditions, and you can see where all the energy gets kind of carried in, and that whole lump of water just dumps down at once here on the inside. Once that tide goes out, it'll start be a little bit of a longer ride starting in the outside. So these guys are really kind of feeling out the conditions. Really, really low wind, nice glassy conditions. You can see a little bit of spray coming off of the lip there, and so I'm not sure if it's quite offshore.
So we got big returning champions here, 16 men and 12 women who have won ISA World Parasurfing Championships before, coming to compete again for those multiple gold medals. I'm Sam Bleakley, this is Ben Way, and it's just going to be a fantastic week, so I thoroughly recommend staying tuned. Come on down to Huntington Beach if you're in the neighborhood. And we've got the likes of Victoria Fagey going for more gold medals. We've got Melissa Reed out of England going for her 4th. Liv Stone as well, she's going for her 4th gold medal. Who are you most looking forward to seeing over this week, Ben?
Well, you know what? I was watching over the replay of Joel Taylor's big airdrop floater yesterday. He is one of the new faces in the Irukanjis. And man, that was just insane. I can't wait to see what he can whip out, as well as young Kai Collis is also one of the new faces. I'm more excited to see what the new faces will bring to this competition.
Yeah, of course, seeing that opportunity for Joel to bring in all of that bodyboard culture to the parasurf community, that's going to be very exciting for the prone divisions. He's in that prone non-assist 1 classification, so it's the surfers who don't need assistance to get in and out of the takeoff zone. And what we see from him is that bodyboard culture shining through, and it might be a game changer for equipment, for use of flex, for how that elbow transition area, which initiates a lot of the turns for the prone riders, can really be explored with equipment development, shaping and technology.
Exactly. I was talking to Joel yesterday about trying to help him develop something. He said he found a board that works for now. From the looks of that airdrop floater, he can ride anything, of course, but in true bodyboard form. And we had no idea what a big name he actually was, running the United clothing brand, which is huge in the bodyboard industry. He was one of the top players. Here's some live action.
Kenjiro up and riding. Nice re-entry, throws some spray, smaller wave, but good control. Second turn, just pumping through this section here. He's got a little bit of a lower, smaller wall now to just kick out from, but we can see the control from this surfer, and we get to realize why in 2017 he was a bronze medalist, and last year at the ISA World Parasurfing Championship in Pismo Beach, Central Coast, California, he was a copper medalist in this stand 2 division. As you can see, his Japanese teammates looking pretty cautious, and they know there's the nerves, there's the anticipation. Wasn't a massive amount of excitement there, but I think that was a safe score, and it's going to overtake his 4.83. It's going to be a 5.5 bet, so he's in a solid position. He's got to be happy about that.
Yeah, he's really warming up. He showed a lot more control, a lot more flow in between the maneuvers, and so yeah, the judges are basically trying to show these riders what they're looking for today.
Mike Coots Mike Coots staying nice and busy there. Forrest Weinberg and Mike Coots sitting out there. Kenjiro on his way back out. Easy paddle here at Huntington. Slightly smaller conditions than yesterday. And this is the 8th major ISA event held in Surf City, USA. So big thanks to Visit Huntington Beach for showcasing the best parasurfers in the world. And if we look back to some of the great events that the ISA have hosted here, 4 World Surfing Games in 1984, 96, 206, 222. I had the great pleasure of being on the sand in 206 here, watching Geordie Smith win the juniors, doing 2 Supermans in the final of the juniors and literally blowing people's minds, the South African. I remember that event very distinctly, and I'm very grateful to be here for the first parasurfing event as we get the replay of our Japanese surfer.
All right, I like this. He gets his foot way back on the tail. You can see the degree of turn on that one. He's in a great position with enough speed to sneak in another one, and then draws it back. As I'm looking down at that board, here's the replay. That's kind of what they would call a pop-out epoxy. So that's similar to the Surf Tech boards that you used to see. It's a brand called Placebo that are designed by Matt Biolos and produced by Murasaki Sports, which is a huge surf chain over in Japan.
Wow,
and those boards are actually only available in Japan.
So this is epoxy technology, similar to the kind of composite EPS lamination that you would have got in the Surf Tech technology. Yeah,
so more similar to the Surf Tech style than the Thunderbolt style. And here we go, Forrest Weinberg.
Speed drive from Forrest Weinberg, grabs the rail, tries to charge through that section. Didn't open up like Kenjiri's wave, but good commitment from Forrest. Sitting in second, we'll add to that 4.83 as we see Mike Coots paddling here in the Pier Bowl, looking to go for a right, up and riding. Mike Coots pumping through this section, but it just dies on him. So it won't be a significant score for Mike Coots, but he's looking hungry, he's looking busy, and he's still got a little bit of time left on the clock.
Yeah, you saw him peek over his shoulder. I think he was checking the clock to see how much time is left.
And of course, all those surfers, they can look back into the judging tower. There's a huge clock there which demonstrates the time. It's got 20 minutes is the amount of time these surfers have. Each wave they catch is scored by a panel of judges out of 10, and the surfers will carry those top 2 waves. And the surfers who finish in first and second will progress through in the main event, but the surfers at this stage who finish in third will move into the repechage round. So they will not be eliminated. They'll still have opportunities to stay in the event. As we can see, our surfer in second, Forrest turning. Forrest Weinberg from Long Beach, California, up and riding. Little head dip there, comes out of that head dip. Little shampoo Vidalsa Sassoon with a bit of conditioner as well, and kicks that float but doesn't ride out.
Yeah, that was a good looking wave.
Really
I love
nice.
the little style shampoo.
Oh, he loves that. Brilliant. Fantastic at the end of the horn as well.
Wow, that was a buzzer beater. Wow.
Could well change the situation. Fantastic surfing from Forrest Weinberg. So Kenjiro there had a 5.5 and a 4.83. And Forrest needs a 6 to move up into first position. As we can see, Jose Martinez there and Catherine Beattie and Christian Otto Bailey. They loved that. That was great surfing from Forrest. Do you think he got the 6, Ben?
I'd like to see a different angle. You know, I would like to see a different angle because we have been proven different.
We'll find out after the break. Stay with us, surf fans. We'll be right back as we're moving into Heat 2, Men's Stand 2, live for Day 2 here from Huntington Beach, Surf City, USA.
Hello and welcome to Huntington Beach, California. I'm Kelly Miller, President and CEO of Visit Huntington Beach. Known as Surf City, USA, Huntington Beach boasts 10 miles of coastline and the most consistent waves on the West Coast. Huntington Beach has it all, with endless summer weather, year-round events, outdoor activities, and oceanfront resorts and spas. So get ready to be inspired, be connected, and be here. Huntington Beach. Plan your visit at surfcityusa.com.
Welcome back to heat number 2, round 1 of the men's stand 2 division. This is surfers who ride in a standing position with a lower limb impairment below the knee, and we've just seen a great first heat between Forrest Weinberg, Kenjiro Itu, and Mike Coots. We're waiting for that last score to tabulate. Check on your website there to see if Forrest Weinberg got the score that he needed to move up into first position, but right now it's Carter Hess out of the USA and our surfer from Costa Rica, John Bolanos, and our surfer out of Canada, Nathan Smids. Of course, Nathan Smids, based here in the central coast of Southern California, lives in San Luis Obispo. He loves Morro Bay there on the central coast. He rides firewires. He's probably going to be on his 610. Also an excellent longboarder. Favorite break is Willow Creek in Big Sur. Nathan Smits is a really good surfer there. So that's going to be exciting to see Nathan kick things off. Carter Hess, he's from Panama City in northwest Florida. He likes to ride his Torque go-kart board. And then our surfer from Costa Rica, from the coast south of Nasara there. He's regular here traveling up to California, so he's going to be super comfortable here, the goofy footer in these waves at Huntington Beach, Ben.
Yeah, this is going to be amazing. And just as you're saying, Nathan Smids, he's got a gold in 2016, silver in 2021, and Carter Hess last year in the U.S. Open was Jose Martinez's pusher. So he had one prosthetic leg and one swim fin in really, really big surf, pushing Jose Martinez, getting him out in the lineup. And pretty amazing.
Amazing, and he's also been a national champion himself as Carter Hess, the 32-year-old from Team USA. They've got an iconic team there, brilliant team managed by Sean Brody, and big shout out to all the hard work, the behind the scenes that's been happening to create this incredible Team USA. 9 men, 9 women, perfectly balanced, 7 officials, 18 athletes, so many big names to look forward to in the women's divisions, the likes of Quinn Waitley, Elena Nichols. She rolled into town yesterday. She's going to be surfing in the sit division there, as we can see a little bowly left-hander there. It's our surfer in blue, John Bolanes from Costa Rica there. He has a look, the 44-year-old doesn't go the goofy footer, 2017 Costa Rican champion. And of course, we've got a nice team out of Costa Rica there, growing parasurf community, and he himself is an ISA level 2 coach.
Yeah, so you have all of these people with all of this experience, and then when you have people in your team that have that surf coach experience and can help kind of direct and manage the team, it's amazing. So everyone's kind of, we have that initial receding tide that kind of slows things down momentarily, kind of similar from yesterday.
Yep, so we got that midday, that low tide, we got that pushing tide this afternoon, dropping out now, so it will kind of slow things down a little bit, but nice glassy conditions there as our Costa Rican surfer looks to get an opportunity for a nice wide late takeoff there. Up and riding is our Costa Rican there, puts that board on rail, good cut back, so one solid strong maneuver backed up by a second turn, keeping control. I can hear the flag flying high, the pride of the Costa Rican team there. So our first wave ridden in this heat, 20-minute heats, good start for our Costa Rican, Ben.
Yeah, I like the big wide nose on that rusty board that he's riding. He was able to really kind of force that thing into the takeoff, and it had a lot of support with all of that surface underneath him.
Nathan Smids has a look at that wave. Nathan there riding the firewire, looks like to be one of the classic Polonia wood construction firewires. We just saw a Costa Rican on his 6'2" rusty egg-shaped board, looking good. Should be a strong score. We've got a little bit of perspective now from some of those scores that were dropped in our opening heat, and it comes in at a 3.0 that feels right on the money, because we saw those 5s, those near 6s being surfed by our surfers from USA and Japan in heat 1, and relative to that, it wasn't, you know, quite as strong. So 3 just seems to be right on the money.
Yeah, let's watch that one again. Pushes in there, so you can see how he had a lot of stability under the board to get that back leg up. And here he goes. Sneaks in one, he sneaks in another one. It's slightly similar to our previous heat with Kenjiro, where he fit in 2 little turns, although a little less flow between the maneuvers, a little less speed. And so that could explain a little bit lower score. I think the Kenjiro Ito's first wave was in the 4s.
So the judging criteria that the judges are analyzing is those major elements when scoring a ride: commitment, degree of difficulty, innovative and progressive maneuvers, combination of major maneuvers, variety, speed, power and flow. But of course, in accordance with the International Paralympic Committee, there's a variety of impairments that these surfers are classified into. So there's 9 classifications, 9 divisions: stand 1, 2, and 3, kneel, sit, prone 1 and 2, and the visual impairment divisions: visual impairment 1 and visual impairment 2. So if you go and tune into the ISA website, you can read more about those, and we'll continue to educate you the best we can and showcase the best surfers. As we can see, Nathan Schmitz with a big, nice section, fast, comes off the bottom, comes back into the bowl section there and just takes a fall. But that was a nice, clean overhead wave for Nathan. He'll like the shape of that wave, but he would have loved to have just ridden out of that last section.
Yeah, it looked like he was actually prepping up for the barrel, and midway through saw that it wasn't going to barrel, and last chance tried to jam out. Let's watch that one again. So here he goes. He's kind of starting to tuck in there, and then the barrel pinches on him. So he tries to build some speed to hopefully fit in a different maneuver, and the wave just ran. But great speed, great control off the bottom, and a really good line into that one.
Originally from Chatham, Ontario, representing Canada, the 39-year-old goofy footer who now lives in San Luis Obispo, which of course is very close to Pismo Beach. So when he was competing for Canada last year at the ISA World Para Surfing Championship on the Central Coast, he was really in home territory. He's come a little bit further south now to come down to Huntington, but we're really seeing a fine display of why Huntington is Surf City: the consistency, the reliability, the variety. And we heard in a post-heat interview from Christian Otter Bailey how he really feels proud to be down here, a place that he has surfed consistently over his career. In fact, we even heard from Eric Lazar, representing Hawaii, that he learned to surf at Huntington in 1976. You know, this is such a central location, not only for American surf culture, but for global surf culture.
Yeah, that's amazing. And I'd made some boards for Eric Lazar and had him on my Instagram. It turns out some of my very, very close friends had grown up with him and told me how amazing of a surfer. He was the one to push it out of all of the group, and motorcycle riding, motocross, all of it. And so, yeah, it's really amazing. But he's spent some time over here in California.
ISA is very grateful and stoked to be partnering with Visit Huntington Beach and the Foundation for Global Sport Development, GSD. GSD has been working with the ISA since 2019, providing grants to support the development of parasurfing and support the classification process and coaching and equipment. And with that, let's go down to Mitchell Salazar, who's with the winner of our first heat of the day out of Tokyo, Kenjiro.
That's right, Sam. Kenjiro, first of all, big congratulations. Sam was just mentioning that you are from Tokyo, the city. How did you originally get into surfing after being from a very populated city, one of the capitals of the world?
I'm Tokyo City, hometown Chiba place, like 1 hour, 2 hour, every day, every day car. But long drive, not stress. I don't know.
You were just here in California 2 months ago for the U.S. Open of Surfing in Oceanside, California. What are the similarities you see from Oceanside to Huntington Beach?
Oceanside, wide break, hard break, but one board break broken, so bad. And Huntington Beach, so easy, so break, I'm happy.
So your placebo looks good. 49 liters, you were telling me, a lot of volume. How did it feel out there this morning? You got the heat win.
Standing fast, turn it drive, no, standing fast, but duck dive, oh, I don't know.
Congratulations, Kenji. See you in the next round.
Thank you so much. 最後一言。日本で見てくれる皆さん、また明日も頑張りますので応援の方よろしくお願いいたします。Thank you so much.
Sam?
Thanks so much, Mitchell. Ben, over to you for a little translation of that last phrase from Kenjiro.
Yeah, that's what they call an ON message, which is basically just a message to all the people that are supporting you and looking after you. Just kind of a thank you message for everyone for all of their support. And as he was saying, it's about a 2-hour drive without traffic from Tokyo to Chiba. And you have to pay tolls through every city. So it's an expensive trip as well as a pretty long trip. And of course, Chiba, Ichinomiya, where he surfs, is the first Olympic venue of our first Olympic surfing in Tokyo 2020.
Yeah, and you had the great pleasure of participating as a member of staff in that, and you know that's really the kind of the beginnings of this wonderful Olympic movement, the vision that Yuko Kanemoko had, and you know we're really seeing the fruits of that now, and we've got Paris 2024 to look forward to, of course, there in Tahiti where we will have the surfing, but right now the attention is on the opportunities for parasurfing to be in the Paralympic program for Los Angeles 2028. How important would that mean for the Japanese parasurfing community to know they could come here to go for goals in California?
Well, you know what? They're really pushing it in all the sports. Right now they're leading in skateboarding, very strong snowboarders, snowboard Olympians, and so they take their sport very, very seriously, and to be contenders in the parasurfing Paralympics would just be amazing.
Yeah, I mean, there's many parallels between the Japanese action sports community and the Californian action sports community. You know, real good, strong skate, snowboard, and surf communities in both areas.
Yeah, and after spending years and years in Japan, basically all of their culture is led by us here in California. So anything that's cool in California becomes cool in Japan, and then they take it and just put their own touches on it, and sometimes end up doing it better than we do.
And Kenjiro talked about Oceanside. Recently there's been the US Adaptive Championships down there at Oceanside, and Spike Kane, who represents England but is based there at Oceanside, he talks about how a lot of the international parasurfers stay at his place. He calls it the Volcom House of parasurfing, and a lot of the Japanese surfers will stay with him, and there's a great community here, and that's one of the powerful elements. Is not only is this community growing, but it's also got this really good cohesion, and people are open to share ideas. You know, how is it when someone makes a breakthrough with a board design? How open are they to share that breakthrough with other para athletes?
Well, you know, it's funny because once they're down on the beach, they don't hide their boards away like most of the shortboard contests, and the boards are just laying out to study. And so as people are cruising around this little access tracks path around here, they can check out boards, they can check out where the fins, where the handles are. We've seen a rider from Italy, he's got this completely formed torso cradle on his board. Amazing, amazing movement here, and we're starting to get into new materials and also just really mixing up things that help their body ease stress and increase their mobility.
Huntington Beach, of course, exposed to those winter North Pacific swells as much as the summer southern swells, so consistent all year, and Surf City has its Surf City nights every Tuesday, community spirited, farmers markets and carnival atmosphere and art. So that takes place in the first 3 blocks of Main Street from the Pacific Coast Highway to Orange Avenue, and it really is such a celebration of surf culture. You know, for me as an international visitor, you just get to really appreciate the powerful role that this city has had in surf culture globally, and all the stars who've performed here. As we see live action, our surfer from Costa Rica looking for a wave there, doesn't catch it, but he's out there in the lead with that 3.0. Nathan Smits gets a 2.17, as we can see. Team Canada there, a little bit of patience there. You see Amory Packer there. She's going to be competing later today. There's a great atmosphere with the Canadian team. They've got some fantastic performers. Nathan Smits, of course, one of the big names, but many others. And one of the icons, of course, is Victoria Fagey. Canada has both that Atlantic and the Pacific, and even the Arctic coast. It's the world's second largest country by area, capital, Ottawa. Great motto, from sea to sea, and of course, you know, a homeland of the Indigenous First Nations people there. And a really strong team, 4 men, 4 women. I talked about Anne-Marie Paquet there, Victoria Fagey, Lisa Franks, Ling Pai in the visual impairment division. She's a really good surfer there. We got Nathan Smids, we got Jonathan Maranovic, new to the scene. I met Jonathan in Europe earlier this season there. He's living out there in Costa Rica. He comes from an action sports background, very keen snowboarder, but you know, new to surfing, and he's going to be representing Canada later on today.
Exciting. Yeah, so we got this little lull. You can see how much water is built up. We still really have that kind of, that backwash coming off. We have a real steep shoreline when you walk down, and that's sending all this kind of reverberation energy out. And so kind of deepening the break, not letting those mid-range smaller waves break, because it's just simply too much water above the sandbar at the moment.
I heard from Christian Otter Bailey that we got some Santa Ana winds forecast for the next days. You know, tell us a little bit for the untrained kind of surfers tuning in, what the significance of the Santa Ana winds can be for wave quality here in Southern California.
Well, one thing is, as long as we have waves, it's a great thing, because if the waves are too small, the offshores can actually kind of kill the energy and blow the energy back to sea, as we see live action.
So this is a wave from Carter Hess, his first wave there. As we can see, Nathan Smits getting his second wave. He's got a 2.17 for his opening score, so he'll back that up. If he gets above a 1 there, he'll move up into first position. As we just we've been talking about these Santa Ana winds, it's going to be offshore. It could improve wave quality, but we just want to make sure we got enough wave size to really maximize that opportunity.
Yeah, a lot of times with those strong offshores, it can kind of just make a swell disappear. But we've got plenty of waves on offer. The cool thing about Santa Ana's is when it gets a lower tide, it really opens up the barrel. And we've got a lot of guys that can get in the tube. And there's Forrest and Josh Bogle's famous dog, Maya, that's always on the beach. Very, very cool little buddy. Got Team Kauai over here.
Jose Martinez there, Christian Otter Bailey, Catherine Beattie, of course, the first woman in wheelchair MX to do a backflip. So, you know, she works as a TV writer. She'll be competing later. Jose Martinez did a great post-heat interview yesterday, and he was absolutely shredding, originally from Compton, Los Angeles. So very proud to be in a local area for him here in Huntington Beach.
Definitely. And he lives way out in the desert, about 3 hours away. It's a big, long drive, even though he is originally from the area. He's got this nice, big kind of semi-ranch out in the desert, but he travels out, sometimes comes down, sees us in Oceanside, up here in Huntington. He gets around, surfs a lot of practice sessions over on the North Del Mar jetties on the Camp Pendleton.
Yeah, and a military veteran himself. A big shout out as well to Amp Surf, who've been running some clinics a couple of days ago. Dana Cummings is down here, of course, the Para Surf League founder and Amp Surf founder, who've been focusing on ability since 2003, as we get to see the replay of Carter Hess's last wave.
Yeah, so Carter was sitting back for a while with first priority, waiting for that wave. That didn't quite work out, you could tell by his body language, but this one from Nathan, a little longer stretch to it.
So Nathan Smids now out into the lead with a 2.17 and a 1.67. So our Costa Rican there looking for that backup score. So Nathan did get what he needed to move up into first position. So it puts the pressure on Carter Hess now. Slower heat, you know, what in these situations here at Huntington with the Pier Bowl, the Middle Peak, the opportunity to move down south towards Machado's, you know, what is often the best strategy for the competitors when they're hunting a particular wave for a low score?
Well, it's interesting. It seems like a good amount of this heat, they were just trying to find their place in the lineup, and we have seen the conditions already change just since our first heat.
Up and riding out Costa Rican there, chasing a small score to move back into first position. He only needs a 0.85. He had a little bit of open face on the beginning there, but there wasn't a strong maneuver, but you get the feeling it could just be enough to put Nathan Smits back down into second with just 20 seconds remaining, Ben.
And smartly played, because he just sat and waited for first priority to come around to him in those dying moments. So excellent heat management as far as that goes.
Carter Hess up and riding just in time. 7 seconds remaining. He's going to add to his 1.27. Some open face there, but no opportunity for an off the lip there. So he will get a score, but it needs a 2.57 to move up into first positions. We can see the American team there cheering for Carter. It looks like our Costa Rican there is going to stay in first or second. Nathan Schmidt's waiting for that last score to drop as well. So stay tuned to find out what those results are. We'll be right back for heat number 3. Short break. Stay with us, ladies and gentlemen, as we continue day 2 live from Surf City of the ISA World Parasurfing Championship.
Parasurfing has the power to bring us together. Together, we push the limits, further the sport, and go for gold. You've crossed countries to get to the World Championships. Let Access Tracks simplify crossing the sand. Access Tracks, the official beach access pathway of the ISA World Parasurfing Championships.
Welcome back to the Parasurf community globally, tuning in wherever you are, and if you're local and you're a wheelchair user, come on down to Huntington Beach because we've got access tracks all across the sand here to watch the action as we move into heat number 3 of Stand 2 men with Philip Nord out of France, fantastic competitor who finished in silver place at the 2022 ISA World Parasurfing Championship, and then our Costa Rican competitor Valdia Enrique, and then I was just talking about this new lad on the block, Jonathan Maranovic, based in Costa Rica, a snowboarder new to surfing, lives in Tamarindo, 2 years as an amputee. Big shout out to his parents. I know his mum Barb will be tuning in, his wife Natalia, and his 3 daughters, Avena, Ulia, and Sasha. He's really stoked to be here representing Team Canada. 3 surfers in this heat, as we have seen in the opening 2 heats today, with the likes of Forrest Weinberg and Carter Hess looking good. And we've got 2 more heats after this of this opening Stand 2 men's round, as we will continue the action through the day, moving into different categories. So if there's particular surfers you want to follow today, you've got the likes of women's prone 2 coming up after this, and then we got men's Stand 3, men prone 2 round 2. That's going to be very exciting. We move then into the men's sit and the men's and women's visual impairment categories, visual impairments 1 and visual impairments 2. So it's a big day. It's day 2, and the swell is continuing. Not as big as yesterday, but we still got very good contestable waves. I'm Sam Bleakley, joined again by Ben Way. Ben, we've had a couple of good heats, but a little bit slow. Wave selection seems to be a big element today.
Yeah, definitely, at least just at this tide. I think within the next hour or so, we'll see that drain out a little bit. We'll see these waves able to pop up on that outside sandbar, which is a little more favorable, produces a little bit more of a shoulder. I was talking to Johnny from Canada earlier as he was stretching, and he said he was super stoked that he saw a bunch of rights today, and he said he favors his front side. So it'll be interesting to see how he approaches that.
Yeah, I had the opportunity to commentate on his surfing at the Welsh Adaptive Surf Championship at the Wave Bristol earlier this season, and he's a lively competitor based there, of course, in Tamarindo in Costa Rica. Opportunity for a great training platform, but kicking off the first ride, it's having a chase of that one. Philip Nord from Vendée in southwest France there, the silver medalist from the 2022 World Parasurfing Championship and the bronze medalist from the previous year, 2021. So those last 2 showings there at Pismo on the central coast of California. He performed well. He's our reigning French champion, the 39-year-old, and of course he lives there at Vendée, an area famous for its tuna and lobster fishing, and he surfs La Polante, and he's a member of the Saint-Gilles-de-Croix surf club there. Big, powerful area of French surfing, and Philippe is he's a really kind of stalwart for the French parasurf community, as we see Quinn Waitley coming down to watch the action, Ben.
Quinn Waitley, and there we have Mo Johnson, our classifier over the left. See her dad, David, in the back, putting a sweatshirt on. He'll be out there pushing Quinn into waves. Coach Chris over there from Hawaii, helping with the team Israel. And just as you mentioned, Amp Surf's Dana Cummings right in the middle.
Yeah, big shout out to Dana there. You know, he was a Team USA member last year at the World Parasurfing Championship, but it's up and riding right now out of Costa Rica. Valdia carving 360 turn and rides out of that with style. Ben Way, I am speechless. That was absolutely outstanding.
I don't think anyone saw that coming.
That was out of nowhere.
That was insane.
Philip Nord backing it up with a big bowly right-hander there on the backside, hard off the bottom, top turn, high standard, kicking off already. 2 really good turns there. Doesn't ride out of that second turn, but we've just seen a Costa Rican there absolutely unleashing a full 360, carving 360 on the open face. I don't think I've actually had the privilege of calling a heat in the parasurf community for the stand 2 where I've seen someone do that full carving 360 on the face.
I'd have to agree. That was so cool, and it's gonna be interesting to see what the judges give that one.
From Santa Cruz, Guanajuato, loves El Golfo, loves the surf south of Tamarindo, rides that fish-shaped board. It's Carnival surfboards, and here's the replay.
There he is. You see him, you just get that one pump. He really, knowing off the takeoff, you could tell he was really prepping up for that one. And then goes up, able to recover and almost finish with some speed. I like this one. So he gets real high up on the face, make sure he makes some room to get pulled back up into that high section, zoom out with some speed, and almost got the second maneuver as well.
Well, let's find out what the scores are going to be for these 2 fantastic rides from our Costa Rican and our Frenchman. But right now, let's go down to the glass with the winner of our last heat with Mitchell Salazar.
Thank you, Sam. Here with John Barrantes from Costa Rica. First of all, John, felicidades, congratulations. How much do you think it alleviates pressure having a round-robin format rather than the normal rapid charge format here at the ISA Parasurfing event?
Well, thank you very much for the interview, and I want to say thanks for everybody for this event. I'm going hit by hit, and then I know I have a second round that I can do better scores. The wave, they kind of change when I get into my hit, so I didn't have the scores that I was looking for, so I need to get better for the second one. Usually I compete by myself. All the athletes in my category, they're amazing. So, you know, it's not, of course, it's always a pressure to get better the score, but I'm just happy to be here, represent my country.
You're obviously very well conditioned too. You like to box on the side just beside surfing too. How much do you think it matters when it comes to conditioning, especially at a beach break like HB?
Yeah, well, the conditions and the wave helps a lot, you know, like I used to like really heavy conditions where I'm from, very consistent, but in competitions, you got what you got. So it's the ocean, and I wish in my hit the wave were a little better. This morning I was surfing, it was amazing, but it's what it is. I'm just happy to be here.
Anything you want to say to people back in Costa Rica?
Claro, un saludo allá para toda la gente, mi familia, mis papás, mi esposa y toda la gente allá de Playa Carrillo y Camaronal.
Felicidades, John. Pura vida.
Pura vida, absolutely. Multilingual Ben Way, little translation of those last words in Spanish?
Yeah, he just said he wanted to say thanks to his family, to his parents, and everyone at home.
Look at that little right-hander there, just pulling up some sand with it. You can see the coloration change there with just that wedgy section. We've got a 5.0 drop for Baldia there for that 360. Philip Nord there gets a 233, so demonstrating his surfing ability, but just needed to ride out of that second turn. So low start there for Philippe, but a solid score for Baldia.
Yeah, it seemed that, I mean, we've seen Philippe do some amazing surfing. We know he's capable of very, very strong turns. It looked like possibly his stance and his body positioning were slightly off on that one, on not letting him finish that last maneuver, which probably would have put him on top had he gotten that turn and then finished that last little floater where he kind of wobbled out.
Pier Bowl Peak here coming up, left and right on offer here, but it's our surfer from Costa Rica with first priority. He's up and riding, he's going right. He's got that open face section now, a little off the top, cuts back, throws a little bit of spray, nice drone footage to really see the work that he's doing there. And he takes a fall on that second turn, but a good backup score. So he's going to replace that 0.77, adding to that 5. Had he ridden out of that last turn, you get the feeling that could have been a really strong score as a second carrier.
Yeah, and one thing I wanted to point out is when you see the front leg amputees compared to the back leg amputees, front leg amputees have to make a lot more room to get that front foot up.
Philip Nord, re-entry, powers that, climbs out, rides out with style. That's going to be a strong score. One maneuver, but dynamic, high degree of difficulty, commitment. Was it clear that he rode out of that with enough control to really solidify a solid score?
I would believe so. Yeah, I definitely think he's going to feel a lot better about that one, definitely. And it's interesting because you have Philippe with the rear leg amputation. Let's watch this one. He gets in really late. Not a lot of time to get up on this one. Smacks it. Oh, yeah, no, that's perfectly
I like that, you know, that was great. You know, I saw kind of a little bit of Mark Occhilupo there competing at the OP Pro in the kind of late 80s, you know, going hard off the lip.
Having some flashbacks.
Fantastic there. Philip Nord out of France, of course, a silver medalist last year at the ISA World Parasurfing Championship. Waiting for a score to drop there. He's got a 2.33. Looks like it's going to be his strongest score of the heat. Backup score for Baldir from Costa Rica there is a 3.57. So he's out there in a solid situation there. He's got a bit of open face here to deal with. He's going to get this right-hander. He's up. Nearly nosedives there on the takeoff there, but kicks that board out. It just ran away from him, so he's not going to replace that 3.57, but Philip Nord will be waiting eagerly to hear what score he's dropped from the judges. So they get the opportunity to maybe analyze the replay there, just see how the control kind of factored into that re-entry. One maneuver, but we saw yesterday sometimes the judges going big on those one maneuvers.
Yeah, look at this. So great job of saving the nose there. We haven't been outside for a little bit, but judging from the lip, it looks like we're getting a little bit of offshore wind.
And we saw a twin fin there, so that really kind of demonstrates the ability to slide those fins, slide that tail, as we see Philip Nord there up and riding, the goofy footer there, cuts back, a little off the top there, stays low, not able to keep moving as that wave just dies on him. Johnny from Canada there, based in Tamarindo in Costa Rica, just moving himself closer to the peak, looking to get his first ride. But I can emphasize that Johnny's very new to surfing. This is, you know, his first time representing Canada at the ISA World Para Surfing Championship. He's been 2 years an amputee there. He comes from a really strong action sports background as a snowboarder, and he's got 7 minutes and 30 seconds to get a couple of scores on the board, Ben.
Yeah, it looks like the pier bowl right that he was looking at earlier has kind of disappeared with the change in tide and changing conditions. So I think he's possibly changing his strategy and starting to kind of migrate over to the middle peak where everyone's getting the majority of the scores.
So Philip Nord drops a 4.07 for that one maneuver. So great work there from the judges, demonstrating that those one big maneuvers are very important. And that really opens up opportunities for all surfers to recognize not always do they need those long open face waves. If they can do a progressive, innovative, dynamic maneuver with control, with speed, power, and flow, they can go big on the scores.
Yeah, and also in conditions like this where you have kind of limited size and limited speed going into the maneuvers, if you save that speed for one big maneuver rather than trying to bleed out that speed in a couple small maneuvers, the judges are really rewarding that.
Big opportunity for Johnny here for Canada, based in Tamarindo in Costa Rica. He's in first priority. Philip Nord will probably look to go left. No, he recognizes that Johnny could have got that wave. So Philip knew he was out of priority. I think he was just checking if Johnny wasn't going to catch it, but as soon as he saw Johnny was a contender for that wave, he didn't commit to it 100% because he didn't want to get a paddle interference as Baldir, our heat leader, looks to get onto this right-hander. He's not going to catch that. He'll change the priority situation, which will now likely switch into Johnny there. You can see that one now next to Johnny's name. Baldir goes to second priority because he paddled for a wave and missed it. So the priority judge deemed that commitment to try to catch a wave means that we have to then switch priority to the next surfers. As we can see, Hannah Dines for Team England there. She's going to be surfing later today. Somebody who had the benefit of winning a fantastic sports aid grant in the UK through Sport England, a backing the best grant that gave her an opportunity to spend money on training, equipment, and it's really paying off. She's got fantastic surfboard shaped by Welsh dynamic shaper, the mighty JP, Johnny Purton, and she's been looking really good. She comes off the back of a bigger result Oceanside at the US Adaptive Surf Championship. She's a reigning national champion, represented Team England last year, and I've seen huge improvements in her surfing, particularly through that relationship working with her shaper, JP, Johnny Purton, as Philip Nord is up and riding off the bottom. Nice turn there, but that wave just didn't deliver that second section.
Yeah, he was on the top of a double up, and unfortunately the bottom was better. Here we go, Baldir.
Nice section here, the pier ball left there, comes off the bottom, off the top, holds it. He's going to go for the re-entry, but he doesn't ride out of the re-entry. But I like that first turn. It was committed. Good oversized shaped wave on takeoff. Great control for that first maneuver.
Yeah, and he's got a very, very solid stance on the board. And one thing I wanted to point out is the different types of the prosthetic legs. And so a lot of these guys will have what they call a surf foot, which is a rubberized foot shape that goes over that carbon fiber. Whoa, here we go.
Big moment, Ben. This is Johnny in his first ISA event for Team Canada, and it was great to see him get the opportunity to get away. He wants to come out of this heat knowing he gave it everything. So he didn't make it to his feet on that ride, but I really want to emphasize once again how new Johnny is to surfing. And this is a completely new discipline for him. He hasn't been surfing very long, but as an action sports enthusiast and being based now in Tamarindo, for me, he's someone who's going to get good quick. But look at this turn from Philip Nord.
Yeah, so he gets a little bit of a redirection there, but unfortunately that bottom half came up and under as we have Baldir off the bottom. Gets a quick little turn there, eyes up this section, gets up on there, and here we have Johnny. So just as we were saying earlier, he said he favors his front side, and partly of which is just making room for that prosthesis. And so it's not as easy. You can't suck your knees and your feet up under your body the way you can with an able-bodied surfer. So it takes a lot more time to get into that solid stance.
Philip Nord went for a paddle there, might well switch in priority there. So you can still see that number one next to Philip Nord, and now it changes. Baldir there, our heat leader with first priority. He's holding two good scores, a 5 and a 3.57. Philip Nord wants to get that 5.41 or better to move up into first position. Both of these surfers in first and second would progress into that next round, but the surfer in third, if Johnny remains in third and he doesn't get the score he needs in the last 2 minutes 30 seconds, he won't be eliminated. He'll move into the repechage round with still the opportunity to stay in the event, and if he keeps progressing in first and second through those repechage heats, he can still get to the grand final. Johnny eyeing this up. Second priority though, he doesn't go for that. It would have been his front side. He might have also recognized that because Baldir had first priority, he didn't want to commit, but also it was a quick takeoff. It was going to run away from him. So also recognizing he might not have made that section.
Yeah, I think he was just eyeing up and kind of predicting that that thing would have been a little bit too fast to get into. And now we see as we're starting to get lower on time, Baldir holding that first priority is moving closer to the other competitors. He might just see something out in the ocean, or it might be just preparing himself to block the other competitors from moving up.
Highlights real material there from Baldir, from Costa Rica, from Playa La Quintilo in Santa Cruz, Guanacaste there, kicking off his campaign today with that carving 360 turn on his twin fin, dropped to 5.0. He'll re-watch that. I hope he puts it up on his Instagram. You can follow him at Valeo Baldir, VALJOBLDR on his Instagram, as we see Philip Nord really radical surfing, up and down, connecting, flowing, speed, power, drive, control, and he's still got scoring potential here as he rides out with style. Philip Nord, silver medalist from 2021 at ISA World Parasurfing Championship, as his teammate Maxine, the 13-year-old, who's half New Zealander, half Frenchman, based in Southwest France, flying that flag there. Philip Nord, that's got to be a big score.
Yeah, and he's only requiring a 4.51. And what does he get?
I think it's going to be a big one there. There it is, a 5.57. So it moves up into first position there. He adds that 4.07. So it now means that Baldia needs a 4.65, and he's up and riding on the backside there. Nice section off the bottom, off the top, spray, control, second turn, keeping his balance, getting a lower stance there. So chasing a score of a 4.65. He's carrying that 3.57. Relative to his 5, do you think that could go higher than that opening ride with that carving 360?
I think it's going to be just about there, but it might not get it.
17 seconds remaining, so Jonathan Johnny Maranovic, representing Canada, based in Tamarindo, Costa Rica. He's got a few more seconds to get his second wave. He's carrying a score, did get one wave. He will get the opportunity to ride this wave in, but it won't change the situation. So Philip Nord takes the win. Baldia Enriquez from Costa Rica in second. And great to see Jonathan Johnny Maranovic from Canada representing his nation. Stay with us, surf fans, because we've got JP Vaudry, an icon from South Africa, coming up next with Shannon Hughes and Mitchell Salazar coming into the booth to call the action.
My name is JP Vaudry from South Africa. So my accident happened on the 23rd of May 2009, and I was shooting a wedding, and I decided to take my motorbike. It was such a beautiful evening. Just before I got home, 2 kilometers from my house, someone ran a stop street, hit and run, never been found. When the surgeon told me that he was going to take my leg, the very first thing I thought of was, am I going to surf again? Unless you've actually been there, it's hard to digest, what you can and can't do. But I mean, I was a surfer before my accident, and I wanted to carry on being a surfer, stand-up surfer that is. And I think that's what inspired me to get going. Friends and family said, don't put too much pressure on yourself. I decided to go the other route. I got all my friends, all the media, surfing magazines, they all were there on the beach waiting to see what would happen with my first wave. I had many quiet moments in the changing rooms, getting ready as everyone is in anticipation. I'm proud to say I got up on my very first wave. I can't even express the feeling, and haven't looked back since. Once you get that first wave, anything's possible. But my friends say I surf better now than before. I'm just chasing life, really, and I start my day with a surf. I spend as much time with my family as possible, just because it could all go in a second, and I want to know that I've got no regrets.
Well, inspirational stories is what this week is all about, as well as amazing surfing, great waves being ridden. And here we go with Mathieu of Team France up and riding quick in and out for his opening ride. We are now in heat number 4 for men's round 1 of our stand 2 division. Continuing on, we've got one more heat of this before we start to see the women hitting the lineup. Shannon Hughes in the booth alongside Mitch Salazar to call the action. We've got a stacked field, Mitch, with France, South Africa, Israel, and Norway in the water.
Yeah, and it's cool to see Norway in there. Was able to talk to Ismail before he paddled out this morning again. He's wearing a Viking helmet, basically, when he's not in the water, and he's a super cool dude. But a stacked heat for sure. There's Ismail right now. Matthew Gaujon, he's been here since very first light, preparing a very important heat for him, but with the round-robin format, still looking to improve on your 2 waves in the next qualifying round 2, Shannon.
That's right. There's plenty of opportunity. Get those first couple good waves in, but still with another chance for the second qualifying round. As we take a look now at Ishmael for Team Norway. Flying down the line. Great looking way to start things off. Finds a bit of projection. And JP Vaudry, we just saw that great clip hearing a little bit more about his story, an accident that's turned into, you know, he's really turned it into good, being back in the ocean and representing his nation of South Africa on the international level now.
Yeah, and riding a Spine Tech by Channel Islands too. Didn't get to see which model he was riding, but easily one of the premier surfers in this division and this classification, Shannon. I truly feel that these kind of conditions suit him quite a bit, but as you mentioned, he really took that into consideration when coming here to a beach break. He wanted to be able to prepare himself, was able to do that over on the beautiful beaches of Durban in South Africa. But JP, a really considerate person when it comes to competing. When I was on the glass over there interviewing for the first few heats of the morning, he saw me and he came up and he's like, hey, you ready for my interview? I'm going to go out there and smash it. And I was like, go do your thing, dude.
Very excited to see what he can get up to out in the water, as we've got a 1.33 that's dropped through for first wave of Mathieu. And with 16 minutes, 20 seconds on the clock, let's go down to the beach to catch up with Sam Bleakley and the winner of that last heat.
Thanks so much, Shannon. Philippe, we're gonna do this in French, so we got some translation. I do speak a bit of French, but I don't think it's good enough, so I'm gonna benefit from your translator. But fantastic heat, great start. I just want to find out how you're feeling.
Ouais, bonjour, ça fait toujours plaisir de revenir sur cette compétition-là. De la plage, on pensait que les vagues étaient un peu plus faciles à négocier, mais en fait, c'est vrai que dans l'eau, le plan d'eau bougeait beaucoup, donc j'ai réussi à m'en sortir avec 2 vagues. Mais c'est vrai que dans ma tête, j'aurais préféré faire plus, une vague à 7, ça aurait été vraiment confort pour le premier round. Mais bon, c'est comme ça, tout le monde a un petit peu galéré sur le premier round, donc ça veut dire que les vagues n'étaient pas si faciles que ça, quoi.
Joe Bon?
I say hello everybody, always happy to be here again. And I thought the waves were better when I ride this morning, but it was not so easy in the heat. But you know, the other surfers it was not very easy for them. But he would prefer to have a better score. But he's happy with that and try to do better for the next hit.
Well, you're looking really good. My last question is, you have a really strong parasurf team for France. Tell us about the parasurf community in France and what your aims are this year as a team.
Il dit que l'équipe de France arrive avec beaucoup de surfeurs et une équipe complète, et donc il voudrait avoir un petit peu ta sensation sur notre équipe et le parasurf en France.
C'est vrai que depuis quelques années, là, le parasurf se développe beaucoup, et l'année dernière, on est venu avec beaucoup d'athlètes, mais on est passé vraiment à 2 doigts de la médaille d'or en équipe. Donc là, cette année, tout le staff et toute la fédé ont mis tout en œuvre pour qu'on parte vraiment une équipe complète, encore plus entraînée qu'avant. Et du coup, je pense que cette année, on a vraiment toutes les armes pour décrocher la médaille d'or cette année. Voilà.
And he said that last year we had a good team too, and we were so close to be World Championship. So we made a lot of things in France this year to arrive with a big team this year, and we hope the best for our team this year.
Allez le bleu.
Yeah, thank you.
Back to the action.
Thanks so much, Sam. Great to hear from Team France. And they've been really showing up to ISA events in full force lately. We've just seen them put together a really strong performance at the ISA World Sup and Paddleboard Championships, which they hosted at home in Les Sables d'Olonne. They've also had some great showings at the World Surfing Games, the juniors level, as well as the longboard in the last couple of seasons. So you can really see that as a nation, France has invested in all of their teams across the board.
Well, especially with the Olympics coming up in Paris too. You know, the surfing aspect is going to be in Tahiti, but they already have at least one guaranteed spot on both the men's and women's side. Bahina Fierro will be in there, and Kali Vost already qualified too. I just feel like overall they've always been one of the best competitive teams out there, Shannon.
Ishmael now up and riding, nearly dives the nose in on that takeoff, but is able to hold on to it. And great top to bottom surfing as he finishes off on the inside. He's got that 3.67 to start off with, Mitch. He's now gonna build on that 1.5 behind. JP opened up with a 4.67 as the highest score of the heat so far, and Nachman with a 4.57, really even between those two highest scores of the heat.
Yeah, and just to reiterate, this is a shortboarding event, so there isn't a longboard actual division, so you will be scored as a shortboarder despite the board that you're riding.
JP now up and riding. Woo. Great backhand whip to start off with. Sets his line for that second turn. Connects through for the third. And showing why he walked away with the silver medal last year, he'll be going for gold this year.
No, I definitely feel like he's a strong contender right now, Shannon. As we look at Gaujon right there, go down real quick. And Balulu now up and riding.
Former silver medalist from the 2021 World Parasurfing Championships for Nachman of Team Israel. So with a quick kick in and out, he would have been hoping that wave could hold open just a little bit longer. And he'll be putting a backup score, but that last one for JP, definitely showing he is a contender.
Yeah, and you're speaking about France and how good they are competitively. It really comes down to organization and communication within themselves. You know, especially if, you know, parasurfing were to go into the Paralympics, they'd have to unite, so you couldn't have Reunion competing as one. You couldn't have French Polynesia competing individually. Everybody would have to come together, which would strengthen their team even more. But you look at what they've done in the last few years, especially with the people that have qualified for the championship tour. I still think Joanne Defay has been the best representative on the women's side. You have Jeremy Flores doing incredible things even after retirement. And now you're seeing it through the parasurfing development too.
It's so true as we take a look at this replay.
Yeah, Ismail doing some good work right here. I mean, he's a strong dude to be able to move that board around that easily. Seems like an epoxy too, and a good grip underneath his feet as well. But this wave from JP comes in as a massive one, Shannon, an 8.17. Real strong carve on the backhand there, little setup turn, and finishes with a tight click in the pocket for 3 consecutive maneuvers.
Ishmael has to pull out. He was under 4th priority. JP had 1st priority, and he uses that as more of a tactical move within the heat.
Well, if the wave had potential too, use your priority. You know, you have unconditional right away when you have higher priority than somebody else.
Mathieu now up and riding. Good looking left in front of him, the goofy foot. And he's gonna find that little top line to finish off with. He'll be improving on his score line, looking for a 4.67 to take himself into the top 2 positions.
And this guy does everything. He climbs, he bikes, he loves to swim too, 34 years of age. And you talk about conditioning, I feel like a lot of these surfers that are in this event, whether you're in a different classification or not, Shannon, they're all doing several different types of activities besides just surfing. It's obviously huge for their development overall, but I think in terms of getting something outside of surfing, it's really important to be able to use all different parts of your body to be able to condition yourself, especially at a beach break type wave.
It's so true, that overall conditioning, also that enjoyment of just getting that exercise in, but doing it in a variety of ways. You're not just having to hit the gym, you're not just actually relying on there being surf or really wanting to have kind of that Grom energy, that froth to always have to go out into the water. Sometimes it's just not really there. If you've got another sport that's going on behind the scenes, like so many of these competitors, whether it's, you know, skateboarding, snowboarding, or something completely different to a board sport like cycling or playing basketball or anything like that, then you've got something else that's, you're out there, you're exercising, you're staying fit, healthy, and active, and likely part of a great community.
Yeah, and you want to be able to distract yourself from surfing when you can too, especially if you're competing all the time. As we look at Fabricio Pazzetti from the next heat coming up, he looks very eager to get out there, has that front pad even on the top of his board. But overall, you know, there's different ways to be able to excite yourself when there are waves. You know, when they're swelling the water, you want to be surfing as much as you can, but after that, you know, it usually comes to a period of decline where you have a couple of weeks off from good waves. So when you come from an area like here in Southern California, you need to be able to entertain yourself and kind of get your mind off of competitive surfing, especially if you're doing an event 2 to 3 times a month.
So true. There's so many events littering the coast of California.
Yeah. Well, it's a good thing financially, economically. It provides a lot of jobs for people, including myself, but it can be a lot of work, and especially if you're a competitor, that just means that you're focused on competing 24/7, and it can be overwhelming every now and then, Shannon.
Yeah, you've got to find those ways to be able to tap out. As we take a look at live action here, paddle from Ishmael. He's done really well within this heat. Sitting on a 5-point ride is his high score so far. Great takeoff, beautiful looking wave. And drives through that finishing turn, just gets caught off balance and is unable to complete that final maneuver. Chasing down a 7.85 to get himself into that leading position. Do you think that he could be replacing that 3.67? We'll get back to that in a moment as we take a look at JP. And great opening turn, gauges that rail, and he'll kick out.
Yeah, he looks good on the backhand. We really haven't seen him in this heat go right. There haven't been many available rights out there, and that wind
as predicted, has picked up quite significantly too. So you see a lot more textured water out there on the open face. But overall, I feel like with this northwest wind that's picking up right now, Shannon, we're going to see the lefts become a lot more available for a lot of these surfers because they're going to be cleaner than the right-handers. So right now with 7 minutes to go, we have the round robin format. You want to be able to go out there and improve on your 2 scores, whether in this heat or the next qualifying round. But both Ismail and JP are in a good position to keep at least their top scores right now moving into, you know, what would be the quarterfinals for them.
It's so true. Holding on to that excellent score will, you know, be a great thing for JP as we see Nachman with a heavy takeoff. Unable to make the drop. He's holding on to that 4.57. He'll be hopeful to replace that, but even if he just gets a single score that's higher than that, that'll be great coming into his next qualifying heat. 6 minutes, 30 seconds on the clock. And we've got a huge day of surfing ahead of us, Mitch.
Yeah.
Bright and early start. We got our first heat underway around 7:30 this morning. And we're looking to finish off around 4:30, which will be right before sunset. Now that daylight savings has come through, we'll be needing to finish out competition by 5 p.m.
Yeah, this came in as a 6.33 for JP. Good looking first turn right there. Got a little hung up coming out of it, but just the execution of going up into the lip line, especially with a lot of spray, it means that your timing's correct on the waves that you have out there. And more importantly, he's finding those steep sections on the left too, Shannon. That board looks good.
It's looking really, really good. He looks like he's been putting in a lot of work back at home. Surfing, you know, the beach breaks back at home in East London, in that area that would provide something similar to what he was going to be competing in as well, so that he was used to those conditions, staying away from, you know, the point breaks or the reef breaks maybe in preparation, and it's definitely paying off for JP at the moment.
And I haven't had the pleasure of going to South Africa yet, but I had you know, a chance to travel with a couple of guys when I was doing the QS, specifically guys that, you know, were very good, but what they had to do was travel quite a bit throughout their own country, because if you're from a small town like Jeffreys Bay or East London, there's not as many events that you would find whether in Durban or in Cape Town. So going to those places where you're seeing better surfer with more consistency, and especially at beach breaks, I feel like that's a huge opportunity for a lot of the young kids coming up through a lot of programs to be able to go outside, and especially if you have the budget to do so, right now is the time, Shannon.
Yeah, I lived in South Africa for about 7 years. Jeffreys Bay was home for a long time for me in my 20s, and it's exactly that. There's so many, the quality of waves in South Africa is untapped. I think it's the best country to live in as a surfer, hands down, from point breaks to beach breaks, reef breaks, everything in between, and very few surfers to the population. So you get a lot of opportunity to surf without too many people out. But when it comes to the contest scene, it's a really united community, and a lot of these competitors, as we can see Nachman now up and riding on his forehand, that's going to be a score that'll replace that 1.70. A lot of the South African surfers, they get together, they carpool, they drive up and down the coast constantly to find great waves. As we see Ismail up and riding on his forehand, his last score wasn't enough to replace that 3.67, but this could be doing the job.
Well, he's just enjoying himself out there too, and I think he's bringing a lot of joy out of himself and spreading it across the beach too. You know, we had the sun peek out a while ago. It was a beautiful morning, and all of a sudden it's turned into a gloomy kind of mid-morning right now. The wind's picked up a little bit, but overall there's still plenty of waves out there. And when you get an event where you're having waves and scoring opportunities, that's really the thing that'll stoke you out the most. Talking about Huntington Beach, one of the most consistent waves on the west coast of the United States, literally breaks 365 days out of the year, and I would have to say more than 2/3 out of the year, there's something very contestable out there too.
Yeah, occasionally it gets so small that you're kind of surfing right on that shore break line where it's maybe a foot, but outside of that, it's really, there's a reason why so many events run, specifically here around the Huntington Beach Pier at Southside. It's a really consistent spot that draws in competitors from around the world. It's also, you know, kind of that hub that really helps to pour into all different levels of surfing and competitive surfing, whether it's the adaptive world or the parasurfing world, to shortboarding and to longboarding alike.
Yeah, and obviously shortboarding is the pinnacle of the sport right now, but with the push that we're seeing from a lot of the parasurfing community to try to get the event in LA 2028, I feel like there's a huge possibility of that happening, especially with this event being right here in the LA region too, Shannon. You know, you see the impact that it's having on the local community and obviously international too. Let's get it in there.
Yeah, it would be so incredible to see that get across the line. JP with a quick opportunity, he'll kick out. He was able to replace his 4.67 that he opened with a 6.33 for his previous wave, so he's sitting with a convincing lead and big requirements on the rest of the field. But yeah, it's been incredible, specifically from Huntington Beach, to see Visit Huntington Beach partner with another ISA event. They tend to year after year, which is really incredible. And they're, really invested in seeing the growth of parasurfing here. Specifically, it's the very first time that the Parasurfing World Championships have come to Huntington, although the ISA has been here 8 times in total between the World Surfing Games and the Junior World Championships. And to be able to really start that push towards the hopeful inclusion for the Paralympics for LA 28, with a great opportunity for this as a potential venue. Though we know there's a few different beaches that are within that conversation, Huntington Beach is really putting that foot forward to showcase that it would be a great opportunity here.
For sure. I mean, the consistency there, as you mentioned, 8 events so far for the ISA family to have here in Huntington Beach. Sam was talking about Jordy Smith's win in 2006 when he won, the Open. He was only 18, and the way he was able to do it, flaunting those Supermans around, it seems like JP's taken inspiration from that and learned a little bit about Jordy in the process.
Great positioning as he lines up for that opening turn. And this wave just kind of shrinks in size as he comes through the inside, is able to connect with that foam one more time, checks the watch as well. He knows that he's not going to have enough time to get himself onto another wave. He doesn't really need to. At this stage, he's got an 8.17, a 6.33 on the board, and just 45 seconds remaining on the board.
And I believe he's working with local surfer Mike Downey, who's one of the pioneers of surfing here at the pier in the 80s too. So got somebody good in his corner. It obviously seems like he's done his homework in terms of the break here as we look at Nachman now.
All right, great takeoff. Gets that prosthetic on his front leg, thrown forward onto the nose of his board. That wave closes out, unfortunately. He was able to replace his backup score. He's got a 2.17 now to back up the 4.57. And for Matthew of France, he's got that 2.77 now as his high score alongside of his 1.60. Whoa. And a little bit of a mistake there from Ishmael sitting under second priority as he was having a paddle towards that wave.
That was interesting too, because he was in second priority. You don't want to interfere with the person that has higher priority than you and get a priority interference when it's literally in the last 10 to 15 seconds too.
Yeah, risk, affecting the score lines. Well, JP Vaudry with a convincing lead. Ishmael Nilsen for Norway in second. We've got more action to come with our 5th and final heat for our men's round 1 stand 2 division right after this.
Hello and welcome to Huntington Beach, California. I'm Kelly Miller, President and CEO of Visit Huntington Beach. Known as Surf City, USA, Huntington Beach boasts 10 miles of coastline and the most consistent waves on the West Coast. Huntington Beach has it all, with endless summer weather, year-round events, outdoor activities, and oceanfront resorts and spas. So get ready to be inspired, be connected, and be here, Huntington Beach. Plan your visit at surfcityusa.com.
And we are back for our 5th and final heat of our men's round 1 for the stand 2 division. It's been a great morning of surfing, and we've got plenty more to come throughout the day. We'll be bouncing back and forth between men's and women's. We'll be seeing a lot of faces that we haven't seen yet competing in the water, which is going to be great. They've all been down supporting yesterday, and they're ready to go. Out in the water now, we have Spain, Brazil, Italy, and Puerto Rico looking for an opportunity to get 2 great waves in the qualifying round 1 as we take a look now at Fabrizio Passetti of Italy, up and out on his first wave.
Yeah, my favorite break is Padang. Loves to box and go to the gym as well, the 41-year-old from Varazze. and he's been a fourth place surfer in Italy before, but as of right now, looking for his first gold medal at the ISA level. Good heat out there. You know, 2 surfers from Europe, Xavier Ayestaran from Spain, Rafael Luders from Brazil, and Sean Rangout, who is originally from Switzerland, resides in Puerto Rico though, but he's a 7 times gold medalist in wakeboarding at the Extremely Games. Impressive stuff right there for the Puerto Rican.
Extremely impressive. Excited to see how Sean goes on a surfboard, but we know that he's so well-rounded when it comes to other board sports, kite surfing, tow foiling, and wing surfing as well. And clearly a fierce competitor, knows how to be, you know, competitive across multiple sports. As we take a look now at our reigning champion, the 2022 gold medalist, Rafael Luders of Brazil, with a great backhand attack.
Yeah, that's easily going to be an excellent score in my opinion. Really went to town on those 2 sections that he had on offer and read the wave perfectly too. There's a little bit of reverberation and backwash. We do have that little dune that's literally on the shoreline right now. That's because of those combo swells that we're seeing. It's when the south and the northwest winds, you know, coincide, and we've seen the fog in the last few days too. So there are a couple of swells in the water right now, but if that wind really predominates from the northwest, it'll take that little dune out and it'll take the backwash out too, Shannon.
And we've got Xavier having a paddle now for Team Spain. Up and riding on his opening wave. Great looking section up in front of him. He goes to connect with the lip. The board will slip out from under his feet and he'll go down. An 817 drops through for the opening wave of the Brazilian, the reigning gold medalist for this division in Rafael, and he's out to a great start.
Yeah, no doubt. I mean, just the recognition of that wave. He's closer towards Middle Peak or even towards Machado's right now, a little bit further down the beach. So he's really opting for that one left down there that's offered a lot of scoring potential.
We've got a set rolling through now. Our surfer in green may be taking a look at it, and it looks like they're just caught inside. Let's go down to the beach to catch up with JP Vaudry after a great heat with Sam Bleakley.
Thanks so much, Shannon. JP, first of all, big congratulations for winning the Rugby World Cup.
Well, it wasn't me, but I did cheer them on, for sure.
And how much can sport unite a country when you see something like that happening in your own country? How powerful is that?
Quite honestly, I actually wasn't coming on this event. I was suffering some really bad back injuries. I literally bought my tickets 3 days before the event started. And when I watched those guys, the Boca win, I thought, oh, come on, can't let them down.
And you just told me that last year, yes, you got a silver medal, but all of your heats, you're in second place. So this is your first post-heat interview. Must feel really special to kick off 2023 with a really good win.
Well, you know, the interview is important. So no, yeah, I mean, the waves are the best we've had in any event. You know, this is probably about the 7th time I've surfed this event. They were quite fun. Not as good as back home, but you know, win's a win.
And you're such an icon for the parasurf community. Tell us about the adaptive surf community back home in South Africa and how strong a team you've got here at Huntington Beach.
Yeah, I'm really proud of our team. Last year we got the best result we ever got. Just missed a copper medal, and we're just getting better and better. You know, there's more and more enthusiasm, more athletes, and more people sharing the stoke.
And I know it's perfect time back home for all your family and friends to be tuning in. I'm sure you've got some big messages. I'll let you share those.
Amelia, be good. Isabella, don't be a brat. And Gabby, thanks so much. I love you lots.
Congratulations, JP. Looking forward to seeing more of you in the event, hopefully all the way to the final. Let's get back to the action, Shannon.
Thanks so much. Cheers, guys.
Thanks so much. Great performance from JP and the whole of South Africa feeling it after, you know, a huge win for the Rugby World Cup. Absolutely incredible. And I just love, I had no idea that, you know, he wasn't planning to come. And then that gave him the inspiration to buy that ticket just a few days ago.
That's what the Springboks do. They unite people and they inspire people to go out there and pursue their dreams. Seems like JP's in a really good headspace right now. You mentioned him getting the silver medal last year. Seems like a gold medal contender this year once again.
Now Rafael out in the water has just dropped in a 717 to back up his 8.17. So he's sitting on a really significant heat total to keep himself in those advancing positions, moving out of the qualifying rounds into the semifinals, as it will be directly into semis for this division specifically in men's stand 2. So he's out to a great start. Slower start across the board for the rest of our competitors for Spain, Italy, and Puerto Rico. with just some small scores. Can see that wind's really, you know, kind of changed around a little bit this morning. It's a little more bumpy out there now. Waves just closing down a little bit more. We do know that we've got some offshore Santa Ana's coming later in the week, so that'll be exciting to see the conditions clean up as we've got that swell that should just hold through, nice 2 to 3 feet through the week.
Yeah, and if we always get this west and northwest wind, we're no doubt always going to see an increase, especially early on in the morning. The one thing I will say, once that wind picks up, it ain't stopping whether it's from the west or from the northwest. So right now it seems like a straight on shore. That's not really the kind of direction that we want to see. We want to see something more veering from the north. But we'll take what we get, Shannon. It looks fun out there still.
Sean now up and riding, great looking right in front of him. Backhand attack to start. And that wave will hit the double up. It won't connect, unfortunately, so we'll just get that single maneuver. 13 minutes remaining on the clock and a score to roll through now for our surfer in white. And priority sitting with our surfer in green. So still pretty open across the field for the current heat. Coming up next, we are going to be heading into our women's Prone 2 division. Round number 1, we're going to have 4 qualifying heats within that. That is the prone division that requires assistance out in the water. So we're going to see a lot of people coming out for the next heat, not just those 4 that are competing, but there will be volunteers, pushers, catchers, and other volunteers in the shoreline. So that's going to be really exciting to see from the women's. After that, we're heading back into our men's stand 3 round 1, and we'll be back and forth. So make sure to keep an eye on ISAsurf.org for the schedule. If you're down around the beach, you're tuning in and maybe listening in the athletes area, we've got the schedule. It's official for the day, and any changes to that will be made and announced to the beach announcers or posted up on the board by the beach marshals. But it's going to be a great day of surfing and a really big week as well. We'll be rounding out our finals day on Saturday with the closing ceremonies, and it was really special to see, for parasurfing specifically, the opening ceremonies taking place here in Huntington Beach just 2 days ago, Mitch, to be able to see the crew, you know, walk to wheel down on their wheelchairs down Main Street here in California. It just felt like the energy was all there to set up for a great event.
Yeah, and you know, you get to see everybody representing their countries in the Parade of Nations too, with their outfits, and you know, obviously a lot of really cool uniforms, as we see Puerto Rico right there, a beautiful flag of theirs, and I think more importantly, you get to represent something that you really value too. Mentioned yesterday about representing your culture, where you come from, but it's, you know, your family name, your family, your relatives, all those things you take into consideration when you come to compete for your country and not just individually. So overall, there's a lot of pride and passion when you come to an event like this. And I think it's really cool to see a lot of people experience it for the first time at an iconic venue like HB.
I couldn't agree more. It's been amazing to see more surfers in the draw than we've ever had. We've got 184 competitors that are competing throughout this week. Record 62 women, which is about 34% of the athletes overall, a third, which is so cool to see that inclusion of women and gender equality that the ISA has been pushing for over the years, and to see more women from the parasurfing world get engaged with the ocean and have the opportunity to get out and have a paddle. There's Liv Stone. She's a 3-time gold medalist, and she'll be competing later this week. Her division won't be out in the water today, and she was a little bit bummed. She told me yesterday, she's like, oh, I'm just so itching to get a jersey on and actually compete. But she's been able to get some great free surfs in and has been enjoying the time. I think we'll have to get her in the booth here later today.
Yeah, no doubt. And riding a local brand, 2 Stamp surfboards. Tim Stamp's from right here in HB, and a great shaper. She's worked with both Danny Nichols and Courtney Conlog before. Wouldn't be surprised to see either of them later down here this week too, supporting both Liv and Team USA. But overall, we're talking about an event that is really close to home for a lot of people. Everybody that represents a different country might not necessarily reside in their country of origin. We see a lot of people reside in Oceanside, where we do have the US Open of Adaptive Surfing. And then overall, when you come to the Parasurfing Championships here at the ISA, you're typically seeing people that have been coming here for years. And I think once now, we're setting a record with more newbies in the event too. A lot of people debuting here in Huntington Beach.
Yeah, it's really incredible. We got 27 nations overall that are competing. And we've got about 37 nations now globally that have parasurfing movements. Not that everyone has been able to, you know, maybe get the finances, get the time and the availability to actually travel here to compete this year, but to see the movement continuing to grow across the world has been really exciting.
Yeah, and when you come to a place that has a couple of major airports too, a lot of connecting flights, that obviously plays a huge role in where to have an event overall, Shannon. It's really cool to have it right here in Huntington Beach in the LA area. You know, LAX, there's a lot of straight flights from all different parts of the world, and I think that adds a huge role in why people are able to come to an event like this. And, you know, we look at Team USA right there, Jose Martinez and the rest of the crew. It's really one of those things that I feel opens a lot of doors for people who wouldn't necessarily come to events if they had to get 3-4 different flights to come to an event as significant as this one.
That's right. It's in a great central location. It's fairly easily accessible to most places in the world. Aside from maybe the South Africans having to fly pretty far, it's usually 3-4 flights.
Yeah.
No matter where they're heading in the world, it's going to be a journey like that. But for the rest of the crew, I think it's a great location to be running an event like this. As we see Sean with a quick in and out down the line, Fabrizio is able to pull it together on the takeoff, and he's trying to just gain that momentum. You can see him putting a lot of pressure over that front leg to just try and get that speed and projection moving forward. Really tight right now with 8 minutes on the clock, Mitch, for that second place position. Just 3-point scores, 3.88 and 3.65 required to be able to take away that second place position from Sean at the moment.
Right, but overall, it's cool if you get first or second. More than anything, it's just good to have your best scores out there on the water, because with the round robin format, you're just always looking to replace them, as we see a paddle right there from Sean that'll change priority up, it seems. But speaking of, you know, the different categories and the classifications that we also have a lot of people from different age groups out there. We've seen teenagers, we've seen people in their preteens already compete this week, and I think you're seeing a lot of people in the upper echelon of the 40s and the 50s also get out there in the water. Xavier Ayestaran is a 49-year-old from San Sebastián. His favorite place is Mundaka. You got people from different parts of the world, from different age groups, and to be able to see that unity in an event like this, especially with Rafa, the former gold medalist out there looking to defend his championship, this is pretty cool when you're able to share the water with the guy who just won the event last year.
Yeah, it's such an incredible thing to think about, paddling out, whether it's those extra nerves because you know you're competing against the reigning world champion, or it's just that extra bit of maybe encouragement. Yeah, that motivation to go, all right, I'm going to compete against world number 1. I've got to really step up in the water right now, and I'm going to have to like bring, you know, everything that I've got. As we take a look there at Xavier, just going down on the takeoff, 6 minutes, 30 seconds on the clock. And it's been great to see that community element, like you said, you know, a variety of ages, of different generations pouring into each other, of the older generations learning from the young ones, getting some of that grom, that froth, that stoke coming from them, but also for the young ones to get a lot of insight, a lot of tips, a lot of probably advice too on approaches, whether it's to life in general or even just, you know, how to get in the water more, how to surf more, and how to become the best at their sport, as we see Rafael with a quick in and out.
Yeah, and he comes from Florianópolis in Santa Catarina, the southern part of Brazil. Great waves, a hub that has really become a hotbed of international talent coming out of Brazil too. That's where the Dora family is from. Lucas Silveira, former ISA, you know, competitor himself too. Alejo Muniz lives in that part of Brazil, and I feel just overall they've been feeding the Brazilian Storm quite a bit of talent in the last few years, and it seems like Rafa, looking to defend that gold medal that he got last year, looks like a strong contender. Him and JP have very similar heat totals, and they're right there in 1 and 2 in the leaderboard right now.
That's right. It was both with those 8-point rides. JP had a 6-something for his backup score, so Rafael's doing just better. As we can take a look at the volunteers, you got an amazing crew of volunteers that are down here this week, helping out behind the scenes in all sorts of areas, including putting on a wetsuit and a jersey and paddling out with some of the world's best surfers.
Yeah, and you're just there for assistance if necessary. You want to be around and help people. If somebody says no, then you're just there in the background too, waiting for somebody to indicate whether or not they need help. But it's really cool to see a lot of the people from different parts of California come through and spend a lot of time here. To see Natasha Van Groningen there too. ISA competitor herself. She works with the ISA as an athlete's counselor, I believe, and Leilani McGonigal, Leandro Osuna also here in terms of the Athletes Commission. It's really cool to see them not only be present here at this event, but show support for a lot of their teams too.
Yeah, it's really incredible. Elena Nichols, who's a parasurfer, she'll be coming up later today, is also on the Athletes Commission. Some of those are appointed roles, some of those are newly elected roles, which is awesome to see. And it's been great to see some of the surfers that we know from the World Surfing Games, from that side of things, here this week to get to know the parasurfing community even better, because they're going to be the ones that are that voice to the ISA to represent the athletes across all different sports that are competing. So it's been great. Even in France for the ISA World, the World SUP and Paddleboard Championships, Justine Dupont was competing. She's not here this week, but she's the chair of the Athletes Commission, or the president, so to speak, of the Athletes Commission. And that was really cool to have her there representing for that community as well.
Yeah, and you got to see it on the championship tour as well on the men's side. Adrian Buchan used to be one. Connor Coffin then was one of them for the surfers. And you want to be able to have a voice and voice your opinion when it comes to things that matter, especially in terms of competition. How much heat time should we run today? And at an ISA event, we don't have a waiting period. We're running every day. But what could fit better depending on certain tides? How much heat time do we actually need, especially when it comes to later rounds and more important rounds? I think we're probably going to see that a lot more at the ISA World Surfing Games in Puerto Rico, because there's Olympic qualification on the line there.
It's so true. And we've had women like Tatiana Weston Webb and Rachel Tilley filling those roles as well. And they're athletes, some at the world world title level themselves that have taken away those world titles. They've got that experience and they're able to speak from a perspective that's different from what the organization is seeing. And it's awesome to have athletes across all those different roles really being able to speak into things throughout competition weeks, but also outside of that. Now we're down to 2 minutes, 30 seconds on the clock. This heat has seemed a little bit slower. The surf seems to just have changed enough to where it hasn't been quite as easy, quite as consistent for the guys out in the lineup to be able to kind of, pick off a few really fun waves. Small scores for our 3rd and 4th place surfers. Sean did do well to get that 4.67 on the board and put himself into a more convincing position when it comes to having the strength of a 4.67. Now, maybe if he's unable to replace that, coming up into his second qualifying round, he's at least already got that close to 5 on the board, and he'll be looking to replace it with a couple better ones.
Yeah, and it all came down to a quick start in this heat for Hoffa, and even for Sean too. He had that one really strong snap on the backhand, really drove through that one section there, and both Fabricio nor Xavier have been able to get anything better than a 1 at the moment. But I feel that overall, this is a heat if you're in the 3rd and 4th place position with nothing better than those low scores that you have. You just want to reset in the next qualifying round that you can and just go out there and use those 20 minutes to your very much advantageous position, because it almost brings an even larger motivation when you don't have any scores and you know that it's your last chance in 20 minutes to get 2 big ones. All it takes is to move up into the top 12. Just look at the heat totals before you, and that's your indication of what you need to do, Shannon.
That's right. Down to the final 60 seconds. We've got a paddle here for Sean on his forehand out of Puerto Rico, originally from Switzerland. And, looking great coming into that last section, unable to hit it with enough projection to ride out of it. But he's going to be replacing that 0.60. And Rafa, our heat leader, with a quick in and out, getting a better feeling of the waves here in Huntington Beach. A little different than what we've had in Pismo for the last couple years, or La Jolla before that. And he's already sitting with a really convincing lead for the Brazilian. So he'll be walking away with the win in this heat as we take a look now at Fabrizio, straight up into the lip as he heads towards the pier.
Yeah, and on the pier left over there, a bit cleaner when you get towards the pier, especially with this west wind. A little frustrated with his performance in this one. It seems like Xavi might have a look. But as I said before, now it's really time to get to work in the next qualifying round. Just try to get the 2 scores that'll put you up into the top 12 spot, Shannon.
Well, that will finish out our men's round 1 for our stand 2 division. Coming up next, we're going to be into our women's prone 2 division. It'll be the first women we see competing at this year's World Parasurfing Championships. Before we get to that, let's take a look at the opening ceremonies.
Welcome to the opening ceremony.
It doesn't matter the color of skin, it doesn't matter where you were born. The only thing that matters is that you're alive and you have equal rights to enjoy the ocean like everybody else. I love you all. I will miss you in person in the beautiful Surf City, USA, Huntington Beach. One of the potential hosts for the 2028 Olympic and Paralympic Games. And you could be a Paralympic progress. I'm sure we can make it.
As the mayor of Huntington Beach officially declared the 2023 ISA World Parasurfing Championships open.
Welcome back to the action here on day 2 of the World Parasurfing Championships with the ISA. It's the 8th time that the ISA has run an event here at the iconic Huntington Beach, but the very first time that the parasurfing community has come together for the World Championships. Out in the water, we have Quinn Waitley, Annie Goldsmith, and Hannah Dines, USA, Australia, and England, as the first women to be hitting the water for this year's World Championships. We're currently going to be in our women's parasurfing prone 2 division, as we can see the first takeoff for Hannah Dines, and she drives down the line, now cutting back towards the left and getting that angle after a steep takeoff. Great positioning on the start of that wave, and this will just fizzle out in front of her as we take a look now at Quinn being put into position. For the prone 2 division, it includes any surfer who rides in a prone position that requires assistance in the water, catching waves, paddling into waves, and getting back onto their board safely, which is why we see so many other people out in the water with their pushers and their catchers and other volunteers on the inside. Quinn now dragging that arm and getting a great angle on the left here, now angling back towards the right, looking for that change of direction. She's able to find that little reform on the inside section, and looking great as she finishes off. She'll have those volunteers that are getting to her quickly in the shoreline to keep an eye on safety. And we're going to have some scores to come through from that first exchange match.
Yeah, and Quinn from Coronado originally in San Diego, loves to surf over there in San Diego County and has a lot of competitive experience here in an ISA jersey, Shannon. Not only a big member of Team USA, but loves to be able to get out and spend a lot of time with her family too. From just a couple hours down south, this is basically a home event for her here in HB. Looking good, drops a decent score to open things up with 17 minutes on the clock now.
All right, a solid 4.83 to kick things off for Quinn. Hannah with a 2.83. And we've got 17 minutes on the clock for our prone 2 division on the women's side. Again, that includes any surfer that requires assistance out in the water, paddling into waves, getting back on their board safely as well. These competitors will be looking to get into those first couple good waves. As we take a look at Annie Goldschmidt, unfortunately takes a nosedive after that first attempt, and she's going to have that team getting back to her quickly to just reset. She's already got that 0.83 on the board, and these athletes have, you know, overcome incredible difficulties, looking at a triple limb amputation, cervical spinal cord injury, multiple sclerosis, or cerebral palsy. And they have found that getting into the water has really given them that chance to be back into just finding something fun, something healthy, and also that competitive element of surfing.
Right, something that they truly enjoy and brings out a lot of passion for them. Annie Goldsmith is only 15 years of age. She's from Adelaide in South Australia, a place that doesn't necessarily breed a lot of international surfers, or not much surfers just in general. It's one of the more secluded parts of the country when it comes to surfing overall, and you don't necessarily get to hear a lot of great surfers come out of there. But really cool to see her represent Australia, and I think as of right now, one of the younger members on the team. It's a lot of pride that you carry when you compete for Team Australia and the Irukandjis overall. So good to see one of the younger surfers in the draw here in the blue jersey.
Yeah, it's great to see that development too being passed down to the next generations, to see those Groms being included in the draw, and in a region of the world, specifically in Australia, where there's a lot of parasurfers, and qualifying for the team is quite challenging.
Yep.
There's a lot of big names you're going up against. As we take a look now at Hannah Dines, she had a great takeoff, and she's now angling to the left, redirects to the right, and you can see her just looking side to side there, wanting to put her board into a place that's going to give her the best scoring potential as she comes through to the inside section. And great use of just shifting her head, shifting those shoulders to get all that extra momentum all the way into the sand.
Yeah, and Hannah, 30 years of age, loves to train in Cornwall in England, originally from Glasgow, and she's got quite an extensive story of how much she has to travel to be able to surf and whatnot, but she made the trip here from England and is in the lead at the moment. And I think once again, we're just seeing a lot of surfers from different parts of the world, especially those that don't necessarily have a beach right there in their backyard either, have to take a lot of traveling time and use it in order to practice for an event like this, a significant one. We're at the ISA Para World Championship.
Yeah, and there's you got to put in a lot of time training for preparation for an event like this, especially if you want to be a gold medalist like Rafael Lauders of Brazil. Rafael took out the win last year for the entire event, world champion, but he also just took out the win in the last heat. He's down on the beach with Sam Bleakley.
Thank you, Shannon. Yes, Rafael, reigning gold medalist. Bridget, you're going to do some translation. I just want to ask Rafael how it feels to kick off with an 8 and a 7, a really strong start for his campaign to win gold again here at Huntington Beach.
Ele está querendo saber como você está se sentindo com duas notas altas, né? E você vindo de uma medalha de ouro do ano passado, e como é que você vê essas duas notas para a sua campanha esse ano para conseguir ficar com a medalha de ouro novamente?
Comecei a bateria ali bem, graças a Deus, que depois eu perdi umas ondas ali. Aqui, Huntington Beach, a onda é muito boa. Eu tinha um sonho que era sempre surfar aqui, vocês escolheram um lugar ideal aqui, é muito bom. A Isa está de parabéns. É isso aí, muito bom aqui.
Okay, he is very excited with the two great waves that he rode. He just told us that he's very happy that Isa chosen Huntington because the wave suits very well his style.
And I know Rafael is a surfboard shaper. Can he tell us about the equipment he's designed for this event here at Huntington?
Rafael, você faz as suas pranchas? Você faz, o shape é seu, você que faz as suas pranchas? Como é que você lida com isso?
Eu já fiz prancha antigamente, hoje em dia meu amigo faz prancha, o Daniel, né, o Trotsky Design. E as pranchas dele vêm me dando bastante resultado, só tenho a agradecer a ele. É isso aí.
Actually, this board is from his friend, but he used to shape his board previously, but now he's using boards from his friend.
Fantastic. And lastly, some messages for all your family in Florianópolis and the whole Brazilian community tuning in back home.
Fale português com a sua galera lá no Brasil e todo mundo que está torcendo por você.
Eu quero agradecer a minha família, todos os meus amigos, meus apoiadores. Obrigado aí por estar dando essa força positiva aí. Agradeço muito também a Deus, né? A Deus principalmente, meu pai que está no céu. E essas duas notas aí foi para um amigo meu que era do surf adaptado, que é o Telmo. E o outro é o Gelder lá também era do surf adaptado. Eles faleceram, mas essas ondas aí foi para eles aí. Eu desejo a eles.
Going for gold once more, Rafael leaders. Good luck in the rest of the event. Let's get back to the action.
Thanks so much, Sam, and hungry for another gold medal, but also really thankful just to be here, thankful for that support from back home.
Yeah, and he was mentioning that this is an ideal location, he feels, to suit his surfing. Coming from Floripa in the southern part of Brazil, they tend to surf a lot of beach breaks, and a good variation of beach breaks too, so I feel like he's adapted his style extremely well to HB so far.
Proof within the pudding as far as the scores that he was able to get in his opening round heat. Down to 10 minutes on the clock. Hannah Dines currently sitting in the lead for Team England. You were mentioning before, Mitch, just the amount of time that she spends traveling around just trying to get to waves to be able to train. Currently living in Glasgow in Wales, but is really on the road quite often to be able to get herself to the best surf. As we can see our Viking from Norway put together a great heat earlier on today.
Yeah, Ismail, one of the cooler guys on the beach, and always brings a big smile to everybody and a lot of positivity to an event, that really breeds some great surfers, but more than anything, just incredible people. And he's one of those guys that down here early on in the morning, he's just always coming down with a smile. So good to see him having a good time here on the beach.
Great community aspect on a morning where we've had a little bit of rain that's rolled through. The wind has picked up. It's not quite as inviting as what we saw yesterday morning when the fog cleared away, but there's still plenty of scoring potential, and all that support down on the shoreline is great for the athletes that are in the water.
For sure, and I think more importantly, you're just seeing waves on offer. You know, there tends to be a huge struggle when we run surfing events, and we're so dependent on Mother Nature and, you know, the quality of the swells in the water. And at the ISA, we don't have a waiting period for the events that we're running. We need to run every single day. So it's just something huge when we're able to see consistency of waves and consistency of opportunities for all of these surfers that go out there. Perfect size, really, for the event that we're running right now. The location is amazing. There's a lot of logistic availability here in this area. Hotels, airports, as I was saying before. But more than anything, accessibility for a lot of these surfers. As both you and Sam were mentioning, there's a road that's really made for a lot of wheelchair users to get down here, and it's not something that we see at every single location. So really cool to see it here in Huntington Beach.
Yeah, it's a very accessible location. Even on the sand, I mean, there's a lot of sand in Huntington, but there's a great pathway that's been built down here for accessibility for each of the wheelchair users. And there's been a lot of work that's gone in behind the scenes, and really the growth of that across a lot of ISA events. I've noticed it when it comes to the World Surfing Games or to many other events, that they're making it more accessible for those that are using wheelchairs across any of their events, just for spectators that are coming down, for family members maybe that are supporting, as well as when it comes to an event like this where we have a lot of our athletes that are using wheelchairs.
Yeah, and you see right there the handlers and everybody that's pushing them, especially the volunteers. A lot of work to be done right here, and that's a fatiguing job too. If you're doing it all day long, you need to come in and rehydrate too, and especially if you're a pivotal part of the athlete's performance as a pusher or as a catcher, you need to be well fed and well rested too. So there's a big part of not only a symbiotic relationship between the handlers, but also between the surfer wanting to have that person to push them in and catch them too. There's certain people that like a little bit more specificity. I know Jesse Belauer is like that. He was working with Rocky McKinnon yesterday, but you need to have clear communication with the people you're working with.
That's right. It is so important to be able to make that wave selection together, even to be able to, you know, decide if they're going to want to go for the rights or the lefts preferably. If they want to go for those set waves or maybe something a little bit smaller, are they willing to charge on a wave that might be a closeout, but possibly they can get that high line with the closeout finish like we see from the likes of Jesse. So down to 7 minutes on the clock, and Hannah still holding on to that leading position. We've seen quite a few opportunities. Annie Goldsmith from Australia has been charging. She's taken off on a couple of really solid bombs, which is not really reflected in her scoreline because she hasn't been able to ride out complete from any of those takeoffs, having just those, you know, knot point rides. But she's really been one of those that's been in the water that is clearly ready to go on anything, no matter the size that comes through.
Yeah, I also think, though, that there's been a couple of mistakes by the pusher right there. Maybe a couple sections, a couple waves that she shouldn't have been on, just too steep, especially with a takeoff right there. You need to be at an angle when you're doing this right now, and especially with that west wind that's coming up and it's pushing things down a little bit quicker, Shannon. You need to be in the right spot, so that's where having that conditioning as both the pusher and the catcher is essential to the athlete's performance on these waves.
Yeah, that's really, really solid insight. Getting those surfers into the right section on the wave is really important for them to be able to actually find something of scoring potential. Can see a nice looking set rolling through here. Annie, that we were just talking about, from Adelaide in South Australia. Not just a big fan of surfing, but loves horseback riding and talking. I would say with a combination of her love for surfing and talking, we've got a future commentator on our hands here.
Yeah,
She'll
possibly
be in the booth with us in no time. As we see Quinn now with a great looking takeoff, solid sized wave, and it just closes out behind her, but she's going to get some great points on the board for taking off on that one, and wasn't quite able to get that angle outside of it, but that was a really solid looking takeoff.
Yeah, and I think her dad's her pusher on this occasion right here, and it's a family thing for the Waitleys, and really cool to see her charge. She loves to go on those bigger set waves, and really managed to knife the drop right there too on a wave that closed out and wasn't easy to ride, so no doubt can improve on the 0.67 there.
There goes Annie Goldsmith with another nosedive, unfortunately, on takeoff. So once again, charging, but not quite able to find that rail line that she needs to be able to hold on to those takeoffs.
Yeah, she just needs to straighten out a bit more. She's been catching her rail when she's dropping in a few times. And unfortunately for her, this is going to be another throwaway score. But there's a couple of qualifying rounds that you can work with right here. And I feel like as of right now, having all these volunteers on tap is going to help her get back out in time. This wave, though, from Quinn, big drop right there, a closeout, but she was able to charge it and no doubt can improve on her low score right there by a significant margin. So good stuff there by Waitley, as we're seeing maybe Annie going another left here.
Oh, possibly better wave selection. We'll miss the side of her to know if she's able to get a little bit of a ride out of that one. And there we can catch her, so she wouldn't have quite gotten into it, but it's maybe a better idea from the pusher, trying to get her into a wave that has that shoulder already. If they can get her pushed in at the right angle with that speed and momentum, then we could see her on a great looking ride while not being stuck in those big closeout sections out the back.
Yeah, and there's a score for Waitley, so she backs up the 4.83 with the 3.6. Good heat total right now, still hasn't broken into the double digits, but overall, her wave selection has been there, your communication has been there with your pusher and especially with your catcher too. But you're just getting used to a wave that you don't normally surf in a jersey either, Shannon. So a lot of pressure, a lot of expectations. We see this more as a stadium feel like in Huntington Beach with the pier in the background too. But good, solid performance overall in her first heat surf.
3 minutes, 15 seconds on the clock. There we can see one of the lifeguard and safeties on that wave, just repositioning himself out in the lineup. And Quinn currently sitting in the lead for Team USA. You were saying before, Mitch, that she's got so much experience competing for Team USA at the Parasurfing World Championship level. She's that surfer in the red jersey, the top-seeded team coming in as well, as Team USA has won multiple gold medals overall, though looking favorable to take away another win, although we've seen some other teams that have shown up with really stacked fields into this year's competition. But for Quinn, that's a lot of pressure on her as well. She's got that experience, but also that weight of wearing the red jersey.
Yeah, and you're one of the higher seeds in the event. You've obviously been around for a while and just competing for the local and the host nation too, something pretty big. I don't think it necessarily adds more pressure just because knowing her, she's pretty chill, she's really cool, and I think more than anything, she just wants to enjoy the process of being here and competing. And as you advance through rounds, the pressure becomes lesser too, because the more you keep advancing, it means that you're being successful at what you're doing. And when you implement the game plans that you've set for yourself or your short-term and long-term goals, you're succeeding at that, it means that you're doing your job correctly. So it all comes in preparation, and it seems like she's been preparing well so far.
Yeah, that's so true. It's really reflective in her scoreline so far and the strategy that we're seeing her attack in this opening heat, especially the opening heat of the women as well. It's great to see that 4 of the 67 women in the draw currently competing. We've got more of them coming up throughout the day. As we see Quinn just get taken by that wave. And we've got Team England with Hannah in the green jersey there. She's wearing that yellow helmet. They did really well to navigate that closeout right on top. Annie Goldsmith also off to the kind of pier bowl section of the wave, closer to the pilings. Down to 1 minute, 12 seconds on the clock. Annie would be chasing a 6-point ride to get herself into that leading position. Hannah's chasing a 3.67. But once again, it is a round robin format, and we will be taking the best waves, top 2 waves per surfer between qualifying round 1 and qualifying round 2. So those could both be caught in the next round. They don't have to come one from each or either way around. And it's going to be the top 8 women for this division specifically that will advance through into the semifinals. From there, once we get into a quarterfinal format or a semifinal format, depending on the division or the number of competitors in that division, then we'll be going straight through with top 2 advancing through into finals and so forth.
Yeah, and you don't want to let it get to that point. You obviously want to do as much work as you can in the first qualifying round opportunity that you have. And as of right now, it's an 8.43 heat total that has Quinn in the lead. As we look at Annie now, riding all the way to the shoreline. I mean, we talk about somebody 15 years of age, first time competing here all the way across the world. You don't put on the performance that you probably wanted to have out there, but still This is a big moment in both her career and her life. That's some really cool stuff, Shannon.
That's so true. She's going to have a lot to grow on and learn from this moment, but great to see her get that final wave at the end, that moment to just relax and enjoy. She's at the World Championship. She's got a wave on her way in, and we've got all three women that are coming into the shoreline together. So a great showing from our opening round of our Prone 2 women's division. We've got more action to come. Quinn Waitley just took out the lead for Team USA, and Hannah Dines in second for Team England. We've got Ben Way and Sam Bleakley coming in to call the action, and we've got more from our women's Prone 2 division right after this.
Parasurfing has the power to bring us together. Together, we push the limits, further the sport, and go for gold. You've crossed countries to get to the World Championships. Let Access Tracks simplify crossing the sand. Access Tracks, the official beach access pathway of the ISA World Parasurfing Championships.
Welcome back. A pleasure to have your company. Thanks for tuning in as we continue. Prone 2 for the women. Céline Roulard from France, Jocelyn Newmiller from Australia, and Tash Davies representing England. A fantastic heat ahead. Of course, Jocelyn Newmiller, our 2021 ISA World Parasurfing gold medalist, our 2022 silver medalist, but she just comes off the back of having won the Prone 2 division in the US Adaptive Championships down in Oceanside, beating Quinn Whaley, who just took the win in that first heat. She's going to be surfing it against Céline Roulard from France and Tash Davies from England. Tash, unfortunately, unable to come to the event last year, but she has competed for England on a number of occasions. She's from Bournemouth, but right now we can see Céline Roulard from France. Nice bowly takeoff there on the right-hander and a beautiful redirect foam climb, rebound, great takeoff, great start, strong surfing from the French woman. I'm back in the booth with Ben Way, and it's wonderful to see Prone 2 and the women kicking off in style with Quinn Whaley really having a strong start for Team USA.
Yeah, they charged a couple bombs. They charged a couple bombs. David definitely threw her into some big sets. And as we know, Quinn comes from the whole WCMX riding skate parks. She loves the feeling of that big steep drop of the transition. And man, they went for a couple. And did you happen to see the bottom of Celine's board when it flipped over?
Looked like a single fin.
The single fin.
Nice, as a longboarder, me and single fins, we sing.
So we have a lot, I wouldn't say a lot, but I've seen 2 or 3 boards around. Here we go.
Jocelyn Newmiller.
Jocelyn Newmiller, nice speed, look at that, just hooks it under the pocket, catches that little corner.
And then backing up live action, Tash Davies, big overhead section there, just readjusts to the tail and just hangs on as we get Céline now up on the bowly section. All 3 women busy, starting their heat in style.
Really charging it. And this is one of my favorite divisions is watching the Prone. And it's so scary to drop in. If you've gone out on one of these Prone boards, without standing up to your feet, the wave looks so much bigger. It's so much more to get the nose out of the water, keep yourself from purling, keep yourself from going over the handlebars. And these girls do an amazing job.
Jocelyn Newmiller, 28 from Australia. She has been twice a para-canoe world champion in 216 and 217 in the 200 meters. It was actually an injury from her para-canoeing that inspired her to get into surfing, starting in 2017. You know, sports mad athlete from Victoria Harbour in South Australia, loves to ride Middleton Bay, and of course in 2021 she won that gold medal for the Irukandji's Team USA at the 2021 ISA World Parasurf in Pismo, but it's Tash Davies up and riding now, leader of the adaptive sports community over there in the UK from Bournemouth. Started surfing only in 2019 at Bournemouth Pier after being inspired by the emerging adaptive surf movement happening over there in the UK. And she's just seen her teammate and someone who's really looked up to, Hannah Dines, have a really great performance, finishing second in that first heat behind Quinn Waitley. And just recently at Oceanside, when we had the US Adaptive Surf Championships, it was actually Hannah Dines who was second to Jocelyn Miller in the results there. So really big result for Hannah Dines to come out to the US and get some good training at Oceanside before coming up here to Huntington.
Yeah, and just as you were mentioning Hannah Dines, if you saw on Tash's board, she's got a number of little handles, hooks to keep her legs in place. That's a company called Surf Deck out of England that Hannah Dines has actually helped to develop. And so they have these stick-on accessories. Look at this drop.
Wow, big ledging drop there from Jocelyn Newmiller. This is why this woman is the 2021 ISA World Champion. Ledged into that section there, controlled, got some rail engagement, accelerated, and then just deals with that foam section floater and comes out into the flats with control. And she's got a little reform here for maybe one little chance to redirect on the rail as that wave just dies out, and you feel as if that could go into the excellent range.
I really like that ride. And so we'll get to observe that again, but that body adjustment, moving her torso back to clear that nose and basically airdropped into the flats and was able to project out of it. That was amazing.
What a fantastic heat. Of course, a great team. Ira Kanji's behind Jocelyn Newmiller. They've got 4 men. They've got 9 men, 4 women in their team, 13 athletes, of course. Mark Mono Stewart, multiple ISA gold medalists in the team. They've got really new, exciting talent as well. And we've got Emma Dieters, Sam Bloom, of course, Jocelyn, and Annie Goldsmith in the women's. And they really have a star-studded team. And Jocelyn, of course, one of the leaders of that team. And tell us about, Ben, the whole system of the pushes and catches and how much of a team effort the Prone 2 division is.
Oh, it's unbelievable. So I've had the pleasure of helping out doing the pushing and catching positions for Eric Lazar and Jesse Billauer. And it's a real team effort. You're kind of the goalie. If you're the catcher, you're having to predict where they're going to end up. You want to meet that rider with their board at the end of the ride if possible. In the occasion that they flip off their board, you want to get them situated, make sure they're in safety. The pusher basically has to predict what the wave's going to do, communicate with the rider, and basically kind of agree between the two of them if they're ready to go.
Here we go, pusher Matt Harewood from the Isle of Wight pushes Tash Davies into a sucky, ledgy, silky smooth left-hander there. Some foam on the face and a great cut back from Tash as she accelerates through that section and controls that board with style. And that was an incredible bit of riding from Tash Davies. And again, waiting for a big score to drop from Jocelyn, and now waiting probably for a big score to drop from Tash.
So exciting. We've got all of this interesting converging energy and these little side wedges, and she was just ping-ponging around that thing with a lot of speed. Really, really exciting.
Talking of exciting, someone who set the field ablaze this morning, Quinn Waitley from Team USA. She took the win, and she's on the glass there with Shannon Hughes. Well, I don't think she is on the glass there with Shannon Hughes. Ben, I'm going to have to backfire of that and eat my words for a ham sandwich there because I'm not ready for that one. But we've got some consistent surf continuing to move through. Jocelyn Newmiller with a 6.67 and a 5.67. Tash Davies got a 3.73 and a 3. Celine Roulard with a 3.4 and not a second wave yet, but Tash Davies' wave. The score's going to come in. We've got a 6.65, so do you think it's going to go higher than, so do you think Tash's last wave is going to go higher than Jocelyn's?
I wouldn't expect it to, even though it is a great ride. We will observe it again, but Jocelyn Newmiller's definitely had a heavier drop. She was also able to do more redirections, and she kind of navigated around the power of the wave a little bit.
comes in at a 5.67, and Shannon is now ready with Quinn Waitley. Let's get that post-heat interview with Team USA member Quinn Waitley, who took that last heat win.
Thanks so much, Sam. Sorry I missed that one the first time. Quinn, congratulations. That was a great performance. You just told me you can't believe you took out the win, but you're wearing the red jersey. It seems to be going in your favor.
You know, that was crazy heat. There was a lot of water movement, so I only got one good wave and then took a massive set on the head with my dad. So, you know, it was fun, kind of scary because big sets coming in, but we had fun and still can't believe it. But
you're absolutely shredding. What's going through your mind when you take one of those big sets? You know, when you have to reset in that moment, knowing, all right, that wave didn't work out. I've got to get back on my board, get that help with your dad out in the water, and get reset.
You know, when I see a big set like that coming, I just revert back to my skater days, and I'm like, well, at least it's not concrete. So, you know, but getting a wash machine like that is kind of rough, but we made it through, and you know, half the time I'm like, Dad, are you still back there? Like, I'm like, you know, just making sure we're all good, but it was fun. Again, still can't believe I won that. Yeah, I'm like, I just saw Hannah going for it. I'm like, oh, I got one good wave, and then I was coming up the beach, and Coach Sean was like, yeah, you won. I was like, really? So it was all fun.
Stoked. I mean, all of you were absolutely charging. It was awesome to see you make it out of that one really solid wave. Now, you talk about skating behind the scenes. You're also a huge fan of country line dancing, from what I hear. How much do you enjoy that in comparison to being in the water?
You know, dancing and surfing are two different things. So I have the same mentality for dancing and surfing, and speed is my friend. So you know, I've improved my surfing. I love my board. Shout out to Micah and One More Wave and Attic Surfboards, man. Like, this is my best board today, and I got to compete out there with my friends Hannah and friends from Australia, and just so fun. And I have family and friends here supporting me, and this is like one of my favorite events of the whole year. So, you know, I normally don't win the first heat, so this is like new for me, but I've been podiumed at this event since 2017, so you know, just gonna focus on having fun and listen to country music. And my back kind of hurts from taking those sets on the waves, but it's all part of the game, so gonna have fun.
Well, thanks so much. Amazing. Quinn Waitley, the joy is just oozing out of you. We're feeling the froth, we're feeling the excitement, and we can't wait to see you find some more speedy waves out there. Thanks so much. Back to you guys.
Fantastic, great post-heat interview, and you know, recognizing that Hannah Dines is such a contender, and of course we talked about the results of the U.S. Adaptive Championship in Oceanside very recently, which Jocelyn Newmiller won. Hannah Dines got second, Quinn Waitley got third, so demonstrating how Hannah is rising up. But Hannah's also been very inspired by Tash Davies from Bournemouth, who drops a 5.67, and it's lovely to hear Quinn Waitley talk about that analogy between dancing and surfing and her line dancing and country music. Next time I get the opportunity, I'm going to ask what, you know, country music she's listening to. Is it something classic, or is it something a bit more on the case? Any thoughts of what Quinn Waitley would be listening to?
I never knew you were such a country music connoisseur.
Well, I'm a big Emmylou Harris fan, actually. My uncle used to be married to Emmylou Harris. I got a bit of a country music connection there, Ben.
All right, I've got to put that in my notes. Here, give me my book here.
I'm going to have to talk with that about Quinn, because she will be excited to hear that. But she really gave a great post-heat interview, and talking about remembering her skating days and recognizing that concrete's a lot harder than water, as we see Jocelyn up and riding, beautiful drop there, avoids the nosedive in style with control. I love the way she came down into that and then bottom turned through that section and avoided the nosedive, holding hard on the deck grip there and the handle with the float, climb, redirect, and still getting the opportunity on this inside as it reforms a little bit, and you can just see her accelerating into a last floater. She looks a little bit disappointed with the wave shape there, but she rode that fantastically as Tash Davies in a bowly right-hander there on the pier bowl section, all in the foam now, but then spat out of that foam section and accelerating as Céline Roulard from France answers back with a barrel and gets a full little bit of coverage there, comes out of that, accelerates, moves now towards the pier as we hear the French team cheering from Arbonne on the Basque coast of southwest France, riding her 8-0, and she'll have a big shout out for her dog Witherspoon, and she's got that single fin board like you spotted earlier, Ben. And how will that single fin affect the way she's riding these waves?
Well, single fins are usually, it's more about stability and flow, and you also don't have any of the drag from the turbulence of the angle of the side fins that you usually have on a board. So it's very flowy, creates the cleanest line, and kind of connects with the most natural line and energy of the wave, which I love that line and how she held up into the barrel on that one and held a really, really controlled line, came out of that with speed and was able to reform it. Had she had side fins, the board might have been trying to climb up the face in that area and not keep that smooth line shooting down the line out of that barrel.
And you know, there's a famous line in Big Wednesday. I love the way a square tail breaks in the turn where it pivots and you get right up on the nose. And then Matt Johnson says to Leroy the Mascus, that's just your Oklahoma attitude. Anyone knows a pintail will hang in a steeper wave. Now, she seems to have a narrower tail. Is that the right type of tail to have with a single fin?
Well, I don't want to be a role model, but yes, no, definitely. If you think back to Jerry Lopez and the lightning bolt boards, it just seems synonymous with the single fin and a round pin on there, and it just lets that fin sit deep in the water. But also that fin sitting deep in the water, if you have too much tail, you start to feel the depth of the fin, and it slows that rail-to-rail transition. So by taking away the surface, you've got the stability from the fin, but you've also got that change of direction from having less surface in the back of the board.
Great insight, and what a great heat. Look at those scores. We're still waiting for Céline Roulard from France, the 41-year-old former European champion, a copper medalist at the ISA World Parasurfing Championships in 2022 last year at Pismo Beach. She's waiting for that score to drop, as is Tash Davies. So Tash has got a 3.73 to replace. If she gets a 6.68, she moves up into first position. And if Céline gets a score of a 5.98, she moves into first because she's just dropped a 6.37, pushing her up into second and pushing Tash down into third, now needing a 4.14 to move into second. So the situation has just changed. Jocelyn out there in the lead, but what about this from Tash, Ben?
Yeah, I love this. She gets down kind of 3 steps, kind of like a triple up there, and she could eye up that thing was kind of going to pinch on her, so she straightened out. It looks like she was trying to aim to hopefully get over this little double up convergence. They didn't join soon enough to get in front of that whitewash, unfortunately, but a great drop, good redirection.
So we got Céline Roulard dropping the second highest score of the heat so far. The highest score was Jocelyn Neumüller's 6.67, her second ride. She kicked off with a 5.67, but Céline just got a 6.37. She got tube time. Yes, it was foamy, but in that section, coming out cleanly with more redirects and rail engagement. And what I'm seeing from all 3 of these women is incredible skills on the takeoffs today. These waves are steep and sucky, and the subtleties of being able to just readjust your body position to make those drops is super important.
Yeah, the fact that this division got placed at this lower tide conditions where it's a lot more shallow, we still have a lot more size. Let's watch this one of Céline. You can just see this nice line. She gets way over, really yanking on that outside rail to stick up in that corner. Comes punching out, reads the wave really well because you can find this transition here where she's actually able to fit in another turn and basically just scouring the lineup for any more energy or scoring opportunity.
And she dropped a big score of 6.37 for that. But Tash Davies' last ride comes in at 4.33. So combined with her 5.67, she's now up into second position. So now the pressure's on Céline, chasing a 3.63. Now, because, Ben, it's such a team effort at this stage with less than 2 minutes remaining and priority with Jocelyn in the lead, but Céline in second priority, what will be the strategy of the French team to get the score that they need?
Well, luckily, with the timing of that ride, they'll be able to meet their rider, not have to fight too many sets on the way out. So they will, with the remaining time, I believe, be able to get out into the lineup, be in position. She's in second priority. By the time she makes it to the lineup, if Jocelyn takes a wave, she'll have first priority, and that would secure that advancing position. But not a lot of time, and they definitely can't get picky. So they're going to have to get into action fast as soon as they get into that lineup. And not a huge requirement, but with the amount of time, it's a little bit more difficult.
Jocelyn Newmiller stays out there in the lead with a 6.67 and that 5.67. Great start for Jocelyn's campaign here. Tash Davies now in second, holding that second place position with that 4.33 and that 5.67, meaning Céline Roulard from France needs a score of a 3.67. She's sitting in second priority, but there's only 40 seconds remaining. So Jocelyn out there in first priority. You can see her and her pusher to the left of your screen. You can see one of our water safety team on the inside there. You can see them spread strategically around to just go and interact with the prone surfers when required, but it's the pushers and the catchers who have that key communication. As we see Jocelyn into a bowly left-hander, great control there as she just switches, slides back to the tail, but that wave just a little bit too steep on the section for her to come out of that, but it felt like wave shape-wise, it wasn't really going to have the scoring potential to overtake her 5.67.
Yeah, you know what, I think it was just a play of heat management, making sure you get one more before the buzzer. So they just center on anything with the time allotted, and yeah, that was great.
Great heat, full entertainment there. Stay tuned though, surf fans, because we will continue with Prone 2. We've just seen Jocelyn Newmiller take the win. Tash Davies stays in second. Céline Roulard will move into the repechage. But coming up next, we've got France, we've got South Africa, we've got Hawaii, and we've got Switzerland here represented at the ISA World Parasurfing Championship.
Hello and welcome to Huntington Beach, California. I'm Kelly Miller, President and CEO of Visit Huntington Beach. Known as Surf City, USA, Huntington Beach boasts 10 miles of coastline and the most consistent waves on the West Coast. Huntington Beach has it all, with endless summer weather, year-round events, outdoor activities, and oceanfront resorts and spas. So get ready to be inspired, be connected, and be here, Huntington Beach. Plan your visit at surfcityusa.com.
Pleasure to have your company, Parasurfing fans, for day 2 of the ISA World Parasurfing Championship, live from Surf City, USA, presented by Visit Huntington Beach. As we see Beatrice Duran, Natasha Sieber, Anne Yoshida, and Corinne O'Hen from Switzerland, from Hawaii, from South Africa, from France, battling it out for the chance to stay in the main event. As we see Corinne there from Switzerland in Prone 2. The 2023 third place finisher in the European Championships, a fantastic wheelchair travel blogger, worth following on Instagram at Corey_around the world. The 38-year-old from Switzerland does a lot of surfing down there in Portugal. She lived in Brazil for many years and she speaks 5 languages: English, German, Spanish, Italian, and Portuguese. She's surfing against Anne Yoshida from Hawaii and Natasha Sieber from South Africa, the 36-year-old from KwaZulu-Natal, the regional champion based there in Winkelsprout on the south coast. As we can see, Anne Yoshida from Hawaii, bowly left-hander, rebound, redirect, nice arcing turns there, back into the left section there, little foam on the rail, but just engages that nose to kick out as we get to see the 2+1 fin configuration under her board bend.
That was a reverse 2+1. Did you notice that? The side fins are behind the center fin.
Wow.
Very, very interesting setup there.
And that's the beauty of the parasurf scene is the variety of equipment that we will see, and that seems to have been a big point of our conversations, Ben, is fin configurations and fin placement. So what would be the role of having that reverse 2+1, having that center fin further forward than the side fins? Because we're used to seeing the center fin in a 2+1 behind those two side fins.
Yeah, it's interesting because the side fins usually direct the flow into the center fin, and they also help to kind of initiate the turn because the sides are at angles. You want to give a quick explanation of this classification?
Yeah, well, there, that graphic beautifully illustrating and explaining this is any surfer riding in that prone position who does require assistance in the water, paddling into a wave and getting back on the board safely. So some of the impairments these surfers might be experiencing could be triple amputations, cervical spinal cord injuries, multiple sclerosis, or cerebral palsy. As we see Ann Yoshida waiting for a score to drop, and it comes in at a 3.83. So she gets the highest score of that first exchange. Beatrice Duran there, she gets the score of a 2.33. So Corinne from Switzerland there, originally from Le Hern, loves to surf in Portugal, just north of Porto is a kind of regular training patch in there. She only started surfing in 2020, and she has really become a big advocate of her travel, and she's worth following online as we get the replay of Beatrice Durand from France.
Yeah, I like the line that she had into that was great, but look at Ann Yoshida, and it's almost kind of a reverse bodyboard grip as she had on going that right. She just came in second to Joss Neumüller from our previous heat in the Hawaiian Adaptive Championships. Very strong competitor, but she also does outrigger canoeing, hand cycling, and she even rides prone with dogs on the nose in Hawaii. Very, very fun.
I was thinking about that this morning, of thinking with the number of kind of dog surfing events over the years they'll have at Surf City here at Huntington, and you know, I was thinking, you know, what you know, as a dog lover, you know, to get your pooch on the nose of a board, you know, it's an exciting thing. So she actually does that. So that all the more reason to kind of tune in and follow all these athletes, you know, find them on Instagram, come onto the ISA website, follow us at the hashtag ISA Worlds, and really discover the wonderful human life stories and the training that these athletes have been doing here to come to Huntington and go for gold.
Yeah, unfortunately, Josh Bogle's dog Maya doesn't like the ocean too much, or they could be training for a whole new team.
So we can need a little live bowl section here. Corinne O'Hearn from Switzerland there. Big, smooth control on the takeoff. You can see the opportunity for acceleration once you got to the bottom of the wave. Again, opting to ride the twin fin. So we've seen already different configurations. We've seen surfers riding single fins. We've seen surfers riding twin fins. And for me, the first time I've seen a reverse 2+1 used in Prone 2, so that's really exciting.
Wow, I really like that technique of the pusher. Started with the board on top of her and then just did the half turtle roll to get her on there. Sometimes we try to slide the riders from the tail up to the nose. By yourself, that's really hard to kind of get them into position, especially with some of these leg braces that these boards have on the deck. That was a very, very nice mount by the pusher.
And Ben,
I mean, by the catcher, I'm sorry.
Explain to, you know, to surfers tuning in who might be new to parasurfing, what the difference in the roles is between the surfers in the singlets with their team riders there, with their athletes, the pushers and the catchers, and the surfers in the orange jerseys who are acting as water safety.
Yeah, the water safety are all volunteers. Thanks so much for all the people that help us out in these. And every one of those people is very, very essential for the safety of these riders. So they're basically for safety, to stabilize the rider, make sure that they're face up, able to wait for their catcher or pusher, depending on where they are, towards the inside or outside, whoever can get to them first. They're not allowed to put the riders on the board. They basically just keep them stabilized, make sure that they're safe until their team rider with the same color jersey comes and gets them, comes and rescues them.
We can really see now Ann Yoshida making a move in second priority, moving away from the pier there, heading a little bit more towards the middle peak, but still in that pier bowl section. We've got rights and lefts on offer, typical of the variety of waves you get here at Huntington Beach. You couldn't really pick a better location for events. You know, super consistent all year, nearly 10 miles stretch of sand, as we can see. Beatrice Duran looking for a little bowly right-hander, but nothing's going to break just there for her. So a little opportunity for all of the surfers to kind of reassess, breathe, recognize the positions. It's Jan Yoshida in the lead with a 3.83, Beatrix Duran in second with a 2.33, and up and riding Natasha there. She really committed to that takeoff. Our surfer from South Africa, a powerful drop there. She takes a nosedive, but that's her first score on the board, and she's going to get some assistance there from the water safety just while she gets underneath that little wave there. But her pushers and catchers will convene and really work together to safely get her back on the board so she can paddle out for more.
Yeah, we can see our surfer from France, Beatrice, remounting her board. She waved to someone, let them know she's okay. Maybe some communication with their team, because that's where Team France is on the beach.
Bonza as well. Looks to, well, not a Bonza, a quad fin. So 4 fins. So we've seen like the single fin, the thrusters, the reverse 2+1, and then we've seen the 4 fin on display there, as we can see. And Yoshida, beautiful right-hander, great posture control, charging through this section, incredible positioning in the pocket, climbing and dropping with a nice bowl section ahead here, and engaging that inside rail, and even throwing some spray on that cutback turn there. And I can hear Team Hawaii on the sand cheering, because that was a really strong display of surfing. Wave shape, speed, quality, maneuvers, all exhibited with control.
Yeah, I really love that ride, and having that be from that prone angle, you could actually really see how her control from rail to rail was, really throwing some spray off of every turn. She looked like a very, very talented bodyboarder from that ride.
Yeah, really bringing that front arm forward, as we can just see Ann Yoshida hearing that she's dropped to 6.83. So almost, you know, of the level of the scores we've been seeing across the day from the likes of Quinn Waitley, Hannah Dines, Jocelyn Newmiller, Tash Davies, Celine Roulard. She's right up there, if not higher than those scores dropped earlier today. So she's going to be a big hope for a medal here for Team Hawaii.
Yeah, and just as we were saying, she got that second to Joss Newmiller in the Hawaiian Adaptive, and so she's coming in hot and definitely hungry for a medal.
Yeah, hungry for a medal and demonstrating great control there. I mean, not only was it good wave selection, it was all in the pocket. It was a lot of maneuvers and a lot of acceleration. And like you say, you know, really using that technique where one arm stretched much further than the other arm. And that seems to have been a prevalent feature of some of the strongest surfing we've seen in the prone divisions today and yesterday. That slightly more kind of bodyboard inspired technique.
Definitely. And as we touched on a bit earlier, we were talking about the possibilities of having more and more kind of bodyboard-esque equipment in the future for some of these riders. The one thing that is a drawback in the short length, most bodyboards are about 40 inches, about 3.5 feet, to maybe 4 feet for the longer ones. That makes a lot more work for the pusher and the catcher to get them back into position. On the wave, they're going to be able to maneuver and fit into places all over the place. But once they are having to relocate, move around, that's going to take a lot more effort and a lot more time to get out, unfortunately.
And I guess one of those perpetual challenges that all wave riders have is that combination of planing through flat sections, but having a board that's maneuverable enough to be radical in steep sections. And that's like a constant trial and error process of how you can get through those slower parts with either flatter rocker or a longer board, but you've got something lively enough to fit in the pocket.
Yeah, and that's what the cool thing about the materials in bodyboards is you do have that flexibility, and the wave is constantly changing. The transitions are always different shapes, so you've got that thing constantly flexing and deforming and fitting into the wave, allowing you to create rocker when it's needed, but then returning to that flat speed to keep over the flat spot.
And the great thing about the types of wavecraft exhibited at the Parasurfing Championships is we got sit skis, we got wave skis, we've also got knee boards, and of course knee boarding, such a fundamental part of the progression of wave riding, the pioneering developments in shaping and fin design from George Greenough that inspired the involvement surfing of the shortboard revolution, and also the whole wave ski movement.
It was George Greenough's 82nd birthday yesterday.
That is a fantastic thing to celebrate. Happy birthday for yesterday, George Greenough. We can just see a loose board there. So what have we got happening here, Ben? We've got a board loose and I can't see the surfer.
Yes, we could possibly have a little bit of a leash problem here. Maybe the leash broke. Some of these riders won't use a leash. Like Jesse Billauer, he doesn't have the strength in his arms to get tugged on. to have the leash. So he kind of locks in and kind of hooks his hands under these straps on the board. But we'll get back to that and we'll see what's happening.
Well, that was Corinne O'Hen there from Switzerland, and she is absolutely fine. She's going to be back on her board very soon. We just saw Beatrice Durand from France looking to replace a 2.33. So she's carrying a strong score of a 4.5. It's Ann Yoshida out there in the lead with a 6.83, and she's backed that up with a 3.83. So much excitement. We're talking about the techniques, the water safety, the pusher and the catcher, fin design, and also the fact that we've got so many different wave crafts coming together here at the World Parasurfing Championship, from the likes of wave skis where surfers are in a sitting position, to knee boards where surfers are in a kneeling position, to prone boards where we're starting to see the impact of progressive bodyboarders bringing new techniques, and of course to stand-up surfing as well. And everybody sharing all of those progressions and innovations in equipment and techniques. And there's a real community spirit on the sand as well. I'm noticing that the teams aren't always just independently in their own camps. They're often mixed up because this is a big unit. This is a big parasurfing family.
It's a family reunion. It's a big high school reunion every year for me as well. I've gotten so close to so many of these riders, some of my favorite people to see in the world, and you just want to take advantage of that time, especially when you've traveled so far to come to Surf City. You want to spend every moment you can with all your best buds besides the contest.
Yeah, exactly. Everyone very pleased to be here, and of course that long relationship the ISA has with Huntington Beach. So big thanks to Visit Huntington Beach for having the opportunity for us to showcase the world's best parasurfers right there by Huntington Beach Pier in the middle of this incredible 10-mile stretch of sand in Southern California. And that pier there originally built in 1904, and it really is, of course, a place that has generated not only so many memories in competitive surfing, but so many incredible surfers have grown up in this community here.
Yeah, I'm really excited to see the setup with the lifeguards. They've got the long boards so they can relocate really quickly. They won't have the drag that the swimmers do and the safety do, so they can get called into action much faster, and then they have those long duck feet fins on them to get that speed.
Beatrice Durand just had to avoid that big chunk of kelp that was floating past the takeoff spot there, but she did it in style with a fantastic right-hand bowl and an opportunity to steer back to the left, which she does with style. So she's still got scoring potential on this ride. The judges will still be recognizing the opportunities for her to use those elbow and arm transitions to engage rails, to initiate maneuvers, direction changes, turns with style, speed, control, as Ann Yoshida gets that really arm forward on that grip and holds tight and pulls into that section there. And you can see that this aggressive attacking approach is also done with control. You know, there's a real kind of grace about the way Ann Yoshida is surfing at the same time. I love what I see, and I think that for me, she could be one of the favorites for gold here in this Prone 2.
Such a natural talent, and yes, her riding is very easy on the eyes. Gets in all the right places in the wave and just has that natural ocean connection. I'm really looking forward to see what Beatrice's last score was. Another thing that I noticed with Beatrice is she really she brings her legs up. I'm not sure if she's a double prosthetic, but it looks like she really swings the weight of the legs to also help in controlling the board direction changes, as well as moving forward and back to speed the board up and slow it down.
Yeah, great technique there. That was a good right-hander, waiting for that score to drop. If she gets a 6.17, she moves up into first position. Currently sitting in second. She works as a lecturer in France. She's from the Nouvelle Aquitaine from southwest France, close to Bordeaux, and surfs a lot at Lacanau. She often rides a 6.6, and we're waiting for that last score to drop, and it would be close to the highest score of the heat. It would rival Ann Yoshida's 6.83. If she does get the 6.17, she needs to move up into first. And it looks like the scores come in at a 4.9. So it doesn't change the situation, but it solidifies her position in second, putting more pressure on Natasha and Corinne to get the respective scores that they need to not go back into the repechage rounds.
Yeah, and these early rounds, it's just important to get into that advancing position more than anything. more than just winning the heat.
Live action, Corinne from Switzerland. An opportunity perhaps. This wave, not really much scoring potential, so a pusher doesn't opt to go for that one. So she'll stay there in first priority, because you could really see that the pusher didn't make a clear effort to try and catch and miss that wave. Obviously they were getting themselves in position, but it was deemed that she didn't go for that wave, so that's why she stays in first priority. So that's a good position for her to be in. She's chasing a very big score, a 717, to move up into first. They're swinging round now for this one. It's a bowly section, and she's up and riding now. Big drop, takes the nosedive, takes the wipe out, and this is where the pushers and the catchers will convene, but also the water safety will come as close to Corinne as possible. The 38-year-old who speaks 5 languages, German, English, Spanish, Italian, and Portuguese. Absolutely incredible international traveler and athlete. And talking of athletes, let's get down to the post-heat interview with Jocelyn Newmiller on the glass.
Jocelyn, congratulations on taking away that heat win just a few minutes ago. Now, you were saying the conditions are pretty challenging out there. Can you describe that to us?
Yeah, definitely. I think they're quite different to the last couple of days. It's pretty hard to see. Like, it looks great from the beach, but when you actually get on the face, there's so much chop and it just catches the rails so easily. So quite different to the previous days.
Well, you did really well to manage all that chop. You're a returning champion, the 2021 gold medalist. What was your preparation like coming into this event?
Yeah, I think we've been out surfing a fair bit, testing some different things. So I think the aim is to come out here and just see if we can execute some of the new things that we've been mastering. So yeah, looking forward to a fun week ahead.
And I got to hear the song that Irkanjis were singing for you as you came in. Pretty funny and silly, but how cool is it to have that team behind you?
Yeah, no, we've got a great team here. Like, everyone's so supportive, and it's fantastic to see all the team members and supporters getting behind every athlete on the beach. So it's fantastic to be part of such a great and supportive team.
Well, great work out there. We'll see you in the next round, and we'll take you guys back to this one for the end of the heat.
Thanks so much, Shannon. Congratulations, Jocelyn. As we move and close out this heat, we got Ann Yoshida. She takes the win with a 6.83 and a 3.83. Beatrix Duran stays in second position. So Natasha and Corinne from South Africa and Switzerland, they will move into the repechage. But we've got heat number 4 coming up next. We got Spain, Brazil, and Scotland. We got Jade Edward and Karen Dark surfing for Scotland here in Prone 2 Women's as we continue the ISA World Parasurfing Championship presented by Visit Huntington Beach.
Hello and welcome to Huntington Beach, California. I'm Kelly Miller, President and CEO of Visit Huntington Beach. Known as Surf City, USA, Huntington Beach boasts 10 miles of coastline and the most consistent waves on the West Coast. Huntington Beach has it all, with endless summer weather, year-round events, outdoor activities, and oceanfront resorts and spas. So get ready to be inspired, be connected, and be here, Huntington Beach. Plan your visit at surfcityusa.com.
Pleasure to have your company, Parasurf fans, wherever you're tuning in around the world. I hope you've been enjoying the action. We've certainly been enjoying the opportunity to celebrate the world's best parasurfers here on day 2, live from Huntington Beach, Surf City, for the 2023 World Parasurfing Championship as we move into heat number 4 of the Prone 2 Women Division. And we see Sarah Almagro, the 23-year-old from Spain, studying a law degree and finishing in the bronze medal position in the 2022 ISA World Parasurfing Championship, surfing against Monique Oliveira, the 36-year-old from Brazil, and Jade Edward and Karen Dark, both representing Scotland. Jade just age 11, Karen age 52, and Karen is a gold Paralympian in hand cycling from the Rio Paralympics in 2016, and also had a silver medal as well in the Paralympics. So really incredible to see what Karen is bringing to the para surf community there. Her and Jade, they have done a lot of development work with Surfable in Scotland, founded in 2017 to provide full access surf therapy and based in the northeast of Scotland, and it's Scotland's first inclusive and fully adaptive surf therapy organization. And both Jade and Karen have really got a lot of benefits from working with the community there, and I know that some of the Surfable community are working as pushers and catchers and team managers here for Team Scotland. Of course, it's just a small team with these two women, but big shout out to Kev Anderson. I know he's doing a lot of hard work for Surfable and parasurfing in Scotland, but watch out for Sarah, because she really performed very well, finishing in that bronze medal position in 2022. And I know, Ben, you were really impressed with Sarah's performance last year in Pismo.
Yeah, she's a very, it's partly due to her team. They always have very good wave selection, good heat management, and they always seem to get her on the right ones. And here we have Monique Oliveira,
2017 copper medalist from the World Parasurfing Championship from Rio de Janeiro. A score will be dropped for Monique there. It'll be the first score of the heat. Long ride, good control from Monique. She's smiling, she's feeling very happy about that. The 36-year-old there from Rio de Janeiro. Follow her at Monique Surf ISTA on her Instagram account. She works as a therapist specializing in behavior therapy. And as I said, having won that copper back in 2017, she's got a long relationship with the World Parasurfing Championship. But some of the newcomers to the sport have been Jade Edward, age 11, who last year, age 10, was one of the youngest competitors at the event. And she loves to surf at Lossiemouth on the Murray Forth, and she usually rides the float boards there. Be interesting to see if we can see if she's got herself a custom board. I know she was starting to work with Johnny Purton out of South Wales there, as we can see. Hawaiian Anne, who just put on a great display, Ben. I mean, I was very impressed with her technique, the line she was taking, and just the energy she gave to that heat.
Yeah, I love her style. Her style is just amazing, flawless, and we saw it. She's able to do some really dynamic maneuvers, but also just pick such good lines on the wave.
Yeah, absolutely good lines. And talking about good lines in sport, always inspires me when we have Paralympians. And I mentioned Karen Dark, who's a gold medalist Paralympian in hand cycling, having been representing Team Great Britain in Rio 2016 and London 2012. She comes from Inverness, and it is fantastic when we're pushing for this Paralympic inclusion for Los Angeles 2028 to have athletes from other Paralympic disciplines to bring this energy and ideology and athleticism to the surf movement here.
Yeah, and when you mention hand cycling, all of that upper body strength from propelling yourself around by cranking with your arms has got to help with maneuvering the boards, also swimming, any little aspect of the sport and the performance. By having that background and that upper body strength, it's probably going to work as an advantage.
Yeah, and Jade Edward there looking to get her first wave. So Jade Edward there in green, only nearly just 3 years of surfing. Last year was her first international competition in Pismo. Started at Hopeman on the Murray Firth with the charity Surfable, as we can see her up and riding, engaging the rail, then almost getting the opportunity for off the top there, but you can just see the speed that float board has given her. So she is getting to that stage where she's starting to explore some custom shapes, and she's on the float board, as we can see Sarah there dropping deep in the section, right under the hook in the bowl. Great degree of difficulty, bottom turn off the top, and aggressive attacking but controlled surfing as she then comes through this foam section and redirects to go back into the right there, and she's going to get one more turn as she goes back, heading left. Again, a little tweak of the opportunity to float that section, and then drives it forward and demonstrates why she went all the way to the grand final last year to get bronze at the World Parasurfing Championship.
Yeah, I'm a big fan of her riding. And there you can see her catcher running without the fins to cover a little more ground. He's in that shallow water to where he's able to actually get over to her faster by using his feet rather than swimming. And somewhere around here, I'm sure he gets past this whitewash, he'll get those fins on and start motoring her to the outside.
We'll find out what the score is going to be very soon, but let's go down to the glass because out of Hawaii, Ann Yoshida is with Shannon.
And congratulations on a great performance out there. How did it feel to be out in the water and to have the great team pusher and catcher with you as well?
And, I got a good team behind me, and you know that really is what the case is. Not only my water team, but you know my Hawaii team, amazing team, and extended out there. There's much more people out there watching and supporting, and I just want to say thank you to everyone. Thank you to ISA for bringing this out. Competition was heated. It was heated. Yeah, it was good waves though.
Yeah, what was it like? What was going down in the water? Is there any communication between you and the other women?
I mean, I just want to be supportive, right? So it's just like stoked for everybody. I think also like just everybody is like kind of relaxing once they get in the water, right? So once we're in the water, it's always like, oh, but when you're on land, you're like, oh, it's competition. But nah, I think in the water, it's nice. And I think it's always good to like just get back to where you are, you know, your roots and who you are. And the water brings it out. You know.
Amazing. Well, you're a longtime competitor of the ISA World Parasurfing Championships over the last few events. How does it feel to be here in Huntington Beach for this year's event?
Oh, man. I mean, this is record-breaking, right? So it's just lovely to see how everything has changed and just everything has just come to this position of all the competitors, but also just the people understanding what competition takes to get here. And I love seeing everything, all the setup. We built a city here. So anyone who is out there who's interested in adaptive surfing or parasurfing, come out. We have a place for you to sit and stay and just kind of maybe even get out in the water with us.
Well, thanks so much for your time. And Ann Yoshida for Team Hawaii takes out the win. She's into the next round. You're going to have another opportunity to improve those scores as well in the round robin. How are you feeling about getting that chance to surf another time?
I love that, actually, that setup of the round one, the 2 rounds and everything. It kind of gets you get all your giggles out and everything and get comfortable in the water. I do love the way they set it up just because, like, sometimes you crash and burn, you know, and you get that second chance, and that's really beautiful. But I also want to bring everything I can in the water. The worst feeling out there as a competitor is to not know you can surf better than you did out in there. So I think we just got to get to that, visualize that, and I have an amazing team. They're all out there behind me, supporting me, and all up front there and everything. So thank you, everyone. Imua Team Hawaii.
Thanks so much, Ann. We'll go back to you guys in the booth.
Wow, that was brilliant, and there have been so many fantastic post-heat interviews, a real celebration of wave riding culture around the globe, and Ann Yoshida there just representing Hawaii in style, as we see representing Spain, the Spanish coast, of course, from the Malaga area on the Mediterranean, on the south side there of Spain. Sarah Almagro gets a 7.50 for her first score there, so a really strong start. Looks to be one of the biggest scores we have seen in Prone 2 today. So it's going to be really hard to get into this final. This is, like all divisions, hotly contested, but there's only space for 4 of these women in that grand final, and I'm already seeing at least 8 of them who deserve to get a spot there, Ben.
Now, last year in Pismo, we saw some amazing performances, but already in just the span of a year, I have seen the performance raise 2 notches, and then a few of the competitors who are kind of just getting into it are starting to be contenders. And so this is really fast moving, very exciting.
So Sarah is now in her 5th year studying a law degree. She's been putting a lot of focus into parasurfing, so she's just holding back a little bit on her studies at the moment. She's from Malaga on the Mediterranean coast of South Spain. She's dropped to 7.5 there, and I just love the control, you know, the lineup, the way that she took that wave right down to the bottom of the wave. She used all of the wave. She covered a lot of ground, and it looks like she's in position here for a look at this wave, but it's Karen Dark who's gonna not go for that wave because Jade Edward up and riding, charging through that section. Jade Edward, just age 11 there. Leash is loose. She's going to have to get some real assistance here, but Jade, she's no trouble there. Look at Jade Edwards, fantastic young surfer there, strong, committed, and she will be out for more very soon because her catcher will get out close to her, and I know that all the water safety team will be right there in close, as they will for Monique Oliviero, the 36-year-old from Brazil. Scores now waiting to drop for Monique and Jade. Sarah out there in the lead, now sitting with first priority, and here we get to see that real teamwork effort between the water safety team and the pushers and catchers.
Yeah, it's a huge effort by all, and of course the guys in the orange vests are basically free agents going wherever needed, and they're all over the place. And we have another score for green.
4.9 for Jade Edward puts her into first position, so she's got a 3.5 and a 4.9. So Sarah now needing a low score just under 1, a 0.9 to move up into first, because she's carrying the strongest score of the heat so far. 7 minutes 30 seconds remaining. Nice peaky left hander here for Sarah. Nice high line, cuts back straight away, comes to the middle of the wave, puts that board on rail, radical surfing, and just stays now in the bowl, and she's going to get some acceleration here. She keeps in control. She might get the opportunity for a redirect here. She's going to get some speed generation, as we can see. Karen Dark out the back on a foamy left-hander, speeding, charging through in trim, locked onto that rail edge nicely there. Great control, as we can just see her catcher there, just making sure that he's in the right position to help Karen, which he does beautifully. Textbook work there from the Scottish surf team. Big shout out to Surfable there, who have pioneered the support for adaptive surfing there in Spain. And Sarah on the inside looks to have ridden that one right through to the sand, Ben.
Yeah, her catcher actually had to take his fins up, run up and grab her, bring her back into the ocean.
Great technique there, keeping the fins on that front side so you don't get much drag. This is really great to see, isn't it? Teamwork at its best.
Yeah, literally skimboarding her out into the shore break right there. And that last one, basically, she had first priority. They could have just kind of sat on that for a while, but she didn't have a backup. So definitely want to give her that backup score, not to mention needing that 0.90. She'll definitely pop back into the lead.
Great work there from Jade Edward, a quadruple amputee from age 2. She's got a fantastic 4.9, kicked off with that 3.5. It looks like Sarah's going to go into a solid position in first when that score drops for her. So she's waiting for the judges to tabulate that last score. Karen Dark will also drop a pretty solid score as well. Our surfer in white, our 2 times medalist in the Paralympics, gold medalist in hand cycling and silver medalist across Rio 2016 and London 2012. From Scotland, Karen Dark chasing a score of a 4.48 to move up into second position.
Yeah, this is going to be exciting, and I'm curious to see what they give Sarah for that last one. And it looks like White's score came in.
Well, it felt like that 7.5 was probably going to be a stronger score, but I think that it's going to be pretty solid. White gets in at a 3.93, so she moves up into third. Monique Oliviero there from Brazil, she now needs a 4.48. Monique from Rio de Janeiro, she studied quantum physics and behavior therapy at university, and she now works as a therapist specializing in behavior therapy and turning to catch this wave. It looks like it's an opportunity to go right. She's got a nice high line there, good control, takes that drop, but unable to come out of that steeper bowlier section. As we can see, the flip of the board looks to be the classic thruster there with evenly sized fins.
Yeah, that's one thing that I think possibly could have worked against her on that one, is the farther back the standard fin cluster positioning makes the front corners of the board catch the water a little bit more. It's less forgiving. We'll watch. Okay, so it pushed her score. So
wow.
Her top score is now her backup. I think we had missed a bit of the ride.
Yeah, exactly. I was completely wrong there. I called that it would be lower than that 7.5. But wow, What a fantastic replay here, Ben. We really get to see the degree of difficulty of those turns.
Yeah, she does this down turn, kind of looks at her options on the right, decides that she's got more transition to deal with on the left, and just constantly driving around the wash, looking for that open face to redirect. And as we saw, she did end up on the sand on that one.
Yeah, and there might have been opportunities for reform sections there on the inside, but what a great start for Sarah. She's gonna be coming away with the highest heat score of the round. She's seen big performances from Quinn Waitley, Hannah Dines. She's seen Jocelyn Newmiller and Tash Davies looking strong. She's just seen Anne Yoshida setting the field ablaze, but really making a statement with her intention to get out there and win gold, having been dominant in the European parasurfing scene this season. Out of Malaga on the Mediterranean coast of Spain, Sarah Almagro is looking strong, the 23-year-old with a fantastic heat total, an 8.0 and a 7.5. That's got to feel good, Ben. When you hear the beach announcer call out those scores, the confidence builds up, and when you know you can give more, that's when you start to think, I can get into the excellent range as long as I get pushed into the right waves.
Yeah, if I'm not mistaken, yesterday, I believe the highest score was a 9 by one of our riders, and here we go again.
Up and riding with the bowl section there. Look at the control. That wave just sucking up on the shallower sand, spinning across the sandbar here towards the pier bowl as we see our heat leader redirecting into the direction of the right there and just climbing into that last re-entry opportunity and just arching her spine more to get another rebound off that inside after a really strong, fast opening section, looking to replace a high score of a 7.5. So 3 strong scores. This might, even if it doesn't go into a top 2, that score, it might still be the highest score for any of the other surfers. I mean, I feel already like that might not go as high as that 8, but it could be a very important backup score as we see Karen Dark on a beautiful big overhead foamy left-hander and just readjusting her body position with control there to accelerate on that reform and then kicking out cleanly, safely, in control with just 1 minute 20 seconds remaining and chasing a score of a 4.48.
Yeah, at this moment it was basically a fight for second after Sarah solidified that first place position with that 8.
Jade Edward with their 4.9 and 3.5. 1 minute remaining, Ben. So what does Jade need to do to really secure that position in second, knowing that Karen is chasing an attainable score of a 4 to move up into second?
Well, I think she still hasn't shown her potential with the waves that they've chosen. So should they get a better wave, she could easily kind of push third and fourth into that repertoire round and secure herself in advancing.
Karen drops a 4.4. It's the highest score of the heat, but it's not enough to move up to second. Jade Edward, nice high line on the float board there. Doesn't drop into that section, so she won't replace her 3.50. She's going to carry that 4.9 and that 3.5. And if the situation doesn't change with Karen and Monique, neither of those women are in the lineup. So it looks pretty secure that Sarah takes a really convincing lead with her backup score still to drop, but with that 8 and that 7.5. But huge congratulations to all the other women. Great performance from Monique and Karen, but Jade, that 3.5 and that 4.9, wow, that was incredible. And we will be continuing the action. We've just had one of the most exciting rounds of the event so far. But stay with us, ladies and gentlemen, because we've got day 1 highlights to enjoy, and then we've got Shannon Hughes and Mitchell Salazar coming in the booth to call the action.
Nice opening turn, and he's ducking into the barrel.
This is day 1 of competition here in Surf City, Huntington Beach.
Up and riding right now. Sponge big off the top, second speed drive, little coverage there in the little section, and then rebounds off the lip there.
And this wave of Team USA's Jesse Billauer earns him a 7.83.
I am new in this sport. I started surfing like half a month ago. So it's really challenging and good sport and meeting new people.
Seen him going right a lot throughout this heat. That was a great re-entry.
This is the place to do it, Shannon.
Davi now up and riding. Great looking wave, goes in for that second turn. Woo! But Roberto did have first priority over him, so he's gonna opt to go farther down the line. Great two-turn combination.
Eu pedi para mim mesmo no ano passado. Hoje eu vim muito focado, esse ano eu vim muito focado, treinado.
And in the last heat of the day, Joel Taylor from Australia gets an 8.67. So that wraps up our day one of competition. Tune in tomorrow for more action in day two.
Welcome back to the action here in Huntington Beach, California for the 2023 ISA World Parasurfing Championships. It's been a big day of surfing so far, and we're now changing into another new category. We're in our men's stand 3 division, round number 1, heat 1 with France, Japan, and Israel in the water. Shannon and Mitch to call the action.
Yeah, and 3 competitors from different regions of the world. Now, Michi is definitely one of those surfers that I feel has a strong chance of winning gold right here. But as we've said before, France, they came well prepared, very adaptable to beach break conditions, as the conditions have changed quite a bit since earlier this morning. But it seems like that wind has died a little bit. Probably going to get a little bit more glassy in the next hour or so, Shannon.
That's what we're hoping for. We did hear from Jocelyn Neumiller in her post-heat interview that it's way bumpier out there than what we can even tell from land or from the camera. So it'd be great if it continues to clean up. As we see Naomichi up and riding on his opening ride. Great control of that equipment under his feet. Board looking really progressive, like if he gets himself onto a wave with a little bit of power to it, he's going to be really explosive.
Yeah, and you can definitely tell that his technique is one of the best in this division too. Not many competitors in this one due to the various classifications that we have, especially the newer classifications, Shannon, this year in 2023. But you have 7 surfers. You have 2 rounds to qualify just for the final, knowing that it's those 2 heats that are really going to matter. You still count your 2 best scores out of the 2 heats. So really these 20 minutes right now, knowing that there's a smaller amount of surface in this classification, you want to get to work quickly.
That's right. It'll be 2 qualifying rounds straight into the final. So really wanting to capitalize, knowing that you've only got 2 opportunities in order to make it into the medal side of the event, with a chance to walk away gold, silver, bronze, or copper. Eric Dargent opens up for Team France with a 1.33, and Alon Avisar for Israel just out there waiting for his first score to come through. Naomichi opens up with a 5.43 heat total, split between his 2 waves being a 3 that he opened with and a 2.43 for his backup score. So he's sitting in that front running position, but it's still very early. There's some great waves rolling through, and we could see a big change up in the scores. As we take a look now at Eric, up and riding, gets that prosthetic planted as his front leg, driving through his back leg as well with more power and control, and he'll have a score to come through. Now in our stand 3 division, which we're currently in, the 2 heats on the men's side of the draw, this division includes any surfer who rides the wave in a standing position with an above-the-knee amputation or both lower extremity amputations, congenital or impairment equivalent. And that's exactly what we're seeing out in the water right now. These competitors, a lot of them opting to ride with a prosthetic. They can also opt to ride without one.
Yeah.
And use their front arm in place of their front leg.
And you'll see that in the next heat, Martinez, who tends to compete that way, only uses his prosthetic limb outside of the water, loves to use the rest of his body inside the water. But, you know, speaking of people that are very adaptable to all different board sports, Dargent actually practices all 3 major board sports. He skates, he snowboards, and he obviously surfs too. So a big proponent of board sports, and it seems like it's working out well so far.
Dargent now up and riding. Great takeoff, deep and in the section. Goes for the first big turn, throwing a lot of spray off that second turn as well. Nice style as he approaches this inside section and showing his use of his knowledge of having a board under his feet.
Yeah, and you know, earlier Sam and Ben were talking about the difficulties between having one prosthetic or one limb being the pushing leg or the controlling leg. In this case, it's the controlling leg for Dargent, his front foot. And in that case, it's way easier to push off with the back leg. And it definitely seems like control isn't an issue for him. Really able to move that board around really significantly when it comes to attacking those lip line sections too. Should be a good score, this one.
That's right, having the strength of that back leg, knee, ankle, everything to be able to really use that control, and then the placement of his front foot more for balance as we take a look here.
Yeah, and positioned himself well on the open face. Great first turn, and wasn't really able to connect with the second one afterwards as well as he wanted to, but still, in terms of significant scores in this heat, by far going to be his personal best and going to extend his lead by a good margin. Looking at the replay from the front angle, look at the way he uses both of his hands to keep on rail the whole time. But once he engages with the actual face of the wave, he's making it to the lip line. So some good execution right there by the French surfer in red, Shannon.
Scores through, it's a 5.67 for last of red. Has him in a significant lead over the rest of the field. Now Michi sitting down into second, now chasing a 6.40 to take himself into the leading position. And you can see a bit of a spread between the three in the water. Always nice when you show up to an event and you see the draw and realize you've only got 3 surfers to battle out with instead of that extra 4th.
100%.
As we take a look now at Eric, staying active, just gets caught kind of a little late on the takeoff there. He's unable to get up to his feet. So he'll be able to shake that one off.
And he's been a runner-up to the World Championship before. He knows what it takes to make it into the final. And now with the reduced field in this classification, I wouldn't be surprised to see it next year build up a lot more, knowing that there's a lot more classifications where people can enter. Obviously, you get somebody to approve in which classification you're going to be in. But as of right now, only 7 competitors. Your chances of winning gold are way higher than before, Shannon. So want to make it count of the 2 qualifying rounds that you have.
That's so true. It's such a good point. With the majority advancing through into the final of the total field, means that you've got that much more opportunity to bring a gold medal back to your country as well. 12 minutes, 48 seconds on the clock, and as we've got a lull in the action, let's go down to the beach to catch up with Ben Way.
Thank you so much. We're here with the winner of the Prone 2 Round 1 Heat 4 for Team Spain, Sara Almagro. Felicidades, congratulations.
Thanks a lot. I'm very happy to be here at Huntington. I think we took some really good waves, but I think I can improve them.
Well, you're looking spectacular. I saw some great performances. Your first wave was so exciting to watch for me. One thing I wanted to ask is we speak a lot during the live webcast, watching the heats, about all of the movement of the catcher, the pusher, whose job is which and when. And so your pusher's name is Javi. So when you're outside, your communication with Javi, is he choosing all the waves, or do you also communicate if maybe I want this one or I don't want this one? Do you choose, or do you basically leave it to Javi?
I think it's a team, and we work as a team. We make both the decisions. Also, the one who is at the seashore, he likes to do some signals, and he tells what to do.
Okay, and so your catcher's Alejandro as well?
Yes, yes.
And so how long have you worked with this team?
2 years. So Alejandro is my brother, and Javi is my main coach, but he's like my brother.
You're much better looking than him. I'm joking. So I'm looking at your board. Your board is really, really paper thin. It's amazing because you look so fast in the water. Looks like you have a ton of flotation, but when I'm looking at the board, the thing is very, very thin. I don't think even a child could stand up on this board.
Well, my weight is very, very, very low, so I don't want a heavy board. So for me, it's very difficult to maneuver, and we try to do some new things. So this is my board.
Looks amazing, and I would stay on that thing the entire event. So last year, it was a bronze medal that you won in Pismo?
Yes.
And so this year, you're looking stronger, you're looking faster. I don't know if it's the equipment. Do you think that having the warmer water temperature here in Huntington Beach makes a difference? Is that a little bit easier on your body, let you move a little bit more?
The water is a plus, but also with my team, I feel more confident in the water, so maybe this is the year.
Well, unbelievable. So let's give a little small word. Vamos a mandar un mensaje a la gente que te están apoyando desde España.
Sí, me gustaría dar las gracias a toda la gente que me está viendo de España, a mi padre un gran abrazo y esta manga se la voy a dedicar a Mireia que bueno, le han dado hoy una muy buena noticia y esta es para ti Mireia, un beso.
Muchas gracias. Arriba equipo. Back to you guys.
Thanks so much. Great to hear from Sarah putting together a really great heat. And that board does look so light and so good for high performance surfing.
Yeah, and maneuverability, as she was saying, too. Not a lot of weight on her, and she's want to be able to move that board around as well as she can and dropping one of the highest single heat totals of the event so far. So got a performance for her. She still thinks that she can improve on the 2 scores that she has already carrying into the next qualifying round. Going to be hard to do, but obviously she has the confidence to do so.
That's right, and she's got that goal set. She's already, put down a great base to build from, and now she can look to go even bigger and better. Studying the waves, getting those free surfs in the well, today there probably won't be a free surf in the afternoon because we'll be finishing off right around sunset as we take a look at Naomichi just going down on takeoff. But getting in the water early, getting in all that practice out here to be able to see how those scores can improve given the conditions on hand.
Well, you need to be able to practice in any kind of condition too, so even if it's 20 minutes, I still recommend getting out there either before or after your heat, just getting some more practice reps in, especially at a break that you don't know that well. It might be a beach break similar to home, but it's not the exact same wave that you're surfing 24/7.
Now Michi goes down over the falls, struggles, but he holds onto that board and unable to get up to his feet. Eric now taking off also deep in the section, quickly up to his feet and down again. So some deep takeoffs. 8 minutes, 30 seconds on the clock. Eric still sitting in the lead with our full situation in the water. Alone, we can see him there in the green jersey, just the farthest out of the pack. He does have first priority. He was able to get that 2.67 on the board. He's now chasing a 3.80 and looking to improve on his score line. Team USA has been putting together a really solid performance throughout today. They've also kind of positioned them alongside Team Australia right at the front of the walkway here. It's the first team that you're going to run into if you come down to the beach to support.
Well, and they did it for a reason too. They want to be noticeable. They want people to know that they're here to win this thing. And as you can see, the unity still right there. Japanese surfer right in the middle. You see Team Hawaii there as well as the Nordic flag in the background too. But this is a cool event in terms of the community, but everybody has their sights set on winning the gold medal individually, and obviously as a team, that's a big moment too in terms of seeding for the next year too, Shannon.
Alon with another opportunity. He's been charging. He's taken off on quite a few waves so far. Hasn't been able to find anything with really good score on it where he's been able to get up to his feet quickly for the 52-year-old out of Ashad. He has been so consistent in competition, entering as many events as he can, whether it's the World Championships here and representing Israel, or traveling amongst the many parasurfing events that are happening worldwide through Europe, through the United States, through Hawaii as well over the last couple of years.
Yeah, and it seems like Baloo having a look here, Katsukura, quick one for him, but for Israeli surfers, it's sometimes difficult to get to a lot of different events worldwide because you're right in the middle of both Europe and the rest of Asia, so you have to make a decision usually in what region you want to compete. But for a lot of parasurfers, you want to be able to do as many events as possible. And with the limited number of events that you can do worldwide, you got to commit to the very few that you feel like you have a chance of winning when it comes to waves that are similar to your home break.
Eric now up and riding. Great placement for the start of this wave. It's that little wedgie section on his backhand into that third turn, holding on to a lot of control and a lot of flow.
That was a very impressive wave. We talk about the 3 major factors in the scoring criteria: speed, power, and flow. He had all 3 of those. And you heard the reaction on the beach by the French team. They were really pleased by this wave. I feel the exact same. This is no doubt going to be his best score, and he's really going to move out into first place by a significant margin. Just under 6 minutes to go, too. Shannon has a lot of time to still work with.
First heat of the 2 heats within this division as well for the opening round. So it could set him up as a strong front runner with that qualification towards the final. It'll be the top 4 out of the 7 competitors in this division specifically for men's stand 3 that will be advancing through into the final. In the women's division for stand 3, we've got 6 competitors. It'll be the same where the top 4 will be advancing through to the final. So 2 of the smaller divisions across, you know, the entire field of both men's and women's. It's great to see that representation that's continued to grow over the years, though, as we take another look at this one.
Yeah, this was excellent wave selection by Eric. Found one of those inside runners that just connected down the line, and as you can see, was able to fit in various maneuvers on this wave. Good positioning, too, when it came to the drop. Look at the way it set up that first turn. Really extends the bottom turn all the way. Hits the lip line right there and fits in a third one, too. So some impressive connectivity right there with both his board and that wave. Feel like it's going to be a big score.
The former silver medalist drops in an 8.33, showing that he's a strong favorite heading into finals day. And he'll put a big requirement, so big that it's actually now a combination situation on that second place surfer to take away the leading position.
Right, but you know, same thing, leaderboard. Don't look at that, don't focus on that. Just look to improve your top 2 scores and add more pressure to the heat that's coming up, because they're really the people that will be having to take you down in terms of that leaderboard ranking style that we have at this event. But overall, you were mentioning Dargent being a former runner-up to the World Championship. Goes to show you a lot of these men that are in this division are some of the original surfers that were here in 2016 at the very first event. So they've just been classified in different categories now, but they have the experience of being in a jersey, especially when it comes to those very important heats.
Down to 3 minutes, 45 seconds on the clock, and we have seen a lot of growth in parasurfing specifically over the last 7 to 8 years, from those inaugural events in 2015, 2016, to where we're at now in 2023. We're seeing the field of competitors at this year's event more than doubled at the inaugural event back in 2015, which just shows, you know, that conversation is growing, that there's more accessibility to surfers that need that extra bit of help, that, you know, no matter what category they're surfing in, of the 9 different categories, that there's more accessibility for them globally. We're seeing more countries than ever starting to be included in that conversation, and it's been really awesome to see that, especially with the hope of Paralympic inclusion.
Yeah, and I think LA 2028 is a perfect opportunity to get that involved, and especially with the time zone on the West Coast, there's a lot of viewership that would happen right there. But I think more than anything, you're looking at a community effort too. There's a lot of people involved behind the scenes in terms of promoting these events and getting more events out there. In the end, it's just all about opportunity, as you were mentioning, but you still need to put in a lot of effort yourself. Things aren't going to happen just out of the blue, and if it's not initiated by people that are involved with the sport, then it's never going to evolve to a point that we're seeing right now.
So true, and we're seeing the progression of these surfers. You know, the former gold medalists, they're pushing the progression of their own divisions and their own sport farther and farther every year that they come back, which is amazing to see. Alon now with a great opportunity. That was looking like such a good wave.
It was, and unfortunately for him, just mistimed the drop right there. The 52-year-old, as you were saying, from Israel. He's been multiple-time medalist throughout Europe, worldwide, placed 6th last year at this event over in Pismo, but he's struggling right now to find anything better than a 2.67. I feel like the waves are out there. They've just been a little out of position when it comes to finding those good ones. As you see that right peeling off right there, just need to be on the corner of them, Shannon. Once you're on the corner and you have some open face, the rest is history.
It's so true, and it's not the fastest wave in the world. It's easy to stay on that open face once you get onto it, but it's just getting into that position in the first place, because if you are just stuck behind it, the closeout section's really just too fast to make it past usually.
Yeah, there's a couple different peaks that you can use right now. They change according to the tide, but I feel like that the pier bowl and the middle peak are definitely 2 viable options for a lot of the surfers out there right now. As you can see, by our Dargent's 8.33 and the 5.67, there are scoreable waves. You just need to be in the right position, and it comes down to conditioning. Are you able to put a heat together in 20 minutes? That's the real question, Shannon.
Down to 1 minute remaining on the clock, 19 already finished, and Eric's done so well in this heat for Team France. He found that 5.67 pretty early on, built on a 3.73, which was his second scoring wave, and then eventually found himself with that 8.33 in the back half of this heat, and that really set him apart. It was also really good wave selection. He wasn't sitting all the way out the back looking for those bigger sets. It was one of those middle-sized waves. It hit the bank really well. It held open for him and offered him multiple turning opportunities.
Yeah, and it doesn't have to be the size of the wave. That usually adds a lot into their criteria in terms of the degree of difficulty of those sections, but you're really looking for the steeper sections out there, so it doesn't have to be a large wave. The wave just has to be good in terms of the quality of it.
Now Michi goes for a late takeoff once again. He's unable to get into it. The 59-year-old out of Haichoji from Japan. He's been surfing for the majority of his life. He's been competing also for such a long time. Back in the All Japan Surfing Championships in 1987 was a competitor. And it's been great to see him in the water today as well. Walking away with a couple of threes on the board. He'll be looking to replace those coming up in his next heat. And we can see him just sliding past the screen. He may have been up after the buzzer. We'll have to take a look at the scores. But there we go, officially in. It was after the buzzer for that last heat of our surfer in blue. We do have a score to come through for our surfer in green. We'll give you that situation update when we return with more of the ISA World Parasurfing Championships.
Hello and welcome to Huntington Beach, California. I'm Kelly Miller, President and CEO of Visit Huntington Beach. Known as Surf City, USA, Huntington Beach boasts 10 miles of coastline and the most consistent waves on the West Coast. Huntington Beach has it all, with endless summer weather, year-round events, outdoor activities, and oceanfront resorts and spas. So get ready to be inspired, be connected, and be here, Huntington Beach. Plan your visit at surfcityusa.com.
Welcome back to the action. We can see that that wind, that onshore wind, is picked up maybe even a little stronger. We can see some white caps out there, Mitch, as we're taking a look at the surroundings. We're in heat number 2 for our men's round 1 stand 3 division, which includes any surfer with an upper limb amputation or impairment. As we take a look at Daryl on his opening wave for Team Costa Rica. He's already got a 0.83 on the board. He'll have a second score to come through. He's up against Brazil, Germany, and Mexico in the water.
Yeah, and a tough heat out there right now out of the two that we've seen in this division. No doubt the harder one. Barbaro Sayalira from Germany, a great surfer. Martin Martinez from Mexico out there in the white jersey. He's from my hometown of Mazatlan. I know the kid very well. And Dariel Davila, he's been traveling with Roy Tuscany from High Fives Foundation all across the United States so far, but originally from one of the more beautiful places in Costa Rica called Puerto Viejo, some great waves. As we look at Santos right now, he's a contender once again for gold.
Great looking wave on his forehand for Santos, and a solid whip to finish off with. Doesn't quite ride out complete from that one, Mitch.
Doesn't, but we can see the attempt right there, and his intent definitely to get up into the lip line. He's a very strong surfer and more than capable of posting a couple of 8s in his scoreline in this one. And with the leaderboard format, I feel like it really benefits him because he's a great competitor, but he really likes to go for it in terms of these kinds of waves. Comes from a lot of beach breaks himself. I feel like this benefits him quite a bit.
Let's take a look at some replays here from the first exchanges.
Yeah, 2.5 for Dariel Davila, as I mentioned before, from a beautiful place in Costa Rica. And that wave from Santos, I mean, he pulls that off when we're looking at a big score. Just a lot of power, a lot of flow, but the use of speed on that one, the way he's able to generate speed by grabbing his rail and pulling it side to side, really important at a beach break.
16 minutes on the clock. We've got a 3.33 heat total for Daryl, and he's currently sitting in that leading position. We've got some wave skis that will be paddling out in the sit division later on. I believe that they will be coming up in today's schedule. And that will be our men's sit division specifically. Will be up in just a couple of hours. So we'll see a different type of craft being ridden out in the water.
Yep. This is going to be cool. More kind of like look at it as a kayak, but they surf, you know, and I think that's really fun, and it brings out a different side of surfing that we don't normally get to see every day.
Matias Luna from Costa Rica getting ready to paddle out next.
They got a big team, and they've been very vocal about wanting to win gold.
Santos with a huge re-entry on his forehand, goes for a little cover up off his back. Has so much speed coming around that section as well.
Man, I mean, he's just on fire. Got a 4.67 for the attempt before, but right now this is no doubt going to be a humongous score, and I feel like in the excellent or close too. But 15:35 on the clock. I mentioned the benefit of the format helping him out a lot. I feel like we're seeing it right now, Shannon. He looks like he's on fire.
Barbaros from Germany has a look at that wave. He's unable to get into it. A 4.67 on the board for the opening wave of Santos out of Brazil. And waiting for that second score, like you said, looking really sharp. I mean, absolutely surfing on fire, picking out great waves, and putting that board 12 o'clock.
Yeah, and he's finding the sections too. It's all about generating the speed, as it looks like Davila up and riding.
Finding some speed as he comes around the section, goes in to attack the lip, and he'll go down.
Yeah, that Channel Lions that he's riding looks good underneath his feet though. And it definitely seems like all the work that he's been putting in with Roy, whether on the road or just surfing, has really benefited him to find a lot of comfort here in the U.S. This wave though, an 8.17 comes through for Santos. Well deserved, great first crack right there on the left. And as you can see, the way he's able to grab his rail and generate that speed coming off of the bottom is really crucial to his big score so far, as Davila goes down right there, but seems like he'll improve on his low score, Shannon.
So a score to drop through for last of Dariel, a big score in an 8.17 for Santos out of Brazil. Sets him up with a significant lead and in a good position on the leaderboard as well. 14 minutes remaining on the clock. Let's go down to the beach to catch up with Benway.
Thank you, Shannon. Mitchell, down here with the winner of that stand. That last heat for Team France, Eric Dargent, congratulations.
Thank you. I'm so happy.
So amazing riding as always. You're all across the board, board sports. You do skateboarding, snowboarding. How important is it to, or how valuable is the practice in the different board sports to keep the balance, to keep the body positioning, and to also just have that natural connection to the prosthetic?
Yeah. When I do different sports, I work on my balance every time. And I feel I progress. I do a lot of skateboard too. And it's really, really a good work for be better in the wave. And I live in Mediterranean Sea, and there are no waves all the time. And I had to work in different sports. It's an obligation.
Are you still doing the big grinds in the bowls?
Yeah, I like it. I like the curve and the sensation when I control, and when the control is perfect with the leg, it's a real pleasure, yeah.
Okay, so speaking on the equipment, first of all, you're on a good friend of mine, Axel Lorenz from Pucas from Basque Country. The board looks amazing. Winner of the Stab in the Dark challenge.
Yeah, Axel Lorenz do me work on two boards every year for me, and we work to be better boards every year. The sensation is, I like to work with Alex, yeah.
Yeah, well, I love those guys. The other thing is look at these fins, the S-Wings fins. These have been made famous by Tom Kern. He swears by these things. I talked to him about 1 hour about these fins. Can you explain a little bit what the difference in feeling is?
I have a friend, the name is Chabi Lafitte in Bidart in France, and he helped me with these fins. I use that during a long years, and I like the balance with these fins. And if I have balance, I have more curve. And I like to surf with that, yeah.
Well, it's beautiful. Finally, I know that you have to give a message to your girlfriend back in France, so how about we give a message to the live webcast here in French?
Je sais que tu me regardes, Karine, je te fais de gros bisous, je t'aime, et j'embrasse toute ma famille, tous mes amis. Je vous aime, allez, on continue, bye!
Thank you so much, Eric. Back to with you guys.
Thanks so much. Frothing, great performance, and what a cool looking board under his feet.
Yeah, no doubt. And as Ben was mentioning, winning Stab in the Dark was Pucas a few years ago, and that's a pretty big title to win, especially knowing that a lot of the surfers are testing out the boards are some of the very best in the world. As we look at the replay here of Santos This comes in as a 6.67, so currently his backup score. But he is just on another level right now. He's found some great waves. And fortunately for him, still out in the lead by a good margin. As Davila also got to work too, at 5.33 on that one. So he's on the board with his best.
That's right, and a 6.67 to back up for Santos as we take a look at Dariel flying down the line. Great re-entry and a claim on the finish. It's got to feel good to start to feel that momentum. You can see the Costa Rican flag there in the foreground as well. And Juan Martinez of Mexico with a great opportunity.
Yeah, and unfortunately, I don't think they're going to deem that last turn complete as Barbados goes down right there on the big drop. But Davila, no doubt, can improve on his scores, I feel. Got a 12-point heat total, and it seems like the score drops in right there, Shannon.
Scores in, and we've got a 3-point ride on the board for Juan Martinez, a 2.67 for our surfer from Germany, Barbados, and a 6.67 for Dariel has him sitting in a great position in that second place spot. Now this heat, same division as the previous heat, and every surfer that's competing in the Stand 3 division is allowed to decide whether or not they want to surf with their prosthetic leg on. They're allowed to surf without that. That's what we're seeing from each of the competitors in this heat in comparison to the last heat.
Yeah, and it goes really down to comfort, but I feel more than anything it's control. For Juan, he doesn't like to use it when he's surfing. He only likes to use it on land. And it's noticeable, too. You get into a groove and a feeling with your equipment, too. And as of right now, only has a 3 on the board, but he just needs to be on a good wave. Meanwhile, though, Santos, you can definitely feel that the experience that he has in comparison to the other surfers is much more noticeable. But Davila so far has improved on his scores little by little. He's been very active, has 5 waves in comparison to both Martinez and Saylir with only 1 each.
Yeah, staying active, especially with the conditions that have just been changing a little bit over the last couple hours. It's looked a little more challenging. Now it's looking like maybe the conditions are shaping up. Although the wind is still there, it seems like it's just providing a little bit of fun. Down to 9 minutes on the clock. You can see 3 of the crew sitting quite closely together, so that priority will come more into play as well between those first 3. Juan Martinez keeping himself out of the mix as he'll be in 4th priority once he does get back into the lineup.
Yeah, there's plenty of opportunities out there, though, multiple peaks that you can choose from, and you just need to be able to move around and catch a lot of these waves that go underneath everybody else.
Dariel with a great opportunity in front of him, but just bogs the rail on that first turn.
And see how he's at least creating those opportunities by moving away from everybody else. Just don't be on top of each other, especially with priority. Things could really work against you in that sense. And I think as of right now, it's only been Juan who's kind of been separated by himself a little bit, closer towards the Pure Bowl, more towards middle peak though. But when you start drifting south, there's better opportunities for both rights and the left because the sandbars get a little steeper with the swell direction that we have in the water.
Santos now up and riding. Great carve to start, throwing a bit of spray. Holding that outside rail as well for the control with his hand. So he'll have another score to come through. It won't factor into his top 2. He's already got that 6.67 as his backup score. And coming up in our next heat, we will be switching divisions once again. Today we're going to see a lot of that kind of back and forth as we've got different rounds. And some of those rounds are just really small, 2 or 3 heats per round. The next round actually has 6 heats in it though. It's the first time we're going to see a repeat of surfers. We're going to have our round 2 of our men's prone 2 division paddling out next. We're going to have some world champions hitting the lineup, and we're going to see some really solid performances coming up in that division.
Yeah, and I think in this heat in specific, you're seeing a lot of experience being put out there by the surfer in red, who is clearly leading. He has the highest heat total of the round so far. Davila close behind in 2nd place, but both Martinez nor Saylir have been able to really find those open face waves.
Dariel now up and riding on his forehand. Again, creating opportunity for himself. That wave looking a little bit soupy, not having the cleanest face.
Yeah, a lot of froth on it, a lot of white water, as you would call it. But still plenty of time. I mean, and especially if you feel like you have a good heat total and the only thing is to improve, just look for waves. Try to improve anything, especially when you have a mid-range score as your backup right now.
6.5 minutes remaining. You can see Barbados there on the right-hand side of the screen for Team Germany, just having a look back at the tower. Some preparation going down on the sand.
Yeah, David Teixeira, great surfer. He's our defending gold medalist in his division, and with the new classifications, he's one of the front runners once again. Doing some kata. He is a karate black belt, and as you can see right there, it's one of the ways he gets warmed up.
Amazing to tap into the process of every surfer before they're paddling out, whether they prefer something like this that gets them really into, you know, that kind of settled mindset, but also knowing that they're going out with that kind of battle in mind. Some surfers that prefer to listen to some music, some that prefer to be surrounded by their posse, their entourage, their crew down on the beach as well.
Everybody's different. Some people only like to get here minutes before their heat pals out too. Some people like to be here all day, have a couple of surfs beforehand, maybe surf literally minutes before you heat, grab your jersey, and then paddle back out. But I think when it comes to a coaching perspective too, you need to be very aware of what every person likes in comparison to one surfer. You can't treat every one of your surfers the same exact way. Everybody has different preferences.
That's true. That's a seat that you just sat in for Team Mexico at the Pan American Games as a coach. Was it easy to kind of get that feeling for what each surfer needed, or did it take a bit of work to figure that rhythm out?
It's still taking work. With some people I've worked before, super easy. I already know what they want and what I expect from them. On the other hand, people that you get to know for the first time maybe, or just a couple of times, but you haven't really worked with them in that sense. It's a bit of a process, and it's just learning. But there's times where you have to learn on the fly, and it's the same relationship that you'll see from a lot of pushers and catchers in certain classifications in this event too. It comes down to communication and ways that you feel comfortable with each other, because in the end, it's a relationship that makes things work in an event like this.
Yeah, and it's that trust relationship that sometimes takes time to develop. As we see the German on a good-looking wave in front of him. It doesn't open up for him to do any major maneuvers, though, but that does put a second score on the board.
There's Jesse Belauer from the U.S., multiple-time gold medalist, former professional surfer himself, and founder of Life Rolls On, one of the premier surfers in his classification.
He'll be coming up in our men's second round for our Prone 2 division. That will be one of the divisions that includes having assistants out there, a pusher and a catcher. So we'll see a lot, and we'll get to kind of pull apart that trust dynamic or that coaching relationship that they have in the water. It's been great to also catch up. We had our women's Prone 2 division that surfed as the first women's division so far in competition this morning. And it was great to hear from some of the women on, you know, their thoughts of for Quinn Wheatley, she was out there with her dad in the water. So she's obviously got a long-term relationship. They've known each other for a very long time. They've got a great trust built between each other, and they probably can communicate a lot through, you know, saying things, but they probably can just communicate based on those feelings sometimes as well, in comparison to some of those surfers that are out there with someone that they're maybe newer to getting to know.
Yeah, the Whately's a big surfing family, so they do it all the time together. Doesn't seem like it's that hard of a relationship to figure out once they're in the water in a jersey either. And it comes down to the same thing when it comes to individual competition like this. You can do everything you can outside of the water, but it comes down to the surfer actually implementing everything you talked about in those 20 minutes that you have out here right now. It seems like one of the bigger sets we've seen all morning long.
Yeah, I was thinking the same thing. Solid looking set that just rolled through. Juan and Jackson needing to just duck dive to get under that one. Can see a lot of sand that's pulling up into the surface of the water as well, showing how shallow those sandbars are.
Yeah, it's pretty shallow, and for a lot of those catchers, and especially the volunteers closer to the shoreline too, got to be watch out for a lot of these rays because there are quite a few. Make sure to shuffle your feet quite a bit. There's been a couple of stings the last few days, but as of right now, it's not affecting any of the surfers out there, and with 2 minutes to go, might be an opportunity for at least one more wave for the people that need it right now. As once again, there is a leaderboard format here, but getting something above a 6 right now would be huge for both Martinez and for Sayelir.
Yeah, really important, especially to take the pressure off of that second qualifying round. Which will only be surfed tomorrow or the next day. Down to the final 90 seconds. A surfer in green sitting in position. He's under third priority, but he's the only surfer in position for this wave. And he's just unable to hold on to the takeoff on that wave.
Yeah, and a bummer because You know, opportunity for the 35-year-old from Cologne, Germany, not necessarily coming from a surfing background originally over there in Germany, but he loves to travel, loves working in gardening, and his favorite wave actually in Lombok. So has experience traveling worldwide. Don't know how much he has inside a jersey though, but still has 55 seconds to get his best score in this opening round, Shannon.
Yeah, he's got a bit of time. Looking to improve on that 2.67. Down to 45 seconds on the clock though. And we can see Santos paddling on the move. He's eyeing something off here. He's also sitting with first priority. He's done such a good job in this heat to maintain control, to get those good scores. Finishes off with a great final maneuver as well, with just 20 seconds remaining.
And based off of what I'm seeing right now, it's really gonna be hard to knock him out of that first place position right now in terms of the leaderboard. He just looks very in control and comfortable out there in these kind of conditions. Tricky ones too when you talk about that wind picking up, the tide changed a little bit, but as of right now, he is way out in the lead.
Down to 4 seconds on the clock. And as the buzzer sounds, we will have another score to drop through for Juan Martinez of Mexico. He's looking to improve on a 3.0 as his high score. And Santos with another score to drop, but he's already significantly in the lead and will be taking away the leaderboard as well. That'll wrap it up for that round. We're gonna have Liv Stone for Team USA joining me in the booth, the 3-time gold medalist. Before let's take a look at the opening ceremonies.
Welcome to the opening ceremony.
It doesn't matter the color of skin, it doesn't matter where you were born. The only thing that matters is that you're alive and you have equal rights to enjoy the ocean like everybody else. I love you all. I will miss you in person in the beautiful Surf City, USA, Huntington Beach. One of the potential hosts for the 2028 Olympic and Paralympic Games. And you, Rio Paralympic progress. I'm sure we can make it.
As the mayor of Huntington Beach officially declared the 2023 ISA World Parasurfing Championships open.
Hello and welcome to Huntington Beach, California. I'm Kelly Miller, President and CEO of Visit Huntington Beach. Known as Surf City, USA, Huntington Beach boasts 10 miles of coastline and the most consistent waves on the West Coast. Huntington Beach has it all, with endless summer weather, year-round events, outdoor activities, and oceanfront resorts and spas. So get ready to be inspired, be connected, and be here, Huntington Beach. Plan your visit at surfcityusa.com.
Well, welcome back to the action here for the 2023 ISA World Parasurfing Championships. Out in the water, we have Eric Lazar, Matthias Luna, and Afonso Ferreira for Hawaii, Costa Rica, and Portugal. This is our first heat for round 2 of our men's Prone 2 division. This division includes any surfer that requires assistance in the water for safety, for paddling into waves, and for paddling back out into the lineup. So we're gonna see more than just the surfers in their jerseys out there. There's a few volunteers floating around as well in those bright orange jerseys, looking to just give assistance if necessary for safety reasons. And then each surfer is gonna have a pusher with them out at backline to push them into waves as they require that assistance, and also on the inside to catch those surfers while they come in. My name is Shannon Hughes, joined in the booth by the lovely Liv Stone, 3-time gold medalist here for the ISA World Parasurfing Championships. Liv, I always love calling a heat with you. It's so fun to get to catch up. But also, you've got a 4th gold medal you could be winning this week. How are you feeling?
Yeah, I'm feeling stoked. I mean, I'm trying not to put too much pressure on myself because I feel like if I think about it too much, I'm going to be like, and go crazy. So just taking it day by day, heat by heat. I haven't surfed yet, but I'm stoked to hopefully surf tomorrow. So just, yeah, taking it day by day and not trying to think too much about it. But I'm stoked to be here. Thank you.
Oh, it's so fun to have you in. I saw that you went out for a free surf this morning. What did you find of the waves?
Yeah, so I paddled out like south of the contest zone. I actually think I took a left into the contest zone. But
avoid that little the flag.
Yeah, right. but it was pretty fun. Like there's some swell, there's some size, but it is pretty stormy. So I'm kind of glad I'm not surfing today. I'm glad I'm surfing tomorrow. So yeah, I mean it was fun. I'm glad I just got in the water. So yeah.
Great to be able to get the hair wet, be able to get a few waves, get rid of some of those jitters. And
Yeah.
you were kind of bummed not to surf yesterday though, because the conditions were so good for
Oh my
opening
gosh,
day,
they were
weren't
so good, and I free surfed yesterday too, and I actually saw my wave on the broadcast, and I just had so much fun out there. It was like firing. So I'm hoping tomorrow. It looks like it'll be pretty good. I think it'll be less choppy tomorrow. Definitely less wind and kind of like similar size. I think it might drop down a little, but I'm kind of okay with that because some of these look really big.
Well, here we go, a solid size set for Matias of Costa Rica, taking off on his opening ride. You can see him looking there left to right, and he'll just stumble on the finishing section. We did hear from Jocelyn Newmuller, who competed in the women's Prone 2 division earlier this morning for Team Australia, that it's way bumpier out there than what it seems like for us watching on camera, but I feel like that really showed it for us.
So yeah, I mean, he just got knocked off his board, and I don't know if he could have done anything about it. He just hit like a chop in the wave. And I did out there too when I was free surfing. I went left, I hit a chop and just like face slammed it into the water. So it's definitely really difficult out there. I think it would be important for surfers to take out maybe a little bit of a bigger board, stay low if you're in the standing divisions, and just really ride out and just kind of be smooth. Rather than try anything too aggressive, because those chops can just knock you off your board just like that.
Yeah, there's just so much to deal with, especially with that bit of onshore. Hopefully it starts to clear up through the afternoon, but we do know the forecast is looking pretty favorable for the next couple of days. Alfonso of Team Portugal now riding. Great looking wave. What did you make of that one?
Yeah, that was pretty good. I think maybe he just got caught up kind of like Matthew on that wave as well. And with prone assist, the prone assist division, it's pretty easy to like catch a rail and go down. And this division, I always look forward to seeing every year because it's so amazing what they do, having a pusher and a catcher and them just like ripping. And like someone maybe that doesn't know anything about parasurfing, just watching a paraplegic get pushed into like massive waves out here, like Jose or anyone, and it's kind of like, what the heck is going on here? But like, it's so inspiring to see every time. I love it.
It is pretty incredible. They're absolutely charging. Well, we've got the winner of the last heat down on the beach with Ben Way. Let's catch up with him.
Thank you so much. We're here with Jackson Santos for Team Brazil. Congratulations. Muito parabéns. So it's his first ISA event, and so my question is basically, what is his experience? How's his experience here in Huntington Beach, seeing so many diverse, talented athletes and sharing the water and the beach with everyone?
Esse é o primeiro mundial, né? Ele está perguntando como é que você está se sentindo em estar aqui nesse ambiente onde tem gente de todo mundo, num campeonato que tem todas as pessoas com diversas deficiências.
Nossa, tô amarradão, campeonato muito show. Primeira vez que eu tô participando aqui desse mundial. Gratidão, entendeu? Quero agradecer primeiramente a Deus por essa oportunidade, agradecer a CB Surf, agradecer a Federação Baiana de Surf, a X-Pro, e aí o campeonato tá ótimo, altas ondas, acabei cansando ali naquelas valas ali, mas é isso aí, isso é normal, então agora é focar pro próximo bateria agora, é isso aí galera, junto.
Yes, he's very thankful to be here. He's very happy to share all this moment with everybody. There's a lot of good waves. He's very excited to be competing with everybody from around the world. And he just thank God for all the opportunities, the Federation, Brazilian Federation, and his state federation as well.
And finally, he's traveling a new place, new competition, new championship. But he is here with the support of a very, very strong team. So how does that help in his confidence and feeling comfortable here in a new place?
Primeira vez que você viaja para fora, né? Competindo num campeonato novo, né? Que você nunca teve a oportunidade de estar. Como é que você se sente com todo esse suporte que a federação está te dando, o seu time está te dando? O que isso te traz?
Nossa, me traz tanta felicidade, entendeu? Estou amarradão. Entendeu? Por estar aqui, entendeu? Primeira vez tipo representando o meu país, entendeu? Muito feliz, só gratidão, galera. É isso aí.
He's very thankful. First time that he even travel outside of the country, so he's just very happy to share all this moment with all the team, and also thank for the federation to be with him and give him the support.
Thank you so much. Muito parabéns. Muito obrigado.
Muito obrigado.
Back to you guys in the booth.
Thanks so much. Jackson Santos put together a really incredible performance, Liv, in that last heat. I know you were just coming into the booth, so you might not have seen some of his good waves, but he was on fire for a surfer that's brand new to, you know, competing at this level.
No, I was actually on the water's edge watching, and I didn't know who he was. And I'm like, who is that absolutely shredding, just like throwing so much spray? It was so cool to see. I love just the progression of the sport, seeing people, new people coming back and giving people the run for their money, or people who weren't maybe as good years prior, and then they come and they've done so well, they've trained so hard over the years, and seeing them get better and better. It's really inspiring to see.
Incredible. As we're taking a look now at some live action with Alfonso. He's already got that 283 on the board. That was a really decent wave. Gets taken out by that in section, but had that green face for a moment to track with. And you were just talking about, you know, the progression of the surfers themselves. We're definitely seeing the level of competition rise. We're seeing it's more challenging now to get an excellent score than it was the last couple of years. You're seeing that level rise. How important is that for you as a competitor, with the thought and the hope for the ISA's mission to get parasurfing included in the Paralympic Games one day?
I mean, yeah, I feel like parasurfing is destined to just go up and up and up, and hopefully get into the Paralympics for LA 2028. And with going to the Paralympics, that means that the level of surfing has to be higher, and it has to be pushed to the limits every single year. And this is my 5th ISA, which is kind of crazy.
Wow.
So I've just seen it progress every single year, like I said, and I think it's just going to keep going up. And for me as a competitor, like, it's always nerve-wracking, like coming to the beach and saying, like, who's doing well this year? Like, who do I have to look out for? And yeah, it's so like entertaining. Like yesterday, I got so sunburned because I was just watching like all these people surf, and it's just like I was sitting with Sponge. We were, oh, here it goes red. Nice.
Eric for Team Hawaii. That is a solid section. He's nearly getting a cover up. He's definitely leaning into it on that inside rail, Liv.
No, that was
was solid.
Wave. And you could see how he was like bobbing up and down, and I think that has to do with the tide, because I was out there earlier, and some of the takeoffs definitely, you had to hold it a bit longer because it would just kind of want to like, it wants to throw you off your board. So it's definitely really difficult conditions, and he rode that really well.
Yeah, there's been a little bit of that backwash, that kind of wedgy feeling coming into things that has made it look like it does just want to bounce you straight off the board.
Right. And that's why I think like when you're out there paddling for those sets and those waves, like giving it like 3 extra paddles, because a couple times out there I didn't think I thought I was in the wave and then I wasn't, and then it'll just kind of buck you off. But if you give those extra paddles and you really like paddle down the face and then get going, I feel like that's really important.
So good. Such good insight, especially from someone who's won multiple gold medals. You've obviously figured it out from a competitive side. What have you been doing and working on specifically behind the scenes in preparation for this event? Has it been any different to your preparation in previous years?
Honestly, it hasn't been different at all. I've just been free surfing as much as I can, and kind of like in my head thinking, okay, like I have 20 minutes, let's get like rapid fire, let's get some good waves. And I've honestly been working at my home gym as well, so like working outside of the water as well. I started running last week. I don't know why,
nice.
But I think it'll help me, like, because I envisioned Huntington sucking me down the beach and having to run with my board. So,
Oh,
like,
yeah.
training.
The runarounds here in Huntington's like very classic of any event that runs.
I know, so I was thinking all about that. So definitely doing some cardio. But like I said, not trying to put too much pressure on myself, because I feel like if I overdo it, then like, I don't know, I'm just kind of setting myself up like for disappointment or something. So I'm just going in with a positive mindset and knowing that I put in the work in the off season and just doing the best that I can.
Incredible. Well, talking about your off season, you just did a pretty insane trip to South Africa, which is a place that I hold very close to my heart because it was home for a long time. Can you tell us about that?
Yeah, it was amazing. So I volunteered and did lion research for 2 months in the South African bush, and it was just the most incredible experience. I didn't surf for 2 months, and it honestly was really good for my mental headspace. Like, I was able to experience different cultures and travel and grow my relationship with nature because my degree is environmental science that I'm getting. So it's like another part of my life that has been opened up, and yeah, it was just an incredible life-changing experience that I loved. And then I ended up surfing like Cape Town then.
Did you surf at Musenberg a bit?
Yeah, no, I actually surfed at Long Beach.
Okay.
Yeah, in Komiki.
Yep.
Yeah.
Nice lefts.
Yes.
Coming off the reef.
Yeah, it was super fun.
And freezing cold. Is it some of the coldest water you've ever surfed in?
It was some of the coldest water, yes, for sure. And lots of kelp that like I got stuck in.
Oh yeah.
And I know it's like super sharky there, so I was like, ah. But it was a really, really cool experience. Yeah, super stoked.
Oh, that's so good. It's amazing that you're at that stage of your life now too. You're a couple years out of high school, you're working on your degree, you've been doing some volunteer work behind the scenes, you've been doing some internships, but now for you to be able to actually start seeing what life might have for you outside of surfing, where you're already so accomplished as a surfer, but it just seems like you're starting to find that kind of well-rounded picture of who you're going to become.
Yeah, and I know that I want to surf for the rest of my life, no matter what. I'll always have the love for the ocean, but I want to dedicate my life to my studies as well, and to things outside of competitive surfing, though it will always be a really important part of who I am. I just feel that there are also other aspects that I could fulfill my life with.
Yeah. Incredible. Well, we've got 6 minutes remaining in the current heat. Alfonso is in the lead. He's got that 6 and the 2.83. So 6 for that really great wave.
Yeah, we kind of only saw it from the above. I'd love to, I don't know if we missed a replay, but see it kind of from the front angle to see like how much open face he got. Because that 6 will definitely like be like, okay, that's why he got the 6, because he got all that open face.
Yeah, definitely. And then we saw that 7.33. We'll take a look here at the 7.33 from Eric Lazar. That's come through as the highest wave of the heat so far.
Yeah.
What did you think about this one?
You know, I think they gave him that high score because of the criticalness of it. It was a big wave. It was punchy. He tried to get thrown off a lot of different times. Though he didn't do anything so radical, he held on. He made it through, and I think that's why they rewarded it for him.
Great surfing from Eric. He's such a great person to run into down in the contest site. He's always throwing shakas.
He's always smiling, and I think he's getting taken up back to the pier because the current seems to be pretty gnarly again.
You know what? He was doing that in his heats yesterday as well. He was really keen on the runaround, and it's awesome that with the system that's in place, with the amount of volunteers behind the scenes as well for this event, the hands that are coming together to help run things, they've got a wheelchair that's able to meet Eric down at the beach if he's calling for that assistance for the runaround, and there's a team to run him all the way up to the north side of or up to the pier, to the kind of north end of the beach here, and get him straight back out.
I think like it'll save him some energy, and save his team some energy from trying to get him to and paddling him back out. So like taking advantage of those resources that that the ISA is providing to the athletes is really important.
Down to 4 minutes, 30 seconds on the clock, and we've got Alfonso being put into a great position on this one. And he nearly gets into it, can't quite get there. Pusher gave him a decent shove. However, that wave just kind of backed off before it really dumped on the shore break.
Yeah, no, it's pretty heavy out there. Like, shore break is no joke.
Yeah, how did you find it duck diving today?
Well, I don't duck dive the best.
Right. Can you explain to us what surfing is like for you?
Yeah, for me, I love surfing spots that have channels like this pier, so I'm definitely going to take advantage of that tomorrow. Okay. But I've just come to the realization that I can't duck dive the best, and that's all right. So I just maybe yell at people behind me, hey, don't paddle behind me when there's a set. And then I've just
You're a great
learned.
communicator.
Yeah. So I'm just, because I don't want to hit anyone. And so I've just learned, you know what, like, I don't have to be like this able-bodied surfer. And my style is my style. And I can duck dive some waves. Oh, here goes Matthew.
All
nice,
right. Oh, beautiful looking wave. It's holding open for him really well. He's got a lot of speed. He's looking for a 3.34 in order to make a difference.
Do it for sure. I mean, that was a lot better than his other wave, and it was a 4. But I don't want to speak for the judges, so I don't know.
We could have you in the judging panel one day. I'm sure you're one of those people that could walk into this scene and you could end up filling a lot of roles. You could wear a lot of different caps through your lifetime. It's been really fun to have the conversation with you so far.
Yeah, thank you so much for having me. I was stoked to come up here and chat and give my insight, as much as that is. But yeah, we were talking about duck diving. I just feel like if I keep like pushing myself to try and duck dive. Like, I am kind of beating myself over something that might not ever happen for me. And like, it's the same with, oh, here's a replay. Nice.
So he's looking to replace or improve on his score line. He needs a 3.34. That's only a second wave, so kind of a slow heat for Matthias.
Definitely.
He's got that 4 on the board already. So you're kind of reassessing. Duck diving is pretty challenging given that you've got really short arms.
Yeah, definitely.
It makes a lot of sense.
Like,
so what's been your process moving past that?
Right. So like, and also another thing, like a lot of people have said, oh, well, like try and pop up like right to your feet. And I'm like, okay, so I would try, and I would really beat myself up over getting right to my feet instead of my knee to my feet. And I just was so frustrated with myself, and I'm like, you know what, this is my own individual style of surfing. I'm not going to be able to duck dive, and I'll figure out how to get on my board real fast and keep everyone safe, as well as paddling and popping up from my knees to my feet. And that's just how I surf. So I've just kind of made that mental switch a couple years ago of like, I think 3 years ago now, that I was just like, this is how I surf, and I'm going to focus on what I can do rather than what I can't.
That's amazing. That's such a good shift in mindset, and we've seen you with success since making that decision.
Yeah.
2019, 2020, there was no World Parasurfing
COVID
Championships
year.
because of COVID. 2021 and 2022,
Yeah.
all 3 times gold medals.
Yeah, it's kind of, oh, wow.
That was a
Pusher
solid
just
looking set.
shoved him over that set.
He's got some strong arms, that's for sure.
Oh, for sure. These pusher and catchers, I respect to all of them. It is an incredible job that they do. But yeah, I mean, what did Matthew got? He got a 5.17. Awesome.
All right, so Matthias is up into the lead. Eric, with the highest score of the heat so far, is sitting down in 3rd. Now, realistically, placings don't matter within these heats because it's the round-robin format.
No, yeah, he'll keep that 7.33 for sure.
So
And then
he's
next
actually
round,
sitting in the best position
correct.
in the heat
Yeah,
so
I mean,
far.
he has the highest single wave score of the heat. So taking that into consideration the next round, all he has to do is get one other good wave, and then he could very likely find himself onto the next round.
So true. Well, we've only got 30 seconds to go. Liv, you're going to be coming up in heats tomorrow, is that right?
I think
or you will.
I'm not quite sure.
We haven't
I
quite got
hope
the schedule
so.
yet, but I'm sure that we're going to be seeing you out there because we're getting through so many other heats and categories today. Really excited to see you. You're traveling down here with your mom. Have you got any other support on the crew aside from the entirety of the United States?
Oh, that's a lot of pressure. No, so my mom and dad and I, my dad is here, and so it's us three against the world.
Awesome. Well, you're doing a great job so far.
Thank you so much.
It's always so fun to be able to run into you places. I just can't wait to hear more about your time in Africa as well.
Yeah.
Such a beautiful place.
Thank you so much, and yeah, on to the next heat.
Well, thank you so much, Liv. We've got official results. Matthias and Alfonso with the leading positions. Eric in that 3rd place spot, but with the single highest score. We've got more action to come after this. Stay tuned with Sam Bleakley and Ben Way jumping in the booth.
Hello and welcome to Huntington Beach, California. I'm Kelly Miller, President and CEO of Visit Huntington Beach. Known as Surf City, USA, Huntington Beach boasts 10 miles of coastline and the most consistent waves on the West Coast. Huntington Beach has it all, with endless summer weather, year-round events, outdoor activities, and oceanfront resorts and spas. So get ready to be inspired, be connected, and be here, Huntington Beach. Plan your visit at surfcityusa.com.
Thanks for staying with us, Parasurf fans. We're back live from Huntington Beach for heat number 2 of round 2 of the Prone 2 division. As we can see, Andy Guy for Team England with a big, strong drop there on the left-hander. Held control, connected that single fin beautifully into that section, then straightens out there as we can just see the water safety team coming along. And he's going to be surfing it against 3 times ISA world champion, multiple gold medalist, 6 times USA champion. He won the inaugural 2015 Prone classification at the first ISA World Parasurfing Championship. The mighty, the majestic, the Zen master, Jesse Bilal from USA is going to be surfing against Freddie Maramon from Colombia and Andy Guy, who we just saw. I'm Sam Bleakley, joined by Ben Wade. Ben, Freddie, this guy, he is an absolute shredder.
Yeah, he's insane, and he is such an ambassador for his country. Look at him just powering out of that section.
Grown his hair since last year as well. I like the style. He had the cropped hair last year.
I missed the color.
Oh, missed the color. Normally has a bit of peroxide blonde in there, keeping the California touch. Good, nice takeoff for Freddie, comparable to Andy's first ride. I think Andy's was bigger, had more of a kind of heavy section there. Freddie had good control though on that takeoff, but Jesse Bilal, who will he be working with here today at Huntington?
So his pusher is named Jesse. I'm not sure who is the catcher. Jesse was actually communicating with me to see if I'd be able to catch for him during his heats, and I said it would be pretty hard to work it out. But speaking of the man,
Zen Master up and riding on his 7.6 Bob Hurley with a beautiful roundhouse cutback, re-engaging that rail in style there with a great, strong left-hander here at the Pier Bowl, Huntington Beach, for the 2023 ISA World Para Surfing Championship. Looking good and looking to have got the best of that first exchange from all 3 prone surfers.
yeah, definitely the most pronounced turn that we've seen so far.
That was radical. It was a full figure of 8 cutback.
Yeah, he perfectly placed on the face, and there's Jesse, his pusher coming to meet them halfway, get them back out there, but nice balanced start to this heat.
Yeah, riding an old favorite Bob Hurley board. Often likes to use the twin fin. It'll be interesting when that flips over if he is going for the twin fin.
It's still in the twin fin. He's sticking with that same configuration. He's got not a real fat keel, but he's got double keels. And this board, Andy Guy, I've seen this board around. This is a Steve Bainey from Infinity has done this design. Beautiful board.
Steve Bainey, definitely someone who's been involved in the Parasurf board construction for a long time, so it's great to see his Infinity shapes represented. Shapes the boards for a really good longboarder, Kevin Scavana, and of course his sons, both shapers as well. But what about this from the Zen Master?
Yeah, I like how he kind of makes that room underneath to really hook that one and try and meet up with that wash. That little converging energy kind of pushed him out for any other scoring potential, but really got a good turn in.
So where do you recognize the Infinity Steve Bainey board from Andy? Who else have you seen ride that board?
I saw that board at our US Open in Oceanside last year. I can't remember whose board that is, but I think someone let him borrow that board.
So this is prone to any surfer riding in this prone position who does require assistance in the water, paddling into a wave and getting back on the board safely. So these surfers might have impairments such as amputations, they might have cerebral palsy, they might have a spinal cord injury, but right now we can see Andy Guy on a fast right-hander, good control there, acceleration, out on the open face and then just stalling a bit for the pocket there, looking back to see if he can get a nice carving arcing turn into the foam there, and he's probably going to ride down into the inside section with control as he does. Andy Guy, fantastic, from Bovey Tracy in Devon on the edge of Dartmoor near Exeter, new to surfing but a stalwart of wheelchair, rugby and table tennis, and also a fantastic para skier, plays para table tennis in the GB national team. I know his mum Trudy will be tuning in, his dad Rod, his brother Simon. He's got all the support of Team England, and he's really got this heat off to a strong start because he's kicked off with a 6 and we're about to get that second score to be dropped.
Okay, yeah, so Jesse's came in also at a 4.67, maybe a little lower than you and I predicted.
Yeah, I love that roundhouse from Jesse. We'll catch up on these scores very soon, but right now, let's go down to the glass with the winner of our last heat.
Thank you, Sam. Here with Matias Luna. I'm going to ask the questions in Spanish. I'll translate back the answers afterwards. Matias,
Primeramente, muchas felicidades. Big congratulations to yourself. You got an 8.17 heat total, but more importantly, you're still in contention to advance. ¿Cómo te sientes al respecto en cuanto a ser el subcampeón del mundo, being the runner-up to the World Championship last year, first time competing here in Huntington Beach, primera vez compitiendo aquí en Huntington?
No, primero que todo, súper feliz, más con mis entrenadores que me ayudaron. Las corrientes hoy están súper difíciles. Solo pude agarrar 2 olas. En la primera ola la agarré, nos agarró una corriente. Salimos, agarramos una silla, entramos con el pier y yo estaba súper estresado porque no tenía aire, las corrientes fuertes y las olas estaban un poco grandes. Entonces, súper feliz de estar aquí. Es increíble el lugar. Y vamos con toda la segunda ronda.
Well, really happy, obviously, with his coaches. It's really difficult out there, a lot of current, but he said after the first ride, he only caught 2 waves. The paddle back out, he was very fatigued, and it was intense out there. Second question is going to be, obviously, about the experience here, but seeing more development throughout the parasurfing community.
El desarrollo de la comunidad del parasurf obviamente se ha notado mucho más. 1000 veces más grande este evento que el año pasado. ¿Cómo te sientes al respecto de eso?
Claro, súper feliz. La fe y la ilusión de cada uno de los que estamos aquí es estar en unas Olimpiadas y este movimiento se está haciendo muy grande. Ahora, de nada, seguir trabajando año con año y soy subcampeón mundial actualmente. Voy para la tercera ronda, y vamos a defender. Viva Costa Rica, un saludo a mi familia, a mi novia y a todos allá en Montezuma, Santa Teresa.
Well, the goal is to get this into the Paralympics, especially for LA 2028, but more importantly, let's get that gold medal.
Felicidades, Matías. Nos vemos en la siguiente ronda.
Gracias. Nos vemos. Chao.
Sam?
Great. Love to hear the mention of Montezuma, Santa Teresa down there on the southern tip of the Nicoya Peninsula. Great surfing area there, a lot of good waves, a vibrant surf community. And what a big win there. Lazar moves down into second with Mateus there getting that big score on the last exchange. But wow, what a great start for Andy Guy, Freddie Maramon, Jesse Bilal. We love that roundhouse cutback. Comes in at a 4.67. Freddie Maramon gets a 6.4 and a 4.73. But Andy Guy out there in first position with a 6.33 and a 6.0. That's got to feel good for Andy because, of course, Jesse just comes off the back of having won the US Adaptive Championships down in Oceanside. He beat Jose Martinez and Mateus, who we just saw speaking there out of Costa Rica. He came in bronze in that final. So Jesse knows he's the man to beat. He knows he's got all of those titles. And if you follow him on social media, Jesse Bilal, you'll see he's a big social media influencer, and his work at Life Rolls On is absolutely game-changing.
Yeah, I really like that redirection. I guess the only thing that I possibly nod to the judges is maybe he didn't come out with as much speed into that end section where he kind of got pushed out of the wave. This one, if Freddie Marimon got him a 4.73 on this last one.
And how's backwash?
Backwash air, I love this one. And he's not done yet. He still finds more transition and actually reforms it on the inside, almost going for another one here.
Nothing like a backwash splash when you get that opportunity to just feel a little bit of air onto your board. But here's this replay of the 6.33 for Andy Guy. What do you think of this, Ben Way?
I really love this line. It's one of the better waves that we've seen. It stayed open, got that open shoulder, just constantly feeding him opportunity, and he navigates it perfectly. I really, really like that ride. While we're on Andy, I do want to congratulate Steve Bainey, because Steve and Barry Bainey used to be a tandem skateboard team, and they've just gotten a monument in Dana Point with a beautiful bronze statue of both of them in their tandem pose. Very, very cool, and love the Infinity family, Dan, Dave, Steve, Barry, and that board has gotten a lot of rides, and I love the look of it.
Prestigious equipment under the body of Andy Guy, and it's really paying dividends because he's got a 6.33 and a 6. Jesse Bilal there just comes over the top of that. Nice left here, heading towards the pier at Huntington Beach as we continue this prone to second round. It's the first second round we've progressed into. This is one of the kind of highest attending fields. This is something that would just be such a wonderful celebration of parasurfing if parasurfing gets into the LA Paralympics for 2028. I know that this would be one of those divisions that would just be such an exciting audience watcher, an engaging opportunity for para-athletes around the world to really celebrate the cutting edge of equipment, of technique, of how these athletes are dealing with their impairments, but pushing performance levels to new places.
Yeah, I'm such a huge fan, and I think anyone else that really pays enough attention is going to be really taken by this new sport, this new movement. One thing I wanted to point out with Jesse, as we did see his pusher, Jesse, he's got first priority, really holding on to that because he knows he wants to move that 4.67 to his backup position. And the thing with Jesse is because of his condition, he can't wear a leash. So he can't have the leash tugging on his arms or legs. And so the responsibility of the catcher and the pusher is much more intense, because if you push him on the wrong one, he can get disconnected from the board. We've heard how strong the currents are today. And if he gets unglued from his board, like we had an occasion in US Open, it costs a lot of valuable time in the heat to go get him back and get him on the board and get him back in position.
Of course, Jesse was a top international junior surfer, about to turn pro before his spinal cord injury, age 17. And he founded Life Rolls On because in his own words, he says, everyone living with paralysis deserves to feel the exhilarating freedom that surfing brings me. And he's been a pioneer of parasurfing, working with Bob Hurley, developing his equipment. He's an inspirational speaker. He founded Life Rolls On, and he really is somebody who continues to inspire, continues to push the limits, and you can just see he's shifting there over to middle peak. What will be the advantage of just moving away from the pier in these conditions as we sit down on the low tide?
Well, we did hear a few competitors kind of around the same hour yesterday talking about how, I think it was Christian Bailey was talking about how there's kind of a little vortex, a little spinning whirlpool of current happening right next to that pier. So the higher tide, you're much more likely to get a nice scoring right. But once that tide drains out, everything kind of moves towards the center. And as the tide comes back, it will move back to the pier.
Live action, Freddie Marimon takes a look at that. In second priority, doesn't go for it. So Jesse Bilal will continue to hold that first priority. He's moved down to middle peak. He'll be looking for one of those left-handers, getting a little bit closer down the beach to Machado's, of course, that fantastic section there, which Jesse Bilal, of course, a long, good-time friend of Rob Machado. Rob Machado has been part of Jesse's journey since the beginning.
He really gave him the head start into this whole movement, and that has just fed on to this entire community. It's amazing.
Tuning into Machado's there, sitting there at middle peak, but it's out there on the pier bowl. Our heat leader, Andy Guy, in first position with a 6.33 and a 6.0. Just 4 minutes remaining, so moving down into the last part of this 20-minute heat. If Jesse Bilal is eliminated, he will stay in the repechage. Live action, Freddie Marimon chasing a 5.93 to move up into first. Bowley left-hander, good low line, small bottom turn, redirects, takes a fall, chasing a score that would be a little bit lower than his high 6.4, so certainly attainable for Freddie. How do you feel about that 5.93? Do you think it's going to come lower or a little bit higher?
That wave was definitely, I would say, his worst wave, unfortunately. So I don't think it's going to reach into those. They definitely need to get another one. They use that second priority, but right now, all the competitors are so spread out that priority really isn't a question right now.
Nice little set there coming through. Jesse Bilal looking like he's in a good spot here. Is he going to go for this right-hander? He leaves that. They decide to go a little bit further out. Eyes on the prize there. You can see they're halfway up the iconic Huntington Beach Pier, taking a little turn there, eyeing up this left-hander from middle peak. Can our 3 times ISA world champion get a chance to get that score he needs? Chasing a 6.46 to stay in the progression rounds. If he does get eliminated into the repechage, it doesn't mean that he's eliminated from the competition. He still have that opportunity to progress through the repechage and work his way through to the grand final. But that's a harder way to get through to the grand final.
It's a lot more surfing that you got to do, especially in these divisions where you've got a pusher and a catcher. That's effort and physical effort by the entire team. And having to stack on 2 or 3 times more surfing is a lot on your body.
Freddie Maramon, the 18-year-old, is our 2018 ISA World Parasurfing Champion, winning gold down in La Jolla a number of years ago. He surfs Las Vegas in Cartagena on the coast of Colombia, rides Albert surfboards. He's in second position because Andy Guy out there in first represents his nation, Team GB, as a para table tennis player, fantastic para rugby player playing wheelchair rugby, and now becoming an incredible para athlete on a surfboard as well. And also was very much a fantastic keen kite surfer, and he is going to be really excited about these 2 scores. He's sitting there in a great position. He's now got first priority, carrying a 6.33 and a 6. Freddie Maramon, our 218 world champion, with a 6.4 and a 4.73. What will be going through the mind of Jesse and Jesse's team right now, Ben, do you think?
Well, they just lost priority. Unfortunately, he gave him a shove. That wave didn't let him into that. Priority is not a big deal. No one's coming over, and you're not able to maneuver around and block your competitors because you're having to work as a team, and you don't want to waste valuable energy on trying to go over and block when you're actually needing just a wave.
Andy Guy on his Steve Bainey board. Looks like he's going to have a wave there, but the camera switched to Freddie Maramon, chasing a 5.93. Freddie, our 218 world champion. Good, nice, fast right hand there. Now this wave just kind of running out of energy as he moves through to the inside, but he probably won't decide to paddle back out because we're moving down into the last 2 minutes, and he's chasing a 5.93. It looked to be an opportunity for Andy to replace that 6.0 and increase his lead, but did Freddie do enough to get the score that he needed to move up into first?
I'm not sure, but he's in an advancing position right now. The one that's really under stress is Jesse and Jesse. And so they really moved far away from the pack, tried to kind of test out that no man's land sandbar, didn't offer anything up, and it looks like they're really trying to move back into the center zone in this last 1 minute.
So we're on day 2. We've got so much more action to continue. We're moving into the last minute of heat number 2 of the second round of the men's Prone 2 division. We've got big names coming up. We've got world champions in the likes of Jose Martinez for Team USA, David Teixeira for Team Brazil. They'll be coming up in the next 2 heats. There's going to be 6 heats of this round, so definitely stay tuned. And also stay tuned right now because there's only 30 seconds remaining, and it looks to be a small left-hander. Is he going to wedge up enough for Jesse Bilauer to go for the score that he needs?
It looks like they're too far on the corner. It's hard to tell from this angle. It looks like they've eyed up that one on the outside. I'm wondering in this last 20 seconds if they'll be able to do a buzzer beater, but they really need to start hustling towards the inside just to get on anything.
This is a great opportunity. It looks like he's going to catch it. We've got 10 seconds remaining. Jesse Bilauer up and riding. Fast trim speed there. Puts that rail in, but that won't be the score that he needs. He's chasing a 6.46, so it won't change the situation. Andy Guy, congratulations, Team England. The 38-year-old, what a fantastic result, taking the win. Freddie Maramon in second position. But stay with us, ladies and gentlemen, because coming up, we've got former world champion representing Team USA, Jose Martinez from Compton, Los Angeles, will be coming up real soon after these messages.
Hello and welcome to Huntington Beach, California. I'm Kelly Miller, President and CEO of Visit Huntington Beach. Known as Surf City, USA, Huntington Beach boasts 10 miles of coastline and the most consistent waves on the West Coast. Huntington Beach has it all, with endless summer weather, year-round events, outdoor activities, and oceanfront resorts and spas. So get ready to be inspired, be connected, and be here. Huntington Beach. Plan your visit at surfcityusa.com.
Welcome back, Parasurf fans. Thanks for tuning in. It's a pleasure to have your company as we just tabulate those last rides for Freddie Maramon and Andy Guy. Jesse Bilauer won't get the score that he needs to move up into second or first position, so he'll move through to the repechage round, but he'll still have a chance to get to the grand final as we wait to kick off heat number 3 with our surfers representing USA, Japan, and Germany there. We've got Jose Martinez, our 2021 ISA World Parasurfing Champion. We've got Tomoki Fujiwara from Japan, the 49-year-old and a copper medalist at the 2017 ISA World Parasurfing Championship. And we've got Julian Blecher from Germany, second at the European Championships this year. And we've also got Lorenzo Bini, the 38-year-old from Italy. He is a fantastic new surfer to the parasurf community. Opts to ride longer boards, but a great videographer and photographer. And he teaches swimming at a pool in a spinal unit in Florence. And he is really bringing good energy to the Italian surf community here. He's been in a wheelchair for 16 years after a street accident which caused a spinal cord injury, and he's been surfing since 2012, but really growing stronger every year. He surfs on the coast of Tuscany, and he's going to be really excited to come up against our 2021 world champion, Jose Martinez.
Yeah, this is going to be exciting, and we've seen, we saw Freddie Maramon do the little air off the backwash. That was kind of the last of that little deep section in the shore break bleeding out, and now it looks like we're kind of going to delete that backwash bump, but we do have a lot of cross current happening as this tide recedes.
Yeah, and we're also moving into that kind of more afternoon glare there. We've been sitting right now on the low tide, so we should get a little bit of improvement in wave shape as that tide starts to come in.
I need to correct myself. I think we're 8 minutes past the low tide and it's pushing in now.
Yeah, so we got that tide pushing in. We're just waiting for that last tabulation of scores from the judges, so that's why we haven't kicked off this new heat yet. But what we will do is we'll throw down to Mitchell Salazar because he's with Andy Guy, who just took an incredible win there for Team England.
Definitely incredible, Sam, but more importantly, you're moving through. It's a big performance, a 6.33 and a 6, Andy. First team win for England so far in this event. Must feel good.
Oh, absolutely. I never would have even dreamed of getting those sort of waves. Biggest waves I've ever got before in my life. So, yeah, to be able to ride them out was just, yeah, epic.
Talk to me about the paddle back out, too. It seems quite difficult. We just hit the low tide right now, but it seems like conditions changed drastically during your heat.
Yeah, the paddle out was tough, yeah, to say the least. Yeah, just to be able to stay on the board was a big challenge. So, yeah, to be able to get back out there and hit that next one was epic, yeah.
Community in England obviously growing throughout surfing. We have Lucas Skinner, Ben Skinner on the World Championship Tour on the longboard side. Lucas coming up through the junior rankings, but obviously the parasurfing community has been growing quite a bit. Talk to us about your journey and the team's journey just to get here to Huntington.
You know, I'm relatively new to the sport. Just out on Pismo last year with my first World Championships. So yeah, just getting more and more experience really yeah. I'm sort of lost for words after that heat, but you know, yeah. Every time I get out there, I'm learning something new. Just trying to build on every surf I go out, and yeah, just trying to make the most of my time out there. So yeah, real good.
What about surfing against people that you grew up watching? Jesse Bilauer is obviously out there sharing the water with you.
Yeah, that's really good to share the water with him. But yeah, it's just yeah, no more words. I'm sorry, but yeah, just yeah, really good to get back out there. Can't wait for the next heat.
All good, brother. Congratulations. See you in the next round.
Thanks a lot. That was brilliant. Cheers.
Sam.
Thanks so much, Mitch. Congratulations, Andy. You know, huge journey he's been on. You know, so exciting. You know, he had a big accident 9 years ago, a spinal cord injury whilst kite surfing, and he's come back into parasport at the cutting edge, playing wheelchair rugby now, table tennis, and now surfing, and getting more confidence each year. His parasurfing charisma just grows every time I've seen him, and if I compare to the way he was last year at Pismo in his first big international event to now, what I'm seeing is someone who's really learning to connect closer with these breaking waves and the shape of them, and also really being more experimental with equipment. And I think it was great that you referenced the use of the Infinity Steve Bainey board. Most likely Spike Kane could have been a part of that relationship to give him the option to ride.
Whose board it is, actually. We'll clarify on that, but yeah, beautiful looking board. That board's been around for a while. It just shows how progressive he is in the design of these adaptive parasurfing equipment.
So we continue to be live on day number 2 here at the World Parasurfing Championship, as we continue to kind of build this fantastic relationship between the ISA and Huntington, the 8th major event here, 4 times the World Surfing Games. We've had the World Junior Championship here. This is the first time the ISA World Parasurfing Championship has come here, but big thanks to Visit Huntington Beach for all the support, and of course all of the celebrations, the kind of mix of the nations, and that really was represented, that rainbow spectrum, that record participation at the opening ceremony. So let's look back to what we experienced a few days ago here at Huntington Beach.
Welcome to the opening ceremony.
It doesn't matter the color of skin, it doesn't matter where you were born. The only thing that matters is that you're alive and you have equal rights to enjoy the ocean like everybody else. I love you all. I will miss you in person in the beautiful Surf City, USA, Huntington Beach. One of the potential hosts for the 2028 Olympic and Paralympic Games. And you, Rio Paralympic, progress. I'm sure we can make it.
As the mayor of Huntington Beach officially declared the 2023 ISA World Parasurfing Championships open.
Welcome back. Thanks so much for tuning in, surf fans, parasurf fans around the world. It's a joy to be here at Huntington Beach. I'm Sam Bleakley, joined by Ben Way. I was actually gonna kind of really think, Ben, to watching that footage there of the opening ceremony, the fact that we've got record participation, you know, that is so important in this push for Paralympic inclusion. And you, as someone who's involved in designing and building surfboard craft for the parasurfers, what are you seeing as far as performances go so far here at the 2023 event?
I've seen a big boost since last year. Part of it could be because a lot of these people's conditions are affected by temperature. And so having the warmer water to really let them move more freely, especially when you have cases like Quinn Waitley, where she has cerebral palsy, that she is very affected by the cold. And in a 20-minute heat, by the end of the heat, she's almost completely locked up. So if you get these riders in the warmer water where they can be free, move easier, just be more loose and on their game, that's going to make a big difference also. But aside from that, it looks like everyone's just really put in the homework, sharing board ideas or possibly exploring the possibilities and testing out new things, testing out new team members. And it's just been amazing. It's unbelievable.
And you can tune in to rewatch all those replays. We saw Quinn Waitley really perform fantastically earlier. So watch those video replays. And also, let's have a little celebration of the fantastic surfing we saw yesterday here live from day 1 of the 2023 ISA World Parasurfing Championship.
Nice opening turn, and he's ducking into the barrel.
This is day 1 of competition here in Surf City, Huntington Beach.
Up and riding right now. Sponge, it's big off the top, second speed drive, little coverage there in the little section, and it rebounds off the lip there.
And this wave of Team USA's Jesse Billauer earns him a 7.83.
I am new in this sport. I started surfing like half a month ago. So it's really challenging and good sport and meeting new people.
We've seen him going right a lot throughout this heat. That was a great re-entry.
This is the place to do it, Shannon.
Davi now up and riding. Great looking wave, goes in for that second turn. Woo! But Roberto did have first priority over him, so he's going to opt to go farther down the line. Great two-turn combination.
Eu pedi para mim mesmo no ano passado. Hoje eu vim muito focado, esse ano eu vim muito focado, treinado.
And in the last heat of the day, Joel Taylor from Australia gets an 8.67. So that wraps up our day one of competition. Tune in tomorrow for more action in day two.
Well, big thanks for tuning in for the action live from day two. We've kicked off our heat number 3, the round 2 of Prone 2 men's. Jose Martinez, a world champion from 2021. Of course, the Japanese surfer Tomoke Fujiwara, fantastic surfer there, representing the land of the rising sun. But watch out for Lorenzo Bini from Italy and Julian Blecher from Germany. Up and riding right now, it's Lorenzo out of Italy there. Nice right-hander. He gets a good trim speed, a nice line, takes that high line, and then just as that wave fades out, he's safely got himself spinning round to face the horizon. He just kind of climbs over that wave. So he'll get the first score on the board as we really got a nice opportunity to celebrate in that break some of the fantastic action we saw from day one. Competitors from Saudi Arabia, incredible performances from reigning gold medalists such as Llewellyn, Sponge, Williams, and now we're starting to get that sun coming out again. There's that sparkle factor, those flying diamonds, quintessential afternoon conditions here in Southern California, Ben.
Yeah, now we're back to classic California, Surf City. This is what we're used to seeing, and this is what these people came from all around the world to see.
And all around the world it has been 27 teams. We got Argentina, Australia, Brazil, Canada, Chile, Colombia, Costa Rica, El Salvador, England, France, Germany, Hawaii, Israel, Italy, Jamaica, Japan, Mexico, Norway, and the list continues. Portugal, Puerto Rico, Saudi Arabia, Scotland, South Africa, Spain, Switzerland, of course, our home nation of USA, and Wales. Now, if I find anyone in the world who knows how to sing the national anthems to all those 27 nations, I'll give them a personal gold medal. But here's a replay of our first ride for our Italian Lorenzo Bini.
Yeah, this is Tomoki from Japan right here, zipping on through here.
Oh, nice. I just got a little bit...
So this is one that we missed.
Yeah, I just got a little bit caught there in the backlight thinking it was white, but it was blue. Japan, what do you think of that opening ride? It looks strong.
Really good. He's always really stable. He picks a really, really smooth line. This is Lorenzo's first wave. You can see how that wave just kind of shouldered off on the top of a left. And so that's one thing that people are going to have to kind of pay attention as far as with the moving tides. You want to make sure that you faded back to keep with the wave before you get pushed out by a wave that's under the wave that you're riding.
So Tomoki, he's already looking like he's going to get the best out of the exchange. The wave is longer, faster. How much bigger do you think it'll come higher than Lorenzo's first wave? Are we talking twice as big a score or pretty close in scores, do you think?
That's a great question. I'll go 2/3.
2/3, I like it. Let's see, 2/3 on the cards. We'll put some coins on that later in the kind of little kind of syndicate we've got going to kind of back our various winners. But of course, we're here just celebrating the action. It's the judges who have that responsibility to really analyze the surfing, the degree of difficulty, the control, the commitment, the progression, innovative maneuvers, that combination of major maneuvers and the variety and speed, power, flow, so important. But of course, with this classification, the surfers riding in the prone position there. So this prone to assist, surfers riding waves in that position that need assistance to paddle into waves and while in the water. And this is actually our first round 2. We had some great performances in round 1 in Prone 2 yesterday. Jose Martinez, Jesse Bilauer, Eric Lazar, they were fantastic. I really liked the way that David Teixeira was surfing, and also to see Andy Guy getting the win in that heat, that second heat that we just saw completed 10 minutes ago. You could see the emotion in that post-heat interview, how much it meant to him. He's new to this parasurfing journey, but you can really see this is someone who's going to go very, very far.
Yeah, it left him speechless, which is very cool. But when you see him taking a win with Jesse Bilauer in the water, that just gives so much hope to all these new faces that, man, we all have a chance here. And people love seeing new people in front of the glass.
And new people have been pioneers at Huntington Beach for surfing. Famously in 1914, George Freeth put on a demonstration for Henry Huntington to promote the area, and then Duke Hanamoko started surfing here in the mid-20s. We had the first surf shop in the mid-50s opened by Gordy Duane, and then from the late 50s we start to have that emergence of Huntington Beach as a surf competition venue.
So let's see if I've earned any money off of our little bet here. Is 4.5 2/3 of 6.50? We have to get out the calculator.
I think you're right on the money there. Big score for Tomaki, that first wave, a 6.5. He'll be happy with that. Lorenzo gets a 4.5. I think you nailed that, Ben. I think you could definitely have a kind of a new career as a judge if you so desired.
All right, I'm going to test this out. I'll have to go and volunteer.
13 minutes, 25 seconds remaining. Jose Martinez up and riding. Low in the wave, bottom turns, hooks that cut back there, carves back into the section, and just beautiful control from Jose Martinez, our 2021 world champion, as he keeps that rail engaged, speeding through this section here. Has got the opportunity for a redirect, as we see him redirecting back towards the pier and just then leaning forward a little bit to keep that board in trim, keeping things nice and flat. Little opportunity for one more turn, and he is absolutely buzzing.
Yeah, one thing I wanted to point out, which I'm sure we'll see in the replay. Well, we got some more live action. We'll get back to that.
Julian Blecher from Germany deals with that big, steep drop with fantastic control. It looked like he was going to nosedive that, but he didn't. He charged his way out of that. Second in the European Championships from Dullenberg. Loves to surf in Viana do Castelo in the northern coast there of Portugal, near the Spanish border, riding his 7.6 twin pin. Also a surfer who likes to play wheelchair rugby, a keen swimmer, a hand cyclist, a paracyclist, and demonstrating how good he's getting at parasurfing with an incredible drop there. It was steep, it was deep, it was gnarly, but he did not nosedive.
Yeah, I was going to have to say that it was slightly pearlescent because he almost pearled the nose, was able to pop that thing out. I think his nose went about two inches under the water, but luckily had enough speed to just really punch that nose outline out of the flats and connect that one through.
And you can just see there the chest riser on the deck of the board. You know, that's so important for a lot of these surfers who have spinal cord injuries, and that was incredible, the control to not nosedive there. So the judges will reward just that particular takeoff. No open face surfing, but one radical takeoff. But a 6.5 for our Japanese surfer is the benchmark. So now Jose Martinez wave, the fact that the judges have already put that 6.5 on the scoreboard to set the scale, where will Jose sit relative to that? Are we talking kind of higher than that 6.5?
I think we could be pushing close to the excellent range. Just because of the degree of difficulty in the turns. Tomek had a really smooth line, nice smooth direction, but the aggressive redirection of Jose Martinez, there we go.
There we go, excellent range, great cool bend way. It's an 8.67, so more than 2 points higher than Tomake's 6.5, and he really is going to be pleased to hear that. And you could see the body language, the fist pump when he finished that ride. He knew it was a strong bit of surfing, and he did get the score. You can follow Jose Martinez's journey on Instagram at Roll With Guru. That's just Roll With Guru. He's an influencer. He's got nearly 30,000 followers. He's a 2021 ISA World Parasurfing Champion. He's a national champion. You said he originally, yes, he's from Compton in Los Angeles, but you said now he lives a little bit more inland in the desert.
Yeah. So him and his wife Lisette live way out in the desert, this beautiful kind of ranch-like home, and yeah, they do these big visits. Luckily, some of his sponsors help some of the gas because she's got one of the biggest Ford trucks that you can buy, and they move all over with all of his equipment, get him around and get him in the water. He's also a Purple Heart veteran.
Yeah, absolutely, and he does a lot of work with Veterans Alliance. He has that full trunk movement, which gives him a particular kind of approach to wave riding, a below-the-knee amputee, and he is, as we say, that triple amputee and Army veteran who grew up in LA. But what about this opening score? I mean, wow, an 8.67. Here we go. This is on the replay there of just the dynamic approach of Jose Martinez.
Well, as you speak of the strength, any of these riders would most likely be knocked off their board with all of that force against the whitewash, and he is just manhandling that board. Right here, watch how he's got two handles on his boards. He switches to the front handle to get even more weight over that nose and keep it gliding. And the reason that you have those two handles, not only for the riding part, let's watch that drop again.
I mean, that was one of the best controlled takeoffs of the day. I mean, you know, that was so hard not to nosedive. What was the technique that just stopped him from nosediving there?
You know what? I think a lot of it was that the outline just perfectly fit in there. There's not a lot of nose rocker on that board, you can see. And so luckily, had he had a wider nose with that flat of rocker, it probably would have plugged somewhere on one of the corners of the nose.
Here we go on the replay again. This was that excellent high 8.
I love that. He always uses his nub to pivot off of. He could see that he wouldn't have any scoring potential if he tried to move up high, so he took the low road there, drives across here, finds a little kind of cross convergence of energy right here where it actually redirects and gives him a bunch of speed in the other direction. Watch how he moves up, grabs that other handle. So that front handle is actually more for his pusher, so he can be gripped onto the board. When a big set comes, the pusher's got his own handle to pull the board through, push it under, and initiate that duck dive.
But with a backup score of a 4.5, Lorenzo Bini from Italy has moved up into first place from Tuscany, the Florence coast there, a photographer, a videographer who teaches swimming and works at Dynamo Camp, which is a really important recreational therapy for children suffering from various impairments and illnesses. And he has been surfing since 2012, and he's going to be pleased with his position there as a front runner right now, you know, sitting in first above Jose Martinez, who, yes, he's only got one wave, but when you hear your name as first and you've got Jose Martinez in your heat, that feels pretty good.
It's got to be a definite boost in the confidence. And what is the time on the clock? I'm not sure how much time we've got left. We'll see that on the screen, I'm sure, in just a moment. 7 minutes. And so, yeah, still a lot of time for things to happen. Jose Martinez in the second priority. White leading with first priority. That's a great position to be in, although they're really far away from each other. There's no chance of blocking or any kind of interference at the moment.
And Julian, he scores a 5.2 just for that radical takeoff, for the control he demonstrated on that steep section. Live action, our surfer from Japan, up and riding, in trim, engages that rail, nice speed, climbs, puts that board into a sweeping cutback. Degree of difficulty, great maneuver. He might get the opportunity for the reform. He does, and he's moving now left towards the pier, accelerating another cutback as he accelerates once more and gets a little rebound off the foam, going right now right through to the inside of the shallow sand. He's going to take this wave all the way through to the beach. You can see how shallow it's getting, and he might well kick out with one more elegant turn as he does, and that is going to be a huge score and an incredible display of agility, of control, but also of elegance. Everything about that ride had a kind of like only from Japan kind of Zen style quality.
Yeah, he's so amazing. His very, very minimum body movements, but it's all in the line that he takes, where he directs that board.
Here's Julian up and riding after a big drop on his last wave, getting a 5.2, demonstrating his skills once again with a really beautiful steep takeoff there. Engages that rail to go right, engages it back now to go left, and he's picking up speed through the inside here. And look at the way he just readjusts his body and then leans in with the elbow to get that off the lip section there on the white water as his board just flips over to reveal the twin fin that he's riding, Ben. And another big score for Julian.
Yeah, he's got the keels on there. One thing I was going to point out is with that lower rocker and that kind of wider round nose, he's actually going to be able to accelerate and kind of build off of those flat spots a little bit more than the other riders that have the pointed nose. And actually, we saw that board accelerate as it got into the lower energy portion of that wave.
So Fujiwara from Japan waiting for a score to drop. It's going to add to his 6.5. And if we think back to that 6.5, it feels like it's going to go higher. So if he gets a score of a 2.8, he moves up into first position.
Yeah, I would figure that he's going to go to either second or first with that one. We're going to see what happens here, see if we're right on the money. But that was definitely, in my eyes, his best wave.
So you can just see there the pushers and the catchers working together as we get the replay of our German surfer, Julian Bletcher. What do you think of this, Ben?
So I think he definitely learned that on those steep takeoffs, you got to be a little bit farther back. He definitely readjusted his body on the drop a little bit more to make sure that nose cleared. And then he was able to kind of take that same line. Almost all of our competitors, Jose, Tomoki, and now Julian as well, get that what starts as a right and ends up as a left on the inside. Look at this one of Tomoki.
So this is that replay, and it comes in then at a 6.43. So it doesn't surpass his 6.5, but it puts him up into first position.
Yeah, no question. And this is where he redirects, actually builds a little bit speed and banks off another one. That will be definitely deemed as a combination, and gets all the way up to the sand. Looks like the seagull's just waiting for him to arrive.
So Julian Bletcher drops a 4.10 for his last wave. So a good score. It keeps him in third position. Lorenzo Bini's now in second. Now, what's interesting when we look back at those scores is the fact that Julian got a bigger score for that heavier drop, as we see Jose Martinez dropping into this big bowl section. Incredible turn. Wow, incredible surfing there. Drops in, bottom turn, sweeps back, cuts back, throws spray as that wave closes out. He's now accelerating through the inside foam, and he gets that backwash bounce like we saw from Freddie Maramon from Colombia earlier, and then just pulls his body back a little bit and then readjusts, going right, still accelerating. And one of the great things I love watching about Jose, not only is that fist pump stoke on the inside, but the way he's able to really work those foamy sections with acceleration, as we see our surfer from Italy, Lorenzo Bini, big, nice, clean section, nice wall, and then grips onto that rail engaged left and accelerates through and starts to just get that rail and that nose under, and there he is wiped out. He'll get some assistance, but he's going to drop a score as Jose Martinez drops a massive score of a 9.67, the biggest score of the event so far.
Yeah, amazing. I believe we hit 9 yesterday, 9.67. They're just going to go on in head on in.
Wow, 2 waves ridden, both in the excellent range. Enough to come in as Sean Brody, team manager, gives him a high five. Team USA looking absolutely outstanding, with fresh from Compton, now based in the desert in California, here at Huntington Beach, Surf City. Jose Martinez, our 2021 ISA World Parasurfing Champion, gets a near perfect score of a 9.67. Cheered up the beach in style then, and he will hope to recreate that level of performance in the grand final, because that was an beyond special moment for not only Jose, not only Team USA, not only the Paralympic push for LA 28, but also just the global action sports community and parasurf community.
Yeah, that was amazing. Can't wait to watch. So here we go. So he sees it. Even off the takeoff, he wasn't sure if he was going to go left or right. Last minute mind change there. Goes right, gets that turn, and is able to completely do a nice figure 8 off that takeoff. And all of the rest here is just a little bit of extra topping on top of it.
Incredible stuff there. Just engages that rail, and like you said, here it is. This is the money turn. Look at the spray and the control and how steep that section was. And, you know, all in that drop, he changed rail edge twice, or maybe even 3 times, just in that one particular drop, as we see Quinn Waitley congratulate him.
Yeah, a huge degree of commitment in that maneuver, and wow, was he rewarded for that. 9.67. So that's going to be a huge mark in this competition.
And he said yesterday in the post-heat interview that what he really wanted to do was demonstrate to the world, you know, the performances, show how strong these athletes are, how hard they've been training, and really put on a showcase to surf at the cutting edge, as we can see Fujiwara from Japan. He's got a 6.5 and a 6.43. He's sitting there in second, and it looks like Lorenzo Bini and Julian Blecher won't have an opportunity to move back into second. So big congratulations to Jose Martinez. The highest 2 scores of the event so far, a near perfect 10, total of 18.34. Stay with us, surf fans, because coming up, we've got David Teixeira from Brazil as we continue men's round 2 of the Prone 2 division, live from Surf City, USA, Huntington Beach.
Hello and welcome to Huntington Beach, California. I'm Kelly Miller, President and CEO of Visit Huntington Beach. Known as Surf City, USA, Huntington Beach boasts 10 miles of coastline and the most consistent waves on the West Coast. Huntington Beach has it all, with endless summer weather, year-round events, outdoor activities, and oceanfront resorts and spas. So get ready to be inspired, be connected, and be here, Huntington Beach. Plan your visit at surfcityusa.com.
Welcome back, surf fans. If you're just tuning in, you've just missed Jose Martinez get a near perfect 10. If you did have the pleasure of watching that last heat, it was an absolute highlight. And with that, let's go straight down to the glass, because the absolute stalwart of the USA team is with Mitchell Salazar.
Started a little earlier, would have been great.
Hey, Sam, you're with Jose. First of all, Jose, a big congratulations. You get the highest heat total of the event, the highest single wave score of the event, a 9.67. Tell me just how stoked you are to be here in HB, really close to home.
Oh man, it's absolutely incredible. I didn't start surfing until really about 6-7 years ago. The fact that I'm here catching some amazing sized faces, I'm not gonna say it's Hawaiian giant size, but hey, when you're on the prone position, everything is overhead for us. So to be quite honest with you, I'm just grateful. We're being blessed with beautiful weather, beautiful waves. So I can't thank you guys enough for giving us a platform where we can have fun.
It's a pleasure being here with you guys. Talk to me about your conditioning, because not only do we have the largest field, we also have the largest amount of classifications this year in terms of the Parasurfing Championship. What was your preparation like for this event, knowing you were going to compete at a beach break again?
So there's a lot of gentlemen here. Our 3-time world champion, Jesse Billauer, he's been surfing all his life, so I don't have the knowledge that he has in the water. So what I have to do is work 5 times as hard as he does in the gym. I'm cycling 35 minutes every day before I start my workout, and then I have an hour and a half of a workout to do, because there's times where the waves are pounding us. I don't want to put my coaches, my help out there in trouble. And if, let's say, one of my competitors is having a hard time, I want to be able to be like, hey, pusher, I need you to stop holding on to me. I got myself. Like, please go and help out my other competitors having a tougher time. So to be quite honest with you, I do it for my life, to help others as well, but more importantly, so everybody can have a safe time.
You're selfless, and I really like that about you. You're obviously an inspiration, but I want to talk about the possibility of including parasurfing in LA 2028. You got the broadcast right now. Go and tell the public what we got to do to get parasurfing into the Paralympics for 28.
I need everybody watching this right now, whether you're going to be watching it later on in the week in YouTube, right now, live. I need you guys to start posting, post ISA, post all your favorite prone surfers, adaptive surfers. Put as much media out there for us, because that is the way. You guys have to tell the world that you want to see us on such a great stage so we can show the rest of the world how beautiful surfing really is.
Congratulations, Jose. See you in the next round.
Thank you very much. You guys are absolutely incredible, amazing. Thank you for such a wonderful platform you guys put us on. And most importantly, thank you guys for believing in us. Thank you guys very much.
Sam?
You said it, Jose. Follow us on ISAsurfing.org, ISA Surfing at Facebook. Look for that hashtag ISAsurfing. Follow us on social media, on Instagram, on YouTube, on TikTok, and at ISAsurfing, and share all of this fantastic performance from all of these athletes that you're seeing. Follow their bios, follow them on Instagram, share their work, and tell the world that parasurfing should be in LA 2028.
Yeah, I can agree more. And always such a great ambassador for the sport, brings such good energy and such good words.
Absolutely, and of course, the ISA and parasurfing, in line with the mission to develop the sport of surfing in all its forms across the globe. The ISA has taken such a huge role in the development and advancement of parasurfing to create this global platform for universal accessibility to the sport, and really to enable all of these athletes the opportunity to achieve sporting excellence and inspire others. And what we have since 2015 is growing participation here at the ISA World Parasurfing Championship. I know we've been hammering home these numbers relentlessly if you've been tuning in around the world for day 1 and day 2, but I will remind you that we have got record participation, nearly 200 athletes, growing participation of women, which is extremely important. And I really recommend all of you parasurfers at home to really, get in touch with your federations, your governing bodies, your national organizations, and really make sure you have teams, you have national events, and you really capitalize on the opportunity for funding, for grants, because as surfing itself has become an Olympic sport, there's now governing bodies that have access to government sport, to development sport. And when surfing, and if surfing gets in the Paralympics, you want to be well placed to earn those scholarships, those grants, to train, to travel, to go for gold in Los Angeles 28.
Yeah, huge thanks to all of those nonprofit organizations that make this possible. Let's watch this.
Davy Teixeira, live, active, loose, ripping, shredding, fast. 2022 ISA gold medalist, reigning gold medalist. He won in 216 gold. He won gold last year in Pismo. He's going to get a big score, but right now it's our surfer in blue, Claudio Morales from Chile, with a nice, strong, big, clean right-hander and a carving cut back there. 2021 bronze medalist at the World Parasurfing Championship, still going strong and accelerating through this inside section as Davy Teixeira and his team just pop themselves out the way. So 2 big scores about to be dropped. We've got Davy Teixeira waiting for that score. Claudio Morales from Santiago, Chile, works as a psychologist in Santa Cruz, so knows this Californian coast very well, loves to surf at Pleasure Point, riding a 7.6 Pearson Arrow supported by the High Fives Foundation. We haven't mentioned much yet about the High Fives Foundation, but in partnership with all kinds of movements like Life Rolls On and AMP Surf, High Fives Foundation have been hugely important for the progression of parasurfing.
Yeah, and for me, I had to say a big thanks to Elena and, of course, Roy Tuscany, who's not down here today. We saw Gunnar, their boy, yesterday, and but Roy saw my interest in getting into designing boards, and High Fives gave the first grant for my first 3 boards that I made. So he gave me the little boost into helping this parasurfing community, and can't thank him enough. Got a big old High Fives on my car. CAF has also helped out a lot. We've got so many different foundations helping with not only equipment, but also travel, all of the travel costs, competition, training, etc. And it's so crucial to build the sport.
Yeah, and this is something that Claudio Morales from Chile, who's based in Santa Cruz, who works as a psychologist, is benefiting from being supported by the High Fives Foundation. And Davy Teixeira, the young 18-year-old, of course, he's got all of the support of the Brazilian surf community down there in Rio de Janeiro. He also skates, he also does karate, and he is an absolutely catastrophically big social influencer. He's got 460,000 followers on Instagram. So if you want to make that even bigger, follow him at Davizan Horror Radical, which is Davi Zinhoradicical. So if you look on the ISA website, you can get links to the surfers' social media accounts and follow them and see their work. And Davi Teixeira, the reason he's the reigning world champion is because he absolutely shreds. And Ben Way, he's just dropped an 8.50 for his opening wave. As we see our South African Guy Ollie Sinclair, the 48-year-old national champion on a fast right-hander from Winston Park, Durban, KwaZulu Natal there. Takes a fall, but he's got a score to drop as Claudio Morales gets a 6.33 for his opening wave. And we wait for our Japanese surfer, Ryoma Ubakata, nicknamed Jedi, a reggae singer from Tokyo, to get his first wave.
Juddy.
Juddy, there
Juddy.
you go. So what does Juddy mean?
I did think it's just some name that they made up for him. But it almost sounded like the nickname of Josh Loya, which is the Jedi.
Yeah.
So we got Jody and Jedi. So, yeah, speaking of Davi's equipment, I was checking out his board yesterday, and he rides Edgo surfboards. Edgo is with us in Pismo, along with his doctors, Sandro and Alessandro. And, and Anderson. But he's gone back to a board that was made, I think, 2 contests ago, and they've been testing a lot of different equipment. But he said, when you get one that's magic, it's just so hard to duplicate.
Yeah, that's the beauty of custom-made surfboards. And Davi Teixeira, you'll often see him having a little splash of color on that board. He's got the orange rails, the blue deck. As we can see, our surfer Davi Teixeira is now sitting out there in second priority as Guy Ollie Sinclair from South Africa just gets that assistance to get himself back onto his board. So, of course, in this prone to classification, these are surfers that need that assistance to catch the wave, and they also need that support when they finish their ride. And that's where you get that teamwork combination from the pushers and catchers coming together, and also the well-trained water safety unit. And now with the ISA, you have the opportunity to get the certification to coach and teach adaptive surfing. And that's something that somebody called Ben Clifford from Surfability in South Wales has pioneered, along with Dana Cummings, the founder of AMP Surf. They've really worked in partnership with the International Surfing Association to really develop their accreditation programs to allow people to teach adaptive surfing safely, so that more and more people can not only access the therapeutic benefits of the water, but we can also support these level athletes who are pushing performances to new places.
Yeah, we just saw Team Japan's Ryoma take a late drop, kind of pulled into a closeout there.
Yeah, we're just seeing
trying to make sure that he's stabilized.
Yeah, it looks like everything's going to be okay. And you can really see the need for teamwork there. So here he is. He's going to get the opportunity to just get under that wave there. And that's that whole skill that you develop when you're used to swimming in waves, of being able to block your sinuses so that the water doesn't go up your nose. And what's so interesting for a lot of these athletes is you'll have some athletes who've got a long history of wave riding and others who've come new into wave riding, and they're certain skills that they might not have grown up doing. You know, as we see Davi Teixeira on a nice clean open face wave, bottom turn, top turn, aggressive, big Rio there, and takes a fall, but committed to that section. So he's going to add to his 8.50 with his second score, and he's looking very strong, the young Brazilian Davi Teixeira.
Yeah, speaking of strong, as you may have mentioned, he's active in karate championships, and he is so good at everything that he does. He's a huge ambassador for the sport, speaks really well, and yeah, his Instagram's very, very interesting, very, very fun to watch. It's always very positive messages.
I'm going to get a little chart of the biggest social influencers. I've written down a few numbers. I haven't got them comparable at hand right now, but I think he's right up there at the top of the list as having one of the biggest followings of all of these power athletes here going for gold in Huntington this week.
How do our viewers follow you? I believe that's Sam Bleakley, SAMBLEAKLEY at Insta.
That's true, with sadly, horrifyingly, with a 1 after it. Not because I'm number 1, but because there was another Sam Bleakley who got there first. And
okay.
So you got to put a 1 behind that. But yeah, you don't need to do that. You just need to support these athletes. We've got 8 minutes remaining. David Teixeira out there in the lead, an 8.50 and a 4.17. So Claudio Morales, he's going to be pleased with that 6.33. He's in first priority. He's got 8 minutes going. What's going through the head now of that communication between pusher and surfer Claudio as this set comes through?
Well, as I see a little bit of a wake coming off of his pusher's fins, it looks like we're going to have a takeoff right here.
Big ledgy section there, speed drive. You can just see his pusher body surfing behind him, and he nosedives through that steep section. But that was a great setup, and you could really see how his pusher stayed with him, keeping that single fin locked in a low line, recognizing it was a steep wave, and the pusher doing as much as he can just to set that line. You can really see the elegance of that Pearson Arrow. Pearson Arrow boards, there's been many great surfers. The great Josh Muir, really good longboarder who used to ride Pearson Arrows down here on the north side of Huntington Beach. I remember through the 90s and early 2000s. Of course, Pearson Arrow based up there in the Santa Cruz area. Great to see all these different Californian shapers represented here in Huntington.
Yeah, not to mention Bob Pearson being a shaper for all of that aerial movement that we had out of Santa Cruz. And movies like The Kill 2 and those, and Rat Boy and Barney, all those guys are like very, very huge board designer. And now we've got him right there in Santa Cruz practicing at Steamer Lane. They're getting him stabilized. You know, it looks like with these lower tide conditions, the frequency of the waves is much higher. A lot more directions of water pushing them all over, which makes it so much harder to get them back into position.
David Teixeira on the replay back.
Big airdrop, and really lands into just driving the fins off that one. Comes off the bottom in perfect time to bash off that end section. I really like that wave.
So when you kind of compare the techniques of Davi and Jose, what would be the difference in techniques that these two surfers are using, both now going into the excellent range on their scores?
You know what? The aggressivity and the lines that they take are very similar. I think Davi's got possibly more experience on the board. I think he was our youngest competitor at, I believe he was only 13.
When he won gold in 2016, yeah, record-breaking stuff. He had long history of surfing, but of course, Jose Martinez saying it's 6 or 7 years that he's now been surfing.
And here's the other thing, is we had Davi and we had Freddie Marimon in their own sit division. So they used to do a completely different riding style, both completely ripped, but unfortunately we didn't have enough competitors to fill up that classification, so they had to move to prone. And that's something that's happened in the last couple of years, to where they've had to completely relearn how they compete.
And it's worked for David Teixeira. He won that gold medal last year, and this is a really stacked event. I mean, you can just, if you look back over some of the names, the likes of Jesse Bilauer, Eric Lazar, and of course that really good Costa Rican surfer who got a great performance in our heat earlier. There's just literally so many superstars coming out of this classification now. Matthias Luna, like I just was mentioning, the two young Germans, Sebastian Bass and Julian Bletcher, they've been really good. Andy Guy putting on a great performance. Mark Hager, a really great surfer from south coast of England there. He's going to be coming up very soon in the next heat. He's got a deep, long history of wave riding. And, Mark is come new to the parasurf community, but as a long time, over 30, surfing for over 30 years, having traveled the world as an able-bodied surfer, he's got really deep wave knowledge connections, intrinsic relationships with the curve, the break, a bit like Jesse Bilauer. And I think you'll see that from Mark Hager if you stay tuned for heat number 5. That guy really rips, and he's got that beautiful read of waves, able to stay in the pocket, and he also has that good communication with his pushes and catches, that knowledge of rips and sets and peaks that he wants to go for.
Yeah, that's interesting, because we have the competitors with less wave experience, and they may be depending on their pusher's wave experience to choose the right waves for them. But then in cases like that, he's probably really communicating and directing the movement of his pusher.
And he's got a great team behind him. but right now it's Davi Teixeira with that 4.17 backup score. So he's in there in that first position. Claudio Morales is out there in second, as we see Davi readjusting that line, and a beautiful approach for an off the lip there. I love the way he just took off and then pulled that board back under his chest and then stretched it back, went high for the re-entry. You can see is he opting for a three fin setup, but it seems as though that back fin is smaller than the side fins. What will be the reason for that kind of fin configuration from Davi, Ben?
So we see some of the surfers, like Casey Proud is using some like Mark Richards twin fins with no center. When you have no center, the board's able to drift just a bit, and we've seen a lot in the whole the growth in all of the 80s designs coming back, all the twin fins, and a lot of these people are trying to go from a stable drivey thruster and then learn how to ride a twin fin. Sometimes they shift around too much. So just the addition of that little center fin, that little trailer fin, makes a big difference in the drive and the control that the board will have, especially in the steep spots.
Well, it's certainly working for Davi Teixeira because he's out there in the lead. In first priority, though, it's Guy Ollie Sinclair representing South Africa. We had the opportunity to interview JP Vaudry earlier today, and we talked about the way sport can unite a country. Of course, South Africa having just won the Rugby World Cup, beating the All Blacks, the Kiwis, New Zealand in a fantastic final. And that's the healing power of sport, the way it can transcend politics, social situations, and unite and bring people together and really celebrate that shared space. And the extra powerful thing about parasurfing is not only do we have that sporting element, we've got the ocean, we've got the healing qualities of water, that free space that we're all responsible to look after, but we all have a right to access, use, enjoy, love. And for these athletes also, it becomes a place to really perform and put on a show.
Yeah, and it gives you something to look forward to. It gives you a reason to train, especially these competitions. It's great to have a driving force and something to always be constantly working on and looking forward to. And who doesn't love getting out in the water?
Yeah, and who wouldn't love to be diving into that right now? And the great thing about competing is you have that opportunity to surf a quiet lineup, and that's one of the driving motivations for many of these athletes to progress, not only through rounds to win golds, but just that opportunity to keep surfing without a crowd around you. And this is Davi Teixeira going over that wave there, but it's Ollie Sinclair with a carving bottom turn, engaging that rail incredibly well. Powerful approach from Ollie Sinclair, chasing a 7.73 as Davi Teixeira, now in first priority, sits out there looking to drop a 4.17 as his low scoring ride. And we can just see the water safety team getting nice and close there to Ollie, and he pops up. He's got his flotation vest on there, so he's all good, nice and safe. I love the way he engaged that rail on that bottom turn, as we can see a left-hander ridden by Davi Teixeira. Big projection off the lip, doesn't quite ride out of that, but he's looking to replace a 4.17, and he's still out there in the lead as we move on to the dying seconds, and our Japanese surfer can't quite catch that last wave to add to his 2.33.
But he does, following that similar pattern as we've seen Japan, every heat they always make sure that they get one last wave in that last 30 seconds.
Great teamwork from Japan. Not going to be eliminated because still got the repechage to go. Congratulations, Davi Teixeira. Stay with us, surf fans, because we've got more to come. We've got 2 more heats of men prone to second round, and we got Shannon Hughes and Mitchell Salazar coming in to call the action. But first, let's look back for that beautiful celebration and gathering of the opening ceremony here at Huntington Beach a few days ago.
Nice opening turn, and he's ducking into the barrel.
This is day one of competition here in Surf City, Huntington Beach.
Up and riding right now. Sponge, it's big off the top, second speed drive, little coverage there in the little section, and then rebounds off the lip there.
And this wave of Team USA's Jesse Billauer earns him a 7.83.
I am new in this sport. I started surfing like half a month ago. So it's really challenging and good sport and meeting new people.
Seen him going right a lot throughout this heat. That was a great re-entry.
This is the place to do it, Shannon.
Navi now up and riding. Great looking wave, goes in for that second turn. Woo! But Roberto did have first priority over him, so he's going to opt to go farther down the line. Great two-turn combination.
Eu pedi para mim mesmo no ano passado. Hoje eu vim muito focado, esse ano eu vim muito focado, treinado.
And in the last heat of the day, Joel Taylor from Australia gets an 8.67. So that wraps up our day one of competition. Tune in tomorrow for more action in day two.
Hello and welcome to Huntington Beach, California. I'm Kelly Miller, President and CEO of Visit Huntington Beach. Known as Surf City, USA, Huntington Beach boasts 10 miles of coastline and the most consistent waves on the West Coast. Huntington Beach has it all, with endless summer weather, year-round events, outdoor activities, and oceanfront resorts and spas. So get ready to be inspired, be connected, and be here, Huntington Beach. Plan your visit at surfcityusa.com.
Welcome to the opening ceremony.
It doesn't matter the color of skin, it doesn't matter where you were born. The only thing that matters is that you're alive and you have equal rights to enjoy the ocean like everybody else. I love you all. I will miss you in person, the beautiful Surf City, USA, Huntington Beach. One of the potential hosts for the 2028 Olympic and Paralympic Games. And you could be a Paralympic progress. I'm sure we can make it.
As the mayor of Huntington Beach officially declared the 2023 ISA World Parasurfing Championships open.
Welcome back to sunny Southern California for the ISA World Parasurfing Championships. We are here in Huntington Beach at the south side of the iconic pier, and we're currently watching Nate Bailey of Jamaica get a great looking wave on the right. He's in the water up against Ander Gonega of Spain, Mark Hager of England, and Sebastian Bass of Germany. 4 surfers all still competing within the round robin format, but this is their second round, so they're looking to improve on their scores.
Yeah, and obviously a lot on the line given the performance that we saw a couple of heats ago against Jose Martinez. So everybody really trying to at least get into the lower double digits, Shannon, and as of right now, that 18-point heat total Martinez is going to be really difficult to overtake. But the thing is just to get yourself into that next round, and unfortunately we will be seeing a good portion of these crowds in the round 2 of men's prone eliminated from competition.
That's right. We're going to see the top 12 advancing through into round number 3 before the semifinals. And we've got 4 surfers, Spain, Jamaica, England, and Germany currently in the water. We've got scores trickling through for everybody. Currently out in the lead is Ander from Spain with a 5.5 that he started off with. And we've got a wave here for our surfer, I believe in blue, Mark Hager. For England, nosedive off the takeoff. A 2.33 was his opening ride. He'll have a second score to come through. A 2 for Sebastian and a 2.83 for Nate. So very tight between those bottom 3 surfers. Let's take a look at a few of the waves we've seen so far.
Yeah, and it seems like Hager has been very busy. That was the 2.33. Then Goenaga gets the 5.5 here on the right, as we saw the 19-year-old have a good performance yesterday, and unfortunately wasn't able to ride out of the last whitewater section. And then Bailey was able to get his first one. We saw this as live action, and the kid from Jamaica, only 17 years of age, very young, one of the younger competitors, not only in this event, but also in this division. And then we also saw the surfer from the southern part of Germany, Sebastian Bass, with a quick one, a 2 and a 1.17 in his scoreline. but still it's the 5.5 of Goinaga that has him in the lead, Shannon.
Yeah, great wave. If he would have been able to ride out of that last section, it would have been really incredible, easily into the excellent range.
For sure, and that's what we saw from Martinez. He was willing to go on those bigger waves.
Oh, incredible.
What he said, though, in his post-heat interview is that he has very clear communication with his pusher, though. And I feel like there's a reason why he's had the best performance out of every single classification in this event, I'd have to say. Highest heat total, highest single wave score, and I think more importantly, he just felt comfortable out here at a wave that could easily be one of his home breaks.
Yeah, surfing it really, really well, showing that knowledge of the ocean, but like you said, the communication with the pusher is really, really important, especially if you want to excel to the highest level to walk away with those medals at the end of the week.
Yeah, and you know, the cool thing about a lot of these guys, they're willing to put their bodies on the line knowing that this is a wave that gets steep real quick. You're hitting the inside sandbar section really fast and at a big speed too. So as of right now, you really want to get into those lower double digits and move up into the top 12 of the leaderboard, Shannon.
13 minutes on the clock. Let's go down to the beach to catch up with Davi Teixeira after another great performance.
Thanks so much, Shannon. Davi, reigning world champion, another really great heat. You must be feeling good. Tell us a little bit about the technique and what type of equipment you're riding, because those turns, they're so radical, those big off the lips that you're doing.
Yeah, the heat was so grateful, and I think I found the magic surfboard, you know. My shaper is the Edigo surfboards. He makes surfboards in Brazil, and in my opinion, it's the best surfboards that I ever surfed. And I think my technique, I'm still getting better, but in this heat, I just get better my position in the surfboard to don't fall in the how can I say batida?
On the lip section.
Yeah, on the turns, right? And that's it.
Looking really good. And tell us about the parasurf community in Brazil. Where are the main places in Brazil that parasurfing is strong and growing?
I think nowadays with the WEBCAST, parasurfing, it's in all the Brazil, all the country, it's getting bigger, it's getting better. More surfers is competing, and they are coming to the Brazilian Championships to come here to ISA World Championship here in California. And I'm so grateful to see this, to see the parasurfing growing up in Brazil and in all the world. And that's nice for me.
And are you enjoying the waves here at Huntington Beach?
For sure, Huntington Beach. Now it's one of my favorite beaches in the world.
Davi, you're looking fantastic. We look forward to watching you in the rest of the event. You're reigning champion going for gold. You're ripping. Let's get back to the action, Shannon.
Woo. Thank you. Let's go.
Thanks so much, Sam. Great to hear from Davi. Feeling it. He's got the board, the equipment under his feet. I love hearing that conversation, too, around the growth of, you know, the national growth, the national championship growth that then feeds into better competition for actually qualifying for your national team to compete at the World Championship level.
Well, Brazil has become obviously a hotbed of talent. We've seen the Brazilian storm on the shortboarding side. We've seen the longboarders come through a lot more with Chloe Calmon, Carlos Bahia, who just got, you know, a medal over there at the Pan American Games too. But in terms of parasurfing, they've obviously been medalists before, gold, silver, bronze, whatever you want to say, even overall as a team. But it comes down to uniting the country as a whole. It's a big nation in terms of territory and also in terms of the community. So you just want to be able to get everybody together and on the same page.
That's so true. It's great to see that community continuing to grow. I mean, Brazil has, you know, they've got the energy, they've got the resources to be one of the greatest surfing nations in the world, which they already are. And to be pouring that into the parasurfing community as well over the years has been awesome to see. We've got some live action now. Nate Bailey on a good-looking right at the outside of that section, really engages the use of that left arm into the wave to be able to turn that board a little bit more.
Well, and all it takes really is one person to have success in order for others to be able to feed off of that too. We saw Medina winning his first world championship in 14. Then you saw De Souza, a longtime competitor, do it literally the year after. Felipe has back-to-back world championships, and the first ever gold medalist on the men's side in surfing, Italo, has also been a world champion himself. In terms of Jamaica getting more surfers, in terms of recognition, there just needs to be more events within the region and have those surfers actually be in those events too. qualifying series can be difficult. There's entry fees, there's a membership you have to pay, but in the end, everybody else has to do that as well. So don't put yourself in a position where you're saying, okay, financially I'm not able to. Find a way to do it. Brazil was able to do it. We've been seeing a lot of European countries do it a lot more. And in terms of the funding of the finances, you have to look for different ways to explore. Look at Leo Fioravanti. He's been an Olympian. He got dropped by his main sponsor last year. Found a brand new sponsor that isn't necessarily a surfing sponsor too. So there's different avenues and pathways that you can follow in order to fund your travels.
That's so true. I think that's the most important part of it. There are these different pathways, and it's all about just having a look around, building that community, building those communications with other people, and finding what opportunities might be in front of you, that networking specifically.
Exactly. Yeah, and that's why anytime you come to these events, most important part is get to know everybody else, because you never know when you're going to need a couch to crash on, and next thing you know, you come to Huntington Beach, US Open, get to know even more people, some more networking happen on after that. Remember, surfing's such a small community despite it being a global sport. Anybody knows everybody on any given day, Shannon.
It's so true. Everywhere we go in the world, we're running into someone, whether we're meeting them for the first time, they already know many of our good friends and coworkers as well, and other athletes that are competing. We're down to 7 minutes, 45 seconds on the clock. Nate has been able to hold on to that leading position. He's improved his score line now with a 4.5 for his last wave. So he's up ahead of Ander Gonega of Spain. Ander still with just that 5.5 on the board. We had a 2.33 on the board as the high score of Mark, and a 2 for the high score of Sebastian. It's been a bit quiet for the last little while as we see a takeoff and just an incomplete ride for, it looks like, our surfer in the white jersey, Sebastian. It is getting a bit challenging with the glare. Thankfully, though, for us here in the booth, we're going to do our best to make it out as that glare gets a little bit worse. The judging panel, they've got spotters, they've got a whole team system in place to make sure that they are able to identify every single surfer correctly.
Yeah, it still gets to a point though where, if you need to pull the plug and run earlier if possible, that's going to have to be the case. I think right now we're still good, but yesterday, we only had an hour left of sunlight and you really couldn't see because of the glare. This time of the year in the winter, it's way harder than doing it in the summertime. Summer or spring, you usually have way longer days. The glare isn't as bad because the positioning of the sun those times of the year isn't straight directly in front of the scaffolding. Right now it is. It's literally hitting you straight into the eyeballs.
It's so true, and especially just after daylight savings this weekend, it's really the worst time of the year from an early sunset and that glare being straight on, especially sitting here in Southern California and the way that we face out towards, the setting sun.
Well, that's why surfing is so much more different than any other sport, especially when it comes to Olympics and Paralympics. There are always going to be environmental factors that are so far out of everybody else's control. You just have to manage with the things that you actually can control. We just saw that at the Pan American Games. We went to an event thinking that we were going to have enough time to run, 30-minute heats or maybe even 35. We get there to the manager's meeting, hey, we got a storm coming this weekend. We have to reduce everything to 20 minutes, and everybody needs to be on their A game because we're running every heat regardless, and we have no restart. So, whatever's in your control, do what you can. Whatever's out of your control, you got to just leave it in the universe's hands, Shannon.
Yeah, that was wild to see the way the Pan American Games unfolded with the huge storm that came through, the surf, some of the biggest surf that's been ridden in just a normal surf contest that's outside of the big wave surfing world in a very, very long time. And to know that it was actually so big that the event had to just be called off for a couple days.
Yeah, well, the storm was horrible too. A lot of rain, side shore, it got huge, and it wasn't really even surfable. I thought it was the right call, and that storm didn't really even show up until I want to say noon on Saturday. So around the time it was scheduled, the next thing you know, Sunday was even worse. So Monday came around, I was quite optimistic, and waves are actually really good for finals day, so stoked on that decision being made.
Amazing. Well, thankfully for this week's forecast, we got really fun, favorable surf. It's going to be 2 to 3 foot throughout the week. We shouldn't see any major drop-offs within that from what we're seeing in the forecast so far as we take a look at what our current conditions are today.
Yeah, mostly a west swell out there, which is a preferable direction, especially at this time of the year. The tides have changed quite a bit. As you see, the low tide right around noon. The high tide in the morning, 4.3 feet, so just around half of that at the low tide. Water temp significantly way warmer than we're usually seeing at this time of the year, but outside 72 degrees for November, just beautiful.
Be sure to join us online. You may already be watching at ISAsurf.org or on YouTube, but you can check out Instagram at ISAsurfing. Make sure to use the hashtag parasurfing if you are down at the beach this week, whether you're a spectator or an athlete, taking pictures, getting a selfie with your favorite parasurfer. Be sure to use the hashtag so that more people can follow along with what is happening and really kind of, you know, that ground movement down on the sand this week in Huntington. As we got some split peak action, our surfer in the red jersey, Ander, with a huge takeoff. He tries to ride that lip line down. He just falls out the back of the wave, which is kind of great for positioning, although it would have been nice to see him get that closeout on the finish. But he's going to have the opportunity to get himself back in position quickly.
Well, he made that mistake on the first wave where he kind of pushed a little bit too far off the whitewater and he got eaten up. Here it seemed like he was a bit more conservative with that last end section, but unfortunately for him, still wasn't able to straighten out on the face of that wave. Still plenty of time, though, 3 minutes, but as I said before, the key right here is just make it into the top 12. You do that, and now you have a chance to fight for the gold medal afterwards.
That's right. There's plenty of opportunities still to come, but there's a goal within these first opening rounds as we take another look at the replay here.
Yeah, and it seems like it was a split peak. The surfer in blue was on the left and Goenaga on the right, and this is the wave that we saw. Just great wave selection by both him and his pusher, but just got a little too high on the lip line right there and wasn't able to make it back onto the open face. Still a good wave, has a 5.5 in a scoreline besides that one.
Yeah, pretty solid. Nathaniel still sitting in the lead, waiting for that second score of Ander to drop through for the 19-year-old. Took out the win at the European Championships this year, qualified himself for the World Championships here in Huntington, and already on another ride. Great looking right. He's got a lot of distance he's covered so far. Challenging, lippy sections, a little bit of froth on the face of it as well. This double up might just have him hitting the brakes. We'll see if he's able to find a little bit of that momentum. Now cutting back to the left, and he'll be looking to put another score on the board. So we're still waiting for his second score, but we'll now have a third to drop as well.
And it seems like with 2 minutes, Bass is still all the way on the outside. I feel like one good wave could easily put him up into the top 12 of the leaderboard. You know, you get an 8 or a 9, and that's a game changer right now, but you need to be in the correct position to get that wave out there, though. The tide's coming back up. We've seen the consistency and the push of a lot of these set waves coming through, and 90 seconds is still a good amount of time if you're all the way on the outside.
That's right. It'll be interesting to see how the conditions change with the shape of the wave, with the quality as that tide pushes through the rest of the afternoon. We'll have a high tide right around finishing time, just about 5 o'clock this afternoon. So we should see it improving slightly. Down to 1 minute, 15 seconds on the clock. Scores are in. It's a 4.6 for the second wave of Ander Goennaga. Now we're still waiting for that last wave, which was a bit longer. He was able to get some maneuvers in, but it didn't have that size and consequence off the takeoff.
Yeah, and I think it all comes down to you being willing to really go to town on the first big section that you see. There's been a couple of scores in this round, especially the 7 of Lazar and the 2 waves of Martinez. You really want to be on those set waves that close out and you straighten out right at the end.
Sebastian now riding for Team Germany, digging that right arm in just a little bit, and he'll finish off on the inside. He's looking to put a better score on the board with just the 2 as his high score at the moment. He does need to get some work done as well because he had low scores in his first heat. So he's sitting outside of that qualifying range at the moment to be in the top 12. But we have had a situation change. Anders taken away the lead with that 4.6. We're still waiting now for his third score to drop in. But also Mark Hagar of England off the left of that split peak with the 4.6 for Ander. He was able to get himself a 5.33, which has jumped him up into that second place position. It's also meant that he's going to be replacing one of his scores from his opening round heats. So that's going to be working better in his favor to be in the top 12.
Yeah, and that was the left that we saw from Mark too, the split peak with Goenaga. And it seems like Bailey going to come in on this wave right here, being pushed by Ika Wilmot. Great surfing family over there in Jamaica, the Wilmots, and really cool to see Ika here as the team manager and as one of the coaches for the team with a lot of youngsters.
Yeah, awesome to see that. Nathaniel with a long ride all the way into the shoreline, the 17-year-old. It's been great to see him competing throughout the week. First 2 days of competition. We're about halfway through our second day. We've got a couple more hours here. And we're going to go to a quick break. We'll return with our 6th and final heat for our men's Prone 2 division, round 2.
Hello and welcome to Huntington Beach, California. I'm Kelly Miller, President and CEO of Visit Huntington Beach. Known as Surf City, USA, Huntington Beach boasts 10 miles of coastline and the most consistent waves on the West Coast. Huntington Beach has it all, with endless summer weather, year-round events, outdoor activities, and oceanfront resorts and spas. So get ready to be inspired, be connected, and be here, Huntington Beach. Plan your visit at surfcityusa.com.
Welcome back to the action. We were waiting on scores to drop through from that last wave of Ander Gonega in our previous heat for Team Spain. It's a 6.1. That's the highest score of the heat so far, and it will be giving him a convincing win, so we'll be hearing from him shortly. We're now into heat number 6 for men's round 2, men's prone 2 division. It's our final heat of the assisted prone 2 division out in the water. And we've got 4 competitors, Hawaii, Canada, Mexico, and Israel. As we can see there on screen, just the finishing tallies across the board. Remember, it is going to be the best 2 waves between the first and the second round that will qualify the surfers into the top 12 to advance through into round 3 in the round robin format. Now out in the water, Scott Davis, Brock Leitner, Jesus Aguilar, and Ronan Chen with an opportunity to keep themselves in the conversation for the top 12.
Yeah, and you know, 4 surfers from different parts of the world. You have 2 surfers from North America, 1 from the Middle East, and Davis representing Hawaii. Really cool to see several different nations. I think once we get, you know, and I'm trying to put it out there in the universe, the surfing into Paralympics for 28, Hawaii will be represented within the United States as well. So hopefully that only becomes 1 nation, and we get more nations to be included in later events here at the ISA Parasurfing World Championship.
That's right. I mean, we've seen the growth of the sport continuing, and of course the ultimate goal within the ISA is to fight for Paralympic inclusion for LA 2028. There was so much success for surfing at Tokyo 2020 as a sport that it's been, you know, it's introduced surfing to a big new audience, to this global Olympic platform. Now the ISA is lobbying with the IPC, the International Paralympic Committee, for parasurfing's inclusion as a Paralympic sport. That would be so incredible to see, and having the event here in Huntington Beach this week is one opportunity to really showcase a potential venue for an event like that, also to show, you know, all of the different elements coming together, that these are the world's best athletes, the world's best parasurfers, and that they deserve that opportunity to become Paralympic, you know, medalists as well.
Yeah, and I think it's the perfect time to do it, especially being on the West Coast too here in LA. Would be huge. Getting a lot of the major athletes in different kinds of categories and divisions, not only within parasurfing, but also within the surfing community too. You're going to be seeing people like John Florence, Gabe, a former world champion. I think even having Italo here would be massive as well, but you know, it all comes down to the representation of different nations once you make it to the Olympic Games and the Paralympics too.
It's so true. As we take a look here at a potential opening wave, we've got white and green that had a look, didn't go. Brock Leitner for Team Canada with a steep takeoff. Riding aboard with a pretty pointed nose. Goes down on that opening takeoff, but he's going to look to get himself back in position quickly.
Yeah, it seems like most of the volume on that board and most of the thickness throughout the middle part, and as you were saying, way more narrow once it gets to the nose. And that's actually to help with avoiding the purling when he was taken off. Still going to be a small score to open things up, but he's charging though, he's going for it.
Well, Sam Bleakley is down on the sand with Spain's Ander Gonega.
Thanks so much, Shannon. Ander from the Basque Coast of Spain, this is your 2nd win. What have you been doing with your training back home to have such a good performance so far?
Well, so train a lot. That is, I think, the key to do good waves, and also to be with your caddy and be like one with each other.
Are the beach breaks that you surf on the Basque Coast that are similar to Huntington?
Yeah, it's like a little bit home when it's a little bit choppy, messy, So I like these waves and I feel comfort in them.
You're looking really good. I'm sure you've got some messages in Spanish for your family and your friends tuning in back home.
Yeah. Thank you to all the people behind me.
You want to say anything in Spanish to them?
Egurra mango yogurren guai.
Congratulations, and look forward to seeing more of you in the event. Let's get back to the action.
Well, he put together such a solid heat out in the water, was able to improve his scoreline as well with that wave that we were waiting from the judging panel during our commercial break. In between heats, this next heat had to go on hold for a moment to find out that he would be improving his situation overall. So great work to Ander, and you know, speaking about that relationship with the caddy or with the pusher being really, really important.
Yeah, it's huge, especially when you're working at a beach break too. At least at a point break, you know that it's usually breaking around the same area the whole time. At a beach break, if both the surfer, the athlete, and the pusher aren't in good condition, you're gonna have a tough time out there. I mean, for Eric Lazar, he's been having one of the Hurleys actually push him in, and the kid's so big and so strong, he was still having a hard time in the second heat just to be able to move the board around and get a surfer in position. So it comes down to both people actually being in great shape.
And although the surf's not that big today, there are some sizey closeouts that are coming through on the set waves, but it's kind of an average sized day here at Huntington Beach. The word from the surfers coming out of the water is that there's a lot of current, there's a lot of water moving. It feels like a bit of a washing machine, so you can factor in all of that with the extra challenge of a pusher needing to, you know, get it into position, the surfer themselves just being unable to, with that upper body strength, paddle themselves into position as well. There's a lot to factor into the difficulty of what we're seeing in front of us, how challenging and how impressive it is. And I mean, that was a really heavy takeoff for, I believe, our surfer in green.
Yeah, it seems like that was one of those waves that you don't want to be in the wrong spot for that one. Seems like everything's okay though, and here goes Jesus now.
There we go, our surfer in green. My apologies, the last was Ronan Chen for Team Israel. Jesus having a look, he's unable to get into it. Just gonna use his arms for a little bit to try and get himself back to his pusher quickly. They do seem to be sitting pretty close to the pier bowl now. Could have some really nice looking rights if he stays in that position.
Yeah, and his pusher, Tanner Engel, right now from Team Mexico, resides here in Huntington Beach. He's originally from Catalina, but he surfed here plenty of times, so he's had Jesus in a really good position to get on that pier bowl right. And I think having somebody with a lot of local knowledge like his pusher does is something that is extremely valuable, not only when it comes to moving through rounds, obviously, but also just getting your surfer comfortable at a location that they don't know. You try to travel with them as much as possible and try to prepare, but sometimes, you know, there's budget limitations. You have to try to do as much work as you can when you're actually on location.
That's right, and being able to connect with someone that knows the spot, whether it's like you know, a local coach connecting with someone from that spot that's just going to be there on the beach supporting with you. If you're surfing in an assist division like this in the Prone 2, to be able to have someone in the water with you that actually knows the break is a really great piece of the puzzle, and that whole, you know, idea of building a team behind you so that you can find that best success.
Well, you got to get a relationship going too. In the end, it comes down to clear communication. And I think most importantly, it's just trust. You know, having your surfer and your pusher be in a symbiotic relationship and understanding each other's body language and just language in general, that's really going to elevate their performances overall. And that's when you're going to be seeing a lot of people take out those gold medals.
12 minutes remaining on the clock. Scott Davis sitting in the lead for Team Hawaii with a 4-point ride as his high score. Brock sitting in that second place position, but he is sitting with priority in the blue jersey, so he'll have his pick of the lineup with whatever comes through. He's 25 years old, out of Summerland in British Columbia. Loves not only just surfing, but wake surfing, karting, golfing, and cycling. So anything that gets him outdoor and active is what he's interested in being involved with. Similar to Scott Davis, the 44-year-old for Team Hawaii, who's currently sitting in the lead out of the island of Maui. Loves woodworking, but also loves snorkeling and off-roading and skiing. As we can track across here to see some live action with Ronan on a steep takeoff.
Yeah, and he's a cool dude, 47 years of age, from Netzer Sireni in Israel. Best part about him is that in his bio, he wrote that he loves building Legos, and I think that's really cool.
Taking a look now at our surfer in blue, Brock. Just a quick in and out for him, but that's going to put a second score on the board. building Legos is something that can really get your brain working.
For sure, and it takes a lot of time too and a lot of patience. So you're out there building Legos, bring them on the road if you can, but you might have to leave the one that's already built at the location that you're going to be staying at. So, you know, it's something that I would say is very inclusive in terms of everybody being able to do it, but just don't step on them because they do hurt quite a bit.
I was just thinking the same thing. Actually, Liv Stone, who was joining me in the booth a couple heats ago for a conversation, she's a Lego ambassador. You'll often see her putting a photo of building, the latest Lego thing together on her Instagram. So it's cool to see Lego getting behind some of our adaptive surfers as well.
For sure. I'm going to have to ask her for a discount code or something like that then. Especially, I think the coolest thing about it is that anybody can do it. I think creativity is a huge part of getting involved in surfing because overall, when you're on a wave, it's a canvas and you want to be able to do your best work on your canvas.
Scott putting some great work together on this canvas. The way he was able to angle down off that takeoff, really just knife that rail in and drive through the left was really, really great.
Yeah, and you were mentioning him being from Maui, some heavy waves over there. If you tend to surf a lot of, the West Coast or the East Coast, it's going to be quite windy on either side depending on what time of the year you're surfing on either of them. But overall, some excellent waves, and some of the very best surfers in the world have come out of that beautiful Valley Isle. We just saw Imai Kalani-Devault and Elijah Hanneman just qualify for the Championship Tour once again. Ian Gentile on there right now from Maui. Dusty Payne, the first surfer to qualify for the CT from that beautiful island. And now we're seeing a lot more surfers in the parasurfing world come through that beautiful place just because I feel there's been more opportunities for them to surf in certain locations that might have been, a bit closed for them before. They like to charge, they like to be out there when it's big, and I feel that Scott loves to charge Honolulu Bay when it's good.
Yeah, it's such an incredible part of the world to be able to spend time inviting to be in the water, although having some of the heaviest waves in the world.
For sure, and just a lot of water moving around. I mean, that's the deep Pacific over there. But, a lot of people from different nations represented over there on the island of Maui. Cody Young competing for Canada too, also his brother Levi.
Taking a look here at Jesus, finding a great looking right, just sliding across and holds on to the finish. Coming out strong, and just behind him, our surfer in white, Ronan, with a great takeoff. So this is a great exchange between these two. Ronan's wave, a little bit more consequence to the outside section, but really smart wave selection from Jesus and his pusher to get him into a wave that just had that nice, smooth, open face.
So here's a cool story about Jesus. He's from Acapulco. They just got devastated by a Category 5 hurricane. Send everybody the best of wishes. They really went through a hard time. He was still able to manage to get enough money to come and compete in the event. He didn't bring a single board. So he's riding a board from Christian Sines, a local professional surfer and a coach from Orange County Surf Coaching. And because of the kindness of others, Jesus has the chance to be able to compete right now and represent the country that he loves. But originally from Acapulco, a lot of beach rate waves, and it's really heavy out there too. I mean, we're talking about a wave that is very similar to Puerto Escondido, maybe just not as known as a lot of the other places in Mex.
And I love hearing that Jesus has found that support, getting here, knowing that he had just enough to actually get on that plane to get here to be with Team Mexico. And then to find out that, he's going to need some equipment, the word's gotten out, and to see the support of a small, like we've been saying, the surf community is large, but it's global, but it's still just so small and so connected. So it's awesome to hear that some of the crew is helping him out on the ground here. We've had a lot of great volunteers that have been showing up, whether they've got one day of their week free, maybe 3 or 4 days this week, of local crew from the Southern California area that are coming through, spending their time, putting on that orange jersey, heading out in the water just to offer out help wherever it's needed, which has been great to see. So we've got a good takeoff here from Brock. Uses his priority on it. He's sitting on that 2.03. He'll be wiping that away with a takeoff and a ride like this.
Yeah, and he's been looking good on this one so far. No doubt his best wave, only looking to replace 0.83. In terms of the leaderboard right now though, Shannon, Chen just dropped a 5, so it's the best wave of the heat. But I would say everybody in this one at least looking to get something in the upper 6s, close to a 7 to move up into those top 12 spots. There's still 6 minutes. That's a good amount of time to at least get out there and get one more wave.
So down to 6 minutes on the clock. I agree with you. They're really needing to get scores into that 5 to 6 point range, likely the 6s and aboves, to secure themselves in that top 12 conversation, because across the 6 heats that we've seen so far and in yesterday's opening round for this division, we've seen plenty of excellent scores.
For sure, and I would say this is one of the divisions with the largest amount of competitors too. You have 6 heats, all of them were full, so good amount of surfers in this division and this classification, as we would call it now. But yeah, overall, making it into the top 12, and then it would be single elimination from there. You just want to be able to get a shot to win that gold medal and elevate your team seeding for 2024 as well.
Got a few more heats to get through before we'll finish out competition today. It's currently 1:35 p.m. We're looking to run until about 4:30 this afternoon, possibly all the way till dark, should the conditions stay okay. Coming up after this heat, we're going to be going into our men's sit round 1 division. There'll be 2 qualifying heats in that. Followed by that, we're going to be into our men's and women's visually impaired 2, followed by our men's and women's visually impaired 1. So we've got quite a few heats to come through the rest of the day, and it's going to be exciting to see the introduction of a few new divisions. We'll give you the kind of explanation behind each of those as they're hitting the water. Currently, we have a 4 minutes, 15 seconds on the clock with Scott Davis putting another 4 on the board, so he's doing well within this heat to keep himself in the lead. Ronan Chen drops a 5, and a 4.9 drops in for Brock Leitner for Team Canada. Pretty tight in those top scores, but like you said, really hoping that we can see these surfers break into that 6+ range in order to keep themselves in that conversation for the top 12.
Yeah, and I think overall, you're just thinking of the amount of waves that you've caught, the quality of the waves that you've caught, and everything's going through your mind right now, especially knowing that it's a round-robin format. You didn't have to go into a rep round, and this is really where the money's made, Shannon. The last few minutes of your heat, you're having a conversation with the pusher right now. Am I making it? Am I in the top 12? You want to try to lock everything out, but in the end, that's really what's going through your mind. You're always thinking about moving through and advancing, because in the end, this is a competition. People want to win, and knowing how competitive these men and women are, everybody wants to go for gold.
That's exactly it. And they, paddling out today, they know exactly the scores they need to improve on from yesterday. They know what their top 2 scores were. They're not caring about their heat total overall, but they're caring about those 2 individual waves, looking to replace them with even better scores.
And a lot of the higher seeds already did their job too. Eric Lazar went out there with a goal, wanted to catch 1 wave. He caught 1 single wave, and it ended up bettering his low score. Jose Martinez, he got 2 waves that improved. Freddie Marimon had a good performance today. And remember, they're counting your 2 top scores out of both heats. So it doesn't necessarily matter if you got 2 9s in the first heat. You can still replace him in the second one with a pair of mid-9s or something. And I think as of right now, I've been very impressed and pleased with the performances that we've seen out of these surfers. But I think there's a lot more to give, because I feel like the waves are going to improve, and especially if we do get those East trade wins, it should be very fun.
Be so exciting if we got those nice offshores, if this swell sticks around just enough to make it really fun to be able to showcase the lefts, the rights here off of the Huntington Beach Pier. Got a good looking set that's starting to roll through here. With these onshores, it has made it pretty crumbly today, so being in the right position off takeoff has been really important for every single surfer. And our surfer in white, Ronan Chen, with a steep takeoff. It looked like he was going to be okay, but something went wrong.
And that's the issue with riding a foamy. Your rails are so full that there's really no room for error right there if you do catch a little bit of the edge. And as you can see, happened a bit too much right there for Ronan Chen. So only looking at better a 0.6, might do that, but still wanting to at least get something in the 6s, maybe even a 7 to move up into the top 12 in the leaderboard. 90 seconds right now, and it's still anybody's game. Everybody has something in the mid-range right now, Shannon, but they're needing their best score out of their 2 heats.
Needing to improve on those 4s and 5s in order to keep themselves in the conversation. You can see Ronan already getting back in position quickly for Team Israel. He is sitting on the single highest score of the heat, so he's done well with that in that 5-point range. His heats yesterday, his high score was a 4.33, so he's already putting another better score on the board.
I don't know if that's going to cut it right now, though. I think you at least got to be into the 12s, maybe even 13 now. A couple of big performances earlier today, and remember, even though you see a heat total of 11 or something like that, you could be carrying one score from one heat and a score from another.
30 seconds on the clock. Scott Davis, you can see him shuffling his weight forward, pulling forward with his upper body strength to get that momentum to carry down the face of the wave. Great looking wave in front of him. And he's now gonna look to angle left to right. Steep takeoff, straight on rail for Ronan Chin, but he'll go down, just too much angle off the takeoff. And Scott still riding to the inside section here. A lot of those bigger scores though, the major scoring potential being available on the outside sections. But he's doing really well to just get in every extra turn he can on the inside.
Yeah, and I think he's just stoked with his performance, catching a wave all the way through to the shoreline. And as of right now, whether or not you make it through into the next round, you got to be stoked with your performance. And it was tough out there today, especially, you know, dealing with the glare, the lower tide, the increase in swell, and the bump that we saw earlier this morning with that south wind and the west wind standing up. So difficult conditions, but a lot of these surfers made it happen out there.
We've got scores to come through for Scott Davis and for Jesus Aguilar. Hawaii and Mexico. Hawaii already sitting in the lead. Just a 3.17 drops through. It's not going to improve his heat total. And for Jesus, it was a 1.40. So situation in this heat, Scott Davis with the win, Brock Leitner with second, Jesus Aguilar in third, and Ronan Chin in fourth. We will be taking a look, though, at the overall leaderboard as this round has wrapped up to see which surfers have made it into the top 12 for the advancing spot through into round 3. We've got more action to come after this. Paddling out next, we're going to have the two-time gold medalist, Felipe Lima. Let's hear more about his life now.
My name is Felipe Lima, more known as Kizu. I'm from Brazil, and I'm living in Rio. Adaptive surfing it's fun. It's all about fun. When you got hurt or you got any kind of disability, you gotta still having fun. I had my accident when I was 18 years old. It was hard on the first months and first years. You just gotta keep going and get used to your new reality. Right after I hurt myself, I started thinking how I could keep doing the things that I love. There was surfing, skateboarding. It takes a long time to discover yourself again. I had a good friend in Brazil that was a surf teacher, and he put me on my first wave as a pro, and I felt good, but wasn't my way of surfing yet. You know, I was trying to discover the best way for me, and then I bought a kayak surf and started catching waves on it. And then when I get a good balance on it, I got a wave ski. And when I started on the wave ski, it was like, I really found myself. I felt really good on it. It was really hard on the beginning because wave ski is really hard to learn. I have some really bad wipeouts, end up on rocks, hard times, but it was all worth it. And nowadays I feel really good on the wave ski, really safe. My biggest challenges are out of the water, always. When I get to the water, I feel free. This ISA event means a lot to me, you know, because this whole community was spread all over the world. Nobody knows each other. Since the first ISA, it was like bringing all this community together and make the adaptive surf evolution a lot faster, because everybody changing information about equipment, techniques. I think it's really important for me and for all the adaptive surfers around the world. Surf really helps us to overcome our problems because it makes you healthy. Not only the body, but on the mind. You feel more relaxed and more free. You feel able to do whatever you want, to overcome whatever comes through you.
Well, Felipe Lima currently in the water. We've got scores to come through across the board. Some exchanges going down as we got to hear that great piece on Felipe's story. On his road to winning his 5 gold medals, 2 of them come specifically from this division over the last 2 years, but 3 before that, when it was still a smaller group of competitors overall, so the classifications were slightly different. Kizu in the water for Team Brazil up against Chris Oberle for USA, Douglas Hendricks for South Africa, and Elias Valencia for Team Chile. And this is going to be a great division to watch. We already saw during that piece on Felipe some really great waves being ridden.
Yeah, and he's obviously one of the better competitors in this one. You were still mentioning that it isn't the biggest of divisions, only 2 heats in this classification. But overall, I'd say one of the most talented surfers out there are these men, because it is obviously very hard to be able to control a normal surfboard when you're out there on a wave ski, just basically a kayak made for surfing. You're going so fast and you're having to use that paddle to your advantage. It's very similar to paddle surfing and subsurfing, Shannon, just because you're able to use that to your advantage, but you're using a much bigger board and going at such a fast speed, it can be a lot more dangerous too.
Yeah, it is really a complicated craft to learn how to ride, as Felipe was sharing with us in that video. But incredible when someone's able to really get it under control, really figure out kind of all the ins and outs within it. We've got 16 minutes on the clock, and Lima's opened up with a 3 and a 2-point ride. We got a 4.6 on the board for Oberle, and a 1.9 and a 0.67 so far for our bottom 2 surfers, Elias and Douglas. We do have another score to come through for Douglas though, and he's narrow paddling into this wave. Use to the paddle and the face of the wave, as well as just whipping around with that weight, throwing that tail out for the wave ski, and trying to get that clean kick out using the paddle to get himself back in position quickly. Surfer in blue now, Lima, with a great looking backhand kind of whip. He'll go down though and be unable to maintain control.
Unfortunate too, because he was on his way to a good score, and you know, Hendricks gets a 5 just based off of the 1 turn there on the right. And the surfer from Durban, very used to a lot of beach break conditions, but Lima, you can just tell that he has that ferocity just like Hendricks does. These guys want to be able to make it through, and this is a tough heat. Oberle has good amount of talent. Valencia, he got 3rd place over in Hawaii earlier this year at one event. So everybody with a good amount of competitive experience out there in this first heat, Shannon.
Yeah, it's so true, and that makes it really exciting to watch, knowing that everyone has that little nugget in their back pocket, in their memory. They've had great success, whether it's a world title or just on the tour, being able to walk away victorious in different events. Gives that extra bit of experience, that extra bit of knowledge when it comes to holding on to that pressure in the water.
Yeah, and being from a different region rather than this one too, it gives you an extra motivation in terms of hunger too. So maybe for Oberle, you know, competing for the U.S., you have a sense of familiarity with the place. But for those who haven't been here before or have only been here a few times, now you want to be able to win at a place you haven't conquered before. As we look at the replay here of the surfer from South Africa, Hendricks. So this came in as a 5-point ride. As a logger yourself, Shannon, you know the importance of a clean kick out. It usually presents the wave a lot better for most of these surfers. That to me was going to be a big score. I mean, truly slid the board around, but unfortunately when it's coming out of it, lost too much of control.
Yeah, it's so true. Back to that conversation around the kick out. It's just such a nice way to kind of put a bow on the end of the present. You just surfed this wave, you painted the canvas, you've given this show to the judges. Now you want to just finish it off in control, kick out. And it's also useful because if you can kick out the back of that wave, you don't have to then struggle back through more whitewater, and you're kind of easily, especially on a bigger board, whether it's a long board like I would ride, or it's a wave ski like this, if you can get on the backside of that whitewater, you're not having to paddle through it with so much foam underneath you.
Much more difficult to be able to do that and have to go through so many waves like we're seeing right now. But yeah, overall, the least amount of work that you have to do, the more concentrated you'll be able to be on the waves that you do surf.
Well, as we wait for scores to drop through, let's go down to the beach to catch up with the winner of that last heat.
Thanks so much, Shannon. Scott, fantastic result there. You got to be feeling good about that.
Oh, thank you. Yeah, it was nice to be out there. Caught some fun waves.
Tell us about the Kazuma boards you're riding. Matt Kinishita Shapes, one of the great shapers. That equipment looks to be really working under your body.
Yeah, trying to be get the feel for it. I asked him to make me something fast, floaty, that can turn easily, and it's really sensitive, and it holds up well in the chop and goes fast. So it's worked out pretty well so far. So hope to catch some more waves on it.
And tell us about the vibes you've got with the Hawaiian team. You've got so many great surfers. We saw Anne performing incredibly. The laser, Eric Lazar, standing right next to us. He's been absolutely on fire. How important is it to have all these great athletes with you?
They are pretty much the inspiration. I mean, the joy and the enthusiasm that they bring and, just kind of fill you with, just get you out there to enjoy the day. So even on the worst performances or the rough wipeouts or whatever, they always bring you back. So it's wonderful to be out there with them.
And for new fans tuning into parasurfing and the prone division, how important is that relationship with pushers and catchers and all of the water safety team?
Critical. They pretty much make it all happen. So, I mean, it's eternal appreciation for them all because we couldn't do it without them.
How special would it be for you to get the opportunity to go for gold at LA 2028 if surfing gets in the Paralympics?
That would be an interesting experience and super exciting and wonderful to be a part of. Anytime we can get together and catch some waves, it's a wonderful day.
We know you're from Maui, and I'm sure you've got some messages of support for all of the community back home in Maui.
Yeah, they're dealing with so much out there, and I hope I can help out in any way I can. And it always feels like you can't do enough, and just seeing the way everybody's come together. And Jen, our team manager, has done so much for everybody out there as well. It's tough to see, and it's wonderful to see everybody come together, and always hope for the best for everybody.
Scott, it's been great watching you. Good luck in the rest of the event. We hope you go far. Look forward to seeing you on the glass again. We'll get back to the action.
Thanks so much, Sam. A great performance from Scott in that last heat. As we've got some live action here, it's our surfer in green with first priority, Douglas Hendricks for South Africa. And he's gonna slide down the line after that first opening turn. Now looking for that clean kick out, uses his priority as we've got a pelican diving in for some fish just behind.
Yeah, and Hendricks really goes for it. I mean, he truly goes and attacks those sections when they pop up. Looking to replace a 4.5, could easily do that right here on this last one, and he's taking control of this heat. You know, Felipe has a 3 in the scoreline at the moment. Orbelay has the 4.67, and Valencia, the Chilean, has been quite quiet. He's only had the 1.9 at the moment. I feel like based off of his past results in international events, he has a lot more to offer and to prove. As we look at the laser, Eric Lazar, good performances yesterday and today. He's moving through into the next round.
Yeah, he's like the ultimate cheerleader for Team Hawaii. He's there supporting every single surfer in and out of the water, connecting during those post-heat interviews as well. And it's been great to see Eric around the contest site. For Douglas, he's got that 5 and that 4.50 on the board for Team South Africa. South Africa's got kind of a rich history of wave skiing. There's a lot of surfers that ride wave skis around the entire coastline of South Africa. So it would have been a nice transition for Douglas to be able to pick up a wave ski, to learn how to ride it, because there's just such a strong community of wave skiers there.
Yeah, and as watermen and waterwomen, you want to be able to be adaptable to what the ocean has to offer at that given moment. So if you go down to the beach and you have a shortboard or you have a longboard, you're going to be able to find a way to have as much fun on whatever type of craft you're on, Shannon. And if it comes down to a wave ski, then you're going to be able to make it happen on that too. And I can tell you myself, being somebody that has been exploring different options, I'm actually about to start getting into foiling.
All right.
Which is, you know, something that I've taken a lot of criticism for, just because people on staff don't like to write a lot of good things about foilers or suppers. But, you know, you got to go out there and explore and do different things, because if it's flat, you want to be able to get into the water regardless of how it is. You know, if it's a beautiful sunny day, even if it's tiny, you want to be able to enjoy something that brings you a lot of joy in different occasions.
It's so true, just being able to get into the ocean, whether it's riding the board that suits the conditions specifically. For me, it was going from riding longboards my whole life to finally riding mid-lengths.
Yeah.
Still not on a shortboard, don't really have any interest in it. Love riding a mid-length though in bigger surf or something that's more challenging to duck dive or get my longboard through. As we take a look here at Felipe, driving down the line, great top to bottom surfing, off the lip as well, throwing a bit of spray, demonstrating so much control and tenacity now as he paddles back after that wave.
He looks good, the 5-time world champion, and here goes Hendricks now.
Hendricks just caught behind the section. He's trying to get around it. That wave's going to close out on him, so he'll try and just kick out quickly. He did improve his situation with a 5.67. Now, will the 5-time world champion be able to take away a 7.67 for that last wave and jump into the lead?
Surfed it very well, and you know, coming from Florianópolis, we've been mentioning that part of Brazil being one of the best ever, the Pararats brothers, and obviously Alejo Muniz, Santiago, former medalists themselves here at the ISA level. I feel like they've just proved that they're one of the best regions out of Brazil. Oh, Lima goes down. He has to roll over now in that wave ski, but his favorite place to surf is actually Mozambique. So he's probably been to some of those right-hand point breaks over there in the African region to be able to excel his surfing and get better at different types of waves.
Wow, Mozambique is such a beautiful region of the world. It's easily accessible for those coming out of Durban as well. It's just a few hours drive up the coastline to cross the border. Now you're talking about a lot farther, another day's drive to get up to Tofu, way up the coastline to where some of those really good right-hand point breaks are. But it's a great region of the world. It's a great country specifically to go to as a surfer because it's still a developing surfing country. There's not a lot of local surfers, though it's growing, and there's been a lot of development and push from other surfers coming from around the world, investing in surf life-saving programs there as well, just to provide more safety for the kids and the adults getting into the water. But for South Africans, they've got a really great chance to get into the water just heading up the coastline there with less crowds than they've got back at home.
That's for sure. It's a long travel. I mean, you're saying, what, just a few hours to get to the border, but then a day's travel after that? That's a while, and whether or not you're fully committed to getting to those spots and maybe even, you know, having to pull the plug halfway through, because if you feel like you're going to get skunked for waves, it might not be truly worth it if you're going all the way up. But in terms of the quality of those waves, they're for sure there. So you just need to be on the right swell.
That's right. And I think that's, you know, kind of the heart of, there's a lot of surfers around the world who are those that really love going to remote locations. They're happy to go for the journey with the hope of getting really good waves, but also that journey, that kind of, you know, element of needing to camp, living out of the car for a while, kind of packing up for a bit of time on the road, especially if they're in a remote area like that of Mozambique. It's all about the journey to getting there. And so we've got a great looking wave here and multiple turns comboed together as Lima will ride out in front of that wave. You can see the crew cheering him on from the beach as he puts together a great show. He's got an 8-point ride for his last wave. We knew it was going to be a good one. Now we'll see where he goes with this one.
Yeah, he got a little hung up coming out of the second turn right there, but right now he's just found a different level and he's really clicked into his gears. Found the best waves, and he's gotten into a rhythm too out there in the ocean with just under 5 minutes to go. For sure going to improve on the 3-point ride. Let's see if it even gets close to the 8 or betters that one. I say he rides out cleanly. We're seeing the best score of the heat just due to the size of the sections and how critical the surfing was, as it seems like Hendricks up and riding now.
Hendricks with a solid wave just blasting him off. It looks like Lima's paddling out, and just behind him I could see that it seems Elias Valencia for Chile is getting back on his board now, but I think he's lost control of his paddle, and I could see him paddling with just his hands. So he may have lost his paddle. That might be getting pushed into the shoreline, and that's a really unfortunate moment for Elias. He's just got that one score on the board. He's put in all that effort, all that training to be here, but to maybe have that paddle go away from him is really, really challenging.
Yeah, because I think what the rule states is that he needs to come in fully towards the beach and regain the paddle himself. Nobody can assist him and bring the paddle back out towards him. If not, he'd be disqualified. Could be a bit wrong on that, but that's usually what you're seeing during most events, and especially within the ISA rule set. But overall, that's a tough pill to swallow if you're going to lose the heat this way, because you had a lot of time, and no wonder we've only seen him catch the 1.9, Shannon.
Yeah, it may be that he has decided not to surf with a paddle, and he's actually just opting to use his arms instead. That does add an extra level of challenge, though, because there's a lot of whitewater moving. Paddling with just the hands as opposed to having a paddle in hand is quite challenging.
Hey, as long as he enjoys it, doesn't matter. You know, you're out there to have fun, and if, you know, getting gold isn't one of your main aspirations, do what feels right to you.
We're down to 3 minutes on the clock, and Lima has just dropped in another 8. He's improved it with an 8.83 on the board, holding down a 16.83 heat total. He's looking very favorable to be another gold medalist.
Well, as of right now, yeah, you're dropping 2 excellent scores within the first 16 minutes of the heat. I'd say you're pretty comfortable, and he's throwing away a couple of scores that, paired with the initial 8, would still have him in the lead. Hendricks not far behind, a couple of 5s in a scoreline, but overlay just a 4.67. He's also been very quiet afterwards. Hasn't been able to get into a position to get something better than that mid-4 in his scoreline.
2 minutes, 20 seconds on the clock. We are currently in our para-surfing sit division, which includes any surfer that rides a wave in a sitting position that does not require assistance in the water, paddling into the waves or getting back onto their board safely. They've got a full functioning upper body, but not the use of their legs, likely due to lumbar or a thoracic spinal cord injury. And so those are the current competitors we have out in the water. We've got a men's and women's division for this. It used to be a division that was combined for men and women together, but now there's enough surfers that we've got a women's division as well. Quick in and out for our surfer in green. He is holding on to that second place position at the moment with just 1:30 on the clock.
Yeah, only 90 seconds in. Still a decent amount of time to work with for the other 3 surfers in second, third, and fourth respectively, but you got to give a lot of props to Lima. I mean, he's obviously been on the best wave so far in this heat, but you know, looking at the heat recap here, Shannon, it was a quick start from Hendricks that got him the 2 scores in the 5-point range, 1 left and then a right afterwards. But then this guy just went to town. I mean, we're talking about a combination of major maneuvers on some critical sections, and just the use of speed on both of his scoring waves too has been excellent so far. And this wave, I didn't necessarily think it was going to be one of the cleaner ones and had a big double up on it, but he just goes for it. And I mean, look at the critical section right there. A little hung up coming out of it, but rides out of it cleanly.
And how was that combination of major maneuvers, the flow between each of those turns?
Yeah, no, definitely pushes off of his rails too on that wave ski. And I think it comes down to the use of the paddle too. He uses it excellently to control his speed and to even accelerate when he needs to.
30 seconds remaining. Hendricks putting himself into position here, maybe for one last opportunity. That wave's not quite going to break. You can see how rippy it's getting out in the water as well, which would make it even more challenging to be able to get into the right position.
Typical of the afternoon here in HB. Not going to see a very glassy afternoon unless it's fully offshore. Could be seeing that in the next few days though.
5 seconds to go, and Hendricks is into this ride. This will be a counting wave. He's looking to improve on a 5.67. Just that single turn, I don't know is going to do it at this stage of competition. And he'll be back onto his board and heading into the shoreline. So a really great performance from the Brazilian. Took him a little while, a few waves to get things going, but then he found himself a couple of 8s. And it's the South African Douglas Hendricks holding on to that second place position. We'll see more of everyone though in the second qualifying round for the round robin format. We've got more to come with Spike Kane hitting the water.
My name is Spike Kane. I'm originally from Liverpool, England, and I now live in Vista, California. Right, so my wave ski is modified. I'm a pretty high level injury. So I'm a T1 complete spinal cord injury with a C5 incomplete. So I have limited hand movement in my right, but very good dexterity. I have no core whatsoever, so I have a backrest with a body support here. So I strap in around the chest, which helps me stay seated upright. And then I strap my legs down, and I use the paddle to manipulate the wave ski onto the wave. For somebody who's been recently injured and finds that their life has changed dramatically to a format that they have absolutely no experience with, my message would be, you're going to be okay. You're going to be more than okay. your life is actually probably going to get a lot more interesting. You're going to meet incredible people, and you're going to experience a soulful therapy through recreation. You know, there is struggle, but we're all out here, we're doing this. We'll get you in the water. You need to know about it, give us a shout. I guess what I would like people to know is that there's very little difference between a person in a wheelchair and a person not in a wheelchair. I'd just like to see barriers knocked down and people be comfortable to see people with disabilities in the community doing exactly the same things that they do, and just accept that.
Pleasure to have your company. Thanks so much for tuning in. If you just got to see that fantastic piece on Spike Kane from England, he's on your screen right now. He's surfing in heat number 2 of the sit division. We've just seen fantastic performances from the likes of Philip Kizu Lima and Douglas Hendricks and Chris Oberle and Elias Valencia competing in heat number 1. But now we move on to Ethan Carrier, Guillaume Colleen, Juan Camacho Solana, and Spike Kane, who just did a fantastic feature there. Spike, now based here in Southern California, originally from Liverpool. So if you get the opportunity to meet Spike, he's been a big leader and a center force in the adaptive surf community for a long time, since the beginning. You'll recognize the distinctive Scouser accent, the accent from Liverpool in the north of England that he carries with pride. He moved over to the Pacific coast to work in the water sports industry, and then has moved down to Southern California, now based in Oceanside. He's the 2016 USA Open champion, and he comes fresh from a trip to Waco with the High Fives Foundation, and up and riding right now. It's our surfer in blue from France, Guillaume Colleen, the 39-year-old, with a nice off-the-lip re-entry, attacking, stylish, aggressive surfing from Montpellier in southern France on the Mediterranean coast. Guillaume with a score to drop for the judges to tabulate. He's already got a 1.167, so there's going to be that second score that looks to be going higher than that, as we can see that next set getting paddled into by our surfer Ethan Carrier from USA. And talking of one of the icons of the sit category and an icon of parasports globally, a Brazilian, he's just taken the win. Kizu is with Shannon Hughes on the glass.
That's right. Kizu, you are an absolute icon of the sport, Sam Bleakley was just saying in the booth. It's incredible to see you come back from a bit of a shoulder injury right now and walk away with 2 high 8s on the board. How are you feeling out in the water?
Feeling good. A little bit out of shape, but I'm getting back. I will get back better than before for sure. It's been a hard time to be out of the water because of the shoulder, but I'm working hard to get better and feeling good now.
Your performance spoke for itself, that's for sure. Can you talk to me about your equipment, what you're riding out there this week?
This is my wave ski from the New Impact, the shaper from Brazil. It's Rogério Cruz. I've been working with him since the beginning, and I love his boards. I'm always willing to experiment something different and different shapes, but this one feels very good, goes for any kind of waves. And I got some new carbon fibers to keep it more strong and lighter, so it's working well.
Well, it's looking really, really solid. As a 5-time gold medalist in the past, where are your hopes and expectations lying coming into this year's event?
I want to keep the gold and help the Brazil team to get the gold too. And this year we're having an amazing support from CB Surf, and makes us feel better and more ready for the hits. So feeling great.
Would you like to say anything in Portuguese back to your friends and family tuning in?
Agora gostaria de agradecer aí todo mundo que fica na torcida por mim e tal, a CB Surf por toda a ajuda e o suporte, a todos os meus patrocinadores, apoiadores, todo mundo que acredita aí na minha carreira, e obrigado, é isso aí.
Well done. We'll see you in the next round. Back to you guys.
Thanks so much, Shannon. Of course, Kizu, a multiple gold medalist, going for record-breaking medals here in Pismo for the 2023 ISA World Parasurfing Championship. And Spike Kane got the opportunity to talk about the leading role that sit surfing plays in parasurfing. And we've got some scores to drop. Our surfer from France, Guillaume Collin, the 39-year-old, has got a 167 and a 207. He's got a third wave to tabulate. As we can see, Juan Camacho Solana off the bottom there. Nice, beautiful bottom turn setup, top turn there, and just trimming into a kick out. So it's not going to be a huge score for Juan there, but our surfer from Costa Rica is going to get his first score. Spike Kane still waiting to catch a wave. Guillaume there waiting for that third wave to tabulate as the tide starts to push. We move into this afternoon kind of backlit conditions. That wind really kind of starting to kind of die out a little bit now. So we're going to get an improvement of maybe some glassy conditions, Ben.
Yeah, it's much warmer. We've got that tide finally kind of settled, spun around, and now it's starting to push that energy back in. As you can see, it's giving a little bit more against them as they try to make their way back out to the lineup. But these guys, the wave ski is such an interesting and cool craft, and it's always excited me. Something funny about the wave ski is I was on a trip in Ventura with my mom, and in a shop I saw a wave ski up on the wall, and I go, what is that? I want one of those. I had no idea what it was, just from the shape of it. And here, years later, about 40 years later, I'm just observing the way they work, and I fashion a lot of my prone boards from the fin positioning that's just under where they're sitting. And it allows such tight pivots and such, allows them to fit in all sorts of places on the wave and fit in a lot of maneuvers. And it's just such an amazing spacecraft to me. I love these wave skis.
Yeah, and we'll Spike Kane, you know, really interested in all the progression of equipment. And he's also a prone surfer as well, so he will often be loaning his para-prone surfboards to other competitors. But
we saw Andy Guy using it this morning, I believe.
Yeah, the Steve Bainey Infinity surfboards board, which Andy Guy got the heat win of in round 2 of the Prone 2 division. But right now it's our French surfer, a former silver medalist at the ISA World Parasurfing Championship, our heat leader. Having a look at that wave, Guillaume Collin, the 39-year-old from Montpellier in southern Francois, focused on wave skis, and that brand was founded in 2007 by South African Sean Holmes, and then it was taken over by multiple wave ski world champions, Matthew Barban and Caroline Angibird. But right now, up and riding, our Frenchman there cracks that section drop, the highest score on the board so far. Our surfer in blue with Philippe Kizu Lima dropping some near excellent range.
You can just see they have that quick change of direction, the ability of a quick change in direction to where they can just suddenly decide to go right on a left or go left on a right, and they're able to get such dynamic maneuvers on these boards.
Ethan Carrier from Oceanside likes to surf at Cardiff Reef. The 49-year-old there has been the 2021 USA champion, and he is waiting for that first score to drop. It comes in at a 0.67, so he'll be looking to replace that as soon as possible and get that second score on the board. But look out, ladies and gentlemen, because Guillaume Collin has just dropped a 6.17 for that fast left-hander. And we were just talking about the equipment that he uses. You can follow him on Instagram to learn more about it. But the Salamanzi boards, as we can see, our surfer in red, Ethan Carrier there, charging through this section from Southern California, right down there in Oceanside. Gets a nice bowly bottom turn. Looks like to be riding a 4-fin there. Comes hard off that bottom section. Is he going to be okay here, Ben? Do you think he's going to be safe to spin round after this wave goes through?
Yeah, he surfs on the north side of the pier quite often with us, and we do see sometimes after these wipeouts, he's actually has to kind of bend his body into a U shape to get air, and then uses the paddle to pop himself around. Looks like a very stressful situation, but I'm sure he's a little more relaxed than we are.
Yeah, he came up for air just there. He's just dipping under for this wave. There he is. He's back up on close to his board. He looks like he's going to be okay. So as we see that board flip over, you expect to see him climb himself back up onto the ski. Ethan Carrier from Oceanside, as I said, a 2021 US champion, but it's Guillaume Collin from Montpellier in southern France with a 6.17 and a 2.07. And waiting for a second strong score there. Juan Camacho Solana from Costa Rica. He is looking to add to that 2.67, Ben. So Ethan drops a 4.17, puts him up into second. He's now chasing a much more attainable score of a 4.08 to move up into first.
Yeah, so Ethan, as you'd mentioned, he lives in Oceanside. You can find him surfing the north side of the pier quite often. And his equipment's made by Dave Daub from King's Water Sports. And he puts a lot of energy into the progression of the sport and the equipment. And Ethan, Dave, and many of the other riders really moving on to push the performance level of these wave skis.
Juan just gets a second wave there, Costa Rican. He's supported by the University of Costa Rica, where he has studied physical education and a master's degree in recreation. He's from San Jose, and he's really at the forefront now of the parasurf community out of Costa Rica. Also kayaks and horse rides. You can follow him online if you tune into the ISAsurfing website and look at all the bios of these fantastic surfers. Guillaume, beautiful fade, left go right, bottom turn, top turn, connecting for this last section, sliding fins, looking to maybe get the opportunity to reverse and slide into a 360 there, but kicks out, and a really strong backup score to add to that 6.17. As we can see, our surfer so backlit there, Ben. I'm not even sure
I'm pretty sure it's Juanma.
It's Juan. Nice, active. Right hander up and down, and then rebound off the foam, and just looks to see if he wants to ride out of this to add to that 2.67. But really starting to ramp up this heat now. Guillaume looks to be the front runner, but Ethan carrying that 4.17. He only needs a 4.08 to move back into first.
Yeah, exciting stuff out here. Like you said, we do have that afternoon backlit. Off the takeoff, it's pretty hard for us to see what color it is on screen. Luckily, the judges and the priority judges have a better vantage point.
We've just been given by our contest director, Eric, there, the kind of the spread of some of the big performers of the competition so far, the surfers who've got those highest combinations. Let's call this ride right now. It's Spike Kane up and riding, charging, the 60-year-old from Liverpool, based in Oceanside, an absolute legend of adaptive surfing. Really, his house in Oceanside is considered the Volcom house for parasurfers, because all the best stay when they come to Southern California to compete, and you could hear the whole beach behind Spike. Everybody loves Spike and his dog buttons.
Oh man, we love him. And just a small correction, his house is in Vista, which is basically stuck to Oceanside. But as someone from Oceanside, there's definitely a border between us.
Good to know, Ben. Thanks for updating me on that information. But a good wave for Spike. Originally, as I said, from Liverpool there, has spent his career working in the world of sailing and adventure sports, has always been a keen traveler, and born and raised in Liverpool, where he learned to surf in Anglesey in North Wales, and then moved out to the Pacific Northwest coast of America to work in the water sports industry, and living in Seattle for many years, where he did have a motorcycle accident, and then he moved down to Southern California to work within parasailing, and he also coached the Paralympic team for Team USA that competed in the Paralympics in Rio. So he's been here from the beginning of the adaptive sports, adaptive surfing community, and I could hear the whole beach cheering for him right then as this peak gets split, going both ways, rights, lefts, Huntington Beach, demonstrating why it's a fantastic venue to run events. The opportunity for surfers to split the peak like that says so much about the role of beach breaks to run events where you've got a lot of competitors and a lot of heats to get through.
Yeah, and it just adds to the excitement. You've just got action going on all over the place, very little downtime. And one cool thing is the addition of the paddle with the wave ski just gets them out in the lineup that much quicker. And so a lot more stacked rides, as we will start to see more and more. Looks like Blue's already gotten 6 rides.
Yeah, and he's got a 6.17 and a 3.23. So Guillaume Collin from France is in the lead still with those scores, meaning that Ethan now chasing a 5.24 to move up into first. He's sitting nice in second there, but the pressure is on from Juan Camacho Solana from Costa Rica there, needing a 3.61 to move up into first. And Spike Kane just needs a 4.24 to move up into second position. So Spike gets a 2.13 for that wave there. So he's now kind of in striking distance to move up into second. The surfers in third and fourth will not get eliminated. They'll move into the repechage rounds, but the surfers in first and second stay in that main event to hopefully ultimately progress to those grand finals where they're going to get the opportunity to go for gold, silver, bronze, and copper. But it's our reigning multiple gold medalist, Kizu Lima, who's really the man to be in this classification.
Yeah, and he put on such a strong performance in Pismo and really in some big, kind of heavy conditions, and a few of those heats really showed what can be done.
Absolutely, and he's among a number of returning gold medalists here to the World Parasurfing Championship. We've got 16 men and 12 women here competing who have won gold medals before, and those multiple gold medalists include Philip Kizu Lima, they include Mark Mono Stewart, they include Matt Formston, they include Victoria Fagey looking to win her 5th gold, they include Liv Stone and Melissa Reed looking to win their 4th golds. And of course all of these surfers want that push for Paralympic inclusion, as we can just see Spike Kane there's coming back through to the inside. So hopefully everything's okay with Spike for him to get back up on his board, get out there into the channel to paddle out for the last 2 minutes of the heat, chasing that score of a 4.24 to move up into second position.
Yeah, and as I was speaking with Spike, we spent a little bit of time with them and the classification crew with Mo Johnson yesterday, but he was saying it's the first time, I think in 4 years, to compete without an injury. And there was an injury that kept him from showing up last year.
Yeah, so it's great news for Spike to be injury-free here, as we can see our heat leader with a big, heavy left-hand section ahead of him. Nice overhead wave there, but not able to really cooperate with the open face on that ride, so unlikely to replace his 3.23. So Guillaume will probably stay in the lead there because it's Ethan Carrier who is chasing the score of a 5.25 to move up into first, Ben.
Yeah, I was just watching Guillaume as he's kind of going to kick out. There's so much volume underneath those boards. Even the smallest amount of whitewash still just wants to carry it towards the beach. But he has shown such great control over the paddle and the board. And the couple times that he's gotten rolled over, he gets right back upright really quickly, just as you would see it in like a river kayaker.
I know Spike Kane will want to give a big shout out to his son David and his grandson Charlie there tuning in, and of course we talked about Steve Bainey from Dana Point and Infinity Surfboards and the boards that Steve Bainey and Infinity have made for Spike over the years that he shares with a lot of the up-and-coming parasurfers. He's the 2016 US Open champion, and he's got 40 seconds remaining, so there's not much time left. He won't get eliminated from the event. He'll just move down into the repechage, but it looks like our French surfer from Montpellier has secured his spot in the next round. And Ethan Carrier out of Oceanside, Southern California, loves to surf at Cardiff Reef, riding his 7.6 Kings Paddle Sports board from Carlsbad, looks to be booking himself a spot in the next round as well, Ben.
Yeah, and Ethan's also got the coolest pair of sunglasses once you see him outside of the water. Another person I want to give a shout out is Owl Sports, which is the designer of a lot of these very lightweight carbon fiber paddles that a lot of these competitors are using.
Fantastic performance from all of the surfers there. So our surfer from Costa Rica and England, they won't be eliminated. Spike Kane and Juan Camacho Solana, they will move into the repechage round, but big congratulations for Guillaume Collin from Montpellier in southern France. He takes the win. Ethan Carrier, Southern California local there, he gets seconds. We see Spike just getting a little bit of support from Nick Hounsfield there. Spike's going to be good. We're going to be right back because we're going to be moving into men's visual impairment 2 division. We got some big names coming up, including multiple Australian world champion Matt Formston from Australia. Stay with us.
Hello and welcome to Huntington Beach, California. I'm Kelly Miller, President and CEO of Visit Huntington Beach. Known as Surf City, USA, Huntington Beach boasts 10 miles of coastline and the most consistent waves on the West Coast. Huntington Beach has it all, with endless summer weather, year-round events, outdoor activities, and oceanfront resorts and spas. So get ready to be inspired, be connected, and be here, Huntington Beach. Plan your visit at surfcityusa.com.
Welcome back, Parasurf fans. A pleasure to have your company as we move into the afternoon conditions here in Huntington for day 2 of the ISA World Parasurfing Championship. And now we move in to the visually impaired 2 division. And we've got Piero Gagliano from France, Matt Formston from Australia, and Matthew Thorne from Wales. Of course, you'll recognize the name of Matt Formston, the 45-year-old from Australia there, as it looks like actually I've got a little bit of a difference between my heat draw and the lineup just there. So there might just be a little kind of like mistake on the heat draw there. We'll get that corrected very soon and double check that is, yeah, there we go. It's not Matt Formston in this heat. He's in the second heat there. So we've got Roy Calderon, Vargas, Pierre Gagliano, and Matthew Thorne. Now, Piero is a fantastic surfer from Hortin in France. I saw him compete earlier this season at the Wave in Bristol, and this guy is absolutely electric, as we're going to see right now. Coming hard off the bottom, off the top is our surfer from Costa Rica, Roy Calderon Vargas, and he absolutely loved that top turn, bottom turn combination there. Fist pumped, stoked, feeling good about that one, Ben.
That was an amazing maneuver right off the bottom, and just happened to hit it right in the perfect spot. And this is a really, really amazing classification. The visual impaired 2, they have partial vision, so they are able to see shadows. They can see to a certain extent. Either way, it's nothing easy to pick out good waves and have that feeling and that natural sense to know your way around, find the energy in the wave. Visually impaired 1 is absolutely no vision, which is even crazier. But I did some help with Matt Formston in the US Open. I was his spotter. So out here, as we had the pushers and the catchers for the prone division, prone assist division, in the visually impaired, your eyes in the water looking out for the sets coming, picking out your waves is your spotter. And so you have to have constant communication, and the spotter needs to pick out the best waves as well as predict what it's going to do and paint a picture to the rider before they take off.
Absolutely. Roy Calderon kicks off with a really strong score. The judges loving that re-entry, an 8.0. Excellent range surfing from Costa Rican there. He's adding to that 3.67. So Matthew Thorne competing for Wales. This is his first international competition. He's been working with Surfability only since October 2022, which is one of the kind of pioneers of para and adaptive and surfing as therapy down in Caswell in South Wales. Matthew from Neath in Port Talbot County Borough, just outside of Swansea. He likes to surf a spot called Llangennith on the Gower Peninsula in Swansea, and he loves to surf with Surfability in Caswell Bay Beach in Swansea. He's first place in the English Para Surfing Championships in Croyd this summer, and he got third place in the Welsh Para Surfing Championships in the Wave in Bristol earlier in the season as well. But it's Roy Calderon who kicks off with that really excellent start. Judges loving that one-turn commitment, near 12 o'clock re-entry there, but done with control and speed and flair, and you can see the celebration when he pulled that off.
And it was a pretty heavy drop as well to come off the bottom that quickly and regain his balance and get his body positioning ready for that pretty strong section that he connected with.
But somebody who's going to be a real big favorite for this event is Piero from from Horton, the 23-year-old, 2 times French champion, young surfer based down in Horton, now living in Biarritz, now riding town and country surfboards sponsored by Volcom, and he really is. I've seen him surfing at a few adaptive events this season. He's a really fantastic surfer. So I'm expecting that you're really going to start to see him build momentum in the competition and be a real threat for gold as these days go by and we get towards those finals.
Yeah, we had a couple. I had a couple riders kind of come up to me, and they were a little bit concerned about sending out the visually impaired classification in these kind of high current, bumpy conditions. But it seems like it's working out quite well, and things are smoothing out, of course, as we're getting closer to the afternoon.
And we got so many big names in this division. Of course, Matt Formston, who I mentioned earlier, he's one of the kind of icons. Matt Formston will be surfing up in the coming heats. 3 times ISA World Parasurfing Champion in 217, 218 and 220, and also a Paralympian, having been a world champion cyclist, competed in Rio in 2016, and he's been a world record holder for track tandem cycling and has had gold and silvers in paracycling world titles in 214 and 215. So we're hearing about a number of athletes competing in the last couple of days who'll be here throughout the week, who have achieved great success outside of surfing and been Paralympians. And you should come on down and get the opportunity to meet these athletes. These are big influencers. They carry a lot of motivational positivity. They really have big support, and this is a great opportunity if you're in the neighborhood in California at the moment to come and meet them, because they're welcoming, they're open, they're fantastic people, and they can give you a lot of advice if you're new to parasurfing or adaptive surfing. They can help be that stepping stone. And we've got the likes of Amp Surf here on the sand to really instruct people who want to get that first experience of safely getting into the waves.
Yeah, and it's also Amp Surf that we have to thank for all of our water safety out in our assist divisions. And so they always put on clinics and introduce new people to the sport, which is really amazing. And some of those people that get introduced to the sport are out here competing now.
Of course, Roy there, he got the silver in 2022 at the World Parasurfing Championship. Roy Calderon Vargas also got a gold in 2021. So that's why his surfing goes into the excellent range, because he's had great success before and he rides Al Merrick boards. And again, we see a big name represented. For me, as someone in the surf media, always excites me when I get the opportunity to see all of these big name shapers represented.
Oh, it's amazing. And some of these shapes they might have just grabbed off the rack, and it just ended up being their favorite board. While you have other people like Bob Hurley custom designing boards, big names, just like we were saying. Steve Bainey. There's quite a few shapers that have started to kind of jump into it. In Japan as well, we're starting to see some of the shapers jump into the parasurfing equipment as well.
And talking of big names, someone who's had a fantastic performance just there, Adam Montpellier in southern France, the winner of our second heat in the sit division. Guillaume Collin is with Shannon Hughes.
Congratulations, that was a really well-structured heat. How did you feel coming out of the water?
Thank you very much. I feel tired. I'm glad to have surfed those waves, but I feel very tired. It was kind of hard to paddle past the peak, especially the first 5 minutes in water. I arrived past the peak and I was already exhausted before the heat started.
Well done for figuring things out in there, getting into a few good waves. Now you're a former silver medalist. You've risen to the final occasion, but talk to me about your journey of riding a wave ski. How did that all begin for you?
It began 6 years ago. Actually, I had my accident 2015, and I think in 2015, 2016, I watched the ISA World Championships on the website, and I watched Felipe's surf on the wave ski. And this guy is a friend, is an inspiration to me, and that's how I started wave ski. I watched that, and I thought that's amazing. I want to do that, and I jumped into it.
That's incredible, and that journey's taken you all the way to competing for your country on an international level, which is fantastic.
Against Felipe, the same guy.
Yeah, how does it feel for you every time you paddle out against him?
Oh, as I said, he's an inspiration. I'm learning from his surf. I'm watching his video as I'm watching his surf when I'm with him on the water, and he's such a great guy. So I'm just learning from watching him and talking to him, and like.
Incredible. Do you have any advice for anyone that may be tuning into this event that's, you know, newly encountered an accident? Maybe they're looking at a new type of life, wanting to get into the ocean. Any advice for them on this new journey of getting into the water?
The advice is to meet the right people, and the right people are actually everywhere, because there's the ISA events with so many great people here, but those people are everywhere in the world, in the countries, in the surf clubs. So go to your local surf club and talk to the guy, and maybe he knows wave ski or he knows another kind of adaptive surfing, like prone or stand or anything, and start from there and make your way.
Amazing. Well, thank you so much for your time. Congratulations out there. We'll see you in the next round.
Thank you very much.
Back to you guys.
Congratulations. Another great result for France. France looking fantastic, but it's out of Costa Rica. Roy Calderon Vargas there, based in the Costa Rican coast from San Jose, surfs at Playa Grande Salinas, just north of Tamarindo. He's now shifted into second position because our surfer from France, Piero Gagliano from Hortin, now based in Biarritz, has got a 7.83 and a 5.67. And I talked about the excitement, Ben, a couple of minutes ago, of how I've seen the progression from Pierre over the recent months, and he really is a red-hot surfer, and it's going to be very exciting now with Matt Formston coming up in the next heat to really get to kind of compare the levels of these different surfers who look like they're going to be going for gold. Bearing in mind we also have other big names coming up in the third heat, the likes of Jack Jackson and Aaron Polk, who have both been former medalists here at the World Parasurfing Championship.
Yeah, very, very exciting, as well as the very, very young and new visually impaired surfer Alexander Shub will be coming up in Israel. And
Yeah.
I think he's going to be on my board. I'm pretty stoked. I've got
Yeah.
a brand new board for this
He's
comp.
a great surfer. He's being coached by Adi Gluska, who's a 12 times Israeli national shortboard champion. Big shout out to Adi Gluska, because I know he couldn't attend. He did anticipate and plan to be coming out here because he coaches Alex, but he's had to stay back home. But Adi Gluska has brought so much to Alex's surfing, and that's really exciting for you, Ben, to know that your equipment is going to be under the feet of Alex.
Yeah, really exciting. And well, so that 7.83, we just seen I think we saw that ride just going into the interview, but two really strong turns.
Yeah, electric
and beautiful
laser.
flow, beautiful rhythm on that one.
Yeah, laser sharp, lightning fast footwork. And talk to us, Ben, a little bit about the relationship now between the spotter and the surfer, and some of the rules about what they can and can't do.
Okay, so the spotter basically paints the picture, lets them know that there's a set coming, left or right. Matt uses a certain language, certain vocabulary, as far as kind of helping paint the picture and predict what the wave's going to do. For instance, we'll say run or we'll say fade. If the wave's going to be fast, you're going to get jamming down the line. Say fade, it looks like it's going to be a little fatter. Maybe you have to have a little patience before it builds up. And then the word no and go can sound very familiar to them. And so I can't remember what the vocabulary was we used, but I think it was yes or stop. And the other thing that's very, very crucial is there's the priority aspect. And the spotter has to be very, very conscious of where they sit in the priority game to make sure that they don't get an interference. And there are smart spotters that will send surfers towards the other surfers in lower priority to create an interference.
Wow, there we go. So a lot to play for there. And when it comes down to that classification, to accurately allocate the athletes into their best surf class to ensure that highest level of competition and a level playing field, visual impairment has two divisions. You have the V1 and the V2. As we see up and riding right now, our surfer from Wales, Matthew Thorne, takes a wipe out there. Matthew at his first big international event, only very new to surfing, the 24-year-old from Wales, but up and riding right now. Pierre, the 25-year-old, big sweeping carving turn there. Look at the speed and the control from the goofy footer, and then hits that section and throws some spray and climbs out and finishes that top turn with completion, demonstrating the level of ability from this two times French champion. He's lively, he's fast, and if he can get himself on bowly lefts, he's going to be super tricky to beat in this category.
Those turns were beautiful. And as you mentioned, he's on the Town & Country board. You saw that Town & Country logos. He flipped it over. I'm wondering which shaper for Town & Country, possibly Glenn Peng.
Yeah, he also used to use Pucas's boards from the Basque Country there. Of course, the Asparisos family, who have been involved in surfboard production since the late 1970s. So we can do a little bit of research to find out, you know, where that TNC is being made. But, you know, again, an iconic label. And we've had the pleasure of referencing so many important shapers through today. And that, for me, it puts my hair on end with excitement, because I love hearing about all those big names and that continual relationship that elite surfers have with surfboard shapers. Some of them still grassroots, others more mainstream, but still continuing to make that handcrafted, specialized equipment particularly refined for the rider that they're making it for.
Yes, definitely. And the one interesting thing is this is the one classification, well, the two classifications with visually impaired one, but they're not dealing with physical challenges. It's strictly a visual challenge. And so they are in tip-top shape using really pro-level equipment. And so they can pretty much, it's the one division where they can almost just grab something off the rack.
So there's Toby there from Surfability, the spotter for Matthew Thorne. So big shout out to all the hard work that Ben and Toby have done at Surfability in Caswell in South Wales, also collaborating with the ISA to develop the adaptive surf coaching and teaching and certification. As we see Matthew Thorne on the bigger board there, paddling for this, up and riding, nice high line, big takeoff, almost that floater takeoff there. But we just have to really recognize that Matthew is very new to surfing. This is his first international event, and this is a big opportunity to fly the Welsh flag with pride from this young surfer from Neath in Port Talbot area.
Well, I just heard a little yell out from Ixa Marietta, one of our beach announcers, 8.27 for that last I've read.
Wow, fantastic score. So he's going to get right up there to kind of challenge that heat combination of Jose Martinez earlier, who got that 9.67 and that 8.67 for his second heat. So it would be an 18.34 that he would have to beat. So far, Pierre has got that 16.10, so it's not as high as Jose's, but it's right up there with some of the top performers of the day, like Davi Teixeira, Sarah Almagro, the Prone 2 surfer from Spain, Jocelyn Neumiller. So really emphasizing the fact that he's going to be a hot threat for a title, and we've got the opportunity to see Matt Formston coming up in the next heat as well. So it'd be great to compare the way Matt's feeling, and also Aaron Polk coming up in the third heat.
Yeah, one aspect that I didn't get into is the spotter. Once the surfer is on the wave, perhaps in bigger conditions or with more current, they can get out of range to your verbal contact. And so the spotter sometimes has to chase their surfer down, and they are not allowed to stand up when they go ride the wave. So just like at the end of the heat, we're not allowed to stand up to confuse the priority judges on who's actually surfing the wave. But you are allowed to take a wave, ride prone, and chase your surfer down so that you can get verbal communication to get them back out again.
So going for his second ride there, Matthew Thorne from Neath in South Wales, but up and riding right now. Roy Calderon in second position. He's looking to replace a 3.67, takes a fall. He's not going to replace that. Piero Gagliano from Southwest France has got a 8.27 and a 7.83 as we move down into the last 30 seconds, and we talk about that big push for Paralympic inclusion. The IPC confirming that parasurfing demonstrates the viability and integrity as well as the strategic benefits to be part of the Paralympic Games. So let's just hope that we can gather all of that necessary momentum and support. And for that, surf fans, I recommend staying tuned in, because coming up next, we've got Matt Formston, multiple ISA World Para Surfing Champion. He's going to be representing the Irukandji's Team Australia, but he's got some hot competition on his hands, because we just saw that both Pierre and Roy are looking very sharp. So stay with us. We'll be back after these short messages to feast our eyes on 3 times ISA World Para Surfing, a motivational speaker and world record holder in track tandem, Paralympian Australian Matt Formston.
Hello and welcome to Huntington Beach, California. I'm Kelly Miller, President and CEO of Visit Huntington Beach. Known as Surf City, USA, Huntington Beach boasts 10 miles of coastline and the most consistent waves on the West Coast. Huntington Beach has it all, with endless summer weather, year-round events, outdoor activities, and oceanfront resorts and spas. So get ready to be inspired, be connected, and be here. Huntington Beach. Plan your visit at surfcityusa.com.
Thanks so much for tuning in. A pleasure to have your company here from Huntington Beach for day number 2 of the 2023 ISA World Para Surfing Championship presented by Visit Huntington Beach as we move into heat number 2 of the visual impairment classification 2 as we see Oscar Perez from Spain surfing against Matt Formston from Australia representing the Irakanji's team and Alexander Shub from Israel. Alexander, the 15-year-old, he competed at Pismo last year in 2022, just at the age of 14, but it's Matt Formston up and riding, the 3 times ISA World Para Surfing champ from 2017, 2018, and 2020, a motivational speaker, a Paralympian from Rio 2016, a world champion cyclist, and a world record holder in track tandem. And if you follow him on Instagram at Matt Formston, you'll know that he's been a big wave surfer at Nazare. He has a family, and he's just on this amazing journey in his life to really demonstrate that nothing can hold him back. He was born in Sydney in 1978. At age 5, he lost 95% of his vision, but he stayed in mainstream school, and he was the first person under the age of 40 to be diagnosed with this particular muscular dystrophy that has affected his vision, but it certainly hasn't held him back in his career. He works as a head of sustainability and corporate social responsibility for Optus Enterprise, and in sport, in athletics, in surfing, he continues to be a leader, and you had the opportunity, Ben, of working with him at events before.
Yeah, it's amazing. Last year's US Open, we had this crazy code red swell. It was the biggest south swell we've had in so long. Oceanside Pier was about 8 foot with these crazy currents, and to kind of navigate him out there safely, especially in the practice sessions, because it was one of the best days at north side of the pier in probably the whole year. So all the locals out there, and you've got someone who's visually impaired trying to work themselves around this crazy aggressive lineup on one peak, and just getting the whole communication part. We have some live action.
Oscar Perez out of Spain, the 2023 silver medalist from the national championships there. He's based in Gran Canaria, gets a nice right-hander, riding his Pucas surfboards as we see this para surfing vision impairment 2 classification. Any surfer riding in a standing position with an IBSA classification level B2 and level B3. So this will be low and partial vision, and when we move on to the V1 classification, the vision level will be lower for those surfers. So Oscar Perez kicks off with a 2.83. Matt Formston kicks off with a 2.50. Alexander Shub from Israel. He's from Renana in the southern Sharon Plain of Israel. It's the central district of Israel there, and he likes to ride twin fins. And you said that he's got the opportunity of riding one of your Benway built boards right now.
Yeah, he's on it right now. I'm super stoked. I was actually stressed. I thought they showed up without a board, so there's a lot of stress that the thing was going to work. But after 2 sessions, I got a great report, and it looks like he's out on that today. I'm really stoked.
40 minutes, 40 seconds remaining. We just saw a great performance from our French surfer, Piero, born in Horton, now based in Biarritz. That guy looks like a contender for gold, and he's on the glass with Shannon Hughes.
Piero, congratulations on an incredible performance. You just took out the 2-time gold medalist in Roy Calderon. How does it feel coming out of the water with a victory like that?
It's good, but most important is like last year I was not able to get any good waves, and so it feels good anyway. Doesn't matter who I'm against, to just have one good wave or two good waves. So yeah, it's a good feeling.
Anytime you get an excellent score, it's definitely a good feeling. Talk to me about the equipment you're riding today. You've got some sponsors clearly backing you with the stickers on your board. What's the equipment under your feet?
So I'm surfing a Town & Country Flux model, and I'm also sponsored by Volcom for the wetsuit and clothes and everything, and Captain Fin for the fins.
Amazing. And what's your preparation been like heading into this event back at home in Biarritz mostly? Have you been traveling a little bit to prepare?
I've been traveling as well, but mostly surfing every day in Biarritz, in Osogor, and surfing with my friend, my girlfriend, and that's it. And Augustin, my coach. So that's it.
And would you like to say anything to your friends and family, your girlfriend tuning in back in France?
Et merci à ma petite Chacha, à tous les copains d'Ourtin, Théophile, Pollux, tout le monde, je vous aime et on va les faire ramper les grands.
Thanks so much, congratulations, we'll see you in the next round. Back to you guys.
Little shout out there for the Hortan Plage surf community. Great performance. And Matt Formston, he's going to really kind of have his work cut out with talent like that rising up into the field, Ben.
Definitely. Yeah, and it's great to see the support and have these riders with big sponsors. And that's the main thing, is the more we grow this, the more value that they bring to all these brands. And we'd love to see these guys with more support.
Oscar Perez from Telde in Gran Canaria. He's out there in the lead with that 2.83. Alexander Schub does a lot of work with the surf therapy program. Yantav, an NGO founded by Paralympian sailors Doron Levitt and Israel Altman there in Israel. He's riding a Benway built board and he's looking to get a second score on the board. All three surfers just one wave ridden, 12 minutes remaining. You can really see that relationship between the spotter and the athlete. The spotter is the kind of eyes of the athlete, but they can't physically touch the surfer during the heat. It's all about verbal communication and nothing that would look like they might push them into a wave whatsoever.
Definitely. And another thing is, as we watch them decide not to go on that one, hold their first priority as that whitewash came, that was one thing that was very crucial talking with Matt. I said, do I need to tell you when there's whitewash coming, when to duck dive? That was a huge worry of mine. And he said he can actually feel as the water sucks towards the breaking wave. So he can actually feel and hear when the wave's coming. And he said he duck dives better than some of the pro surfers that he surfs with, the non-visually impaired pro surfers that he surfs with, and gets out faster than they do, just from that extra sense.
Matt Formston, big takeoff there. He's going to get that second score, puts him up into first position with that low score of a 0.5. Oscar Perez has just ousted that with also a low score of 0.7. So all of these surfers waiting for a little bit of an open face ride to put a solid score on the board as we move through this second heat of men's visual impairment 2 division. We'll be moving on to the third heat, and then we'll move it on to the women's visual impairment today as well. So now we start to focus on these two visual impairment categories, visual impairment 2 and visual impairment 1. So we've got 2 heats coming up in the women after we finish this round, and then we move into both the men and the women in visual impairment 1 to close out the day, as we can really see a lot of the surfers shifting a little bit further south, that wind continuing to blow a little bit, but we do have a great forecast on the horizon. We've got Santa Ana winds coming, so we've got the option for some really clean
it out. But as you see, the other spotters really sticking there.
So 10 minutes remaining here with Oscar Perez out there in the lead with that 2.83 and that 0.7, as we can see our surfer from Israel, Alexander Schub, the 15-year-old who competed age 14 last year at Pismo, and he was pretty proud to get that opportunity to fly the flag for his country. He's got bronze from the 2023 European Championship earlier in the summer back home this season, and he comes from Renana in Israel, and he needs to drop that 1.0 to really get in the mix with Oscar and Matt, because Oscar and Matt, you know, it's just going to take one open face wave for those scores to get much higher. Up and riding the goofy footer Alexander Schub on a Benway built board, and Ben, that must feel great to see him cutting loose on your board.
I'm trying to, the visibility is so bad. I'm trying to make sure that that is my board. Both are epoxy with a carbon reinforcement, no stringer. But
nice wave for Alex there,
that was
loose
great.
and lively. You can really see why he loves to ride a twin fin, you know, super up and down kind of movements.
Well, he's riding a tri-fin. He's riding a traditional thruster lately.
There we go. So good approach.
I think his surfing has evolved since his bio about liking the twin fins.
Yeah.
I think in the beginning he was really starting off on an easier shape, and his levels improved so much that he's really refining his equipment.
So what would be the difference between, you know, surfers who are keen? Why do you think he's making that transition from the twin fin to the tri-fin?
Probably just for the judges' criteria, I would say. You've seen pro surfers that can do anything, but when they're really trying to meet that criteria for the highest scores, they need to kind of balance out for what the judges want, and that's usually a high-performance shortboard.
Matt Formston live action here. He's going to have a look at this left. He's not going to take that, but he's got a 1.3 now and a 2.5, so he's moved back into first position. Alexander Schub has got a 2.63 for that last ride, so it's a super evenly poised heat there. Alex just needs a 1.17 to move up into first. Now Oscar Perez is down into third with 7 minutes 30 seconds remaining, chasing a very low score to move into first. So as soon as one of these surfers gets like a bit of open face and the opportunity for a dynamic rail turn, you feel like the situation's really going to change. Oscar unable to make that drop there, so he takes a fall. He's chasing a low score of a 0.97. He's most likely not going to get that on that wave. And you know, what's the situation now like when a surfer has a wipeout and they're straight back out to the spotter? What will be the kind of communication that they'll be exchanging, Ben?
You know what? In these conditions, it's sort of a gamble on every takeoff. So it's very, very non-predictable as you have these cross currents, a little bit of chops.
Matt Formston up and riding, late takeoff there. Wow, that was shallow and ledgy and really, really radical. But he got to his feet, but that wave just span away. So much speed that, you know, there was just no chance of getting out in the face then to put that board on rail.
A lot of these, we're seeing the bottom drop out as they're taking off. And when we say the bottom drops out, that means there's no transition. It basically goes flat underneath them, and they come slamming down into basically a flat surface rather than having that little downhill gravitational pull to pull you up with speed.
Super challenging conditions here. We got that tide now starting to come in, moving into the afternoon, still a few rounds to get through. It's been an exciting second day here. We got a lot more to get through over the next few days as we move through to the 11th of November to crown world champions here. You know, multiple returning medalists, the likes of Liv Stone is going to be going for her 4th gold medal. She had the opportunity to come and commentate on a heat earlier today with Shannon Hughes, and it was great to hear about not only her surfing, her training, her aspirations for LA Paralympic inclusion, but also her studying and, you know, the kind of the balanced personality that she is, and she really could be you know, a poster athlete for the you know, the Paralympic movement if surfing gets in.
Yeah, that's amazing, and it's really important to have those kind of high-profile influencers to help move things that much faster. Speaking of moving fast, we're down to 5 minutes. A lot's gone on. Not a lot of waves, but this is definitely one of the, these are a couple of the divisions where we'll have to see everyone be a little bit more reserved, a little more selective, and you don't want to send your surfer on a wave that's not going to produce a score and cost yourself all that time for them to make it back out to you.
And the great thing about being a free surfer here is coming up and just having all of that beach stretch to choose from. Yes, you can surf here by the main pier, but you can also go north and south. You've got 10 miles of sand, and this original pier built in the early 1900s there has just become such a centerpiece of competitive surfing globally, as we get to see the communication between Matt Formston and his spotter there. They've got a plan, they're moving, they're looking for this left-hander. He takes a turn, he's paddling, he's gonna get to his, no, he's not gonna get to his feet there because he recognizes that that wave is just gonna run away from him. So he wants to replace that 1.30, but he's still sitting out there in the lead with 4 minutes to go, Ben.
Yeah, and as I just saw the priority change, it seems as though red might have taken a wave. We'll see, it was out of our vantage point.
Matt Formston in first priority, wants to replace that 1.30, but what's been happening with the conditions, the wind, the tide, it's become a lot more choppy and challenging for the surfers.
And this is going to be challenging for anyone, visually impaired or not. And so to send them off and basically just have to feel their way through all of these bumps and chops and currents is a very, very difficult task.
Yeah, but it's been a fantastic day. And, the second day of the event, that record participation, and look for that hashtag ISAsurfing to see all of the interesting things that are happening across the organization, from the scholarship programs to the coaching programs to the world titles, the membership, and the way that the use of surfing to transcend all barriers. And of course, this push for Paralympic inclusion, and LA 28 leading a process of evaluation of the impact of including parasurfing, with a final program expected to be announced before the end of the year. So that parasurfing priority mission is so important for us here. And of course, all of these surfers are going for medals, but what we heard from Jose Martinez, who's been a standout today, getting a 9.67 and an 8.67 in his last heat, is he just really wants all of the fans around the world to share the riders, to share the content, to go online and really push this movement, because the more social media engagement it gets, the better it is for everyone.
Yeah, we just saw red with second priority go for a paddle. Didn't get it, so now second priority goes to green. And in these last 2 minutes, if they were a little bit more clustered together, it would become more of a valuable point.
Up and riding from Spain, Oscar Perez there, chasing a score of a 0.97. So interesting situation. If he does get that, Matt Formston would only slip down into second, so it wouldn't put him in the rapid charge. But just that up and down with a bit of open face, do you think it'll be enough to change the situation?
Well, it looks like it did. 1.40, is that what they gave him for the last one?
Yeah, it is. 1.40. It does change the situation. Matt Formston now needing a low score of a 1.74. So Alexander Schub is now the one chasing a score of 1.27. Matt Formston just will be hungry to just get the opportunity to get out on the open face and just put that board on rail in the way that we know he can. And here he is, up and riding on a high line there, but that wave just dying from underneath him. So he's looking to replace that 1.3. None of the surfers are deemed to be in the lineup currently, so that's why you don't see a number to indicate who has priority. We can see our surfer Oscar Perez from Spain on the inside there, just taking that duck dive with 1 minute remaining. Perez from Gran Canaria likes to ride at Playa del Hombre, just south of Las Palmas on the east coast of Gran Canaria. Rides Pucas surfboards, some pretty heavy waves in the Canary Islands, particularly on Gran Canaria. He's been surfing since childhood, loves music. The 42-year-old is in first position with a 2.83 and a 1.4, but up and riding. Alexander Schub, the goofy footer from Israel, looking for a 1.27. Ben, what do you think?
Wow, that is amazing. Yeah, he got a little bit of a redirection there, and he knows that there's very little time. It looks like he's going to just try and keep paddling until he can catch another wave and possibly give him another chance.
Wow, down to the wire. He gets the score. It puts him up into second position, pushing Matt Formston down into third. So as it stands right now with 8 seconds remaining, Oscar Perez is in first from Spain. Alexander Schub from Israel has just moved it back to second position. And Matt Formston, 3 times ISA world champion, has been pushed into the repechage. He hasn't been eliminated, but he will get another bite of the cherry. But wow, what a result there for Alex, the 14-year-old from Israel, on that last exchange. Got the score he needed. Wow, that was a massive one, and there's going to be another big one ahead. We move into heat number 3, visual impairment 2. We've got Mitchell Salazar, the mighty man from Mexico, based here in California, coming into the booth with Shannon Hughes. Stay with us, ladies and gentlemen.
Hello and welcome to Huntington Beach, California. I'm Kelly Miller, President and CEO of Visit Huntington Beach. Known as Surf City, USA, Huntington Beach boasts 10 miles of coastline and the most consistent waves on the West Coast. Huntington Beach has it all, with endless summer weather, year-round events, outdoor activities, and oceanfront resorts and spas. So get ready to be inspired, be connected, and be here, Huntington Beach. Plan your visit at surfcityusa.com.
Welcome back to the action here for the 2023 ISA World Parasurfing Championships. It's been a big second day of surfing, and we're continuing to roll on with some great waves still here. A little bit of wind, but it's dropped off through the afternoon, which is exactly what we were hoping for, so we wouldn't have that chop continuing from midday. The sun is dropping though, so that glare is getting challenging. It's challenging for the surfers even. Looking out, or there's spotters specifically in our visually impaired divisions that are out there competing to be able to see what waves are coming, because that glare and that sun is just dropping deeper into the ocean. Shannon Hughes here alongside Mitch Salazar. It's called the action to Mitch. We've got a great heat on our hands.
Yeah, 3 surfers from different parts of the world: Brazil, Australia, Hawaii. Miguel Flavio from Brazil, Jack Jackson from Australia, and Aaron Paul from Lahaina, Maui, representing Hawaii out there in the green. So a lot of experience out there when it comes to competition, Shannon. Different parts of the world, as I was saying before. And they don't have assistants, but they do have somebody that will guide them through the lineup out there. So you do have to have clear communication. These are people that are, you know, more on the blinded side than not. So it's going to be very important for them to be able to get clear communication with their caddies.
That's right. Surfers competing in our visually impaired 2 category have low to partial vision. So they may be even blind in one eye, but can see in a limited capacity out of the other, or have limited vision out of both eyes, which is why they've got a helpmate out in the water. They've got that spotter to help them see what is coming their way, but that spotter's unable to push them into the waves, give them any actual physical help, and that's where all that communication really comes into play.
You can't touch them in any way, and it seems like we have Jackson up and riding here.
Great looking front hand snap to start things off, pumping along, looking to find more speed as he finishes off on the inside section. For Jack Jackson of Australia, that'll be a great way to start things off. Aaron Polk of Hawaii was looking to be in position. Miguel Flavio also having a paddle for Brazil, unable to get into it. We do have that 2 on the board so far for Aaron. But that opening turn for Jack would have felt really great.
Yeah, I got to be thinking that's going to be the best score of the heat so far. And, you know, we talked about Lahaina and how much they've gone through. Aaron originally from Lahaina, Maui, over there in Hawaii. And his local spot is actually the harbor. So, you know, seeing the development of a lot of surfers from Maui, Jackson Bunch on the Challenger Series right now. You saw Imai requalify for the CT, Eli Hanneman. They'll be joining Ian Gentile on the championship tour for 2024. And that probably served as motivation for the 42-year-old from the Valley Isle right now. But representing Hawaii, there's a lot of pride and a huge honor for that. Obviously, this is the dream that Duka Hanamoku wanted. Surfing is in the Olympics now and looking to get into the Paralympics for LA 28.
Yeah, surfing and parasurfing specifically has been growing, you know, year after year. And we're hopeful for that Paralympic inclusion as we see Miguel Flavio with a great re-entry, nearly held on to the finish.
Yeah, and unfortunate right there. I felt like if he rides out of that, we're seeing the big score. I mean, when you're able to get up into the lip like that, it definitely it's noticeable that your body is capable of getting those big maneuvers in. But more than anything, it's just a muscle memory too. So it seems like he's very adaptable to beach break conditions, especially coming from Brazil. Or I would say most of their waves are beach break, Shannon.
15 minutes on the clock. Jack opened up with a 4.65. The Brazilian has just dropped in a 2.33. And that 2 backed up by 1.6 has Aaron Polk sitting right in the middle. Coming from, you know, areas of the world where beach breaks are prominent, has really favored a lot of the world's best surfers. Thinking of Kelly Slater coming out of Cocoa Beach, Florida.
Yep.
You know, the amount of time that he spent surfing smaller, sloppier waves that developed his wave reading knowledge that developed his style, and his skill to generate speed and power is really, really important in where his career has gone.
Yeah, and I'd even say even more East Coasters. You know, Zoe Benedetto's success as of late, she's coming from, you know, Ponce Inlet over there in Florida too. You look at Caroline Marks, our reigning world champion for the WSL on the women's side too, coming originally from Florida, then moving towards San Clemente, California. So you have waves on offer like Lower Trestles, and then T Street, as it looked like Jackson up and riding there. He comes from a place in Woi Woi in Australia. His favorite break is Umina, but also a big variation of waves around that area too. Only 21 years of age, and has the best score of the heat so far, Shannon, a 4.67.
Yeah, he did well to get into that wave, a little bit smaller, but gave him that open face opportunity. Charged into that last one, and he's paddling back now to get to his coach out in the water, his spotter. There will no doubt be a lot of verbal communication, a lot of kind of, you know, yelling, a lot of really making sure that those surfers can hear where they're supposed to be paddling out to from the spotters out at backline, especially once a surfer catches a wave. You can see the spotters there just turning around for that of Jack Jackson to have a look to see where he's at in the water.
And you want to keep a minimal amount of distance between yourself and your actual spotter too, because what happens here is that if there's so many environmental factors working against you right now, especially in terms of noise, it's going to be very difficult for you to clearly communicate with the surfer. So smaller space like we're seeing right now between red and green, those are the kind of positionings that you want to have with your surfer out there. You want to be able to give them clear and concise information.
Especially you've got the beach announcers audio coming through, which is really important because they're getting, you know, they're giving all that crucial information, priority, times, scores, situation changes. You also got the fans on the beach, but the fans on the pier, there's sound coming from all over the place, as well as that little bit of onshore wind, which does kind of play into, you know, how sound is actually carried out in the water.
And don't forget about the other waves too. The sound of the ocean moving as well. That's huge, and it could easily get you out of position. But I feel like a lot of these surfers and visually impaired too, this classification, they have such good knowledge of where to be in terms of how far out back or how far inside. I actually had a surf the other day and was able to surf with a couple of them, Matt in the last heat too, and it seemed like he just had a great read of what Huntington Beach had to offer.
Spending more time out here is what's going to give that great read. It's been fun to be able to hear from competitors that are here for the very first time. They've been to California before, especially if they've been competing at this level, having traveled to Pismo and possibly La Jolla in the early days of the Para Surfing World Championships. But now to be here competing at the south side of the Huntington Beach Pier, a contest venue that has been running, you know, events of all different levels for so many years. It's really exciting to see it now include the para surfing community. Aaron Polk of Hawaii currently sitting with that first priority. We're at 11 minutes, 15 seconds on the clock. Aaron chasing down a 3.18 to get himself that leading position. And it looks like we've got a little lull in the action, so let's go down to the beach to catch up with Ben Way in the winner of that last heat.
Thank you very much, Shannon Mitchell, here with Oscar Perez for Spain. Congratulations.
Thank you so much.
So going into this division, we were a little bit worried. I know a lot of the competitors were saying, wow, for the visually impaired, it's very choppy, a lot of current, and also lower tide with a kind of a closed-out conditions. How difficult was the communication between you and your spotter?
Well, it's really tough, as you said before, because it's really windy. Even the sun is behind, so we can see very well. But thanks to Lucas, my caddy, he showed me the way to try to find the way, you know, but it's really tough, actually.
So I've worked as a spotter once for Matt Formston. Do you have a certain vocabulary that you use between yourselves as far as kind of helping to paint the picture of what the wave is going to do before you take off?
Well, I really trust on him, you know, because he said, okay, something is coming, so I have to trust on him, you know. Go to the left, go to the right, and let's try, and we try our best, actually. It's not always work, but we have to try.
More than go left and go right, is there any other communication? This one looks fast, this one looks slow, fade back, speed up, anything like that, or just simply go and feel it out?
Well, I have my resources. I mean, what I see is that the ocean, it has a blue, but when the set is coming, the blue change. So I said, okay, something is coming, but I can control the distance. So that's why he's by my side and he can help me very well. He said, okay, the set is coming, A couple of seconds, go, 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 go. There we go. Sometimes it's good, sometimes it's not.
And kind of a shocker as our world champion, Matt Formston, went into the repechage rounds, but as it looked as all of you really tried out a bunch of different waves and some hits, some misses.
Yeah, but it's what I said to you before. The situation is pretty tough, so everything can happen, you know. I'm lucky I took some wave, but he didn't, but it can happen to me the next time. So let's try, let's enjoy, let's go surfing. It's what keep us alive, actually.
Right on. I noticed you're riding Pukas. We've seen a lot of these out here. Is this an Axel Lorentz shape as well?
Exactly. This is a magic board. Thank you to Pukas because they let me surf this kind of board. It's amazing. I'm really appreciate their force, and I'm pretty lucky because I have this one is the Tasty Treat all round. It works really, really good. I have this one in 612 for big waves, and it works very well.
Perfecto, te felicito. Y al final un mensaje para los amigos que están apoyando desde España.
Muchas gracias a todos porque aunque no los pueda ver y aunque la diferencia horaria sea bastante, súper agradecidos y lo siento aquí cerca. Gracias Playa del Hombre, gracias a mi familia, a mi mujer que gracias a ellos puedo seguir surfeando. Así que appreciate.
Muchísimas gracias, tío.
Muchísimas gracias a ti. A la próxima.
Back to you guys in the booth.
Thanks so much. A lot of insight there from Oscar on what it's like to be in his shoes out in the water.
Yeah, and I actually had a conversation with him, was able to meet him earlier today. Super cool guy from La Gran Canaria in the Canary Islands, and was actually asking me for advice in terms of what equipment to ride. I told him, hey, you ride something you feel comfortable on and catch as many waves as you can, because in the end, you need to be on waves to be able to make it through a heat. And I guess it worked out because he was on the magic board that he's been riding for the most part and making it through into the next round with a low-scoring affair, but still a win is a win regardless of how far you're making it through, Shannon.
Yeah, solid performance, gets him the lead, and of course within this new division that we're just introducing of our visually impaired 2, again, it's that round-robin format that we've had throughout all the other divisions so far today. It will be 2 qualifying rounds. We're currently in round 1. We'll have a second round sometime later this week, and it will be the top 6 surfers that will be advancing through to the semifinals due to the size of the field overall competing across the 9 competitors of the round.
Yeah, and you look at how far, we've gone into the event already. Some classifications are already done with the qualifying rounds. You have rounds like this where you're in the opening one, you still have another one to go for visually impaired 2. And for certain surfers that still haven't even been able to surf in the first few days of competition, they're getting antsy, Shannon.
Miguel goes in for a really hard turn on his backhand. He's unable to hold on to it as the fins just pop out. Looking to back up that 2.33. Hard to tell from this angle exactly what went wrong, but that wave looked like a great call from his spotter getting him into it.
Yeah, and it seemed like it was maybe just a bit too flat for how strong he wanted to go for that one turn right there. And he comes from Guarujá in Sao Paulo. Great place to surf, and a couple world champions have come out of there too.
Aaron Polk, the AAP Tour winner from this last year on the Adaptive Surfing Tour, the AASP, sorry. And he's looking to go one better this year to take away a gold medal finish here at the ISA World Surfing Championships. He's chasing down a 1.97 with 5 minutes, 30 seconds to go on the clock.
Yeah, and as you said, with the round-robin format too, you're just really trying to improve on both scores right now. So a couple of small ones for him. And it's getting tough out there. You can definitely see that that wind has picked up a lot more from the northwest too. And that's obviously going to improve the shape that we're going to see tomorrow. It'll probably increase the size a little bit as well. But what it's really doing too, it's pushing everybody even further south. The judges have said that they want to keep the surfers towards the south because of the glare, but it's actually forcing them to actually stay there because of that wind and the current moving them towards that. So the left's on offer, going to be a bit more difficult to surf. The right should be a bit cleaner, Shannon.
Looking for those right-hand waves. Bit of a slower heat. Jack did well getting off to that early start with that 4.67. It was the first wave he caught as well. He got into that first good turn. He was looking to find a second turn. Had he gotten there, he could have been looking at something in the 6-point range possibly. But to put that 4.67 on the board is great for his campaign so far. A younger competitor as well. newer to the sport. It was exciting to see his performances last year in Pismo, see him as part of Team Australia, and it's been great to see his journey so far within the sport of parasurfing.
Yeah, and I'm looking at the heat totals right now. I mean, Piero Gagliano in the first heat of this round dropped an excellent heat total, 16.1. Roy Calderon Vargas, 11.67. So you get into double digits, I almost feel like you're safe right now, at least within the first qualifying round in this division. But realistically, at least getting one score in the 6s or 7s should be your goal with under 4 minutes to go right now. As I said before, the rights will be cleaner. They're still going to be difficult to surf. But if you get one good section on the left, because of that northwest wind, it'll stand him up a little bit better. You just need to be in position for those ones, though.
Couple of paddles here, both from green and from blue. Looking at opposite corners, the lefts and the rights, but unable to get into it. Oscar sharing with us just how challenging the conditions really are out there right now. The waves are difficult to read, especially with the backlit nature of, you know, where the sun is dropping to. Again, these surfers have partial vision, so they're not completely blind as if they're blindfolded. We'll have our visually impaired one surfers paddling out shortly. That's what their vision is like. But for these guys, they have that small amount of vision, but really gets more challenging, especially when the light is providing those extra challenges with the sun dropping so low straight behind us.
Yeah.
That wind coming into play as well when it comes to just being able to listen and to hear what's around. Imagine if it's just completely quiet out there and you're just being able to listen to the ocean. You can almost listen to hearing where those waves are breaking and where you want to be sitting as well.
Wouldn't that be nice? I think the only way you're going to be able to find that truly is if you go to a wave pool and there's very few sounds coming around from different places. But here in the ocean, I mean, you're really dealing with a lot of environmental factors. And even when you're underwater, too, there are so many sounds that happen. You could have boats in the distance. You could have reverberations from the sand and from the sandbars coming through the water as well. So just being aware of where your spotter is, too, and locating that person that you're out there with, being in clear communication. And I really like the amount of distance that I'm seeing between Falk and his handler, because that's really what it's going to come down to right now. You get your big scores because you're getting in a good position because of your other helpers.
That's right. Sitting with first priority, it's our surfer in red. Second priority is green. You can see a set rolling through here. You got some movement. Red in first priority for Miguel. He's looking to improve on a 2.33. Great looking wave in front of the Brazilian. Nice snap on his backhand for the first turn. Goes up to hit the lip, double pumps off the lip, and he hits the finishing section as well. 3 major maneuvers connected together, Mitch.
Yeah, should be a great score right here for Flavio. So coming from Sao Paulo, Guarujá, that area, I mean, they've produced incredible surfers. De Souza's been a champion from there. Jesse Mendez also from that area. And Sao Paulo keeps on producing a lot of excellent surfers. Flavio in the ranks of those as well.
Jack now with a paddle on his forehand. Quickly up to his feet, but the wave shuts down and doesn't allow him to get in any of those turns.
Yeah, just a closeout right there, but still might improve on the 1.27, so could easily add on to his total right now. But under a minute to go, let's see if Paul is able to get a significant score in the last 50 seconds.
We're waiting to know what that score is of Miguel Flavio. He hasn't had any major victories within his career. He's able to make it into the finals. It will be a really great result for him to be able to walk away with a medal. Putting together the performance that he did on that previous wave. We're still waiting for the scores, but you could see that he just could absolutely feel everything on that wave, putting that board right on rail, reading that lip line well in front of him.
And it'll come down to that. I mean, if you're limited by certain things, especially your vision, you have to rely on your other senses. Those get excelled too when you lose one or the other. It obviously seems like it's working out so far because he drops the best score of the heat, Shannon.
6.17 on the board for Flavio of Brazil. Jackson up and riding once again on his backhand. He'll go down quickly. And waiting for that last score now of our surfer in blue. His previous, a 1.57, does factor into his top 2. We'll see this next score should be in the similar range to what his last 2 were. But that big 6.17 on the board for the Brazilian, keeping him into the lead at the finish of this heat. And that's going to be great for his heat total as well when it comes to the round robin format and his next qualifying heat. We've got more action to come. Stay tuned. right after this for the ISA World Parasurfing Championships.
Hello and welcome to Huntington Beach, California. I'm Kelly Miller, President and CEO of Visit Huntington Beach. Known as Surf City, USA, Huntington Beach boasts 10 miles of coastline and the most consistent waves on the West Coast. Huntington Beach has it all, with endless summer weather, year-round events, outdoor activities, and oceanfront resorts and spas. So get ready to be inspired, be connected, and be here, Huntington Beach. Plan your visit at surfcityusa.com.
Welcome back to Huntington Beach, California for the ISA World Parasurfing Championships. We've just seen a great victory in the last couple minutes from Miguel Flavio of Brazil in our visually impaired 2 category on the men's side of the draw. And we're now heading into another women's division, women's visually impaired 2, with 2 world champions in the water right now. We've got Melissa Reed for Team England. She's on 3 gold medals, going for a 4th this week. And a new gold medalist from last year's event, Aleli Medina of Puerto Rico. The Grommet took away the win at just 14 years old. They're both in the water against USA's Haley Houston, and it's going to be a really exciting heat to see underway.
Yeah, and Houston from just right up the road in Westlake Village too, so a local surfer here to Huntington Beach, and it seems like we have Medina up and riding.
Quick paddle and up to her feet, goes down on that first turn, but that's going to feel nice to just get her feet in the wax.
Yeah, and just get to work real quick too. You know the 20 minutes can go by real quick, especially with a lot of wind swell in the water too, but real impressive stuff when you're mentioning that she was able to win the gold medal at just 14 years of age, especially in such a stacked division too. Melissa Reed from England, she's been a multiple-time champion. She's actually riding a board that I tend to ride quite frequently out here, Dark Arts Datapod by Justin Turnus. If you want to buy one of those boards, you can purchase them. They're right here made locally in San Diego in the USA. But Melissa, big proponent of those carbon vacuum boards, and it tends to seem like a lot of those people really getting on that program. They like how they feel, just a bit more rigid, but they perform very well, especially in beach breaks.
Well, riding a board like that, it wouldn't be surprising to see Melissa make it back into that finals conversation. Going for a 4th. Last year, she was going for that 4th gold medal. Same as Victoria Feige, who's competing for Team Canada. Now, Victoria was able to win that 4th last year. She's now going for a 5th, which is record-breaking on the women's side of the draw. For Melissa, it was the young Aleli Medina that kept her away from getting that 4th and keeping her kind of record tied with Victoria as the winningest women in the conversation for parasurfing. So Victoria's just gotten that edge. But Melissa's been putting together some great heats throughout the year. She's been doing a lot of coaching back at home as well, working with other surfers. And so her whole life is just absolutely involved within surfing, and it's been paying off in the results she's seeing behind the scenes.
Yeah, and Melissa's also a triathlete too, so in terms of conditioning, one of the best, especially in this kind of classification in the event. But, you know, speaking of the diversity that we're seeing within this heat and within this classification in general, Haley Houston, Melissa Reed, both great surfers, but you're talking about somebody in her teens who was able to win a gold medal, a world championship in her first ever event too, especially in conditions that were much more different than at being at home in Isabela in Puerto Rico. You go from one very warm climate to another significantly way colder climate in Pismo Beach.
Yeah, it is a very different climate, that's for sure. The water up there tends to be so cold. Even paddling out in a 4-3er with a hood on, you got really icy hands, sometimes those ice cream headaches as well. a lot of the crew feeling pretty happy to be competing in Southern California this week rather than Central, as it's just been kind of an endless summer. You know, it's been really warm. We've had a few of those cloudy mornings. Today's been the windiest of it and maybe the coldest that we'll see, but the forecast is looking really warm through the rest of the week. And the water temperature is not bad either.
No.
I've been hot surfing in my 4.3. It's all I brought with me from home in Australia, and I wish I'd had just my 3.2 in my bag instead. But even paddling out in a spring suit is more than fine on most afternoons.
Yeah, you go to HSS, everybody gets a 20% discount if you're part of the event here at the ISA World Parasurfing Championships. But, you know, we're truly fortunate to be able to live in an area that has so many different waves. Surfing at beach rigs, for the most part, it makes you way better of a surfer. You have to paddle a lot more. You really have to identify a lot of the great waves when they change very much throughout a day too. So, you know, being a local resident here, very fortunate to be able to have a world championship in the backyard, Shannon.
14 minutes on the clock. We're going to see everyone just paddle through this wave. And while we do, let's go down to the beach quickly to catch up with Ben Way and the winner of that last heat.
Thank you very much, Shannon and Mitchell. Here we are with Miguel Flavio for Team Brazil with his pusher, Caio. Caio's going to do the translations. So first of all, I want to say congratulations, muito parabéns. Very difficult conditions, and we saw in the previous heat many mistakes made. We saw Matt Formston go into the repecharge round, was a very surprising. How was your communication in the water, knowing that you had very difficult conditions?
So we tried to find the best waves. We were looking for the lefts, but was tricky conditions, and we was trying hard, but at the last minute the wave came, but was alright. And Miguel do a little better surfing, and he got the score. But it's a tricky conditions. It's not easy, and we want to say congratulations to all the athletes.
Yeah. Now a question for him is that one wave score came pretty late in the heat, and you turned it around. 6.17, I believe he got about 3 turns. I want to ask him how it felt to really lock in and feel lucky to find such a good wave in such very difficult conditions.
Ele quer saber como que você se sente em ter conseguido aquela última onda com essas condições difíceis e ter conseguido destravar algumas manobras e ter conseguido a nota.
O mar estava bastante difícil. Eu fiquei esperando essa onda desde o começo, uma onda para mim conseguir, pelo menos conseguir fazer uma nota boa. E ela veio no final, graças a Deus. As condições não estão muito boas, mas está ruim para todo mundo. Bora para cima.
Yeah, we were waiting for this wave, but was tricky conditions, and fortunately the wave came, and he got it. He could make a good score, and now we are ready to the next. And he wants to send thanks also to the Brazilian Confederation for all the support that we have in our team.
Of course. I'll let him give a message to all his friends and supporters. First of all, we've had Team Brazil up here many, many times today. So I think Team Brazil is probably looking in a very strong position for the team medal. So have you discussed that at all? Have you guys been talking about your aspirations, your goal?
Yeah. All the team are looking for the gold, and we are looking for the gold medal of the team. And Miguel, o que você acha de como está a equipe para conseguir seu ouro de time e como que você se sente com tudo isso?
A equipe do Brasil está muito boa, só tem cara fera que pega altas ondas. Eu acho que a gente está muito confiante para ir em busca do ouro desse ano. A gente está com tudo, vai com tudo, com força e com garra. E agradecer a CB Surf aí por estar dando todo o suporte para a gente aí, que não é difícil, mas eu sei que é muito bom. E estar aqui também é uma experiência muito boa, um sonho realizado, e agradecer muito a Deus.
Finalmente, mensagem para os amigos em Brasil.
Aí, galera do Brasil, Praia Branca, consegui passar essa bateria, mas na próxima vou com tudo. Espero que todos estejam na torcida. Obrigado, mãe e pai. Agradeço a todo mundo que está aí.
Muito parabéns. Muito obrigado.
Obrigado.
All right, back to you guys in the booth.
Thanks so much. Great to hear from Miguel. Feeling all the support from the Brazilian Surfing Federation, which is amazing and speaks to the strength of, you know, how many times we've seen Brazil on the winning stage so far today.
Yeah, and I think Ben was right on in terms of the accuracy of their team being a gold medal contender. It kind of seems that way. I mean, different kinds of classifications too. Flavio just kind of accentuating that in that last heat. But, you know, there's a couple of phrases in Brazilian Portuguese that I'm really fond of. Tamo junto, we're together. and vamos pra cima, we're going to the top, and I always feel like they embody a big spirit of aloha, but they never forget that they're in an event setting too, in a competition setting. So it's really important for them to really remind themselves of that all the time. You're here for a goal, but in the end, you want to be able to, share this community and this passion with everybody else from the world too.
Well, out in the water right now, we're down to 10 minutes on the clock. We have Aleli Medina of Puerto Rico sitting in the lead. Small scores at the moment. She's got that 3.5 as her high score. A 1.83 is what she opened up with. Haley Houston for Team USA, she's sitting on a 0.57. And Melissa Reed for Team England is sitting with just a 0.3 and a 0.2. So she's had a couple of attempts, but hasn't been able to make anything of them yet. We got a paddle there from our surfer in, I believe, the red jersey, Haley Houston. So she'll lose that first priority now.
Yeah, she's from Westlake Village in northern LA, and favorite spot to surf, Playa Grande in Guanacaste, Costa Rica. But when she's not surfing, loves to be a mother, also loves to cook and bake, but primarily enjoys a lot of yoga. So really cool to see a lot of these surfers complementing their abilities in the water with stuff that they're doing outside of the water too. Not just within athletics either, Shannon. It can be something in the household too that really brings you and centers yourself.
8 minutes, 50 seconds on the clock, and it is great to see that kind of well-rounded approach. Surfers, a lot more surfers today doing yoga, but also getting into Pilates, getting into kind of those activities that are good for the body and good for the mind as well, lengthening everything out and getting that strength in for, being out in the water for many, many hours.
I'm glad that you brought up Pilates because there are so many people that are getting into it nowadays. Where I'm from in Mazatlan, I would say there's about 3 or 4 new studios, and all of the owners surf. I think there's a direct correlation between that. I think yoga is also something huge just because of elasticity, and we tend to lose flexibility throughout our older age. And if that's something that you really want to work on, I'd say start getting on it as quickly as you can. There's nothing wrong with stretching either before or after a session, but just remember to stretch because it's a pivotal part of your performance.
It's so true. Start traveling with those bands. Travel with that foam roller that's got, a hole through the middle so you can easily pack your clothes into it in your suitcase. All of those things are so easily accessible nowadays to still be traveling light on the road and making sure that you're taking care of your body. That flexibility within surfing as well is such a huge thing. Being able to stay tight in the pocket, to be able to release through your back leg when you're going into big turns. All of those things are really crucial when you think of the world's greatest surfers.
Well, and the more you take care of your body, especially in terms of strengthening it, the less prone to injuries you are too. And it doesn't necessarily just have to be, one of those two that we were mentioning, yoga, Pilates. There are many different other aspects of athletics that you can move into that will complement your surfing. And especially from your hips downwards, most of your leg injuries tend to stem from your hips. So you really want to be able to strengthen your upper legs. Your calves will usually take care of themselves, but actually getting those hips as strong and flexible as possible, that's really where you're going to prevent most of your injuries.
7 minutes on the clock. We're here in Huntington Beach, California for the ISA World Parasurfing Championships. At the moment, it's our reigning world champion, Aleli Medina for Puerto Rico, who's currently sitting in the lead. She's just 14 years old. Some of the things that she does behind the scenes to keep herself in top shape as a surfer is focusing on karate and Brazilian jiu-jitsu as well as dancing. So all that cross-training, all that extra effort behind the scenes, keeping her in the best shape and best condition out in the lineup.
Yeah, and it's obviously been working so far because she already has 1 gold medal. And there we see our schedule for the event this week. All the way through November 11th is when we're going to have our event running. So a lot of competition days. Seems like we're going to try to start at around 7 a.m. tomorrow morning if conditions permit, obviously. And our closing ceremony, which should be fun over here on north side of the pier as well, will be on Saturday, November 11th as well.
Yeah, we got a big week ahead of us, before we have our closing ceremonies. We'll have a lot of second and third rounds into those semifinals as well. Finals day, we'll always just have the single heat per division, but it's a lot of heats because we've got a lot of divisions. It's one of our bigger days of competition. As we see Melissa Reed with a great backhand attack, sharp on the takeoff, good angling, didn't find that open face, but was able to maintain control as we see Haley Houston with a quick in and out.
Yeah, and with this round robin format, everybody can still really break away in the last 5 minutes because the best score up until this point is still the 3.5 of Medina. And, Melissa Reed just dropped a 2.83. Houston seems to be only with the one wave, the 0.57 at the moment. So still anybody's game, and it's really challenging out there with that northwest wind picking up a lot more, and this is usually the time of the year when we're seeing it really pick up. It'll change the sandbars a lot more, but the good thing about this, despite it being a lot more challenging right now in the afternoon, it will be taking that little doom away. I don't think there should be any backwash in the next few days.
That would be great. It really factored into things earlier today. There were quite a few surfers that were talking about it, that were mentioning just how challenging it was to stay on the wave, because it felt like with that backwash, you were actually just getting pushed right off of it again once you were up and riding.
Well, it's already challenging to begin with, and then you add in other factors,
Yeah.
It gets even more difficult.
Up and riding now, Haley Houston on her forehand. That was a beautiful takeoff. I really love her style. She's looking to improve on that 0.57. She'll do it with that takeoff. Melissa Reed drops in a 2.83. That improves her situation with that backhand attack she had on her last wave. And a 1.9 for Haley. Keeps her in that third place position, but puts that score on the board. Aleli's dropped in a 2.33 to back up her 3.5, so that holds her in that leading position.
Oh, it's got it really choppy out there. I mean, that angle truly shows it. You can see through the pier on north side, barely anybody out because of how difficult it's gotten with that wind, and the uptick in this northwest wind going to be beneficial for the next few days. But as of right now, you get one of these later heats in the afternoon, you should be prepared for the worst kind of conditions possible, as we see a couple surfers getting ready for the next few heats.
That's right. We are still going to be in our visually impaired 2 division for our women's division for the next heat. After that, we're heading into our men's visually impaired 1 heat, round number 1. We may still be running our women's visually impaired 1 heat for the finish of the day, which was the original plan, but we'll just wait for that call from our head judge, from the contest directors, only due to the amount of sunlight that we may or may not have by the time we get to that stage. But coming up after the finish of this first qualifying round for VI2, we're going to be into men's VI1, which is surfers that are completely blind, as if you're paddling out with a black blindfold on and you can't see anything at all. 2 minutes, 45 seconds on the clock. You can see these surfers being pretty selective out there. Coaches, spotters that are paddling next to them, communicating really well to get them in the right position. But like you said, with that last camera angle, we could really tell how very challenging the conditions have gotten.
Yeah, and the thing is, this wind doesn't stop, and it usually intensifies throughout the day too. So it's 3:43 local time here on the west coast of the U.S. We still got about an hour and a half of sunlight at the most. I would think that the next 2 or 3 heats is going to be quite difficult to really be able to get in a good spot and accentuate a lot of those big scores. And if you have to settle for, 7, 8 point heat total, that's good enough, especially considering that there's only 2 heats in this round. And with the round robin format, it's only going to be the top 4 that will be moving into the final. So imperative for these young ladies to be able to get at least 1 score in the mid-range, something in the 4s or the 5s. That's going to put you in a really good position to advance towards the final.
I did just hear that from the tower, the judges' tower, the call has been made that surfers need to stay down at Machado's Peak, down at the South Peak, because the glare is so intense. Melissa Reed, though, up and riding on a great-looking wave and goes for that layback in the foam as well, back up to her feet, still cruising forward and having a look around her, hands up in the air, feeling stoked to finally get a piece of a nice wave.
Yeah, and she's got a lot of core strength just to be able to use that layback and pop right back up. Got to be thinking this is easily one of the best waves of the heat. And for Reed right now, who was in a position of advancement if we were looking at a normal format, no doubt going to take the lead, but more importantly, going to extend that positioning in terms of the leaderboard too. So clutch performance right now at a big moment of the heat, Shannon.
Yeah, this is super important. She's chasing a 3.01 to take the lead away, and Aleli with a great snap off the top for a really explosive maneuver.
Well, hold the phone, 'cause this is now the new best wave of the heat, and the youngster who's only 14 out of Isabela in Puerto Rico, she's looking great on both the forehand and the backhand. Gonna drop that 3.5 as her backup score now, and I feel like this is gonna be a huge number with 30 seconds on the clock, Shannon.
That was really exciting. This last exchange between Medina and between Reed is really top surfing. There's a reason why these two are holding on to the gold medals over the last 4 years.
Yeah, and You know, Reed probably going to get a good score, but Medina, to me, if this isn't excellent, it's going to be very close to it. As you can see right there, it's gotten a bit more jumbled up in the last few minutes too. So as a judge, you're definitely going to want to reward the quality of the maneuvers with the few good sections that they're going to be able to find out there in the 20 minutes on the clock.
Well, scores are in for Melissa Reed. It's a 4-point ride, which takes her up into first, ahead of Aleli Medina. Now scores to come in, though, for that single maneuver, but it was a big re-entry, clean snap of the tail. And she's looking to improve on a 3.5. If she gets a 3.34, she's moved herself back into that winning position for heat number 1, which is always a good feeling. Waiting for that score to drop through. We did hear the buzzer sound, so we know that that heat has timed out. The following heat will be on hold as the judges take a look at the replay for last of green.
Yeah, and I would be thinking it's going to be a big score. And it seems like coming through right now, Shannon.
It's an 8-point ride, so an excellent score for the young world champion, 14 years old, out of Puerto Rico. Aleli Medina has walked away with an excellent score. She's just heard that news from the beach announcers, and she is feeling so pumped heading into the lineup. Coach alongside of her as well, and she is going to be a tough surfer to take that gold medal away from this week.
For sure, and then she's got a lot of experience being in the jersey in terms of high-quality competition, especially towards the finals. So she's got one keeper score on the board right now. Shannon wants to get the next one on the next qualifying round.
Well, impressive performance from Aleli. Great performance from Melissa as well, finding that 4-point ride on the finish. We're going to go to a quick break. We'll be back with more action right out after this with France, South Africa, and Canada all sending women out in the water for VI2 right after this.
Parasurfing has the power to bring us together. Together, we push the limits, further the sport, and go for gold. You've crossed countries to get to the World Championships. Let Access Tracks simplify crossing the sand. Access Tracks, the official beach access pathway of the ISA World Parasurfing Championships.
Hello and welcome to Huntington Beach, California. I'm Kelly Miller, President and CEO of Visit Huntington Beach. Known as Surf City, USA, Huntington Beach boasts 10 miles of coastline and the most consistent waves on the West Coast. Huntington Beach has it all, with endless summer weather, year-round events, outdoor activities, and oceanfront resorts and spas. So get ready to be inspired, be connected, and be here, Huntington Beach. Plan your visit at surfcityusa.com.
Parasurfing has the power to bring us together. Together, we push the limits, further the sport, and go for gold. You've crossed countries to get to the World Championships. Let Access Tracks simplify crossing the sand. Access Tracks, the official beach access pathway of the ISA World Parasurfing Championships.
Access Tracks are covering Huntington Beach, California this week as we've got the world's best parasurfers. Currently out in the water, we have the visually impaired 2 women's heat number 2, round 1, with France, South Africa, and Canada all looking for an opportunity to get 2 good waves. It is a round robin, so it's not necessarily the top 2 that are going to be in the best position, but getting those single big scores is what it's all about. With Lou Machiche of France, Michelle McFarland of South Africa, and Ling Pai of Canada out in the water.
Yeah, and you know, Lou's been a copper medalist before at this event in 2020. That was over in La Jolla. And there she is, a 17-year-old catching her first ride in this heat. And Ling Pai from Vancouver, Canada, over in British Columbia, one of the most beautiful places on the West Coast. And I would have to say that, you know, Tofino and Vancouver Island, they've been producing a great number of surfers. Believe it or not, Ling Pai's favorite wave, actually Oceanside Harbor, right here in Southern California. So a lot of experience in beach breaks like this one at HB.
I've seen Oceanside as a few surfers' favorite spot, possibly because there's a great event that runs there for the US Open of adaptive surfing. As we take a look now at Lou paddling into this wave, she's unable to get there as that wave just fades out on her. She can hear from her coach now that it's probably best to move that board and get herself paddled a little bit deeper, but looking for those great inside sections, and there has been some really nice reforms on those smaller waves.
Yeah, there have been, and the tide's still rising right now. I would think that the outside is going to be less significant in terms of the impact of a lot of those major scores. Still, if you're on the right wave with the right section, it's obviously going to offer up a lot of scoring potential, but you just need to be in position, and it seems like the inside, with a little bit of a higher tide right now, Shannon, has been working out quite well. But, you know, you look at the diversity of nations out there, people coming from different breaks, and as you were mentioning, Oceanside is one of the favorites for a lot of people in this event. It's also because it's one of the more consistent waves out there. So your favorite wave doesn't necessarily have to be the best one that you've ever surfed. It's the one that you've enjoyed your time at the most, and it's usually the one where you're catching the most waves at.
It's so true. That's a great way to think about it, because a lot of times you just want to go where there is actually waves. Sometimes your favorite waves, a lot of point breaks don't break consistently based on where they're located. Some reef breaks the same, but just getting out to those kind of common beach breaks tend to have a lot of waves. No matter the size, no matter the wind and the conditions, you can usually always find a little corner to surf. Ling Pai has opened up her campaign with a 4.17. She's been a 3-time finalist over the years competing at the World Para Championships. She hasn't walked away with that coveted gold medal yet, but she's been a very consistent force within her divisions, which is exciting to see. And I'm sure with that, she'll have that extra bit of motivation coming into this event, knowing that, you know, she's consistently walked away into the finals, and now maybe working behind the scenes on some of those strategies when it comes down to the actual final heat. What's it going to take to walk away a winner? Because, Mitch, that's an entirely different thing. Winning that final heat in any event compared to just winning any other heat in the draw on your way there.
Yeah, it's right, because you could win every heat leading up to the final, and then you could still struggle to find your waves or to be able to execute the plan that you had before paddling out to the actual grand final. And that's kind of been the case for Ling so far. But, you know, her spotter out there right now paddling out with her, the great Shannon Brown, originally from Australia, but he's the head coach for Team Canada, was just down there at the Pan American Games too. And he really helped out Sanoa Olin quite a bit to be able to get her to qualify for the Olympic Games. And I feel like Canada so far this year has had a tremendous one. Aaron Brooks winning the last Challenger Series event in Saquarema, and obviously Sanoa Olin qualifying is the first surfer to ever qualify for Canada towards the Olympic Games. But just to reiterate your point, that's why peaking at the right time is so important throughout an event. You don't really want to, you know, spill all your beans in the earlier rounds. You want to leave that for the final.
That's right, working your way towards something like that. It was really awesome to see or follow Sanoa's journey at the Pan American Games, and for Canadian women specifically to be competing at that level and representing the great waves that they have back at home that are much more remote, that don't get a lot of traffic through some of the areas that they're surfing at. And we've seen Sanoa, you know, grow in her expertise of competitive surfing as well through the junior ranks and now into the opens through the World Surfing Games. So really cool to see her walk away with that, and great for Team Canada as well, with that extra bit of, you know, excitement coming into this year's Para Surfing World Championships, knowing that there's support coming from a coach like Shannon on both sides, from the shortboarding crew all the way into the Para Surfing crew, that they've got their top coaches represented at all levels.
Well, I think Canada was on the verge of, you know, really excelling a few years ago. They had a Peter DeVries win a qualifying series event right there in Tofino, Cox Bay in 2009. At that point of time, that had been the biggest surfing event win for Canada. But given that was at Tofino, that was at Pete's home break. Matea and Sanoa Olin actually shared a final at Morro Bay earlier this year. Matea defeating her younger sister in the final, but it was the first QS win for a Canadian woman up until that point. Sanoa won an event on the East Coast earlier this year. Next thing you know, Erin has success over there at the last Challenger Series event. she automatically qualifies for that win throughout the Challenger Series for 24, and also Noah's in the Olympics. Now, for parasurfing, their development has to be through a lot of the new classifications, because their issue is that they have so much territory and they're so spread out. They want to be able to unite the surfers from the West Coast, the middle of the country, from Ontario or anywhere else, and then the surfers from Halifax and Nova Scotia and over on the East Coast. Canada's a huge place.
It's massive.
And to be able to get them all on sync and clear communication throughout them, I feel like Don Domick, their team manager, has done a great job.
Yeah, it's really been an impressive thing to see their whole team come together. Like you said, from just such a spread out field from both coastlines and those that are living in the middle of the country. Ling Pai currently sitting out in the lead as we take a look at Lou. For Team France, you can hear the cheers down the beach, and she's got a great looking wave right into the shore break for a young competitor. She's gonna put down her second score. I loved her style, looking really graceful on that board.
Yeah, and not originally from a surfing area either, from Bordeaux, and that's a little bit inland in the coastline. Some beautiful vineyards over there though, but still 17 years of age, and she's already made a final a few years ago. That's some impressive stuff. And then focusing on Michelle McFarlane, South African, she's from Cape Town, her home break, Muizenberg, and one of the locations that you've been to before. Really cold over there in Cape Town, but there are a lot of great surfers. 55 years of age though for Michelle McFarlane, still competing at the highest level there is.
Yeah, it's pretty amazing. Where Michelle surfs a lot at home in Muizenberg, it's a really nice wave. It's a great wave to practice on for preparation for beach break like this. It's a little bit softer, and it kind of just has a really nice long rolling shoulders to it with lots of reforms. When it gets pretty big, it can be a little bit more closed out, kind of the way that we have some of our sets that we'll roll through today. But it tends to be just a really nice slopey beach break. It's a really, really good longboarding wave specifically. Yeah. It's a perfect entry-level wave for anyone coming out of the Cape Town region. It's a big city. There's a lot of coastline. There's a lot of different waves. Some of the world's biggest waves like Dungeons, down to some of the kind of softest and mellowest waves like Muizenberg. So it's a pretty incredible area that Michelle is coming out of as a surfer specifically. And for the parasurfing community, they've had Roxy Davis, who was one of their coaches and managers at last year's event. They've had a lot of support coming out of that region, specifically in the Cape Town area in the Western Province for parasurfing, for the parasurfing community.
Yeah, and that wave of Muizenberg actually reminds me a lot of Waikiki in Hawaii. Just completely different with the water temperature though, but you know, they had the duct tape event there, I believe it was last year.
Yeah,
got
last
a lot
July.
more exposure, and you know, Cape Town has continued to produce a lot of great shortboarders as of recent years too. I think the Slipen brothers, Luke Thompson's success as well, and Natasha, who's actually one of our representatives this year for the ISA2 in terms of the Athletes Commission.
That's right, it's been great to see Natasha on the road once again. As we take a look now at Ling Pai, some live action, great takeoff. Just digs that rail in and then can't hold it together off the takeoff.
I think her feet were just a bit too close together. If she would have been able to spread them up, open a little bit more and have a wider base, probably would have added to some better balance and concentration on that one, but still in the lead and drops a decent score even with the fall, Shannon.
4.17, backed up now by a 2.60, so judges rewarding that takeoff. Had she been able to engage that rail and get into a first full turn, we could be seeing another 4 on the board.
For sure, and you know, McFarlane way on the outside too. Still has 7 minutes and 20 seconds, but as of right now, you know, the person that's really been dominant in this heat has been Ling. Great conditioning, she loves to hike, she loves to run, and it obviously seems that her preparation coming into this event has also been huge.
It's so true, and coming from a place like Vancouver Island, she's got so much opportunity to be able to just be out in nature, to enjoy the trail running, to enjoy the hiking, to be in the water when there's waves, and you know, to kind of be all encompassed out in nature. So she's been putting together a lot of work behind the scenes. It's paying off now at the World Championships. We're down to 6 minutes, 45 seconds. Let's go down to the beach to catch up with the winner of that last heat with Ben Way.
Thank you very much. Here with the winner of that VI2 Heat 1, Aleli Medina for Puerto Rico. Congratulations.
Thank you, thank you.
So very, very difficult conditions. We've talked with all of our previous heats how it was really kind of, it's a gamble. You don't know what you're going to get. What was your communication like with your dad?
Not the flag. It was really effective. It really worked out. I was paddling up and I couldn't see anything because of the sun. And I was like, paddle right, paddle. I'm like, where? Right, okay. Yeah, it was difficult.
And so you are our defending champion. You won the U.S. Open. You've got a lot of momentum coming into this. It looks like you're kind of the one to beat in this division. Do you feel any pressure?
Kind of, yeah. Because I've seen Melissa practicing and training. I've been really happy because there's not that many girls in VI2. And it's good to see like more competitiveness. And I hope there are more girls compete. Like if anyone's here watching, any girls from VI2, you should come over.
You've been training in wave pools. You got some new sponsors. You're riding some Paisel. I see that thing signed and shaped for you. Things are really happening. How's this feel, this whole new career that you've got going?
Well, after Pismo, it's just been like another life. After Pismo, I had like the day after I got to my house, like 5 interviews in the same day. Just really all over the place. Yeah, I got some new sponsors. I love my Paisel boards. No other board has worked like this for me. Super stoked.
That's amazing. And now I'm going to ask Ricky, her dad and her coach, spotter. Ricky, how proud are you and how does it feel for all of this investment and time? That, I mean, I'm sure you just wanted to make her a great surfer, but did you ever expect so much to happen? Bueno, I'm going to ask him the same question in Spanish. Bueno, desde pequeña lo tenías entrenando, surfeando, le quiere mejorar, pero ¿pudieras adivinar que iba a llegar tan rápido a ser un profesional de ese parasurfing y a subir a ser una estrella del deporte?
Bueno, sí, la he estado entrenando desde bien pequeña. De manera natural todo ha surgido porque primero no tenía conocimiento de que las competencias existían y luego que me enteré, pues ya la práctica que habíamos tenido de la manera de hacerlo como hobby, porque no pensábamos que íbamos a estar compitiendo, pues nos ayudó grandemente y sí. De cuando estaba viendo su nivel de surfing, pues sí, pensé que sí lo iba a lograr.
Yeah, so what he said is basically he's been training her since a very young age, but as a hobby out of the love of the sport and just to love surfing, they had no idea that this parasurfing even existed. And once they discovered that and they could see that she can compete on a competitive level, he had a lot of confidence in her, and yeah, he expected her to become a star. Finally, just a message in Spanish for everyone in Puerto Rico that's supporting you and excited to see you win a heat at home.
Muchas gracias a todo el mundo en Puerto Rico, a mis sponsors que me están ayudando y a esta carrera súper bestial de viajar el mundo y poder ver tantas cosas bellas. Gracias a todo el mundo en Puerto Rico que me ha estado apoyando con el deporte y los amo a todos.
Gracias. Boricua, papá. Back to you guys.
Thanks so much, Ben. That was such a fun interview just to see the joy on Aleli's face, taking away a big win. And her dad, Ricky, you can see him jumping up and down on the beach when the beach announcer announced her 8-point ride.
Yeah, and you know, they got a cool relationship too. He doesn't want to push her to a point where she's not enjoying things anymore. And I think that's obviously very respectful, but you know, as somebody who's been in that position before with a parent that, you know, you want to have them as your coach, but more than anything as your support system, you know? So it's really cool to see their dynamic and their relationship together, and it's obviously paying off, Shannon, because she dropped an 8-point ride in her first heat.
It's so true. And like she said, you know, if you're watching this, if you're at home and have the opportunity to compete in any one of these divisions as a para-surfer, if you've never been in the ocean before, or you're already surfing back at home, but you're maybe just finding out that there's a world championships that you could possibly be competing in, then get in touch, get involved. The ISA is doing great things behind the scenes, but there are so many grassroots movements happening around the world. And every one of these surfers, I guarantee you, would be stoked to receive a message on Instagram, to get a text, to get an email, and to be able to put you in contact with more people in your location, to be able to grow the sport and get more surfers in every division, as we see Lou on the inside once again.
Yeah, a quick one right there from Ashish, and She has a couple of scores on the ones. They've kept those scores very low just because she is catching white waters on the inside. Not a lot of critical sections to really work with right there, but still, I mean, adding to her scoreline, and as you know, Aleli was mentioning, there's only 8 people out there or 6 people, excuse me, in this classification. So you only really need to beat out 2 other people to make it into the grand final. And we mentioned Ling Pai being very close to winning a few times. 2 times that she's placed 3rd or worse, which is still pretty good. And then she has a silver medal to go along with that too. But this could potentially be the year. She's been very consistent with her wave selection so far and been all the way on the outside for the entirety of the heat, Shannon.
That's right, and she's only taken those 2 waves. They both amounted to scores. That 2.6 would have easily been a 4+ ride had she been able to hold on to that bottom turn, but the judges rewarded her with that clean takeoff. So she has been in a great position throughout this heat, holding on to that first priority, and now looking to improve on a 2.6, but that 4.17 is going to do well for her campaign moving into the next qualifying round. Lou sitting on the inside section the entire time. You can see that's where she's the most comfortable. But her and her coach have been doing a great job of getting her into the right waves on the inside. She hasn't been able to get outside that 2-point range, which will likely need to be a takeoff on an open face wave or a wave that turns into an open face and isn't just that whitewater. Looks like Ling with a really heavy takeoff as the buzzer goes off.
And it seems like she's all good. That was a nasty wipeout, though, that she just sustained. And more of a close, and it seems like this wind has really picked up a lot of these waves, Shannon, of things really intensifying. I mean, look at that. A couple of waves really breaking on the inside sandbar with a lot of strength.
Yeah, that is going to be a heavy section to be sitting in. She's got another set coming for her. We saw her coach just on the right-hand side of the screen that'll be communicating to her now, and she can see just enough there with that low to partial vision that she's got that white water coming and she can catch it all the way in. Got the rest of our surfers that are now into the shoreline, and that will finish out our division for our visually impaired 2 on the women's side of the draw. We're going to have Sam Bleakley and Ben Way coming in the booth to call the action for our men's visually impaired 1, which will be coming up next. So stay tuned for more action here at the ISA World Parasurfing Championships.
Parasurfing has the power to bring us together. Together, we push the limits, further the sport, and go for gold. You've crossed countries to get to the World Championships. Let Access Tracks simplify crossing the sand. Access Tracks, the official beach access pathway of the ISA World Parasurfing Championships.
Hello and welcome to Huntington Beach, California. I'm Kelly Miller, President and CEO of Visit Huntington Beach. Known as Surf City, USA, Huntington Beach boasts 10 miles of coastline and the most consistent waves on the West Coast. Huntington Beach has it all, with endless summer weather, year-round events, outdoor activities, and oceanfront resorts and spas. So get ready to be inspired, be connected, and be here, Huntington Beach. Plan your visit at surfcityusa.com.
Parasurfing has the power to bring us together. Together, we push the limits, further the sport, and go for gold. You've crossed countries to get to the World Championships. Let Access Tracks simplify crossing the sand. Access Tracks, the official beach access pathway of the ISA World Parasurfing Championships.
Welcome back, Parasurf fans, to the closing couple of heats of day 2 here live from Huntington Beach for the 2023 ISA World Para Surfing Championship presented by Visit Huntington Beach. As we can see, Joshua the Jedi Loya, 43-year-old from USA, surfing against Andreas Campos from Spain and Elias Ricardo DL, who is our reigning gold medalist from Brazil, and Ben Newman from Germany, the youngster from Germany, the 18-year-old there. He competed to earn a bronze medal last year in this division of the ISA World Parasurfing Championship, and also got a bronze in 2021, but our reigning gold medalist is Elias DL. But watch out for the Jedi, Joshua Jedi Loya, who self-describes himself on his Insta as a blind surfing champion, pro adventurer, martial artist, comedian in exile, uncomfortably honest about religion and mental health. This is how he describes himself on his Instagram. So you can follow Joshua at Joshua the Jedi. I'm Sam Bleakley, joined in the booth for the last 2 heats of the day by Ben Way. Ben, talk about the conditions, how it's changed through the day and what the challenges will be now as we move into the Visual Impairment 1 division.
Well, it's really windy, and we've got a lot of this kind of side wind conditions. The tide has started to move in, which is actually creating a little bit of reverberation off the beach from the side. We've got water and just currents moving from every direction, so not easy at all.
Ben Newman having a little paddle for that wave. Doesn't catch that wave. So first wave waiting to be ridden. It looks like Andres Campos from Spain there. He just got 1 score on the board. Originally from Madrid, a keen swimmer. Also rides both Indio and Canfield boards. You can follow him at Instagram as Andres Blind Surfer, and he is 40 years of age. He looks like he's got a small score on the board, but up and riding right now. Ben Newman, really nice takeoff. Good control on that takeoff there. We've got to recognize that the visual impairment is more severe for these surfers in VI1. So that was a strong, dynamic takeoff from Ben. Great control, not able to get out on the face there, but relative to the challenging conditions, that potentially could be a decent start for the German.
Yeah, and he recovered. He put that backhand down, almost kind of in a layback recovery. So it'll be interesting how they score him. One thing that I was just noticing is look how far out the Jedi is. Since the Jedi, Josh Loya, rides a longboard, that actually allows them to kind of sit in a completely different position than the shortboarders.
And practices jiu-jitsu, of course, kind of trains down there at Surf Fights Jiu-Jitsu in Del Mar, of course, founded by Joel Tudor. So let's see what Joshua can bring to the occasion. But with that, let's go down to the glass with Mitchell, who's with the winner of our last heat.
Thank you, Sam. Here with Link Pai from Vancouver, British Columbia, Canada. You get the heat win, but more importantly, with the round-robin format, you get a couple of good scores, Link. Congratulations. First things first, though. It was difficult out there. Your coach Shannon Brown was out there with you. What was it like communicating with the wind picking up in that heat?
Shannon was super good. We had a little chat before we went in. He just made sure that my nerves were calm. He just wanted me to breathe. He just kept saying, breathe, paddle, you can do this, breathe, you're good. Yeah.
It's been a huge year for Canadian surfing. The Olin sisters, Sanoa just recently qualified. It's the first Canadian surfer to qualify for the Olympics. But having the potential of the Paralympics being here in LA 2028, the inclusion of surfing, what would it mean for you to qualify?
Oh, it would be huge. It would mean so much. I mean, I'm just so stoked and grateful for CSA, like Surf Canada, to send the whole coaching team this year. We have Shannon Brown, the head coach. Director Dom is here. Pascal, our manager, is here. Oh my God, Albie Sears, our assistant coach, strength and conditioning guy, and mental health coach Sean is here too. So I'm just so stoked that we have the support of Surf Canada, of the country. Like, this is awesome. We want to push forward for sure.
Okay, last thing from me. I was in British Columbia earlier this year. I spent 2 nights in Vancouver. Eateries are great. What are the best food recommendations from you?
Oh my gosh, there's so much good food in Vancouver. I can't, how much time do you have? Because all I do is eat. I just eat.
Give me 2.
If you want Chinese food, or what kind of food do you want?
Chinese is good.
Chinese is good. Oh my gosh, there's so many. There's Kieran for really good dim sum. Sun Sui Hua used to be really good. My favorite is probably, I don't know, Kieran. Yeah, Kieran's the way to go. There's Japanese food, there's Italian food, there's so much good food.
Everything.
Yes, everything.
Congratulations, Ling. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Great stuff there. Big thanks. Congratulations, Ling Pai. Of course, married to Chris Oberle. You know, spends a lot of time here over in California. Silver medalist at the 2020 ISA World Para Surfing Championship. And let's shift over to Huntington now. Ben, you spent a lot of time in Huntington. What would be some of your favorite places to eat food right here in Huntington Beach?
Oh, man. Well, Chicken in a Barrel took care of us really well the first night here. And they got some amazing food over there. Great barbecue. We have Fred's Tacos. We've got all sorts of great spots to eat here. I tried a new sushi spot called Sushi on Fire. That was pretty epic. But we had breakfast at Sessions one day, the best breakfast burrito I've probably ever had. Huntington's amazing, and you can go right down this main street and get pretty much food from every country in the world.
Having a look at that wave, our surfer from Spain, the 40-year-old Andre Campos, doesn't catch that wave, so he's waiting to replace that 0.67. He's got a 193. Ben Newman gets a 3.50. We thought that drop, that takeoff would go quite high, and it did, rewarded in these windier, challenging afternoon conditions. And big shout out to all the work behind the scenes from the ISA in line with our mission to develop the sport of surfing in all its forms across the globe. The International Surfing Association has taken a huge active role in the development and advancement of parasurfing to create a global platform for universal access to the sport and enable parasurfers this opportunity to achieve sporting excellence. And they're certainly doing that, and they are certainly inspiring others. We just heard from Ling Pai there from Canada there. She's been a great role model for parasurfers around the globe. And many of these surfers, like Joshua the Jedi Lawyer, of course, they've been involved in this scene for a number of years, but also developing a lot of skills outside of surfing. His interest in jiu-jitsu and kempo, and the opportunity that that brings to physical fitness, to not only being present but being mindful, to having that kind of inner focus to really deal with the situation in hand.
Yeah, and speaking of jiu-jitsu, Figgy, Elias Deal, he's a black belt in jiu-jitsu. And so that would be a fun battle to watch, wouldn't it? maybe we get ISA's own Harry Robbs in there with him.
Oh, brilliant. Elias, of course, our reigning gold medalist. He won in Pismo in 2022. And having a look at this wave, Joshua Lawyer doesn't go, but up and riding right now, our Spaniard. Big takeoff of there, heavy section, going left, takes a fall on the pier bowl there, doesn't get to his feet, so it won't be a big score. As we can see, Joshua on a super sucky ledgy wave, unable to make that takeoff. Everybody close together right now, but waiting for a ride for our reigning world champion, Elias Figueiredo, nicknamed as he is the Brazilian powerhouse, waiting to really demonstrate why he's the reigning gold medalist.
Yeah, wow, this is that could have been disastrous right there, as they have no vision, and with all of the sound of the wind and the chop, they can't use their audio signals either to know that there's boards flying around their heads. You see all of these riders, most with helmets on, just because of that. Even your own board can come up behind you if you can't see it.
So Josh Lawyer there, he's kind of well positioned in the lineup for this left-hander. You can just see him stroking into this section. Is he going to catch it? Is he going to get the opportunity to get to his feet? That wave just dying underneath him, so he's going to spin round. He's going to paddle back out to his spotter, who's got that communication to not physically be able to touch the athlete, but able to communicate with them. This is one of those 9 classifications. We have stand 1, 2, and 3, kneel, sit, and prone 1 and 2, and visual impairment 1 and 2. So earlier we saw visual impairment 2, which is surfers who have that visual impairment defined by the IBSA sport class at levels B2 and B3. This is now visual impairment 1, so it's surfers who have a visual impairment defined by the IBSA, which stands for the International Blind Sports Federation, as a level B1. So much worse visual impairment than our surfers in V2. So consequently, you will expect, you know, the likes of a strong controlled takeoff being something to heavily reward. Any engagement in the rail, any opportunity to express themselves out on the open face, that's when you might see those scores get well closer into the excellent range.
Definitely. And we didn't really touch on that score that came in for Ben Newman for that little layback kind of recovery that he did. They did reward him well for that, 3.5.
Yeah, good start for Ben Newman from Germany, just age 18. He just got third in the European Championship in 2023 this season. And you can follow him at ben.no_limits. He likes to do a lot of training in Switzerland at the Alaya Bay Wave Garden facility there in the in the Swiss Alps. A beautiful facility there using that Wave Garden technology. And that's obviously an important opportunity for visually impaired surfers to get that consistency, that reliability. I have seen over the years Melissa Reed from Team England. She likes to use the Wave Garden facility in Bristol to do a lot of her training.
Yeah, and that's, as far as the maneuvers, as far as your own performance, those wave pools are great. However, when you're in these crazy, wild, open ocean conditions with waves breaking all over the place, finding the right wave is a big responsibility for the spotter.
So we got 5 minutes remaining. This heat just seemed to have moved so quickly. Tide coming back in, high tide again at 6 this afternoon. Not this afternoon, just 2 more heats today. We got the conclusion of this and then that second heat as we get the replay of our surfer from Spain up and riding.
Well, that was great. Found his way to the flats. We had a couple hiccups with some closeouts. There's that one for the 3.5. So he had recovered, kind of got back up standing, and that was a very, very difficult drop.
Beautiful sunset there, just golden evening light across the Pacific as we can see the iconic Huntington Beach Pier, originally built in the early 1900s, a long history of surfing and Huntington, and of course this is the 8th major event the ISA has hosted here in Surf City, and all of the para surfers really articulating how proud they are to be here. And of course, you know, we can't there's so much more to the history and the culture of this area. The Tongva people, of course, the indigenous communities that have inhabited this area for thousands of years, stretching from the Topanga Canyon down to Aliso Creek in Laguna. And this hugely fertile area gave them a very dominant position within the long indigenous First Nations history of California. And then from the tourism development pioneered by Henry Huntington to obviously the discovery of oil to of course the role of surfing here and all of those incredible US national titles that have been hosted here. For me, my big memories as a longboarder are kind of looking back to iconic clips and images of David Nuiva soul arching towards the pier, and then, you know, in the 80s those shortboard battles between the likes of Tom Curran, Marco Colupo, and then seeing the likes of Kanoa Igarashi, you know, kind of rise to the occasion here. You know, of course, representing Japan, but born and bred in Huntington. This is his home patch.
Yeah, and as you speak about that, I mean, you think of David Nuiva, and in the original surf contest, all of the competitors had to wear a helmet, and the boards were really, really heavy, very dangerous if they would have hit you. 1964, it was called the United States Surfing Championship before they changed the name into the OP Pro in the 80s. And yeah, such an iconic place for surfing.
Great history, great culture, and you know, continues to now present itself as a platform for these para surfers in this push for Paralympic inclusion in Los Angeles 28, as these judges sit there and watch the waves being ridden using that criteria, recognizing the commitment, the degree of difficulty in Ben Newman's takeoff there. So they'll be very aware of the impairments in these classifications and divisions, and they'll set their scale respectively. They'll know to you know, how to reward a critical bit of surfing relative to the division that they're judging. And that's why just that one critical takeoff from Ben with that lay back where he got back and kept control, got that 3.50.
Yeah, and as I'm seeing this incoming tide, that surge of the tide is really bringing in some size, as well as having this kind of north wind swell coming in. And so it looks like some of the most difficult conditions in the day for one of the most difficult divisions. So these guys are it's should be well rewarded if they're able to find any kind of ride in these conditions.
And all of the surfers looking to be getting a little bit closer now to the pier there, as we can see our surfer from Spain, Andres Campos there. He's looking to replace that 0.67. He's got a 193, so that could come close to kind of replacing that 167. Just needs a low score of a 1.58 to move up into first position. But this is our heat leader, Ben Newman, with a nice takeoff. Gets up onto his feet there, but he just didn't quite make that drop, so not able to get a big second score, but it'll certainly increase his lead because it's only his second wave. Kicked off with that 3.50. He's going to get something in the naught range, but it will increase his lead, Ben.
Yes, definitely. And he's just showing such good balance and such commitment in these drops. You saw how his nose started to pearl into the flats, and he tried to kind of just shove it out of that little trouble spot. Unfortunately went down, but they will give him a backup score of a 1.43.
So looking at some of those combined heat totals of the surfers who performed best over the last 2 days, Jose Martinez and David Teixeira, Eric Lazar and Jesse Bauer are at the top 4 of that list on the men's side. In the women's side, we haven't updated this since the last couple of rounds, but Sarah Almagro from Prone 2 division, she's been a high flyer, as is Jocelyn Newmiller from Australia. But Ann Yoshida out of Hawaii, of course, an iconic para-canoeist, the first native Hawaiian to represent Hawaii in the Paralympics. Tash Davies also up in that top 4. So there's been some really great performances across the last 2 days. Today was the first day we saw the women entering the water, and we're going to look forward to a lot of exciting divisions tomorrow. We'll be kicking off 7 a.m. local time. We got one more heat to go though, but it looks like Ben Newman is out there in the lead, and Josh, the Jedi lawyer, needing a score to move up into second position. But with just 15 seconds remaining, it seems like Ben Newman has done the job, and our Spaniard, Andre Campos, is going to be sitting in second, Ben.
Yeah, this is a true shocker for Figueiredo, who wasn't able to find a wave this heat. Neither was the Jedi. So a bit of an upset there.
Well, just demonstrating the difficulty of the conditions, but we got one more heat to get through, Parasurf fans, so stay with us because we'll be right back after these messages to see France, Australia and Italy surfing in the last heat of the day here at the conclusion of day 2 of the ISA World Parasurfing Championship, live from Huntington Beach.
Parasurfing has the power to bring us together. Together, we push the limits, further the sport, and go for gold. You've crossed countries to get to the World Championships. Let Access Tracks simplify crossing the sand. Access Tracks, the official beach access pathway of the ISA World Parasurfing Championships.
Hello and welcome to Huntington Beach, California. I'm Kelly Miller, President and CEO of Visit Huntington Beach. Known as Surf City, USA, Huntington Beach boasts 10 miles of coastline and the most consistent waves on the West Coast. Huntington Beach has it all, with endless summer weather, year-round events, outdoor activities, and oceanfront resorts and spas. So get ready to be inspired, be connected, and be here, Huntington Beach. Plan your visit at surfcityusa.com.
Parasurfing has the power to bring us together. Together, we push the limits, further the sport, and go for gold. You've crossed countries to get to the World Championships. Let Access Tracks simplify crossing the sand. Access Tracks, the official beach access pathway of the ISA World Parasurfing Championships.
Thanks so much for tuning in and staying with us. A pleasure to have your company for the final heat of day 2 as we see the conclusion of round 1, heat number 2 of the men's visual impairment 1 division. 2 Thomases, both from France, Thomas De Silva and Thomas Spetterbrook, will be surfing against Kirk Watson from Australia and Matteo Salandri, the 35-year-old from Roma in Italy, riding a 7-foot mini Mao, loves music, interested in politics, and works in the Italian railway company responsible for accessibility in the national stations. He has a guide dog called Yashi, and he's the 2022 silver medalist at the English Adaptive Open last year. So he's going to be looking for a good start as this 20-minute heat is now down into the last 16 minutes. We saw some low scores in that last heat. Ben Newman going very strong, but our reigning gold medalist, he didn't even catch a wave, Ben. So that demonstrates for Elias, our Brazilian, how challenging the conditions have been this afternoon for the athletes.
Yeah, it's really unfortunate with the scheduling, but we would have liked to see them their first round at least in some little easier conditions, but you can never predict Mother Nature.
So that was Thomas De Silva paddling there. Thomas Tom, as he's known, the 22-year-old, is a silver medalist from this division last year at the 2022 ISA World Parasurfing Championship in Pismo Beach on the central coast of California. He's a 3 times French champion from Bayonne, and he loves to ride his Sonis surfboards, shaped by Alex Sonis down there in Biarritz. So again, another kind of exciting shaper to mention. We've mentioned some big names, the likes of Pearson Arrow. We've had Town and Country come up today. We've had so many different designs. We've talked about fin configurations, all of the different tactics, and your experience as well, working with Matt Formston as his spotter. And for you, Ben, you know, what would you say has been the highlight of the day today? If you were going to tune in and watch some of the video replays, is there been something that you kind of have really kind of stood out for you today?
I really dug Jose Martinez's, I think it was a 9.67, if I'm not mistaken, for that big, huge S-turn in the critical section on that one wave that helped him take that heat. That was a really spectacular, but there's been so many different moments. It's just mind-boggling. In so many different of the divisions, there have been special moments that are very memorable.
Yeah, I've really enjoyed seeing the kind of teamwork on display. I've enjoyed you know, a lot of the progression we're seeing in some of the smaller surfboards. You know, we saw the kind of reverse 2+1 setup. That was interesting. You know, and you can tune in and watch all those video replays. We talked about Jose Martinez, you know, his kind of near excellent perfect 10. It was like, I think it came in the mid-9s, and it was just almost one drop, but in that one particular drop, the way he engaged the rail demonstrated that guy wants to get his second gold medal here.
Yeah, if anyone's hungry and anyone's been training for it, it's definitely Jose. Roll with Guru. But we have, it's just been amazing because I think everyone since last year in Pismo has come up leaps and bounds in their ability. They've really kind of tightened up their teamwork with their coaches, their spotters, pushers, catchers, and yeah, it's just amazing. We're really, really seeing the growth right ahead of us in this event.
Absolutely, and yeah, I say to all you Parasurf fans tuning in, you stay with us for the rest of the week because we'll continue to move through these fantastic 9 different divisions. We'll ultimately be crowning those gold medals, most likely. It'll be on the 11th when we have finals day, but it might be before based on the conditions. But certainly we got lots of hot action. As we move in tomorrow we start to get to those possibilities where some athletes will get eliminated when we move into those repechage rounds. So far we've had no athletes eliminated, but some of the big names have moved into that repechage round. You know, the biggest shock of the day perhaps seeing Jesse Bilauer moving into that repechage round, also Matt Formston moving into that repechage round.
A lot of shockers today, definitely. A lot of shockers and a lot of nice surprises for some of our new faces as well.
And a lot of youth energy. You know, we've always had a good spread of ages represented, but we've had the young and the old shining. But with that, let's go down to the glass with the winner of our last heat, out of Germany, it's Ben Newman who took first place, and he's with Mitchell Salazar.
Thank you, Sam. Here with Ben. Ben, first of all, congratulations. You were a bronze medalist before at this event, but the first time competing here in Huntington Beach, especially with the new coach. What was it like out there with the difficult conditions we have this afternoon?
We had so much fun. So as you said, it was the first time with my new coach, Rosina. But I think we showed that we're a pretty good team already. And yeah, we had fun and caught some good waves for the conditions, I think.
Extremely mature for an 18-year-old. I saw your physical preparation on Instagram. You were doing high altitude training, paddling around in the lake, a lot of body work too, and a lot of weight work. What was preparation like for an event with this kind of significance for you?
Yeah, so preparation is a big part. So especially for me, as we don't have an ocean in Germany to train, it's really important to use every bit yeah, for preparation that I can find. So yeah, try to be creative and do everything I can.
Okay, final question, and this is a big one. Preparation is obviously a huge thing for you, but settling your nerves when you know that you're going to be one of the final heats of the day, what's it like anticipating knowing that you're going to surf at the very end of today?
It was a pretty cool feeling. So yeah, I tried to get in my comfortable spot and enjoy, and that was basically it.
Congratulations, Ben. See you later.
Thank you so much.
Fantastic, of course, from Germany, actually from Garmisch, which is an alpine ski town in Bavaria in southern Germany, and he surfed the Eisbach River in Munich, and he likes to train at Alaya Bay, the wave garden facility in Switzerland, and you can follow the young 18-year-old journey, Ben Newman, at ben.no_limits. And I really recommend following a lot of these athletes because they've got great stories, and you can really then see the energy and the training they've put in to this event. But right now, kicking off with a 5.7 and a 1.57, Thomas Tom da Silva, the silver medalist from 2022, is really having a good showing here with just 10 minutes remaining.
Yeah, just 10 minutes. We're halfway through, and only a couple small scores for Kirk Watson and for Matteo Salandri from Italy. And Kirk Watson's also very, very strong competitor, and it's very, very unexpected to not see a decent score under those names.
Yeah, absolutely. Kirk, of course, a silver medalist from 2021 from the northern beaches of Sydney, rides the D-Burge surfboards, and D-Burge, huge brand all over the world, particularly for Australian surfers, and he's also a sailor and a skier, so you'd expect he's going to demonstrate his surfing prowess now. But what we saw in the previous 3 or 4 heats is some of the big names not even getting the opportunity to catch a wave because it is a bit shifty with that wind, a little lumpy. If you're just slightly out of position, sometimes you're not even getting a ride in these 20-minute heats.
Yeah, and even more with this really, this final surge of the high tide with that incoming swell from the wind swell. You've got a lot of energy coming at you, and it's very easy to cleaned up and moved out of position. And from the looks of it right now, even if you're not visually impaired, it would be very, very hard to figure out where you want to sit. And so these spotters are really having to kind of scour the lineup, scour the sandbar, just to find any kind of opportunity.
So that afternoon light there, you can really see that kind of pink glaze, that light onshore breeze there. Big overhead set on the head of Thomas Spetterbrook there. He has to take a little swim down underneath that wave. It's Thomas da Silva, his teammate from France. Of course, France got the silver team medal last year at the ISA World Parasurfing Championship. So that performance was something that they want to better this year, but it's going to be difficult to beat the American team. So many big names represented in the US team. I mean, who would you say are some of the team favorites going for team gold other than the USA here? What do you think are some of the strong nations who could be pushing for that team gold medal, Ben?
I haven't seen the standings, but I believe Brazil is probably in the lead right now. We've seen them up on the glass more than anyone today. So we can check up on the website at the end of the day, see how we're doing as far as the team points go. But I think they're looking really strong in this event.
Yeah, Brazil are going to be strong. France with 9 men and 9 women, a very well-balanced team there, 18 athletes. We got the likes of Laurie Phipps to look forward to. Fantastic surfer there. Her father, Mark Phipps, you know, former successful competitive professional surfer himself, a fantastic shaper. You know, they spent half the year in Victoria in Australia and at Point Lonsdale, and half the year in Saint-Yos in southwest France. And so the big global community behind them. Laurie Phipps representing Team France. Some really good surfers also in the French team, and two of them right now. But this Kirk Watson up and riding. He's got a 0.9 to his name, so he's going to really get a strong score on the board, as we can hear the Irakanji's team cheering. And of course, we haven't mentioned them as contenders for Team Gold, but they will be right up there. They've got some fantastic players, the likes of Mark Mono-Stewart and Sam Bloom. Looking forward to seeing her kick off her campaign.
Yeah, I was just saying, now that we have this high tide, not only is there current and wind coming from every direction, but the backwash has picked up once again. And that score came right in for Kirk Watson, 4.27.
Wow, nice work. Kirk Watson from the northern beaches of Sydney pushes him up into second position. So he just wants to replace that 0.90. 6 minutes remaining. So now French surfer Thomas Spettelbroek, he just needs a low score of a 4.18, which is, well, in these conditions, you know, you've got to go pretty hard to get those scores up into the fours. What do you think of this takeoff from Kirk?
So solid, makes it to the flats nice and controlled, and actually gets a nice drivey bottom turn that kind of shoots him down the line on that one.
So the Irakanji's team member, Kirk Watson there. Of course, that Irakanji's reference is not only to the Indigenous First Nations peoples of that northern stretch of Australia along the coastal strip from Cairns in Queensland. It's also an extremely venomous jellyfish, one of the most poisonous in the world, as we see Thomas Spettelbroek there with a nice long right hander, good control, nice speed. That really could contend with some of those 4s and 5s we've seen from Kirk and his fellow French teammate Thomas de Silva, who's out there in the lead.
Yeah, and Blues needing a 4.18 to get in the advanced position. We just saw Kirk Watson with a similar ride get a 4.27. It's going to be interesting to see how the judges distinguish the difference. Let's check this one out. Much softer, nicer roll into this one. Kind of redirects, and then the board goes under. The only difference that I would say is that in Kirk's, he was able to find a little bit more drive, a little more punch off the bottom turn. So that's the only thing that I could see, the only discrepancy, though, where I'd see the judges might give him a little bit less than Kirk, but he's actually, his requirement is less than Kirk's wave. So let's see what happens here.
Yeah, so just needing that score of a 4.18 to move up into second position. As we can see a little set there coming through. We're going to get any takers. Our surfer, our heat leader, Thomas de Silva, silver medalist from 2022. Big drop there. You could see that he had that control. He was feeling that out, but then there was just too much foam underneath the fins as he came down to the bottom section. Unable to ride out of that, but you know, still recognizing that that was one of the biggest waves of the heat so far, and he nearly made that takeoff.
Yeah, and I want to mention Matt Formston's got a children's book out called Surfing in the Dark with Matt Formston. First book ever to be printed in Braille and text, which is amazing in this era. It seems really late, but how great it is that it has to do with our parasurfing. But Sam, have you ever been stuck out in the afternoon session, sun went down, waited for a good wave, and then it got dark? Have you ever tried to catch a wave in the dark?
Yeah, it's extremely hard. And also I did this little workshop with Melissa Reed where she had some particular goggles that you could wear to recreate the visual impairment that she experiences. And I tried to do that while surfing at the wave, and that was kind of very interesting as well, to just you know, see how you have to really connect with all the other senses in order to kind of keep control. But yes, like you say, that point where it's dusk and you want to get one more wave, and that one more wave never comes, and you finally do, and it's extremely difficult to feel your way through that ride if you're very used to your sight being one of your key senses with how you respond to the breaking shape of a wave.
Yeah, there's a lot to be respected in what these riders are doing right now.
But look at that beautiful, glorious golden water there, the lovely reflection of the sun there on the Pacific by the pier here at Huntington. That really is enticing. Makes me want to get out there for a couple of duck dives just before sunset tonight.
I don't think there's been a day where you haven't.
Nope, I'll definitely if I can. But we might run out of light today, Ben. I'm not quite sure I'm going to have time.
Yeah, you had a bit more time in the other days. I'll agree with that. I like how they Kirk Watson and his spotter migrated over to the pier, used that rip, get out and with the least energy possible to get back into the lineup. 3 minutes is ample time for them to get out into the lineup and get a better score, giving them a chance to take the lead even because he has a 2.68 requirement, much less than his top wave. So they get something similar, that's going to pop them up on top. And they're in good time to be in a good position, using that current to take them right into the lineup and right back to that sandbar.
Ben, your scoring has been right on the money today. Like you said, you felt that Kirk's wave was just going to come out a little bit higher than Thomas's because of the degree of difficulty, the power, and sure enough, Thomas's did come out slightly lower. So Thomas in third there. Kirk stays up in second with that 4.27 and that 0.9. He'll want to replace that 0.9 in these dying minutes.
Yeah, so we're definitely starting to kind of learning what's going on and learning what the scale and how the judging scale will be throughout this event. And look at this washing machine mix.
So duck dives required for both the spotter and the athlete here. As we can see, Irakanji's team member Kirk Watson duck diving under that. He's in second position. Thomas De Silva, if Kirk is deemed to be in the lineup, might well lose his priority because he did paddle for that wave. He didn't catch it, but the priority judges probably deemed that Kirk was not quite yet in the lineup. So that's why you still see that 1 next to Thomas De Silva's name with just 1 minute, 30 seconds remaining. But there looks to be a bit of space between both of those surfers in red and green respectively. So there could be a scoring opportunity now with this set for Kirk. If he wants to look for this possible wave, he might turn and give it a go. Thomas De Silva, Tom, our silver medalist from 2021. He's not going to replace that 1.77 with that. But we're moving into the last minute here. Our surfer from France, Thomas Spetterbrook, he needs a score of a 1.18 to move up into second. And Matteo Salandri from Italy, our Italian surfer, needs a 4.67. So as it stands, France in first, Australia in second, fellow French teammate in third, Kirk Watson going for that last wave, and our Italian surfer down there in fourth. Wow. To get this last wave here for Kirk Watson, he's only got 20 seconds remaining. Ben, do you think he's got a chance of just getting one more score on the board?
Yeah, he really did. What I loved is that he just kept inching himself to the inside to try and give more of a chance. The closer you paddle to the beach, eventually a wave's going to hit you and pick you up. So that was a great strategy there.
Absolutely, Ben, absolutely. And then that was Matteo getting another score on the board. So he needs something in the kind of high 4 range, so probably not going to get that score. So it looks like it's going to be Thomas De Silva, Tom, our silver medalist from last year, and Kirk Watson, our silver medalist from 2021, who progressed through in the main rounds and moving into the repechage rounds. Our surfer from France, Thomas Spettelbrook, and Matteo Salandri from Italy. Wow, that brings to the conclusion what's been a great day, a long day for all the officials. You know, due respect for all the judges who've had to kind of really deal with the glare, with the winds, but of course, you know, big shout out to all the teams, the managers, the support, the water safety, and these athletes who have been dealing with those conditions all day, Ben. It's been fantastic, and we've seen some great performances.
Yeah, it's been a great day, and I'm sure to anyone who's just logged in and seen parasurfing for the first time has become a fan throughout the day. We've still got a lot more days of competition, and it's going to get more heated, just as you were mentioning. Tomorrow we get into the elimination round.
Absolutely, the heat is going to rise, but stay tuned for the next days. Tune in early tomorrow, surf fans. Follow us at ISAsurf.org. We'll be here bright and early from Huntington Beach, Surf City, USA for day 3 tomorrow morning of the ISA World Parasurfing Championship. But right now, sit back and enjoy the day's highlights. Thanks for being with us, and we'll see you bright and early tomorrow morning.
Parasurfing has the power to bring us together. Together, we push the limits, further the sport, and go for gold. You've crossed countries to get to the World Championships. Let Access Tracks simplify crossing the sand. Access Tracks, the official beach access pathway of the ISA World Parasurfing Championships.
Hello and welcome to Huntington Beach, California. I'm Kelly Miller, President and CEO of Visit Huntington Beach. Known as Surf City, USA, Huntington Beach boasts 10 miles of coastline and the most consistent waves on the West Coast. Huntington Beach has it all, with endless summer weather, year-round events, outdoor activities, and oceanfront resorts and spas. So get ready to be inspired, be connected, and be here. Huntington Beach. Plan your visit at surfcityusa.com.